A new journey. In a realm of ethereal beauty, the inhabitants once strayed from the righteous path and were thus condemned by the heavens, cast down to the mortal realm. After 1,000,000 years, the lesserly realm, having served its penance and endured the final celestial retribution, rejoiced in its rebirth, re-establishing a connection with the seal. Style realm. This connection manifested as a new continent amidst a vast ocean. According to the age-old customs, whether through diligent advancement, the backing of influential connections, or a sincere return to virtue, all who ascended from below would beg, raised by the heavens with blessings as a form of recognition and encouragement. Typically, these blessings took the form of exceptional individuals, bountiful resources, and celestial beauty, all of which were coveted by those from the outside world. In a moment, denizens of the celestial realm flocked to this new land, eager to select talents and seek treasures. The new continent was named Heaven's Grace by the 3 clans of the lesserly realm, who were filled with gratitude. It lay in the waters between the territories of the humans, demons, and spirits of the lesserly realm, known as the Chia Tian, Yunjing Tian, and Huan Ma Tian, and extended into the celestial realm. Amidst this, a solitary figure from the lesserly realm boldly ventured forth, undeterred by the perils ahead or the treasures of heaven and earth, driven solely by an innate sense of direction towards her destiny. This individual was a wandering cultivator from the lesserly realm, known as Qing, possessing both gold and fire spiritual roots and having attained the nascent soul stage, with a primary focus on artifact refinement. Due to her intrinsic connection with the upheaval and restoration of the lesserly realm, after collectively welcoming and overcoming the final celestial punishment, she was blessed with fortuitous energy. Upon arriving at Heaven's Grace, she sensed a divine opportunity bestowed upon her, prompting her to eagerly embark on a quest to seek it out. Qing cast a glance behind her, having run tirelessly for 3 days, finally managing to shake off that bothersome, unidentified fierce bird. She exhaled a sigh of relief. The opportunity bestowed upon her by the heavens was precisely the spiritual fire she had long yearned for over the years at this moment. Not even divine beings could thwart her dream from unfolding. Otherwise, it would be a case of striking down whatever stood in her way. The demonic beasts of the celestial realm are far more troublesome than those of the mortal world, Qing murmured, a lingering trepidation in her heart. She raised her left wrist to wipe the sweat from her brow, noticing the tightly twisted sleeves around her arm, adorned with a row of uneven small holes. These were all marks left by that bird, which bore a resemblance to a swan and avian adept in sound waves, unleashing a barrage of piercing sonic needles with a mere opening of its beak. Fortunately, her rigorous training had endowed her with a physique comparable to that of a spiritual artifact, though it was a pity for her fine attire. Her left wrist was encircled by several loops of fabric bracelets, a delicate silk cloth tightly twisted around it. This silk was Qing's most significant support and her greatest fortune. Originally a celestial treasure, it had traversed many hands before falling into Qing's possession, into a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. For a prolonged period, it served as a mere rag until Qing, in her initial cultivation stages, discovered its peculiarities and its hidden secrets. The silk bore a spirit, which Qing affectionately named Xiaobu. Xiaobu harbored an array of mystical techniques, which Qing regarded as the golden key to her transmigration. In many respects, Qing's audacious independence as a solitary cultivator was bolstered by the backing of the silk. After all, the silk encompassed an entire collection of celestial artifacts, rivaling the legacies of the grand sex within the cultivation world. The silk communicated with her thoughts. How do you feel about that merely ordinary demonic beast? Have you arrived at your destination? Qing surveyed her surroundings, hesitating as she spoke. I feel like we've been here long enough in this desolate wilderness. Could there possibly be some hidden sanctuary? The silken figure urged, take a closer look. It was undoubtedly a case of stumbling into some sort of barrier or array. With a firm grip of her right hand, Qing was about to summon her life sword, when a bolt of lightning suddenly struck above her head. Enveloped in a brilliant blue-violet glow, she uttered a string of expletives as she was knocked backward. In the blink of an eye, the scene before her transformed once again, revealing a sun-kissed beach. "It seems this is indeed your place of fortune," the silken figure remarked, surveying the area first. With a swift movement akin to a carp leaping, Qing steadied herself, realizing she had entered a small secret realm. In this enchanted space, the mountains were modest in stature, obscured by thick white mist, while within lay a vast, deep blue lake, its surface unmarred by the slightest ripple. She stood on a narrow stretch of sandy beach, less than 2 meters wide, adjacent to the tranquil waters. Not far from the beach, nestled between the mountains and the lake, was a grove of white trees adorned with crimson leaves, forming a semicircle around the water. The proximity of the mountains and lake accentuated the compactness of this secret realm. "Look above the trees," the silken figure exclaimed with delight. Qing followed her gaze, spotting a radiant, multicolored phenomenon flowing above the white branches and the red-leaf canopy. "Xia Ing Hong Ni," the silken figure declared with certainty. "A rare treasure that can enhance your cultivation and nourish your soul. Consume it, and you will at least ascend to the spirit immortal leveled. In the celestial realm, cultivation is broadly categorized into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and spirit, further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. To ascend from the mortal realm to the celestial domain, one must undergo a transformation in the ascension pool, where celestial essence is infused into their being, shedding their mortal bones and reshaping their celestial roots, thereby entering the realm of spirit celestial. Spirit celestial represents merely the initial stage of true ascension. The small primordial infant of Qing is leagues away from even the lower tier of spirit celestial. Yet, by consuming the radiant essence of sunlight, combined with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, she could at the very least achieve the form of a spirit celestial. With the celestial techniques provided by the silken cloth, attaining the spirit celestial state is merely a matter of time. However, upon encountering such rare materials, why not take this shortcut? The silken cloth urged Qing to gather the treasures, but she hesitated, gazing at the lake's surface. The treasure atop the tree was dazzling, yet the waters of the lake stirred a profound trepidation within her, so much so that despite knowing the rarity of the radiant essence, she was reluctant to approach it. "What are you waiting for?" The silken cloth pressed at that moment. Qing's expression shifted dramatically. With a sudden movement, she plunged into the water, landing amidst a cluster of lakeside stones. Her head retracted, her complexion changing. She instantly transformed into a stone indistinguishable from the pale brownish-gray rocks, remaining utterly motionless. Chapter 2. The Celestials. As her cultivation advanced, her ability to foresee danger grew ever stronger. Blessed by fate, she possessed an innate skill of invisibility. As long as she refrained from exerting her spiritual energy, she could seamlessly merge with her surroundings. Even the keenest of divine senses would struggle to detect her presence. Zhuangbu was well aware of Qing's capabilities and lapsed into silence. After a full 3 minutes, the air within the small secret realm rippled, and 2 somewhat disheveled figures tumbled in. Cautiously, Qing, disguised as a stone, cast a glance. Noting that the attire of the man and woman starkly contrasted with the style of the 3 clans of the Xiaoli realm. The items they bore and the weapons they wielded were certainly not of Xiaoli origin. They were celestials. Her heart, steady as a stone, nearly leaped from her chest, but Qing swiftly regained her composure. After a few seconds of mental recalibration, she cast another quick glance, eager to ascertain whether her invisibility would hold against celestials. No detection. Another look yielded the same result. A further examination still revealed nothing. She attempted to gaze intently at the pair, her eyes fluttering like butterflies, avoiding a fixed stare. The 2 remained oblivious, though it was possible that they had noticed the overly excited Xiang Hongni. Qing observed them calmly as they intimately clasped hands and ascended to the treetops opposite, extracting nearly arm-length jade vials to collect the Xiang Hongni, their expressions brimming with delight. A tinge of regret washed over her. Oh, how she wished the treasures had fallen into her grasp. Yet, in a sudden twist of fate, the male celestial unexpectedly seized the female celestial by the throat, claiming the treasure for himself. Whatever conversation transpired between them left the female celestial in tears. Qing felt a chill in her heart, instantly raising her wariness towards the celestials by 12 notches. As she awaited sympathy for the fleeting beauty, the situation took an unexpected turn. The male celestial being, poised to silence her, suddenly let out a harrowing scream as his form erupted into a cloud of crimson mist. Strangely, the blood mist, suspended in the air, did not descend but was devoured in a single gulp by a scorpion beast adorned with moth-like wings. This creature, measuring over a foot in length, appeared to have emerged from the very body of the male celestial. The female celestial, unfazed, attended to her appearance while gathering the fallen possessions of her counterpart. Despite the considerable distance, Qing could discern the ruthless decisiveness and mocking cruelty etched upon her face. Her wariness towards the celestial realm and its beings was palpable, reaching an utmost level of vigilance. The creature was a form of insect control, a branch of beast mastery. Wanbu willingly provided clarification. Qing, taken aback, inquired if it was not a form of sorcery. Her demeanor shifted instantly. My daughter would never engage in such sordid practices. Wanbu retorted coldly. Do you have any say in the matter? Qing fell silent, reflecting on her inability to prevent her brother-in-law, a monk, from secretly imparting teachings to Hunwan. Ultimately, her daughter had grown into adulthood, charting her own course. She refrained from further inquiries regarding insect cultivation, opting instead to take flight and circle above the lake. Surveying the water's surface from various angles, Wanbu expressed regret, stating, I suggested you collect the Xiang Hongni. Qing, pressing her feet against the water's surface, dismissed the notion nonchalantly. That is of no consequence. Fortunately, I refrained from collecting it. Otherwise, those two would have likely discovered my presence. Wanbu queried, do you believe they would notice while in the water? Qing chuckled lightly. Have you realized the issue with this water's surface? What issue? Although the silk cloth discovered nothing, he firmly believed that if Qing claimed there was an issue, then there must indeed be one. Xiao Li's ascension to the celestial realm was significantly aided by him, and the heavenly path would surely reward him for his efforts. Qing shared this unwavering conviction, having received a divine revelation. Strangely enough, this living being had formed a pact with a young mythical beast, the legendary Golden Devourer. Initially, she was not in haste to ascend to the celestial realm, but the Golden Devourer urged her on, compelling her to venture alone into the Tianin continent for reconnaissance. One quiet night, amidst a void of consciousness, a flame suddenly ignited within her mind, dancing about as if guiding her towards her destiny. As a master of forging, her longing for a remarkable spiritual fire had long been established. She had no reason to doubt that this was a celestial reward and fulfillment. After enduring a tumultuous journey fraught with peril, she arrived at her destination. The lake was nearly perfect in its roundness, with a gently arched surface that rose slightly in the center. The silk cloth exclaimed, Is that so? Qing affirmed with certainty. She submerged herself, swimming a few circles beneath the surface. The lakebed was pristine, composed solely of fine sand, devoid of aquatic plants, fish, or shrimp. From the edges to the depths, the incline of the lake's bottom was remarkably smooth, as if meticulously polished, prompting Qing to think of the phrase, crafted by divine hands. The silk cloth remarked, Though it appears almost too orderly, I am quite certain this is a natural formation. Qing responded, Indeed, this lake is essentially spherical. The silk cloth pondered. It feels as though something is amiss with that statement. Is it a half-cut sphere? Its surface is also spherical, though it may not be immediately apparent. Nonetheless, it is. What of the silk cloth heart? Do you perceive a problem with this water? Qing remarked, The ball is focusing the light. She stood at the bottom of the lake, gazing towards the shore, and through the shimmering water's surface, the sunlight outside appeared even more resplendent. Amidst the rippling reflections, the grove resembled a colorful fringe of eyelashes. She peered deeper into the lake's depths, observing the orderly lakebed, reminiscent of molten hot dumplings falling into ice cream. A sudden craving for ice cream surged within her. Inexplicably, the water felt warm. The silk cloth urged, Go take a look. Do you not feel as though you are beneath? Qing responded, That female immortal has descended before and found nothing amiss. I am not her. My fortune is quite abundant. With that, she propelled herself upward and swiftly dove toward the center of the lake. The silk cloth rolled her eyes, exclaiming, What a grand face you have. The center of the lake was notably deeper, and Qing silently calculated the distance, then joyfully exclaimed to the silk cloth, Did you know? The lakebed is a perfect hemisphere. The silk cloth replied, Oh, and so? Qing continued, What a splendid ladle. Can we take it with us? The lake interjected, Am I merely a ladle? The silk cloth responded, Certainly, as long as you can excavate it, provided there is sufficient space. This lake harbored not a single live shrimp, perfectly suited to your dimension. Qing possessed a spatial realm, a fragment of a celestial treasure within her sea of consciousness, incapable of accommodating living creatures. Her sea of consciousness also contained ruthless threads, bloodthirsty pearls, and the Devil Emperor's decree, entirely discarded celestial artifacts. To put it another way, her mind was cluttered with debris she was destined to scavenge. And within her space resided two formidable entities. One was an unhatched egg. Its forebear a sinner sealed within the thunderous realm of the Littlely realm, who, on the brink of death, entrusted the egg with its legacy. Now a mere wisp of soul, the enigmatic behemoth compelled Qing to form a contract, declaring it bound to the egg as its master. With the promise that once Qing escorted it to the celestial realm, the contract would be naturally dissolved. In exchange, it established an intricate barrier within Qing that could not be discerned by others. Previously, the Dragon Clan had utilized dragon orbs to scrutinize Qing's entire being and soul, yet her origins and the contents of her sea of consciousness remained undiscovered. Chapter 3. Scorching Sunlight. Another prominent figure is the golden devouring beast, which somehow found its way to the Littlely realm, carrying with it a secret domain brimming with treasures, akin to a bottle for its sustenance. The golden devouring beast also entered into a contract with Qing, linking its lair to her spatial domain within her sea of consciousness. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, Qing's daughter, Yin, caught its attention, leading it to conceal its identity and follow her, forbidding Qing from revealing its true nature or their connection. Thus, Qing bore the weight of two ancestral spirits. If either of these two young ancestors were to falter, she would face the consequences. Consequently, she found herself unable to refuse their demands. The journey to the celestial realm was a command from the golden devouring beast, prompting her to venture into the Tian continent to explore. Fortunately, these two young ancestors rarely interfered with her affairs, allowing her to carry on as though they did not exist. Moreover, neither the egg nor the beast required her care, making them significantly easier to manage than her daughter, Yin had been in her early years, which had demanded considerable effort. The lakebed remained a pristine expanse of fine sand. Qing produced a high-grade earth-escaping talisman and descended without hindrance, simultaneously releasing her divine sense to scan the surroundings. Her descent was unimpeded, traversing through normal layers of sand, soil, and rock, in such profound depths no plant roots could be found, rendering the environment exceedingly clean. Thus, where was the spiritual fire? The silk cloth remarked objectively. Heaven likely had no leisure for such matters. It would not regard you with such esteem. Qing pondered. With silk cloth present, it shall never drift. Does it mean that what lies below cannot ascend to the heavens? She gazed skyward, contemplating the existence of another dimensional realm. Frustrated with her rudimentary understanding of physics, she lamented, who could have foreseen that knowledge deemed irrelevant in the modern world would prove invaluable in the realm of cultivation? If given another chance, I would clutch a book from the moment of my birth and dedicate every fleeting second to study. Xiaobu, assist me in locating spatial traces. She implored. I am merely a collector of items, the silk cloth sighed. Perhaps you should beseech the heavens for guidance. Suddenly, Qing knelt, her forehead touching the ground as she murmured, Father. The silk cloth remarked, I must say, I have never witnessed such a graceful act of kneeling in my life. After maintaining her position for nearly a minute, Qing sprang to her feet, brimming with vitality. It is precisely at the center of the lake. The silk cloth gasped in astonishment. Did the heavenly way truly reveal this to you? Is kneeling truly so effective? What nonsense! Qing retorted with disdain. I sensed it through the fire spirit energy within me. The silk cloth scoffed. You sensed it? How could you detect it underground, yet not above? Is that female immortal not more capable of sensing it than you? Thus, it seems the heavens have indeed opened your eyes. With reverence, Qing clasped her hands and exclaimed, Thank you, Father. She then leaped into the water, swimming towards the location she had sensed. The silk cloth questioned in confusion. Why do you insist on calling him Father? Qing replied, You cannot comprehend. These two words encapsulate the most profound, sincere, and reverent affection that emanates from the depths of my being. My heart, can only be expressed through these two syllables. Most importantly, such unashamedly playful behavior is a strategy, both offensive and defensive. When her father is pleased, he might let a few things slip through his fingers. But if he is displeased, he simply tells her to leave, to which she responds with a cheerful all right. Relying on fate to get by is hardly a source of shame. The silk cloth seems to be muddled. Do those two characters truly possess some extraordinary power? When she encounters her own challenges, she might as well call upon her father to test it out. Qing stood firm, having reached the position of the spirit fire. With nothing before her but the lake, where the surface remains hidden and the depths unfathomable. The spirit fire resides here, in another realm. The thunder dragon's arms surged with electric energy, her right arm suddenly becoming robust, the dragon scales hardening, her hand transforming into a claw with sharp talons. With a fierce swipe towards the clear, empty lake, the lightning and blazing golden fire surged forth. She was merely at the nascent soul level and possessed no spatial power. Thus the thunder dragon's arm could not tear through the fabric of space. She was merely taking a gamble, trusting that fate would surely assist her. Suddenly, the space before her vanished, and the weight of the lake's water came crashing down from behind. Qing found herself uncontrollably tumbling forward. Her vision of blue and green water rapidly retreating, replaced by a brilliant, resplendent yellow, light and fire. She had found it. The scorching sun as flames. The silk cloth gasped, inwardly cursing, "You might truly be the favored daughter of heaven." Qing had already covered her eyes. "Ah, I'm blinded, I'm blinded, I'm blinded." She spoke no falsehood. She was indeed blinded. The moment she entered, an indescribably bright light shone directly into her eyes, and she instantly felt the outer layer of her eyeball begin to melt. Terrifying. Was she to become a blind cultivator? In a flurry, she turned away, channeling her spiritual energy to mend her injuries. The energy surged through her meridians, nourishing her eyes through the delicate vessels, only to be swiftly dissolved by a fierce radiance. Advancing relentlessly, the silk cloth exclaimed in urgency, "I almost forgot. Hurry, restore your vision." What? A technique filled her mind, accompanied by both text and illustrations. As the silk cloth urged her to assume the posture depicted, Qing, ever compliant, arranged her form into a peculiar stance reminiscent of soaring into the sky before examining the text. Upon seeing it, her expression darkened. "I cannot comprehend this." It was not her fault, for she was illiterate. Although she had previously studied the cultural knowledge of the lesserly realm, the cultural evolution over 1,000,000 years of exile had inevitably diverged and fractured from the mainstream of the celestial realm, resulting in a natural evolution of characters. Suddenly, the characters flickered and swiftly transformed into the familiar script of the lesserly realm. The silk cloth remarked, "I have modified it for you. However, you must quickly learn the characters of the celestial realm. It would be rather inconvenient to order a dish there and require my translation, wouldn't it?" Qing nodded, her mind already immersed in the text. This was a technique specifically designed to refine one's vision. The body is the finest vessel. Nothing compares to its intricacy, wonder, and freedom. Even a life-bound artifact cannot match the comprehensive functionality of the body. Moreover, the body serves as the vessel for both spirit and cultivation. Who would willingly forsake their body unless faced with an insurmountable dead end? The most common practice for refining the body is physical enhancement. However, there exist certain specialized techniques that can specifically elevate particular abilities. For instance, the heightened sense of smell of herb gatherers or the acute hearing of beast tamers. Such techniques are rather niche within the lesserly realm, as those available there are not considered superior. The cultivation techniques, when practiced, yield benefits far inferior to those gained from elevating one's own cultivation level. As such, she paid little heed to them. At this moment, under the scorching sun, the silk fabric reminded her of the advantages, and she promptly retrieved the technique for refining her vision. In the epilogue, the story unfolds. A colossal transparent balloon floated gracefully in the air, oscillating in a celestial dance reminiscent of planetary bodies. Each balloon encapsulated a distinct scene, populated by diverse individuals. Beneath the transparent balloons, nearly invisible threads connected them to the hands of the onlookers. This idle crowd, holding their snacks in various poses, epitomized those bored to the extreme, seeking amusement to pass the time. Among them were men and women, young and old. The soul boy, empty-handed, repeatedly lamented, "Andy, I have grown up. I can operate the system now." His exasperated voice elicited a mere tilt of the head from the indifferent deity. "She, huh? What? Minors are prohibited from using the system. It is a dangerous item," she retorted. The boy protested. "I merely wish to select a target within the myriad realms and offer a bit of guidance. I wouldn't act personally. You expelled the foreign guest who brought this device. Surely what you created poses no danger." Yushi waved her hand dismissively. "Flattery will get you nowhere. Convince your father or mother to grant you permission." The child persisted in his plea, while another voice rang out, "Mother, I can't take it anymore. It's the apocalypse again." As Night Creek felt a sharp pain in her head, she instinctively reached out her fingers. Without taking a moment to closely observe the small world created by Long Xiaoye's deployment system, Feng Xiaoxi beside her exclaimed, "Mother, I cannot bear this any longer. They intend to merge into mutants. Take a look." Upon hearing the term mutants, a throng of onlookers, both big and small, rushed over. Clamoring in disarray, "What are you conjuring in your mind? How many times has this occurred? Do they seek to bring about the apocalypse?" Night Creek, overwhelmed by the commotion, sighed, "I have merely watched a film. It is all fabricated, purely fictitious. The world's consciousness cannot possibly simulate reality. Alas, I shall take care of it. This universe inherently repels the true zombie virus. Those derivative so-called apocalyptic scenarios and zombies are, at best, mere imitations and cannot establish a genuine climate." Yet, despite this assertion, the calamities and suffering inflicted upon the beings within are undeniably real. Xiao Baobao inquired, "Annihilation of worlds?" Night Creek replied, "What other choice is there? Allowing them to wreak havoc will only lead to untold disasters, rather than permitting their agonizing slow demise. It would be more efficient for me to extract all the energy from that realm, cleanse the soul force, and facilitate rebirth. Her intervention would go unnoticed even by the heavenly laws of that small realm, granting instantaneous liberation." Xiao Baobao nodded. "I merely wish to remind you that if this occurs too frequently, that individual will undoubtedly seek a conversation with you." Another wave of headache washed over Night Creek as she supported her head and moved toward the exit. Wu Guwei followed closely, stating, "I shall accompany you." Before the two could reach the doorway, a sudden gust of wind swept through, lifting the vast roof as if it were a mere veil. The assembled crowd instinctively looked up, only to see a familiar azure figure, prompting them to hastily lower their heads in feign ignorance. Night Creek stiffened, responding with a forced chuckle. As bamboo fell, the nearby roof was left in ruins. Night Creek moved her lips, suppressing her emotions. Bamboo gazed at her, questioning the contents within. The chill of the skull cap sent a shiver through her, yet Night Stream managed an awkward yet affectionate smile. "Well, I never anticipated that the world's consciousness would manifest even my most trivial absurd thoughts." Bamboo let out a hum. "Thanks to you, I have witnessed various apocalyptic scenarios." Night Stream felt increasingly uncomfortable. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? She had been officially acknowledged by this universe and had ascended to the position of deity in the outer realm. In her past, she had been candid with her close companions, revealing to them the intricacies of existence beyond this cosmos. Even without her candor, they would eventually come to know. For the outer realm had astonishingly actualized all the genuine, false, seen, heard, and imagined thoughts swirling in her mind. It was maddening how many films she had consumed. Each cinematic apocalypse bore its own unique flair. She had clandestinely managed several scenarios with Bamboo, and new ones continued to emerge. Bamboo remarked, as the deity, "The outer realm instinctively brings forth small worlds from your thoughts. Surely, you must be aware of this?" Unwilling to concede, No Return interjected, "Night Stream isn't a saint. What's wrong with harboring a few less than pleasant thoughts?" Night Stream cast a resentful glance. "What unpleasant thoughts have I harbored?" Bamboo replied, "A jumble of nonsense. No wonder the inhabitants of your world are left without a path." Upon hearing this, Night Stream felt disheartened. "Stop talking nonsense. They are thriving. The newly evolved humans, born from the zombie apocalypse, have risen with their home planet, leaving the old humans nailed to the pillar of shame." Bamboo dismissed her, striding towards the central area to observe the delicate balloons. The crowd silently parted, too intimidated to utter a word. Kong Kong discreetly whispered to Prince Liao, "Why do I feel like he is growing stronger? Do you think we can defeat him together?" The younger son gazed up, incredulous. "Mother, how can you harbor such lofty ambitions?" sighed Wang Ziliao inwardly. "As for the Savior's merit, he is undoubtedly far more formidable. It would be futile for us to join forces and invite disgrace upon ourselves." "Alas," he sighed, pitying both himself and Yi Shi, who, despite being a divine figure, remained oppressed by towering mountains. Juzi surveyed the array of balloons, some pristine while others were marred. Casting a glance towards Long Xiaoyi and Feng Xiaoxi, he noticed the two grandchildren hiding their faces, internally grumbling, "It's not our fault." With a flick of his finger, a balloon floated towards him, prompting a collective intake of breath from the onlookers. Feng Tuqiang forced a smile. This little world poses no threat. Juzi lightly brushed his fingers over the balloon, the images within swirling like water. In mere moments, he discerned the origins and connections, astonished and amused. "It turns out they are all your bloodlines. Did you intentionally gather together?" Witnessing his laughter, a wave of relief washed over everyone. Xiao Baobao hurried to clarify. No, no, it was merely a fortuitous coincidence. We stumbled upon this, and thus paid it some attention. Rest assured, we are merely bystanders, never to meddle recklessly. The crowd nodded in agreement, affirming that they had not engaged in any inappropriate actions. Juzi scrutinized each of Xiao Baobao, Jin Feng, Shi Xiao Er, Kong Kong, Feng Tu, and Wu Gui, ultimately remarking, "Your descendants are remarkably different from you." The assembly erupted in laughter, acknowledging the countless generations of lineage that had diluted their traits. Undoubtedly, they were far more endearing. Juzi spoke leisurely, and the attendees mused. Were it not for our inability to contend with the old fool, we would have long since taken arms against him. Is this Qing also from the apocalypse? Juzi inquired of Yishi. Yishi nodded affirmatively. I have already sent someone to guide her. There will be no collapse. Juzi pressed further. Does she have any relation to you? How could that be? Yishi chuckled. It was merely a fortuitous encounter. I granted her and another unfortunate child a small opportunity. As for Qing and Hunwan's fortune, indeed, it was a chance gift from me. And the little stone that has now become the heart of all realms played a part as well. Juzi nodded, considering the matter settled on his end. You must cultivate your heart and refrain from dwelling on trivialities. Yishi obediently acknowledged her misstep. Juzi's expression turned stern once more. Furthermore, cease engaging with chaotic elements. Do not allow disorderly things to infiltrate. He cast a pointed glance at Tun Tian, who shivered in response. Understood. Yishi, with a hint of resignation, remarked. The goddess Nuwa has also provided me with counsel. She even personally inspected and repaired the cosmic barrier, as if I had committed some grave error, when in truth, the barrier itself was simply thin. Satisfied, Juzi departed with an air of finality, while everyone collectively exhaled, converging around the balloon. They had feared Juzi might annihilate them. Thankfully, that was not the case. The connection to the celestial realm was established, which was promising. Now, it remained to be seen how far they could progress. Chapter 4. Fortune favors the bold. Consider yourself fortunate. The blazing sun was merely a nascent flame, its radiance akin to that of a rising sun. Gentle, yet invigorating, perfect for refining vision. The silken cloth cheerfully announced, once your vision is refined, you shall behold a broader panorama, capable of dispelling illusions. No fiend or specter shall evade your gaze. Qing, upon hearing the last sentence, pondered whether she had inadvertently ventured into a realm akin to the journey to the west, destined to cultivate the fiery eyes of discernment. Yet, such mastery is far from simple. Achieving the level I speak of requires persistent effort over an extended period. In any case, you must first moisten your eyes, clearing the blockages within. Taking advantage of this pure and radiant spiritual fire, illuminate your sea of consciousness to stabilize your spirit. While his words seemed straightforward, Qing found the execution to be quite arduous. The mere task of unblocking the meridians surrounding her eyes was enough to bring her to the brink of despair. The pain was excruciating. In her previous training, whether through the Golden Fire secret method, the Spring Deity technique, or body refinement, the expansion of meridians had never ventured close to her eyes. These practices placed little to no emphasis on the areas around the eyes, nose, mouth, or ears. As long as her eyes could see, her ears could hear, and her mouth could speak, that was sufficient. The essence of the techniques lay in enhancing one's cultivation. Other aspects seemed trivial. Thus, Qing was startled to discover that there remained untapped wilderness within her being. The process of awakening, it was agonizing, causing her to tremble incessantly. Particularly challenging was the requirement to guide the luminous spiritual energy with her own spiritual power, inching along a prescribed path. Possessing both golden and fire spiritual energies, which naturally harmonized with light, she found assistance from the Thunder Dragon arm, as both thunder and light hailed from the heavens and shared a kinship. Under the influence of these three energies, the proud luminous energy resembled a reluctant princess, seated in her phoenix carriage, weeping and refusing to depart, while a line of well-dressed guards wielded their blades, striking relentlessly. Countless blades plunged and twisted within her eye sockets, cutting and tearing, turning her tears into mere salt upon her wounds. Qing would certainly not give up, having endured so much pain. She was determined to reap some rewards, and given the intensity of her suffering, she felt compelled to persist until the very end, striving to obtain the greatest benefit. Wanbu admired this aspect of Qing. Her timidity in moments of uncertainty contrasted sharply with her audacity in critical situations. The delicate princess finally descended from her palanquin, her petite feet striking the ground at her in-law's abode with a thunderous sound, blood and tears flowing freely. With a resounding thud, her small foot struck again. The tears dried up, giving way to blood. Another step, and 2 streams of crimson gushed forth uncontrollably. Qing trembled, stifling sobs, as Wanbu consoled her. "It's not so glaring now, is it?" To which Qing retorted inwardly, "What nonsense! Before me lies a blinding sea of scarlet. I never wish to behold this hue again in my life." Seizing this momentum, she steeled herself to break through the barriers of her consciousness. Wanbu referred to the obstacles between the upper dantian and the sea of consciousness. Qing nearly choked on her own blood. Break through the barriers? She had scarcely begun to explore her upper dantian. This was akin to leaping from the primitive era straight into towering skyscrapers. "Silence. I shall do it myself," she thought resolutely, dismissing any further distractions and focusing all her energy on her eyes. Wanbu fell silent, yet anxiety and concern gnawed at him. After all, the blazing sun, a force of intense heat, was among the most formidable in the celestial realm. Should word get out that Qing possessed such a perilous gift, her life would be forfeit. It was a mystery how fate had bestowed upon her such a troublesome burden. Contemplating deeply, Wanbu resolved that despite his disdain for Qing's survival instincts, once they entered the celestial realm, she must indeed endure. The knowledge of the blazing sun's power must not escape her lips. Once Qing managed to tame the spirit fire, he intended to have a serious discussion with her. This matter must remain undisclosed even to Huan. Huan is reliable, yet the entire Chaohua clan cannot be guaranteed. As the Silk pondered how to conceal this opportunity, Qing finally succeeded in unblocking the meridians around her eyes, in accordance with her cultivation method. Beneath her eyes hung 2 curtains of blood, her eyelashes drenched and askew. The spiritual energy intertwined with the luminous force danced in a grand cosmic shift, and once the light energy grew accustomed to its flow, it actively expelled the spiritual energy. The searing energy whirled within a delicate web, resonating with a thunderous roar as it surged towards each other. After an unknown number of collisions, with a resounding crash, the 2 forces finally broke through their final barrier and connected. Simultaneously, a rush of fresh blood erupted from Qing's nostrils, while the spiritual energy from her dantian surged in a tumultuous tide, urgently creating new blood. Her innate weapon, the White Kiss, along with the young forms of the Thunder Dragon and the Serpent, shielded the equally tender and slumbering nascent soul within the whirlpool of spiritual energy, frolicking blissfully. Utterly oblivious to their master's worries, the intense energy flowed through the regions around her eyes, and Qing felt both pain and ecstasy. The formidable force from the sun obliterated impurities within her body, destroying aged cells while simultaneously stimulating the emergence of healthier ones. In front, the dilapidated structures were being dismantled, while in the rear, a spacious and radiant palace was being erected. Indeed, a palace. At this very moment, she felt as if she were ensconced in a magnificent palace fashioned from fresh sunlight, or more precisely, her eyes resembled a grand hall built upon the cleanest snow of the loftiest mountains, basking in the purest sunlight. It was both cool and warm, as if she could savor the sweetness of the snow. In her ears, the silk murmured, "Excellent, the technique is now flowing smoothly." Gradually, the luminous spiritual energy is introduced into the dantian, merging with your own spiritual force. After traversing the great circulation, it strikes the sea of consciousness. Qing, following the instructions of the silk cloth, simultaneously emanates slender strands of luminous energy from both sides of the eye domain, flowing parallel downwards towards the dantian, where it makes a brief turn before exiting from the other end. By Wen and Lei long safeguard the nascent soul, welcoming the golden luminous energy as it enters, and bidding it farewell as it departs, their mouths betraying them with a shameful drool, revealing a gluttonous delight. A thunderous force akin to 1,000 galloping horses surges over Yashan. The immense impact and the sensation above cause Qing to abruptly tilt her head back and be propelled backward. Upon her entry, she was blinded by the intense light. Hastily turning around, and thus completely unaware of the circumstances within this small space, the silk cloth, focused intently on her cultivation method, had not observed closely, now glancing around. It is alarmed to discover that this space is filled with the pure essence of solar power. The golden to white hues saturate the vision, yet within, a warm, water-like red subtly emerges. This is the true form of the blazing sun's fire. However, as it has only just come into being, its power is still minimal. Hence the gentle warmth of the red. At this moment, Qing is clearly heading toward this fledgling flame. But, No matter how small a spiritual fire may be, it is still fire, especially when it originates from the sun. To collide directly with it, it would be miraculous if Qing were not reduced to ashes. Ideally, one should gradually introduce the luminous energy to foster a sense of affinity with Qing's spiritual force before delicately approaching the spiritual fire. Yet, time is of the essence. In a state of urgency, the silk cloth swiftly expands, transforming into a large, thin veil that envelopes Qing entirely. Being a celestial artifact, it should provide some measure of protection. After the sudden fall, Qing quickly regained her composure, immediately sensing the anomaly. She shouted in anger, "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me?" Chapter 5. For Mischief Maker's spiritual energy surged into her sea of consciousness, its terrifying pull causing Qing's meridians and dantian to tremble slightly. An even greater force was directly drawn towards the spiritual fire through the luminous energy. In the sea of consciousness, various entities vied for dominance. The space, bloodthirsty pearl, merciless threads, and the demon emperor's decree contended for absorption. Additionally, the soul power, akin to ocean waves, stirred up tumultuous surges, eager to partake in the feast. Qing was almost driven to laughter. "Are you trying to kill me?" The ocean joyfully cascaded into layers of frothy white waves, seemingly playful, while the space, bloodthirsty pearl, merciless threads, and the demon emperor's decree conveyed a singular message: hungry, thirsty, famished. Qing. She suspected that the entities in her mind were utterly absurd, aware of their incompleteness and their desperate yearning to become whole. They showed no regard for her safety as the host. Was this truly acceptable? The four insatiable mouths of waste exclaimed, "I won't listen, I won't listen." At least there was the reliable silk cloth, albeit it was drenched in cold sweat. This is troublesome. They were unmistakably intent on pulling the scorching sun directly into the sea of consciousness. Her physical strength was barely that of a spirit immortal. Utilize the spirit absorption stone. Channel all techniques and pray for divine favor to successfully endure this tribulation. Qing's expression shifted. The spiritual fire was not so easily subdued. Years ago, she had contemplated the idea of subduing the ethereal fire, thoroughly immersing herself in the knowledge surrounding it. Given her circumstances, the most prudent course would be to confine the spiritual flame within her dantian, or perhaps within another part of her being, or even in an artifact, allowing it to fully merge before transferring it to her sea of consciousness. This approach would provide the utmost assurance. Otherwise, the spiritual flame was notoriously unruly. If it were to directly penetrate her soul, it would lead to a fate of disintegration. Now, the situation had escalated, for entities within her, driven by a desperate need to augment their own essence, were intent on igniting her with flames, heedless of her demise. How audacious! Did they expect to claim her legacy upon her death to fulfill their own aspirations? Preposterous. She immediately settled into a meditative posture, unleashing the full force of her internal techniques. The spring divine art for cultivating the soul, the golden fire secret technique for refining her spiritual roots, and the body refinement technique were all pushed to their utmost limits. As soon as the spirit stones were retrieved from her spatial realm, they were swiftly absorbed, disintegrating into powder before being consumed by a radiant golden light. Unbeknownst to Qing, who was entirely enveloped in silk, she plummeted into a magnificent sea of golden luminescence, facing a vibrant red flame nearly nose to nose. The flickering tongues of the flame seemed to exhibit curiosity, refusing to retreat. A slender red thread emerged from the flame, piercing through the silk and entering her right eye, traversing into her sea of consciousness. Though merely a fine filament, it ignited an excruciating sensation akin to being scorched by 10 suns in close proximity, a torment so intense it felt unbearable. Yet, for Qing, retreat was not an option. Strangely, she did not experience the same level of agony. Instead, a fleeting moment of sharp pain radiated from her right eye, so brief that she could not even utter a sound before it vanished. She presumed it to be a mere figment of her imagination. Within the depths of her consciousness, she observed with clarity the tumultuous waves surging through the vast expanse. The four corners were distinct, each embodying elements of space, relentless threads, the blood-red pearl, and the unyielding decree of the demon emperor emanating an invisible energy. For pillars of energy converged above her consciousness, where the external spiritual force descended and transformed into billowing clouds of pale gold and deep crimson, swirling around the periphery of her mind's sea. Gradually, the sky above her consciousness became a tapestry of clouds, thickening and intensifying, pressing down upon the surface of the sea. The snow-white waves rolled up, crashing against the clouds, where the clash of hot and cold gave rise to falling raindrops. As the raindrops struck the sea's surface, the waves suddenly became tranquil, lying still like a satiated cat. The raindrops intertwined to form a delicate curtain of rain, sending splashes dancing across the water, singing a joyful melody. The rain intensified, while the clouds thinned, yet at the center, where the clouds swirled in vibrant hues, a gentle warmth of red gradually emerged. Silken fabric sighed in relief. They had truly drawn in the blazing sun. Heaven bless. In the space infused with the essence of sunlight, a small flicker of red flame continued to dance playfully, seemingly unaware that its form was diminishing, perhaps having just been born and never having encountered outsiders. It remained oblivious to the treachery of human hearts. The little creature, filled with curiosity, boldly approached the strange intruder. Noticing that this peculiar visitor remained motionless, it reached out its tiny red hand to touch. Unmoved, like a stone, the intruder sparked even greater curiosity in the little one, who then leaped onto her face. Through the silken fabric, the fiery little hand gently smacked against her cheek, producing a soft, crisp sound. Strangely, she felt as if she had heard a faint, infantile laughter in response. The game of slapping faces is a favorite pastime of the little infant. She is unaware of her own thoughts, instinctively summoning the waters of her consciousness to morph into a snow-white hand, gently caressing the air above her mind and sketching an incomplete solar shape. Outside her realm of perception, Qing remains still, yet a tender smile graces her lips. The infant flame seems to have noticed that gentle curve. A tiny figure leans closer, peering through the silk fabric for an extended moment. Suddenly, with a delighted squeal, the little paw strikes out, a sharp clap resounding. A sting radiates from her cheek, and Qing muses, mischievous child. The flame brushes lightly against her lips, the silk fabric bearing the brunt of this intense heat. And the little fire refuses to retreat, threatening to incinerate everything around it. At that moment, the blazing infant flame discovers something even more amusing. It finally notices the slender red thread extending from itself. With a playful tug, it darts along the thread with a swift motion. In Qing's mind, a cataclysmic roar erupts, waves crashing into one another before transforming into vapor in the blink of an eye. Amidst the explosion of white mist, entities such as the merciless thread, the blood bead, and the demon emperor's decree scatter chaotically. Outside, the tender red flame suddenly takes on a ferocious demeanor, roaring and clawing at the expanse of Qing's consciousness. It is evident that the blazing sun has realized it has entered a perilous domain, a place rife with danger and malice. It yearns to incinerate everything in its vicinity, to obliterate the confines that bind it. Meanwhile, Qing feels the heat intensifying, a crackling sound emanating from above as her hair succumbs to the sweltering temperature, singeing and releasing the scent of roasting flesh, as she teeters on the brink of being thoroughly cooked. The silk cloth was taken aback, yet powerless. As it found itself in a state of disarray, its mind somewhat clouded. Qing observed the seawater within the sea of consciousness diminish by half, and in alarm, exclaimed, "My goodness!" In response to that outcry, a burst of golden light suddenly shot forth from the depths of the sea of consciousness, rushing toward the rampaging blazing sun. This golden light gracefully descended upon the scorching sun, causing it to momentarily falter before settling down as if soothed by a tranquilizer. The immense fiery mass contracted until it transformed into a small, round, and lustrous red orb. Simultaneously, Qing felt as though she had consumed a crate of patchouli oil. Her spirit was revitalized, and her soul found peace. The four mischief makers crawled up from their corner, collectively sighing in relief. Thank goodness for the merit. This merit was earned by Qing as she summoned the Ghost Gate and, in collaboration with Shui Exine, sent the spirits of the three clans into the netherworld. Averting a great calamity, typically reluctant to expend such merit, she now released it all to pacify the blazing sun. Feeling her merit dwindle, Qing's heart raced in anguish. Yet she felt a sense of relief that she still retained a small fragment, at least securing a trace of spiritual fire. Chapter 6. Birds, Inhumanity Outside, the Silk Cloth. Having narrowly escaped peril, shouted, "Be careful." Qing barely had time to gather her thoughts before a deafening roar filled her ears, and her body felt weightless, as if thrown into the air. Strangely, the searing heat had vanished, replaced by an extraordinary coolness within her being. This made Qing feel somewhat guilty. Should her painstakingly nurtured child be snatched away, she would undoubtedly take up arms in wrath. As her body rolled uncontrollably and her vision blurred, she heard a cracking sound. akin to the shattering of space. Surely, it could not be trying to end my life, could it? It is unlikely. You have been charred by the blazing sun. It merely expresses its wrath. Qing also felt the same. I do not feel scorched at all. Wanbu remarked. Adjust your attitude. Once it has vented sufficiently, it will dissipate. Qing was taken aback. Dissipate? What a shame. This is pure energy from the sun. If only it could be harnessed for crafting artifacts. Wanbu sensed her thoughts. Let us not forsake the watermelon for the sesame seeds. If you attempt to absorb it forcefully, it may lead to mutual destruction. After a pause, she added, perhaps this essence of the sun, if it were to fall elsewhere, could nurture another flame of spirit. Qing understood. One must not be greedy and should leave blessings for future generations. You understand these things, remarked Wanbu. I learned them in the past, Wanbu replied calmly. If you do not appreciate it, there is no need to listen. Qing responded, I do appreciate it. Have I not always acted this way? I have never severed the roots when gathering spiritual plants. She smiled. I thought you learned this from me. Wanbu replied. What an audacious claim. As if I had learned from you. From an unseen perspective, a massive, resplendent golden flame surged through the space, shooting into the sky before vanishing. The sound of collapsing space and energy fluctuations stirred several groups of people in the distance. The swift sounds echoed as clusters of individuals converged from various directions, witnessing a small realm collapsing before their eyes. Within mere moments, the diminutive space was wholly devoured by the main expanse, leaving them no opportunity for a closer inspection, nor any chance to discern the treasures that had once existed within. A lament filled the air. Some gazed skyward, only to find the clouds languid, devoid of any trace of treasures. Alas, we have arrived too late. The crowd dispersed in silence, while the golden flames rampaged, intent on incinerating the thief who had dared to steal its treasures. Yet, the scorching sun acknowledged her instinct to protect herself. The golden flames, despite their ferocity, could only ravage her meridians and flesh, never claiming her life. Ultimately, after traversing several layers of different skies, the flames relinquished their pursuit, casting her downwards with considerable force. With a sudden rush, Qing plunged into an unfathomable blue abyss, unexpectedly choking on water and hastily holding her breath. A scan of her body revealed extensive internal damage. Her meridians were severed, the acupoints on her dantian erupted, and her spiritual energy lay stagnant, rendering her incapable of mobilizing it for healing. Externally, her garments were in tatters, whether it was the outermost treasure robe, the inner garment of shark silk, or the protective undergarment fashioned from toad skin. All had been consumed by the flames, leaving her bare. Her skin bore extensive burns, though ironically, these would be the easiest to mend. Within this space, there were medicines. She summoned them forth with her consciousness for internal and external application, carelessly donning whatever attire she could find. As currents surged around her, Qing, relying on the elixirs to restore a modicum of her spiritual energy, found herself unable to break free. She resigned herself to the flow, focusing on recuperation, while the silk fabric remained vigilant to the movements of the seabed, hoping they would not encounter ferocious marine beasts. Perhaps luck was still on Qing's side. As she drifted along peacefully, though she did not break the surface, the journey was remarkably tranquil, with the most formidable creatures they encountered being harmless schools of fish. On this day, Qing finally managed to repair her spiderweb-like meridians and reconnect them to her dantian. Before she could even circulate her spiritual energy for a complete cycle, a sudden tightness at her waist pulled her upwards with tremendous force, the speed of which left her no room for resistance. With a resounding splash, she found herself dazed, gazing upon mountains, the sea, and confronting the vast expanse of the sky. The slender fishing lines soared into the sky, twirling several times before descending swiftly. Qing was caught off guard, the wind buffeting her face, making it difficult for her to open her eyes. When she finally managed to do so, she was met with the striking visage of a handsome man. A moment of confusion struck her. Was this truly a person? A pang of anxiety surged within her as she thought, this cannot be human. A silent plea echoed in her mind. Do not let him discover my identity under this scorching sun. The man surveyed her from head to toe, the fishing line spinning her in circles for what felt like an eternity. She appeared to be merely a minor yuaning, albeit severely injured. How peculiar, she pondered. How had she ended up here? Fearful that he might inquire about her situation, she felt her meager abilities would be insufficient to deceive a celestial being. Fortunately, the man seemed devoid of curiosity. Though youthful and tender, she was aware that her flesh, while not as nourishing as that of a dragon fish, possessed a unique flavor. Panic surged within her as she noticed the hard scales slowly emerging on the man's wrist. Daring not to contemplate his true identity, she hastily exclaimed, "My lord, I am of value. I am an artifact refiner." The man appeared momentarily taken aback, as if astonished that a mere mortal could speak. He blinked and then erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. An artifact refiner? You are nothing more than a mundane immortal, not even a spiritual immortal. What use do we, the demons, have for your pitiful trinkets?" Suspended by the fishing line, Qing's heart raced in desperation, her mind racing with visions of being disemboweled. "Wait, I can cook. I am a chef, a renowned chef." The man's advance halted, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. "A chef, you say? That might hold some merit." Qing nodded fervently. Yes, I am indeed of great utility." The man cast a suspicious glance her way, suddenly exuding a heavy aura. "You are not deceiving me for the sake of fleeing, are you?" Qing felt a painful compression in her body. The meridians that had just healed now hinted at a potential rupture. Cursing inwardly, she nodded fervently. No, absolutely not. If you do not believe me, I shall demonstrate it to you right now." The man's imposing demeanor softened, transforming into an air of nonchalance. "I doubt you would dare. I will take you away." "Huh? Away? To where?" In the next moment, the man morphed into a colossal, fierce bird, letting out a piercing cry that shattered the azure skies. His claws gripping a taut thread. Qing, on the other end, was swept away like a tattered cloth, her waist yanked, causing her heels to strike against the back of her head, all while a triumphant melody resonated in her mind. The wind blows, it continues to blow. This bird, devoid of humanity. The silken cloth whispered, preserve the scorching sun and safeguard our secret. He is the divine eagle of penetration, with cultivation at least of the earth grade. Divine eagle? The silken cloth continued, the kind that slays dragons and consumes them. Qing retorted. Why not say he is the golden rock king? The silken cloth responded, even among the golden rocks, there are those who can devour dragons and those who feast on the earth, depending on the lineage. Wait, will he not detect our telepathic communication? The silken cloth assured her. No, unless he can sense your chaotic thoughts. What the silken cloth refrained from mentioning was its suspicion that the golden devouring beast or that egg had already provided Qing with a higher level of protection. Otherwise, with her meager cultivation, scarcely capable of covering the bottom of a bottle, she could not possibly conceal her secrets from the earth-grade divine eagle of penetration. Chapter 7. The dowry Qing was subjected to a brutal tugging by the merciless bird, and by the time she touched down, it felt as if her scalp had been wrenched from her skull. Numbly, she rose, trembling as she attempted to disentangle her ghostly long hair. Yet, the onlookers spared her not a single glance, much like a shopper at a market who is indifferent to the hairstyle of a chicken. The surroundings were resplendent and dazzling, sparkling with brilliance that stung Qing's eyes, prompting her to mentally scoff at the typical aesthetic of a little princess. Indeed, this place housed a true little princess. The princess, adorned in a splendid celestial gown and exquisite jewelry, approached with her skirt held high. Upon noticing Qing's downturned lips, she expressed her disdain. How ugly. Qing retorted, is that the standard of beauty among your kind? She overheard the beautiful maidens around her addressing someone as the 10th princess and the 3rd prince. To her astonishment, she encountered such distinguished individuals upon her entry into the celestial realm. According to Wanbu, the divine eagle they spoke of was no ordinary creature. Wanbu remarked, considering the number of their clan and the prowess of the Eagle King, I surmise the Eagle King must be of heavenly caliber at the very least. With a sense of foreboding, Qing pondered how she had come across such high-ranking beings so swiftly. The 3rd prince then stated, you are to be married the day after tomorrow. This individual is a cook and will be a suitable companion. Their kind has a penchant for food. Qing stood up obediently and bowed to the 10th princess, expressing her gratitude with sincerity, noting that the colloquial expressions of the celestial realm bore no difference from those in her former world. I am willing to serve. The 10th princess, however, paid her no heed, pouting petulantly. 3rd brother, I do not wish to go. Please speak with father about it. Perhaps we could exchange for someone else. This tirade left the 10th princess's delicate lips pouting, while Qing remained utterly bewildered, her head throbbing with confusion. The 10th princess, aware that resistance was futile, called upon Qing to accompany her to the kitchen to showcase her culinary skills. Qing, somewhat dazed, followed 2 tall and robust maidservants. watching as their vibrant feathered garments danced before her, casting flickering shadows along the path. Upon entering the kitchen, she was greeted by a sweet-voiced woman who, with a charming smile, informed her, "The 10th princess delights in snacks. Please prepare them with these ingredients." Yet, the woman's eyes bore an emotionless gaze, reminiscent of how one might regard a pet chicken. "My lady, may I inquire whether the 10th princess prefers rich or light flavors? Does she favor sweet or savory?" One maidservant gazed skyward while the other focused on the ground. Qing, with a polite smile that concealed her irritation, thought to herself, "How fortunate I am to be in a good mood, yet it is only because I lack knowledge." She turned to the silk-clad figure nearby, asking, "What flavors does the divine eagle prefer?" This question left the figure momentarily speechless. He knew the divine eagle favored meat, particularly dragon flesh. Yet he had no idea what dragon meat tasted like, as he was merely an artifact spirit and had never partaken of food. With a sigh, Qing resolved to cleanse herself with her spiritual energy several times. She rolled up her sleeves and meticulously washed her hands in the flowing water basin. Noting that the maidservants remained silent, likely also using the spring water for purification, turning to face the vast array of ingredients hanging in the room, she decided to begin with those she recognized. In her mind, she recalled the culinary book that Hunyuan had acquired with great effort from the Peach Immortal, specifically the section on desserts and snacks. Previously, with so much to do and so little time, she had never devoted herself to studying this art. However, now it proved to be a timely resource for her predicament. She first took a bucket of milk, swiftly assessing the expressions of the two individuals present. To be frank, she harbored a genuine fear that this milk might be the same used by the 10th princess for her baths. If that were the case, using bathwater milk to prepare a meal would surely lead to her demise. Fortunately, the two displayed no discernible reaction, allowing Qing to breathe a slight sigh of relief. After all, they were in the kitchen, and the milk appeared as pure as celestial cream, surely not meant for bathing, right? Next, she grabbed a jar filled with sweet, fragrant red bean paste, an ingredient also found in the realm of Shaoli, which could be combined with the milk to create a delightful jelly. As Qing meticulously ground the bean paste, she mentally flipped through her culinary book, swiftly identifying the ingredients before her and their respective preparation methods. The two maidservants observed with an air of indifference, not uttering a single word to each other. Was it strict adherence to protocol or a sign of a strained relationship? Qing soon devised a plan, preparing an extra portion of the dessert she had crafted, elegantly presenting it on a delicate tray before the two. She smiled and said, "Esteemed ladies, please do sample this and see if it suits the 10th princess's palate." However, they remained unmoved, and one of them coolly replied, "No one is permitted to taste the 10th princess's delicacies." Maintaining her smile, Qing nodded and responded with deference. "As a newcomer, I am unfamiliar with the customs here. I had thought it customary, as in our realm, for someone to taste the dish first to ensure its quality before presenting it. After all, if the higher-ups were displeased and incensed, it was those closest who would bear the brunt of their fury." Qing's flattery was not entirely self-serving. She pointed out that the consequences of displeasing the master would not solely befall her, implying that they were, in fact, allies in this endeavor. Regrettably, the two merely lifted their chins, disregarding her entirely. Qing ground her teeth in frustration. Neither flattery nor veiled threats seemed effective. What foolishness! A myriad of delectable treats lay before her, as Qing rubbed her hands together while standing by the table. 10 meters away, she observed the 10th princess leisurely savoring her meal, her posture relaxed. The 3rd prince was seated as well, yet he showed no interest in the spread before them. The 10th princess, too, appeared indifferent. While the flavors were impeccable, she questioned why she should cater to that old man. She slammed her hand on the table. The 3rd prince, accustomed to his sister's foul mood prior to her marriage, calmly remarked, "She is younger than you. It is not about pleasing her, but rather extending goodwill. We, the Xuning clan, must honor the Long Dao sect." The 10th princess was on the verge of becoming incensed, but the 3rd prince's impatience grew. The Xuning clan has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Long Dao sect, aiding one another for ages. You are not the only one undergoing trials of affection. If you refuse, we shall seek someone else, but we cannot offend the Long Dao sect. Humph. I fear them not, the 10th princess huffed, her irritation dissipating as she set down her small spoon, permitting a maid to escort Qing away. This signified her approval of the dowry. Qing, with a gentle smile, inquired, "Where shall we store these items?" Some require drying, others soaking, and some need freezing. Having been summoned by the third prince, she possessed nothing of her own. In such circumstances, she could not even retrieve a change of clothes. She was confident that the great bird had thoroughly scanned her the moment she arrived, leaving no doubt that it was aware she possessed not even a hidden storage ring. Should she produce anything, it would undoubtedly expose the secret of her spatial abilities. Chapter 8. The Teleportation Array. A day later, adorned in fresh attire, Qing found herself amidst the grand procession of bridal attendants, feeling quite despondent. Not to mention that in the kitchen, all food supplies are meticulously managed by dedicated personnel. She could not even benefit from the most trivial of items, and she couldn't even retain her own attire. It turns out that the 10th princess's eating, dressing, and traveling are each overseen by a specific team. In fact, there are 18 individuals responsible solely for her meals. The head of this team, with a haughty demeanor, disparaged her clothing as too rustic and shabby, tossing her a new outfit in exchange and insisting she burn her old garments in the stove, under the pretext of warding off bad luck. This infuriated her. After all, her clothes were not inferior at all. However, she was on the verge of entering the legendary teleportation array. Qing's face flushed with excitement as she stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse. The 10th princess's dowry included 500 attendants and 500 carriages. Although the number of people and carriages escorting her was slightly fewer, it still amounted to over 300. The entire procession was grand, with luxurious vehicles, exotic beasts, and melodious music filling the air. The bridal carriage led the way, while Qing trailed at the back, her view completely obstructed by the fluttering ribbons. She wondered just how large the teleportation array was and how many individuals it could transport at once. Would it be a full load before a shift? Or would it be instantaneously dispatched upon entry? Qing, brimming with enthusiasm, rubbed her hands together like a true country bumpkin. Her colleagues in front ignored her, and the guards behind acted as if she were invisible. These demon clans, much like those in the Shally realm, looked down upon humans. A silk-clad figure remarked, "Put your hands down, you look utterly unrefined." Qing dismissed this with indifference. "I have never been refined to begin with. The teleportation array, after all, is a means to traverse anywhere one desires. How delightful to imagine. However, the destinations it could reach depend on the extent to which the spatial passage has been developed. If the passage were to be severed, one would be unable to go anywhere at all. Ugh, such a jinx. By the way, how much does it cost to establish a teleportation array?" Qing mused, knowing full well it must be exorbitant. "I must work diligently to earn money." Jianbu nearly choked. "Are you really planning to set up a teleportation array at home?" Qing replied, "Why not?" After a long while, they finally arrived at the end of the line. Before them stood a grand platform encircled by white jade railings atop a lofty cloud terrace. The ground was adorned with mysterious patterns that radiated golden light. As one stepped onto it, they would instantly vanish, reminiscent of the entrances to the secret realms she had seen before. Her heart raced, and her legs trembled as Qing stepped into the teleportation array, stumbling forward clumsily. She heard faint snickers around her. It was embarrassing, but it was her first time after all. It's much like flying. One quickly gets used to it. The spatial passage resembled a long corridor. Observing others standing still, she mirrored their inaction. The walls of the corridor were black, yet some unseen light illuminated the interior, making it bright. She glanced down, unable to discern what she stood upon. Occasionally, a flash of light would sweep by, too quick for her to shield her eyes. Looking up, the darkness above grew increasingly profound, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. They stood there for what felt like half an hour until those ahead began to move. Following suit, she stepped forward, crossing an invisible barrier, and found herself on the other end of the teleportation array. This too was a vast platform, suspended amidst the clouds. Everyone lined up in the sea of clouds. Unconsciously adjusting her ear, Qing caught snippets of conversation amidst the cacophony. She heard the third prince and the 10th princess remarking that the timing was perfect, allowing them to leisurely make their way to the Changdao gate and commence the ceremony. Since subduing the scorching sun, her senses had heightened considerably. Prince Sin serves as the overseer of the marriage procession, and the 10th princess departs without the accompaniment of her parents. Likely due to the custom's decline, or perhaps because this betrothal lacks the formality of a conventional union. Zhuanbu has elucidated to Qing that the practices of refining emotions and testing hearts are commonplace in the realm of immortals. It is said that while mortals cultivate their spiritual essence, immortals refine their divine essence. the cultivation of divine consciousness holds greater significance than merely accumulating spiritual or immortal power. In other words, the essence of the divine consciousness is of paramount importance in an immortal's training. But how does one cultivate this divine consciousness? Accumulating soul power is one aspect, yet the more crucial element lies in the breakthrough of the realm of divine consciousness. From where does this breakthrough arise? It stems from enlightenment. There are myriad paths to enlightenment, yet the most accessible often lies within the realm of emotions. Though the path of emotions may seem elusive, is it not simple to engage in romance or form a bond? When Zhuanbu expressed this notion, Qing promptly countered, questioning the ease of such matters, asserting that beautiful experiences cannot be casually shared with just anyone. Zhuanbu then inquired about what makes such experiences beautiful. Qing fell silent. Zhuanbu continued, suggesting that this phenomenon serves as a revelation from humanity to the myriad races among the multitude of celestial beings. It is the complexity and variability of human emotions that stand out, rendering human emotional experiences the most enigmatic and profound, and thereby endowing humanity with a unique aptitude for the cultivation of divine consciousness. Qing, however, did not perceive the endless entanglements of love and affection as a significant talent, stating, "You have no idea how burdensome romantic entanglements can be." With a sigh, Zhuanbu recalled a prior remark, "Human emotions are abundant, often leading to unexpected choices driven by feelings, a talent that other races cannot rival." Qing replied, "I do not comprehend." "Neither do I," she acknowledged, yet he claimed that this is humanity's strength. For no other race can so effortlessly navigate the tides of love and hate. It may be precisely due to this that the cultivation of the human race's soul surpasses that of other celestial clans. Consequently, this gives rise to the practices of refining emotions and testing one's heart, which in turn prompts other celestial factions to seek experiences within the emotional trials of humanity. He remarked, "Everything is for the sake of cultivation." Qing shrugged, expressing, "If one could live simply, why choose to invite troubles upon oneself?" Zhuanbu added, "In my view, it is all for the enhancement of one's divine essence." Indeed, she remained more intrigued by the teleportation array. Alas, she felt her own weakness keenly. After journeying for more than a day without rest, on a clear and bright morning, Qing caught sight of the bridal procession from Changdao Gate, the most captivating figure among them being a young celestial man standing atop a magnificent phoenix beast. Qing's gaze lingered on the resplendent feathers of the phoenix before shifting to the young man. The moment she discerned his features, she couldn't help but marvel at his striking appearance, only to feel somewhat disenchanted as she reflected on the fact that the celestial realm seemed replete with handsome men and beautiful women, all adorned in exquisite garments, irrespective of their ostentation or subtlety, leaving her in a state of aesthetic fatigue. In summary, the groom was indeed remarkably handsome. Curiously, she glanced towards the direction of the 10th princess, wondering if she felt any flutter of emotions upon seeing such a groom. The 10th princess remained within her bridal carriage and did not emerge. The 3rd prince approached to greet her, and their conversation revealed a familiarity with the groom's party. It was unclear what they discussed, but it lasted quite a while. Everyone stood still, waiting. The 10th princess was accompanied by numerous maidens, each a beauty in her own right. It appeared that the practices of refining emotions and testing hearts were indeed common, as these individuals seemed eager to learn from the bride and groom. Qing raised her hand to scratch her neck, reflecting that young people are bound to fall in love. "You cannot," she said. "What?" Zhuanbu retorted, "You should just give up. In the celestial realm, your age still renders you but a child." Qing remained silent, acknowledging her own youth. Reflecting on the past, she had introduced Hinuan to the world of cultivation at merely 20 years of age. In the realm of cultivation, the age limit for disciples is set at 15. Unless one possesses exceptional spiritual roots, surpassing that age is deemed advanced. At 20, having already borne a child, her fate seemed sealed. She was acutely aware of the whispers labeling her as an old woman. Yet, to her astonishment, upon entering the celestial realm, she found herself regarded as a mere child. Indeed, she was yet to reach 50. The path to the celestial realm was far from ordinary. Among the immortals, where no mortals dwell, lifespans naturally extend. Her age and cultivation level appeared insignificant. The bride in front of her, in contrast, was merely 700 or 800 years old. Oh, how suddenly she felt bashful. After all, she was still a baby. The procession gradually soared towards the Changdao Gate, where mountains gleamed like jade, adorned with luminous pearls, a veritable treasure of feng shui. An elder, embodying the essence of immortality, presided over the ceremony, with the bride and groom elegantly clad in red and green, standing at the forefront. From a distance, Qing could not discern their words, but surmised they were expressions of blessing. The 10th princess remained quietly composed, perhaps content with the groom. Qing subtly shook her legs, unnoticed by others. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. The attendees, likely disciples of the Changdao Gate, appeared to be partaking in the festivities, their attire a colorful tapestry reminiscent of auspicious clouds. The youth laughed and frolicked, resembling Hinwan and her companions. Yet, in the midst of the gathering, the groom's gaze was not upon his bride, but rather fixated on another woman, a celestial being whose beauty was evident even from her mere silhouette. Qing inhaled sharply. Was this truly the beginning of her descent into hell? Someone intervened, persuading the woman to leave, allowing the ceremony to proceed. Yet the 10th princess did not create a scene. This was rather perplexing, for she was not one to swallow her grievances. The answer became clear later that evening while she was delivering desserts. The 10th princess's eyes sparkled with determination. Dare to vie for my man? Let me show her what I am capable of. Her spirit was resolute. Qing discerned a crucial truth. The 10th princess may not care for the groom, but she was exceedingly concerned about her rival. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate groom. Wait, where was the groom tonight? The groom arrived and spoke nonchalantly. There is no need for you to concern yourself with the events of the day. The 10th princess retorted haughtily. Whether I care or not is none of your business. She then commanded, Hey, you, prepare some food for everyone. Upon hearing this, Qing glanced over, pointing to her own nose, and the aloof maid nodded in acknowledgement. With a gracious smile, she rose to wash her hands and began to bustle about. Behind her, the other maids exchanged glances filled with unspoken sentiments. She prepared a pot of small dumplings, which the night watchmen shared among themselves. Yet no one praised her or expressed gratitude. They regarded her as merely fulfilling her duty. Qing remained unfazed. She was but a mortal with modest skills. And in their eyes, even serving as a maid was an elevation. A sleepless night ensued, and no orders came from the 10th princess's side. Surely, the wedding night would proceed smoothly. Qing silently contemplated her future. Following the demon princess as a cook was certainly not an option. Thankfully, she was marrying into the human sect. Perhaps her opportunity lay within the Chang'ao sect. She wondered if they had a dining hall and whether she could secure a minor position there. Alternatively, she could simply become a helper within Changdao. Surely, the sect had such roles. After a lengthy period of wandering thoughts, a maid summoned her to prepare a light and delectable double portion for the 10th princess. Has the couple made significant progress? Qing promptly prepared 10 auspicious items, placing them in the newly presented tableware brought by the maid. The paired bowls and plates were arranged in the shape of flowers. Once she had finished arranging them, Qing stood idly by, only to be met with disapproving glares from the maid. You carry it, and follow me. With that, the maid led the way. Qing felt utterly speechless. Such a trivial task could be accomplished effortlessly by anyone. This person seemed to mock her, relegating her to mere labor. Bah, what a petty individual. As they approached the entrance to the 10th princess's new chamber, the maid leapt aside. Go in. Qing felt uneasy. Convention dictated that one should bestow rewards on the second day of marriage. Yet this maid seemed to shrink away in trepidation. Oh no, she was about to become collateral damage. With a steely resolve, Qing stepped inside. The new chamber was a palace, exquisitely adorned. It required traversing the grand hall and passing through 2 smaller chambers to reach the 10th princess's bedroom. As she held the tray and moved toward the back, she could already hear discordant voices. 10th princess, my senior brother is not eloquent. Should you wish to inquire about anything, feel free to ask me. I shall divulge everything without reservation. Qing felt frozen. Was this woman here to instigate trouble or to belittle? Did one have to consult another to understand their spouse? Who did she think she was? The ceiling draped with layers of romantic gauze, and as Qing turned past the fabric, she beheld the 10th princess, resplendent in red, languidly reclining on her beloved throne, her long legs crossed, the hem of her skirt revealing exquisite contours, her eyes slightly narrowed. The woman seated in the room was not the same as yesterday. She was a gentle, ethereal figure clad in green, exuding a grace akin to that of water. How strikingly green. The green-clad fairy continued. Senior brother is indeed taciturn. Although he departed early for his cultivation, I know he harbors feelings for you. princess. For centuries, he has diligently practiced in the East Mountain at dawn, without fail. I can attest to that. Qing, overhearing this, retorted, You can attest? What? Have you been shadowing the groom for centuries? She gently set down the tray, hesitant to interrupt the unfolding drama, uncertain how the 10th princess would respond. The 10th princess's reply was straightforward. With a dismissive huff, she remarked, I find it utterly tiresome how you human women, despite your evident desires, refuse to articulate them plainly. The green-clad fairy's expression stiffened, her lips twisting into a reluctant smile. The 10th princess regarded her with disdain, saying, You and that one from yesterday both covet my man. Yet he desires neither of you. Otherwise, it would be you residing here, wouldn't he it? The green-clad fairy's complexion turned a shade of green. With languid grace, the 10th princess rose, stating, If you lack the capability to win his heart, do not come before me to whine. You are both inept and shameless. The green-clad fairy could no longer muster a smile. Princess, I am at least a junior to my senior brother. Silence. The 10th princess waved her hand dismissively. Last night, he exerted himself so fervently to keep me from losing my temper. I must show him some respect. Qing raised an eyebrow, realizing how adept the 10th princess was at piercing hearts. Look, the green fairy was instinctively clutching her chest. Suddenly, a whip appeared in the 10th princess's raised hand, crashing down towards her adversaries. I want to engage in idle banter with you. If you dare to provoke me, prepare to meet your demise. And thus, the conflict erupted. Qing so retreated to the wall, crouching down with her head cradled in her arms, fixating on the weapons wielded by the two combatants, the whip of the 10th princess and the sword of the green-clad fairy. Ah, these are indeed divine artifacts. I cannot possibly offer myself as a sacrifice. Chapter 10. A desire for change. The clash between the two soon escalated into a chaotic brawl, and by the time the groom arrived, Qing had already been swept outside amidst the fray. The grand hall lay in utter disarray. The 10th princess glared furiously at the assembly of demon kin, while the green-clad sister faced off against a gathering of human warriors. The groom found himself in a state of exasperation. Qing, feeling his distress, quietly remarked to the silk cloth, Do you see this? This is no cultivation. It is sheer internal strife. The silk cloth speculated on the meaning of internal strife, responding, This is merely a form of tempering, endure it, and victory shall be ours. Qing pondered, Is it truly necessary? The tumult of the wedding's first day had subsided. The 10th princess vented her wrath, vehemently denouncing the green-clad fairy for her shamelessness, directing her ire towards others rather than her own kin. Present in the hall were not only the 10th princess's followers, but also those of the groom. It was rumored that the green-clad sister had been punished with house arrest, and whispers suggested that the groom harbored lingering feelings for her, with the sister seeking to assert her presence. Gazing at the grand hall and the picturesque mountain it resided upon, Qing mused, This is no celestial mountain. It is a battlefield of chaos. One sister has departed, yet there remains a multitude more. In the ensuing days, the 10th princess lived in a flurry of activity, energetically engaging in one confrontation after another. Fair and impartial, Qing could not fault the 10th princess. Since her arrival, she had not ventured beyond the peak, with those sisters incessantly seeking conflict. Each one, in both overt and covert manners, insinuated that the 10th princess was unworthy of their elder brother, or that their elder brother was unduly infatuated with her, disparaging the 10th princess's every aspect and lineage. With such a restless sister-in-law, Qing dares to assert that the 10th princess has made a poor choice in her spouse, deeming that man unworthy. Yet, the 10th princess seems to revel in her situation, finding immense joy in her daily antics. This leads Qing to ponder the 10th princess's inclinations. However, this predicament also works to Qing's advantage, as the 10th princess's newfound penchant for striking others diverts her attention from her culinary cravings. After the initial days, the 10th princess no longer requires the kitchen, granting Qing the precious gift of free time to cultivate relationships with the members of the Changdao sect, sharing a common humanity. The individuals of the Changdao sect exhibit a certain friendliness towards Qing, patiently answering her inquiries regarding rather mundane matters. As Qing delves deeper into the workings of the Changdao sect, she begins to contemplate a change in her allegiance. Becoming a disciple is out of the question, as she is bound to the 10th princess, and the Changdao sect must weigh their stances carefully. However, the possibility of becoming an ordinary registered disciple, essentially a menial worker, remains within reach. One day, Qing ventures to the menial workers' hall, perusing the varied tasks listed on the bulletin board, all of which consist of trivial chores. Genuine disciples typically seek their assignments from the task hall, leaving only the tasks deemed beneath them for the menial workers. Such tasks are often time-consuming and yield little reward. Qing finds herself unable to select any tasks, for her modest cultivation level renders her incapable of even managing the simplest chores. For instance, the most basic task of handling scraps from low-tier magical beasts requires tools that she lacks entirely, although she possesses some in her sea of consciousness. She wonders who among her esteemed acquaintances would be willing to assist her. After searching for some time, she finally identifies a suitable position as a kitchen assistant in the dining hall. The culinary practices in the Xiaoli realm are not particularly esteemed, much like the initial sentiments expressed by Qiaoyu and others, who were quite critical of the disciples being provided with ample meals thrice daily. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must undoubtedly forsake the desires of the mundane world. Even in matters of sustenance, one should indulge only sparingly, ensuring that it does not interfere with one's practice. However, within the celestial realm, particularly at the Changdao sect, the culinary arts are regarded as a legitimate path of cultivation. The dining hall of the sect falls under the jurisdiction of the culinary peak, where several elders and their disciples, who embrace the path of food, reside. Qing, however, had no intention of diverting her focus to the culinary path. Her passion lay in the art of artifact refinement. Yet, aspirations must yield to reality. The stark truth was that she possessed not a single celestial coin, and the 10th princess had yet to dispense any wages. Their arrival had been so hasty that she should have brought more spirit stones. Now she found herself lacking even the essentials for her cultivation. Although her inventory of spirit stones was considerable, including some top-grade ones, they had all been expended during the arduous task of subduing the blazing sun. Sighing, Wanbu remarked, "Who could have foreseen that you would be directly transported to the celestial realm? Now, we find ourselves in unfamiliar territory." Qing echoed the sentiment, glancing once more at the notice seeking kitchen help, which clearly stated several positions available, alleviating her concerns about competition. Should she present this job opportunity to the 10th princess? With a gentle smile, Qing resolved to endure her inferior cultivation and acquiesce. "The princess desires by Xian Su. I shall prepare it promptly." Nodding, she turned to retrieve the necessary ingredients from the small storeroom. By Xian Su, crafted from 10 varieties of green fruits and floral elements, was a recipe she had learned from a culinary tome. The ingredients were not particularly rare, yet the preparation was intricate, a skill uniquely hers. The 10th princess's kitchen team had not expressed any desire to learn from her, likely dismissing her status and culinary abilities. Perhaps it was for the best, sparing her the burden of teaching for free. The maid observed her busy demeanor for a while, swallowed hard, and grew weary, deciding to step outside. It must be said that this unremarkable little human possessed an exceptional talent for confectionery. Should the princess become irate and refuse to eat, they would indeed have a delightful treat. The unremarkable Qing mused. Just wait until I find the ascension pool and undergo a transformation. She deftly prepared a variety of other sweet delicacies, amassing a total of 10. The maid guided Qing, who was carrying the tray, towards the hall. On the way, another maid rushed towards them, signaling with a glance. "Ahem, you should take it yourself. Be clever in front of the princess." Qing thought to herself, "How dare you push me into the fray?" With no option for resistance, Qing had no choice but to deliver it herself, pondering which woman would cause trouble today. The grand hall was impeccably clean, the signs of recent conflict evident, suggesting that the intruder had already been dealt with. Qing maneuvered to the back, and through layers of gauzy drapery, she spotted the 10th princess leaning against the window. She halted, speaking softly, "Princess, I have placed the pastries on the table. I shall take my leave." The 10th princess had always looked down upon her and would likely not be pleased to see her. "Hold on." Qing's lips twitched. She stood obediently, awaiting a query from her employer, an employer who did not pay her. The 10th princess approached, took a seat, and lifted her skirts, gazing intently at Qing with a profound look of confusion. "I am wed to Wenting, recognized by the Long Dao sect as my partner. Why do those women persist in meddling and causing me distress?" In this statement, Qing grasped the underlying meaning. The essence of the 10th princess's words lay in her relationship with those women and her new husband. Did their behavior not signify a breach of decorum? The 10th princess tilted her head slightly, a look of profound confusion etched upon her face. Anger coursed through her, yet sorrow remained absent. She fixed her gaze unwaveringly upon her, demanding an explanation. "You are human. Do enlighten me on the reasoning behind this." Qing thought to herself that there was no need for repeated reminders of her humanity, for being human did not equate to committing heinous crimes. Perhaps their emotions led them to disregard the rules. Qing chuckled lightly. There is a saying, love surpasses all. Love surpasses all. The 10th princess leaned back slightly, frowning and pouting, her expression rather endearing. Chapter 11. Off again with the little demoness, the 10th princess remarked. I have heard that the human race delights in establishing rules for everything, even for dining and drinking, far less free than our demon clan. She pondered. If they cherish rules so dearly, why do they not adhere to them themselves? Well, perhaps they simply dislike rules imposed by others and wish to create their own preferred regulations. Then why establish rules at all? Without rules, no one is bound to obey. Qing responded, what a blunt truth you speak. She intended to convey that everyone aspires to be powerful, to be the ones who set the rules, yet was interrupted by the silk fabric. The demon clan, she noted, was rather single-minded. One should not mislead them. If one were to confuse the little princess, the all-seeing divine eagle would not let it slide. Qing decisively changed her stance. In any case, it is their fault. The 10th princess found this statement melodious yet expressed discontent. They cause a ruckus daily. Do they not engage in their own cultivation? Qing reflected to herself, Oh, princess, your father has sent you to participate in this brutal trial, and it is evident that those women are all part of this arena. How luring the groom is. If you were in my position, what would you do? Feeling powerless, Qing replied, I am indeed human. Thank you for the repeated reminders. She added, it will eventually be resolved. The 10th princess, resting her chin on her hand, gazed at her with wide, bright eyes, unblinking. Qing had no choice but to mumble. There are plenty of men out there. Princess, your connection with him is merely a fleeting bond of 100 years. A century is but a fleeting moment for the celestial beings. Just endure it, and when the time comes, we will settle the accounts. A dignified divine eagle would not allow his princess to be bullied. Jianbu interjected, could you please be quiet? Are you inciting her to waver? Qing denied. She has even wavered. Is there any need for her to change her heart? The 10th princess blinked, her expression shifting from confusion to a sudden brilliance. Qing sensed trouble. Indeed, her senior brothers and nephews, Wen Ting and others, were all quite handsome. Qing slipped slightly. Jianbu exclaimed, this is disastrous. No, princess. I didn't mean it that way. The 10th princess, in her excitement, clapped her hands. Why should he be the only one to betray me? I want to betray him too. This is truly disastrous. That's not what I meant. Adultery during marriage complicates legal matters. Very well, you may leave now. The 10th princess said cheerfully. Wonderful, you haven't rewarded me at all, Qing thought to herself, seizing the moment when the 10th princess was in high spirits. She eagerly inquired, Your Highness, I wish to enroll in the Longgao canteen to learn their culinary skills, so I may prepare even more exquisite dishes for you. An official study trip, is it? The 10th princess nonchalantly waved her hand. What delicious fare could they possibly offer? Do not go. Remain here and await my summons. Qing, feeling both wronged and vexed, retorted, You were staring at me intently. Could I truly remain silent? You could have been more deferential, was the reply. Qing lamented, I suppose my thoughts were too abundant. From now on, play the mute, urged Wanbu. Consequently, Qing dedicated herself to the kitchen, honing her culinary talents day and night. While the 10th princess ceased to converse with her, she began to leave early and return late. A few fleeting encounters delivering refreshments to the groom made Qing ponder that one day, should the groom wear the color of jealousy, she might share in the credit. There was also good news. She finally gleaned from the surrounding gossip the nature of her current situation, the ascendant cloud immortal realm. I believe I have heard of it, though I have never visited. The immortal realms are numerous, remarked Wanbu. The immortal realms, some nestled closely together, could be traversed by flight, while others were separated by perilous terrain, and some could only be accessed via teleportation arrays. There were even those realms devoid of any transportation means, relying solely on fortune. The reason behind the formation of such diverse immortal realms remained a mystery. Yushi expressed, I did not desire this either. Juzi queried, if it is not your wish, whose could it be? Qing pondered, can the people from the Lesser Li realm ascend to this place? Can my father come here? Wanbu responded, have you ever heard of anyone from the Chaohua sect ascending to this realm? He sighed softly. Qing must be aware, he remarked. Jianbu said, as long as you maintain your connection, she will undoubtedly be safe as long as you are unharmed. The bond between mother and daughter is shrouded in mystery. Any profound injury to one would be transferred to Qing. Hence, as long as Qing remains alive, Hinwan is assuredly secure. Yishi noted. The depth of maternal affection is a given. Protecting one's offspring is instinctual, no need for thanks. The golden-eating divine beast, still quite young, lacked the understanding to communicate proactively. He observed as Qing dashed away, not informing Hinwan. Now, at Qing's behest, he relayed the message to his little companion. Your mother has run off. Very far away. He articulated each word deliberately. Hinwan paused in her actions, asking, Is mother in danger? The golden-eating divine beast peeked. She's busy making delicious food. Hinwan pressed further. Is it very far? Has mother gone to the immortal realm? The golden-eating divine beast replied. Oh, the immortal realm is quite distant. Hinwan fell silent, inhaling deeply, puzzled. How did mother get to such a far place? Her companion, limited in expression, struggled to articulate the complexity of the situation, leaving her to ponder. Yet, the golden-eating divine beast insisted. Oh, I'm following a little baby. Qing interjected, not following. She was kidnapped. You must clarify your words. Hinwan was quite the little jealous one. In a fit of anger, she leaped up to find her brother, stomping heavily. Hua Hua. Our mother has run off with that little demon again. Hua Hua glanced at the nearby Xian Yao and Tang Yuzi, two blue-eyed children playing joyfully together. The 3-year-old wore a disheartened expression typical of an adult. I'm not surprised at all. What is happening this time? Xian Yao is the contracted magical spirit of Hu Qing, while Tang Yuzi is a hybrid child brought from Beiping Fang by Hu Qing. Both are of kindergarten age. Hunwan inquired of the golden devouring beast, which sensed the anger of its little companions, and exclaimed, Yaya, do not be angry. Its intention was to convey, do not be upset, let mother not have that fiery baby. Upon hearing this, Hunwan gritted her teeth, expressing her frustration. I am indeed very angry. Yaya, do not counsel me. I am simply irate. She turned away, her skirt swaying dramatically. Xianyao and Tang Yuzi questioned Hu Huahua. What is wrong with sister? What is the matter with our mother? Hu Huahua glared, my mother. Casting a glance at Hunwan's retreating figure, he mused, our sister hasn't grown up. She resembles a child even more than I do. How peculiar. Yet, such a sister is quite endearing. Chapter 12. The princess is dashing Xiao Yu. The information conveyed in the conversation perplexed him. He said, when did I ever say I would take you to the immortal realm? With your mere foundational cultivation and my little yuaning. What ambition do you possess to aspire to the immortal realm? Everyone is talking, saying that the ascended ancestor will take us to the immortal realm to pay homage anew. Master, I shall not go. I will not change my master. You may go, and I shall guard Saishio Peak. Xiaoyu. So, you are still pondering over inheriting your master's legacy? You truly are a commendable disciple. Pray, tell me about your mother. Where has she gone? Hunwan expressed her dissatisfaction. She has run off again, and has found a new love, abandoning me. Xiaoyu's eyelid twitched at the mention of new love. Hunwan added, Master, I shall inform my uncle. With that, she dashed away, leaving Xiaoyu reaching out futilely. Do clarify your words. Shueishin, possessing more experience than Xiaoyu, firmly restrained Hinwan, preventing her from darting about, and inquired diligently, lamenting in frustration, oh dear, if only I had known about the delightful events, I would have accompanied her. With a sense of authority, Shueishin straightened her back and declared, since your mother is no longer with us, you shall follow me. Let us tidy up. And I shall take you to the Buddhist realm. Qing, feeling a pang of guilt for having secretly instructed Hinwan in Buddhist teachings, was irked at the mention of the subject, her mood souring. Now, she could manipulate the situation as she pleased. Upon hearing the word travel, Hinwan joyfully replied, wonderful. Qing retorted, rebellious girl. Hinwan's journey would undoubtedly include a large entourage, along with friends and their families, resulting in a grand procession. Meanwhile, Qing found herself isolated and ostracized. Although the 10th princess had never regarded Qing with any respect, it was indeed peculiar that this mere human had never been the target of the princess's ire. The maids whispered amongst themselves, convinced that over time, Qing would inevitably become a trusted confidant of the 10th princess. This was utterly unacceptable. Humans were notoriously cunning, and the princess's celestial consort was anything but virtuous. Despite his claims of innocence regarding various women, one must wonder why they continued to pursue him. As the saying goes, a fly is drawn to the slightest crack in an egg. The head maid expressed her disdain. Our princess is far too easily deceived. Lulled into complacency by his sweet words, the second maid furrowed her brow. So where lies the flaw in that female cook? How can we rid ourselves of her? The third maid suggested, eliminate her. We must not allow those with ulterior motives to corrupt the princess. Standing behind a tree over 100 meters away, Qing anxiously rubbed her ears. Possessing heightened senses was not always an advantage. Could they not distance themselves a bit more while plotting against her? She could even see the pores on their faces. Silk fabric. You could seal off some of your senses. Qing, why would I do that? It's rather entertaining to hear them scheme against me. A bunch of cowards, too afraid to take action. Perfect. I too wish to escape my current predicament. I shall simply cooperate with them. The opportunity soon presented itself when, on a certain day, the groom stormed in, gripping the wrist of the 10th princess, fiercely interrogating her about her relationship with so-and-so. It is noteworthy that so-and-so refers to a series of individuals. The 10th princess gazed at the corners of his reddened eyes and smirked playfully. Your connection with those women is the same as mine with those men. The groom, infuriated, retorted, I have no association with them. The 10th princess replied with a teasing inflection, nor do I have any connection with them. The groom's chest heaved violently in anger, his lips quivering for a moment before he managed to spit out. It's no wonder you are of the demon race, utterly ignorant of propriety and honor. What a coincidence. For they were not the only ones present. A group of maidens, along with Qing, were also there. In a cheerful mood, the 10th princess had called them to paint their nails together. The vibrant red on her nails was far more striking than the redness in the corners of the groom's eyes. Qing could not help but wonder for whom the 10th princess had adorned her nails. You speak of propriety and honor while entangled with those women. Am I a member of the demon race, devoid of such values? The demon race possesses more integrity than your humankind. It is merely a man. He should either let go or engage in a duel. How unlike your human race, each one professing innocence while secretly yearning to feast upon another's partner. So base. Just at that moment, a group from the Changdao sect, who had come to mediate, fortuitously overheard every word. Several celestial maidens' faces alternated between shades of green and crimson, their expressions exceedingly grim. Qing could not help but speculate that these newlywed instigators had been fanned into a frenzy by these very maidens, drawing the crowd to witness the spectacle. A conflict erupted. The 10th princess lunged with a dagger aimed mercilessly at the groom's heart. Ting, you have humiliated me to this extent. To spare you would not suffice to erase the disgrace you have brought upon me. The groom swiftly countered. Do you dare slay your husband? Would you provoke a war between the Changdao sect and the Divine Eagle clan? The members of the Changdao sect interjected. We haven't even had the chance to speak. Ting, I am not bound to you by any emotional ties. Even if this endeavor fails, I shall eradicate all who have dishonored and trampled upon me, including you, the 10th princess declared, her crimson lips icy. Qing thought to herself, it's over. It's over. I initially believed them to be star-crossed lovers. Could it be that they are destined for mutual destruction? At that moment, a piercing eagle cry rang out, and the 10th princess's entourage, regardless of distance, turned fiercely hostile, charging into battle. The expression on the Changdao sect members' faces shifted drastically. Was this truly escalating into chaos? The groom implored, will you ignite a feud between our families over personal grievances? We are bound as husband and wife. At this juncture, to speak of emotions seems futile. The 10th princess scoffed, you remain oblivious. Ting, I do not love you at all. There is no affection. You may honor me from afar. You should never presume to demand that I compromise myself merely for the sake of a title. Her gaze was filled with disdain. Do you truly believe that everyone finds you appealing? In her heart, Qing was astonished, exclaiming how splendid the 10th princess appeared. Indeed. If one wishes to have others revolve around oneself, one must first cast a spell over them. The sight of Ting, visibly distressed, spitting blood while attempting to fend off the 10th princess's onslaught, was quite striking. Alas, today could not end peacefully. The sect leader was alarmed, prompting a gathering of elders to intervene and mediate. The 10th princess, however, was exceedingly impatient. You are all in league with one another. You shall not assist me. I hereby declare that my pursuit of affection has reached its conclusion. If I must concede defeat, then so be it. This man does not pique my interest in the slightest. The humiliation I suffered from the Changdao sect shall be addressed by the Tongbei Divine Eagle clan. Turning to her companions, she commanded, gather your belongings. We shall depart. The members of the Changdao sect attempted to obstruct her. Why must it come to this? The 10th princess replied with a smile. Then let us leave our possessions behind. Consider them a parting gift for him. The groom spat another mouthful of blood. Qing mused that the 10th princess was indeed formidable. Little did she know that the 10th princess was simply weary of the endless prattle throughout the day. And after encountering other male immortals, she found the human race utterly unappealing. In Chapter 13, seizing the moment, having been relentlessly pressed by the 10th princess, the Changdao sect found themselves in a predicament, unable to effectively intervene. Ultimately, they could only watch as the 10th princess's entourage collected the entirety of her dowry and departed the Changdao sect with great swagger. They had their dignity to uphold and chose not to pursue her. However, it was only natural for a husband to chase after his wife. Qing even overheard the groom being admonished. Is your personal reputation more significant than that of our sect? We cannot afford to fall out with the Divine Eagle clan. Qing reflected to the silken fabric in her possession. Behold, this is the advantage of having a powerful family. Were the 10th princess merely an ordinary woman, she would not have been able to step beyond her humble abode today. In order to invigorate Hunwan, I too must uplift myself. Zhuanbu wholeheartedly agreed. I did not perceive it before, but now I believe that the stronger one is, the better. No, it was he who originally urged Qing to grow stronger. It was her own timidity that held her back. A group hastened towards the teleportation array, followed closely by a cold-faced groom. What are you staring at? Have you also developed feelings for that man? Humph, all you human women are so fickle. The maid harshly admonished Qing. How dare you slander me? The maid raised her hand to strike. Qing, with a playful grin, replied, if a fight breaks out, I will not shield you. Have you truly developed feelings? Let the 10th princess decide. The maid gritted her teeth and lowered her hand. She certainly harbored no such feelings for the 10th princess's husband, but merely sought to trouble this little human. Yet, the 10th princess was capricious, and at such a moment, one feared that her errant thoughts might fall prey to the schemes of this human. Deceitful. Qing cast a few glances at the back of her head, shaking her head in regret. Were you not eager to drive me away? Be quick about it. If we linger any longer, we shall reach the teleportation array. And I certainly do not wish to step into the demon realm. Heaven, lend me aid. It seemed that the heavens heard Qing's plea. For as the group caught sight of the teleportation array, calamity struck. A billowing cloud of black smoke emerged from the sky, transforming into numerous figures wearing black masks, their numbers exceeding that of the group by double, encircling them. The groom's expression changed drastically as he swiftly approached the 10th princess. It is the demon clan. Do not make an appearance. The 10th princess, disdainful, retorted. You think you can command me? Who do you think you are? She leapt from the luxurious carriage, raising her voice. Who goes there? What is your intention? The groom exclaimed loudly. This is the domain of the Changdao sect. I urge you to think carefully before you act. The leader of the demonic faction, adorned with a crimson and white mask, boomed at the behest of another. I am here to claim the head of the 10th princess. There is no need for further discourse. Proceed with the attack. The groom's brow furrowed, that voice. The 10th princess had never heard it before, yet instinctively glared at the groom with fury, exclaiming, once again, it is your woman who is behind this mischief. She had no ties to this place, and her identity as the princess of the Divine Eagle rendered most too intimidated to oppose her. If there were any grievances, they stemmed solely from the troubles caused by that insufferable man. The groom hesitated momentarily upon recognizing the voice. A hesitation that the 10th princess seized upon as a sign of guilt, her anger flaring. It is indeed you. I merely slumbered with you. And now I have brought upon myself the threat of death. The Changdao sect has gone too far, mark my words. I will not hold back in the future. The leader of the demons advanced directly toward her. The groom's demeanor shifted, and he pushed the 10th princess aside to confront the threat himself. The 10th princess, wielding a long, feather-shaped celestial artifact, charged forward, declaring, I do not need your false benevolence. Meanwhile, the situation was dire for Qing. The demons had come prepared, launching an immediate assault. The masked figures in black swiftly divided the forces of the demon clan, creating numerous small battle groups, each engaged in one-on-one combat. No one paid attention to her plight. Alone and vulnerable, escaping was no easy feat. These demons and spirits possessed the strength of immortals, at the very least. They were spirit immortals, and the gap between them and the nascent soul was as vast as that between the nascent soul and the Qi refining stage. A tangible essence of spiritual energy surged back and forth as Qing inhaled sharply, clutching her head in a desperate attempt to evade it. As the surrounding battle formations shifted, she found herself ensnared within their confines, unable to escape. Was there truly no one to safeguard the princess's dedicated confectioner? Did they not value those who worked tirelessly without wages or insurance? Suddenly, an unexpected surge of spiritual energy struck her. Qing caught sight of two battle groups colliding and then separating, hesitating for a brief moment in confusion. In the next instant, she was struck with immense force. Biting down on her lip to stifle a cry of pain, her body akin to stone as it fell through a narrow opening that had just appeared. Gazing up at the sky, she observed several groups engaging in combat once more, locking eyes with a certain maid. The maid, expressionless, launched another attack. And before Qing could witness her fate, the maid had already turned to confront the demonic forces. In that moment, she resigned herself to the certainty of her demise. Unbeknownst to her, silk had unfurled within her sleeve, shielding her chest and abdomen, absorbing the second wave of assault. You are far too weak. Strengthen your physique. Elevate your body's resilience to that of celestial artifacts. The maid's power was merely that of a mid-tier spiritual immortal. Qing could only manage a bitter smile. Silently pleading, I cannot endure any longer. Please conceal me. With that thought, her consciousness faded into darkness. The maid was indeed intent on her life. The first attack had been her full-force strike, and despite Qing mobilizing all her spiritual energy, she was left gravely injured. It was only then that she realized the sun's essence had shown her mercy on that fateful day, for had it not been for the searing rays, she would have been reduced to ashes in mere moments. The silken cloth swept across the surrounding environment. Fortunately, the area below was not bustling with humanity. As Qing was about to touch the ground, she deftly maneuvered with the wind and slipped beneath the lofty canopy of trees, weaving in and out among the trunks until she was tucked away inside a large tree hollow, shielded by layers of leaves. The silken cloth whispered, "You are safe now." Upon hearing these words, the unconscious Qing instinctively relaxed, and her spirit descended into a deeper slumber. Thankfully, it was merely her body that had been injured, and her Dantian's spiritual energy began to mend itself automatically. During Qing's slumber, the tiny primordial infant within her Dantian opened its eyes for the first time. With diminutive hands and feet, it gestured earnestly, while the surrounding spiritual energy transformed into a gentle, rhythmic flow. Bai Wen and Lei Long flicked their tails as if to take action, but were restrained by the tiny hands. The primordial infant, with a serious expression, declared, "No disruptions at this moment." The injuries healed rapidly, and within a few days, life returned to her. Yet, Qing's spirit remained in a state of deep sleep. In the sea of consciousness, a translucent figure floated, swaying with the waves. This was the slumbering Qing. Above the sea of consciousness, a warm, red sun radiated its light, and the waters appeared clearer and more transparent than ever. The space was divided among the threads of fate, the demon emperor's decree, and the blood fiend pearl, each indifferent to the others, occupying the four corners of the sea of consciousness. Upon closer inspection, they had all undergone changes, now glimmering with a newfound sheen. What once resembled mere refuse now appeared as second-hand goods, flawed, yet imbued with a semblance of value. Chapter 14. The wind leaves no trace. Many days later, the translucent figure floating in the sea of consciousness abruptly sat up. After gazing at the surroundings in a daze for 3 seconds, it suddenly flailed its limbs and sank into the water. After much struggle, it adapted to this novel sensation and stood upon the water's surface. "Have I become a deity?" Qing exclaimed in delight. With a sardonic smile, the silken fabric remarked, "The divine is not as daring as you imagine. The transformation of the soul into form is merely a feat achievable by even the most formidable practitioners of the lower realms." Yet, deep down, she held a measure of admiration for Qing. The rapid manifestation of her soul into her physical form was not only a result of great fortune, but also a testament to her relentless practice of spiritual consciousness. Silken fabric feigned nonchalance, intending to keep Qing grounded. In truth, the fact that Qing could achieve such a miraculous transformation at her current level of cultivation was astonishing, largely credited to the influence of the blazing sun. Suddenly, a thought struck silken fabric. Could Qing's extraordinary speed in cultivation be attributed to the enigmatic white egg and the golden devouring beast within the realm of space? Perhaps she had been propelled forward by their influence. Quite likely indeed. "Oh, I find that your soul's appearance bears little resemblance to your own," she observed. With a flick of her hand, Qing conjured a flurry of splashing water, which coalesced into a mirror. Peering into it, she gasped at the beauty reflected before her. A stunning visage indeed. She indulged in a moment of self-admiration, pinching her cheeks, marveling that her efforts and refinement had not yielded such an effect. Silken fabric remarked, "It is evident that you take great pride in your appearance." which is why your soul appears far more exquisite than your physical form. Qing fell silent, contemplating that she was, in fact, rather pleasing to the eye. The essence of her spiritual energy had naturally enhanced her beauty, drawing her ever closer to her true self. It was said that the visage of one's soul more accurately mirrored one's original form. Perhaps one day, this body would bear no traces of its past, wholly transforming into her own. Indeed, it already belonged to her, with a perfect alignment between her soul and body. Rise now. If you linger any longer, you shall rot. Silken fabric urged. Qing was not in a hurry. She gazed at the small red sun, its light not at all blinding. Thus, she flew closer, observing intently. Is this the essence of the scorching sun? What was it that touched my face? Curiosity compelled Qing to approach. The small sun was not large, appearing no bigger than a fist from below, and even when she ascended for a closer look, it remained only the size of her hand. Its shape was not entirely spherical, exuding an endearing, youthful charm. Suddenly, a tiny flaming hand emerged from the fist-sized sun, brushing against Qing's cheek. She gently traced the red orb with her fingers, saying, "Little treasure, you must conserve your strength. I am not as sturdy as you." As if comprehending her words, the fiery little hand moved delicately on her face, this time with a lighter touch. Qing smiled. "If you behave, I shall take you along to create many delightful things." "You're starting to flatter," the silk cloth remarked. Qing, taken aback, questioned her disbelief. "Very well. Trust can be cultivated gradually." The silk cloth could not help but add, "Do you wish for him to forge weapons? He is still just a child." "Shoo, do not speak of such things here. What if he hears?" Qing hurriedly darted away, her ethereal form weightless. "I was merely whispering," the silk cloth replied. "He seems quite small. I fear he may not be able to cooperate effectively. Perhaps you should seek other spirit fires." Qing fell silent, reluctant to engage in conversation. Was spirit fire so easily found? Cooperation is forged over time. Moreover, there was no need for the blazing sun to perform any arduous tasks. She merely desired him to ignite a flame. "I worry that he is too small to control his breath properly. If the essence of the blazing sun is revealed from the artifact, you might find yourself hunted," the silk cloth cautioned. Qing, with a slight headache, contemplated. "Let us discuss it later." She turned her attention to the vessel of space, which had once appeared dull and lifeless but now shimmered with a radiant brilliance akin to a treasure. One day, when she gathered the necessary materials, she aspired to transform it into a small realm capable of nurturing living beings. The tendrils of the lifeless silk floated gracefully, now imbued with a newfound luster. Qing considered weaving them into a circle. Otherwise, the sight of a disheveled mass of hair from a distance could be rather intimidating. The blood-fiend pearl appeared even more translucent, persistently conveying its desire. "I crave blood, I crave blood." Qing reassured it, "When the right opportunity arises, I shall allow you to emerge." In contrast, the demon emperor's order spoke with profound gravity, advising, "You have no use for me. It would be better to entrust me to another." Qing replied with a sardonic smile, "I could melt you down and forge something else. I happen to be curious about the power of the sun's scorching flame." The demon emperor's order retorted awkwardly, "You are not of the demon race." Qing raised an eyebrow, pondering the uncertainty of her own resolve. After all, she was not a person of unwavering will. And who could say if one day she might succumb to the allure of darkness? As a slight itch danced upon her eyelids, something fell into her eye, prompting Qing to hastily shut them. Once she composed herself and scanned her surroundings with her spiritual awareness, she discovered that she had unwittingly become a nest. To her astonishment, she found herself nestled within a sizable tree hollow, which the silk had fortuitously located for her, offering a spacious refuge for her limbs. At that moment, she lay sprawled within the decaying heart of the tree, surrounded by thick moss that was more comfortable than her mattress. Had it not been for the meter-high mound of dry grass and leaves piled upon her, she might have relished the charm of this arboreal abode. Unfortunately, she was buried beneath the foliage, with a nest of newborn creatures, mere days old, incessantly crying in alarm just above her belly. The exit of the tree hollow is situated directly above, revealing a circular expanse of sky. The opening is approximately 20 meters above the ground, indicating the considerable height and girth of the tree. However, at a height of about 2 feet from the young ones, there exists a hole no larger than a fist, through which a paw is currently probing inward. Qing was momentarily bewildered, pondering whether the animal kingdom of the celestial realm is truly so primitive. Do they not possess the ability to excavate trees using spiritual power? Wanbu remarked that a tree of such venerable age has certainly withstood the ravages of demonic beasts. Furthermore, demonic beasts are not akin to humans. They do not frequently resort to the use of spiritual energy. After considerable reflection, Qing could not discern whether Wanbu was suggesting that demonic beasts are foolish or that humans are dim-witted. The creatures within the hollow resembled rabbits, while those outside resembled cats, leaving her uncertain about the palatability of their flesh. After a half hour, Qing resolved her own query. She mixed some water to rinse her mouth and then incinerated the small bones with fire until they turned to ash, extinguishing them to prevent any forest fires. Rising from her spot, she departed. The meat was tender and delightful, albeit lacking in seasoning. Had she known, she would have taken extra supplies from the 10th princess's kitchen. Alas, 10th princess, I wonder if you ever think of me? The 10th princess, however, was too preoccupied to consider her. When the thought of Qing struck her like a bolt of lightning, she mused, "Ah, that person, that chef, whatever became of her?" She did not even know Qing's name. The maids were equally oblivious. No one held Qing in high regard, and thus, no one cared enough to inquire. It was always you or direct commands. The human chef had met an unfortunate demise during the ambush by the demon clan at the teleportation array that day. The 10th princess was momentarily taken aback. Dead? Truly dead? For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. The one who responded was the maid who had dealt the fatal blow to Qing. She affirmed, indeed, the demon race killed her. She was far too weak to resist. The 10th princess paused for a moment, then inquired, did the slave mark not react? The maid was taken aback, exchanging glances with others. Did the cook apply the slave mark? Thus, the matter concerning Qing vanished like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 15. The escape. Qing was fervently eager to elevate her cultivation. Initially, she believed that upon reaching the celestial realm, her ascension in rank would occur effortlessly. However, due to her unique constitution, she found it impossible to directly absorb spiritual energy from the air, unless she achieved a state of mental and spiritual unity during her artifact refinement. Later, upon arriving at the Tianan continent, she discovered the abundant spiritual energy there, occasionally seeping in. Overjoyed, she assumed that the celestial realm would possess even denser spiritual energy. She envisioned herself absorbing 800 pounds daily. With the attainment of the transformation stage within her grasp, the beauty of her imagination stood in stark contrast to the harshness of reality. Indeed, the celestial realm's spiritual energy was richer, and more of it seemed to flood into her pores, yet according to the assessment from the silk cloth, her rate and quantity of absorption were significantly inferior to that of the native denizens of the celestial realm. Qing sighed, conceding, well, the heavens have bestowed upon me considerable fortune. It is only natural to have a shortcoming for balance. I shall complain less and express more gratitude. The silk cloth advised her to seek out the ascension pool. The liquid within the pool could assist individuals in enhancing their spiritual roots and reshaping their celestial bones. And the spiritual power there was abundant and freely available, as long as one could contain it. Qing hesitated, asking, are you certain I can utilize it? The silk cloth replied, in theory, the ascension pool is intended for those who ascend from the lower realms. For those already in the celestial realm, it holds no effect. You, indeed, are someone who has ascended from below, correct? As for the notion of ascension, I believe it is worth the endeavor. He too did not anticipate that even upon reaching the celestial realm, Qing still struggled to absorb spiritual energy. Perhaps a soak in the ascension pool could lead to a transformation. Both held the same hopeful expectations. Yet, where might the ascension pool be found? The celestial realm of cloud ascension lies beyond the known domain of Wanbu. Alternatively, you could journey to those celestial realms I have previously visited, where I am aware of the locations of the ascension pools. Qing chuckled softly. Do you think I possess wealth? To travel to other celestial realms requires the use of a teleportation array. Does she have the means? Wanbu remarked. Then we must first inquire if there exists an ascension pool here. Not all celestial realms possess one? Certainly not. Some have them, while others do not. Qing inquired with curiosity. Why is it that not all celestial realms possess one? Wanbu replied. How should I know the reason? It simply is. Frustrated, Qing tugged at her hair and resolutely declared, let us go. We must find a place with people to procure a meal. It is in such company that we can gather information. Wanbu cautioned, stay away from Changdao Gate. Do not encounter that couple again lest you be captured once more. Their entanglement seems inevitable, for having shared a connection of heart and spirit, it cannot simply end. Qing nodded. I concur. It appears to be a tale of initial marriage, mutual destruction, a funeral pyre, followed by becoming unlikely allies, perhaps fraught with misunderstandings, heartlessness. Sudden realizations. Oh, if their bond were to last but a century, then it would ultimately culminate in a reminiscence of the vast ocean. Wan Bu, unable to grasp the meaning, sought clarification. As Hu Qing explained, she discerned her direction, flying away from Changdao Gate. Fortunately, the nascent soul can soar here, were it not for this. Walking would render her feet broken, unable to escape the vast expanse of these million mountains. The endless and boundless peaks kept her senses taut, as she carefully navigated toward what she perceived as a safe direction. Yet, the deeper she ventured, the chill at the nape of her neck intensified. After traversing countless areas that sent shivers of danger down her spine, her neck was completely numb, and the hair on the back of her head stood rigid like bristles. Xiaobu, I seem to have chosen the most perilous path. This is not the most dangerous. You have already skirted past the truly treacherous spots. The path ahead will only grow more perilous. He Qing. I long to weep. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on. Retreat meant a dead end. Forging ahead might just lead to survival. Finding a clean stone at a higher elevation, He Qing dusted herself off and respectfully bowed to the heavens. Father, I beseech your blessing. Is this truly effective? Moreover, this father is not the same as the one before. For more than a month thereafter, He Qing walked the tightrope of trepidation, an instinct telling her she had entered the territory of densely packed demonic beasts, navigating cautiously by feel. Indeed, she walked, initially able to fly. She then resorted to low-altitude flight, next skimming the treetops, passing through tree trunks, and ultimately, she dared only to tread upon the ground. By now, she refrained from using her spiritual energy, activating a shielding aura, fearful that the essence of her energy and the presence of life might attract a terrifying entity. Once the shielding aura was engaged, He Qing melded with her surroundings, becoming akin to a withered leaf or a stone, unnoticed even by low-tier creatures as she passed by. However, after successfully navigating through a particular area, her streak of good fortune came to an abrupt end. Initially, she remained unnoticed until suddenly, a massive swarm of something surged forth from an unknown origin, sweeping across the ground and ascending into the sky, inadvertently colliding with Hu Qing. Though she was cloaked in invisibility, her physical form was undeniably present. The impact left her with the agonizing sensation of cracked ribs, sending her sprawling as she struggled to catch her breath, causing her invisibility aura to shatter in an instant. The scent of humanity wafted through the air, prompting a small contingent from the main force to charge towards her with ferocity. The silken cloth urged her to flee, warning her of the man-eating flying zombie worms, which would leave scars if they bit her. Scars? Panic surged through Hu Qing as she unleashed her full spiritual energy, darting forward through a gap. Spiritual energy was renowned as a remedy for scars, and the mere mention of them by the silken cloth indicated the formidable nature of these creatures, which spiritual power alone could not withstand. Swiftly, she produced a stack of talismans, affixing them to herself as she hurled others behind her in a defensive manner. Fortunately, the beings of the celestial realm were not necessarily more ferocious than those of the mortal realm. Ultimately, Hu Qing managed to evade the relentless pursuit of the flying insects, only to realize she was in an unfamiliar location. The air here was eerily still, imbued with a palpable tension that weighed heavily upon her. Hu Qing swallowed hard, a sense of dread creeping in. Surely she had not inadvertently wandered into the territory of a great demon. Suddenly, a powerful roar echoed from the dense forest ahead, prompting Hu Qing to instinctively fling a talisman for earth concealment, plunging herself several meters underground. I am unseen, I am unseen, I am unseen. Separated by layers of soil, she could clearly hear the sounds of combat above, an uproar of voices, punctuated by the growls of tigers, as the ground trembled beneath her, resonating with deep, muffled thuds. Hu Qing fervently hoped that no harm would befall her directly above. As she contemplated, a sudden explosion resounded above her head, followed by two more thunderous booms, the sound of the earth's layers erupting. Hu Qing remained motionless, lamenting internally. She should have fled underground in succession, but now, to run would only draw attention. She hoped desperately that they would not uncover her presence. Such thoughts were naive. If they could not detect a living being concealed beneath mere layers of soil, then those outside would be unworthy of the title of celestial beings. Dust swirled around as someone shouted from above, "Can you come up?" Sighing, Hu Qing silently rose, keeping her head lowered as she ascended. Upon reaching the surface, she failed to clearly see the individuals present and hastily apologized. My apologies. I did not mean to intrude upon this place. I shall take my leave. Laughter echoed around her, accompanied by a voice filled with curiosity. Who are you? How did you enter our gourmet sanctuary? This was not a question of accusation, but rather pure inquisitiveness. Qing felt a wave of relief as she lifted her head. Chapter 16. Gourmet Sanctuary stands as the largest culinary brand in the celestial realm. They have even established their own ingredient gardens in the perilous wilds teeming with demonic beasts. Qing had inadvertently stumbled into the very source of ingredients for Gourmet Sanctuary. Awkwardly, she noted that there were neither walls nor barriers surrounding the area. The inhabitants of Gourmet Sanctuary believed that barriers were unnecessary. Who would dare venture into such a treacherous place? The multitude of demonic creatures served as the finest protection. This was the first time in many years that they had seen a living person enter. The well-groomed male celestial beings were quite amiable. Inquiring how Qing had arrived there, Qing managed a shy smile and replied, I was originally headed towards the teleportation array, but along the way, I encountered a clash between the demon and beast clans. There were too many people, and the battle was too fierce. Fearing for my safety, I fled in the opposite direction. Unfamiliar with the surroundings, she raised her hands in a gesture of surrender as she ran. The onlookers were astonished, commenting on her extraordinary fortune in arriving from the direction of the teleportation array. However, as the conflict between the demon and beast tribes ensued, they exchanged knowing glances, their eyes ablaze with curiosity. It seemed that the news of the 10th princess and her partner had already spread. With an air of nonchalance, she admitted, I've lost my way. Might I accompany you? Rest assured, I do not require special attention. Alternatively, a simple direction would suffice, and I would be immensely grateful. Those indulging in the delicacies immediately exhibited their commendable willingness to assist, generously inviting her to join them. She suspected their ease stemmed from her perceived fragility, and she graciously accepted, expressing her gratitude while observing their handling of fresh ingredients. Behold, what a magnificent tiger! Several young men, their ages indeterminate, surrounded the grand beast, skillfully performing their tasks, bleeding, skinning, and extracting marrow. She carefully scrutinized the movements of the male immortal positioned between the tiger's outstretched hind legs. The attention on his hands rendered him increasingly awkward, leading him to clear his throat in embarrassment. Realizing her intrusion, she exclaimed, Oh dear, my apologies. I shall avert my gaze. Turning away, the male immortal found himself at a loss for words, while his companions stifled laughter and shot him reproachful glares. There was nothing inherently unlearnable about the craft at hand. However, given the nature of the task, he mused, there were indeed distinctions between the sexes. The crowd chuckled, remarking, This tiger is exceptionally fierce. Had we not possessed our unique methods, it would rather self-destruct than allow us to feast upon its flesh. She nodded in understanding, contemplating the significance of the culinary establishment known as Shi Su. The name resonated with her, drawing her thoughts to Shi Buozhou, the proprietor of a renowned chain of dining establishments. Uncertain of the connection between the gourmet of the Xiaojia and the delicacies of the ascending celestial realm, one might surmise there is none, given the prolonged exile of the Shaoli realm. The celestial vessel is evidently practical, designed more for cargo than for passengers. Qing speculates that certain ingredients, when stored, may lose their flavor, necessitating expedited delivery. Unconcerned with trivial matters, she adheres to the whims of her hosts. However, the lively company of young men proves engaging, and with her intentional charm, by the time they arrive at their destination, Qing has successfully secured an opportunity for an interview in the kitchen as a helper. Proudly, she declares to Zhuanbu, this is the advantage of possessing a skill. Zhuanbu, perplexed, inquires, isn't your expertise in artifact forging? Qing responds, a diverse skill set opens multiple avenues. She advises Zhuanbu, do not remain idle, learn whatever you can. Zhuanbu retorts, as an artifact spirit, what can I learn? Above, the imposing city walls are faintly visible through a transparent barrier, soaring endlessly high and deep. From the celestial vessel, one gazes down upon a bustling city, where architecture thrives amidst expansive vistas, yet the towering walls encompass even snow-capped peaks, illustrating that this city surpasses Beipingfang in grandeur. The journey into the city proceeds smoothly, as the cargo vessel possesses the necessary permits to navigate its skies. It descends gracefully at the foot of the snow-capped mountain, a locale both splendid and refined, where the group first busies themselves with deliveries before someone finally beckons the quietly waiting Qing inside. Just in time. Han Yi is present, for he is the most amiable in conversation. When you meet him, be respectful and feign a touch of vulnerability, she advises. Qing, thank you. Once I receive my wages, I shall treat everyone to drinks. That's settled then. Rest assured, we shall not indulge in extravagant choices, as it is the thought that counts. While it is commendable to be helpful, who does not desire a sense of gratitude from those they assist? Rather than being bitten by the snake they once rescued, Master Han is a portly gentleman, his snow-white hair framing a round, affable visage, with a rosy complexion and not a wrinkle in sight. Observing his vibrant spirit, one can discern that his aged appearance is merely a personal preference. As their acquaintance deepened, Master Han confided in her that his handsome features prompted him to feign old age, lest the unrestrained maidens distract him from his pursuits. Qing found this hard to believe. Just like at this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back, protruding belly emphasized, attempting to scowl by furrowing his short, thick eyebrows. Yet, alas, his round face, no matter how sternly presented, could not inspire fear. What a kindly old man he is! As endearing as a freshly steamed white bun. Qing felt a weight lift from her heart. Master Han cleared his throat, striving to maintain an air of aloofness. What could a young girl possibly know? Qing cast a glance at the so-called scrap, her lips twitching. How could this be deemed waste? These were clearly exquisite ingredients, many of which she had never encountered before. The term waste likely referred to those mishandled by the apprentices during their practice, she mused. TSK, no wonder it is a prestigious brand. The quality is meticulously upheld. She refrained from boasting and humbly remarked that she would present a modest display, conservatively selecting ingredients previously used by the 10th princess to craft familiar pastries, creating 10 varieties. 10 pastries, 10 colors, 10 shapes, 10 flavors. Master Han, hands still clasped behind him, refrained from sampling, his expression neutral, neither praising nor criticizing. Qing felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that her culinary skills were lacking? After all, the 10th princess had not expressed any dissatisfaction while eating. Perhaps the taste perception of demons and humans diverged? Eagerly, she thought to present a dish. Her heart leaped with excitement. This could be an opportunity. She retrieved a pristine carrot from the heap of discarded materials, its vibrant hue and freshness puzzlingly relegated to waste. After cleansing it thoroughly, she placed it on the cutting board, and with a swift motion, the knife descended, slicing with a sound reminiscent of gentle rain. However, the cacophony of cutting was met with disapproval from Han Yi, who shook his head repeatedly. Undeterred, Qing completed her task, arranging the ingredients meticulously. Yet, Han Yi continued to express his discontent, lamenting her lack of finesse, declaring her youthful impetuosity as a glaring flaw. Disheartened by his critiques, Qing abandoned her aspirations of showcasing elaborate knife skills. She ignited the stove, pouring in oil to heat. In the 17th chapter of her culinary journey, a vibrant stir-fry was presented before Han Yi, its alluring colors and intoxicating aroma wafting through the air. With a semblance of restraint, he picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and remarked, "Not particularly remarkable." He continued to sample the dish, taking second, third, and fourth bites, while Qing's heart sank further. Surely, one would assume that enjoyment would correlate with quantity consumed, yet the expression on Han Yi's face, contorted into an array of frowns, suggested otherwise. Was there something awry with the flavor of her dish? She grasped a clean pair of chopsticks and reached toward the plate, only for Han Yi to deftly intercept with a swift flick of his own. "Han Yi, at least allow me a taste," she implored, exasperated. Was it possible that the ingredients differed from those she had previously used? Han Yi finally finished the last morsel, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing with effort. A pair of not-so-large eyes suddenly swept over Qing with piercing sharpness. "I hear you arrived from the teleportation array?" "Humph. Quite impressive to have survived the onslaught of so many beasts and made it to our garden." Qing realized that this inquiry regarding her origins would be challenging to navigate, so she feigned difficulty and said, "You may not believe me." Master Han slammed his chopsticks down decisively. "As long as you speak the truth." Qing replied, "The place I came from is rather obscure." "Humph. I have traversed numerous regions. What remote place have I not visited?" Master Han wore an expression that suggested she could not evade his discerning gaze. Qing continued, "It's the Little Li realm." She spoke slowly, carefully observing Master Han's reaction, hoping he would truly recognize it. Yet, Master Han's expression momentarily blanked, and he instinctively retorted, "You must be deceiving me. Where could such a place exist?" Qing's disappointment was palpable. "It is indeed the Little Li realm. It is a newly ascended lower realm. Master Han's eyes widened in astonishment, and he became instantly animated. Where is it? I must see if there are any ingredients I have yet to encounter. Qing, feeling rather exasperated, replied, I don't know. I was originally on the other side of the immortal bridge. But misfortune struck when I was caught up in a treasure-seeking expedition by an immortal. Miraculously surviving, upon my escape, I found myself here. I have no idea how I arrived in the immortal realm. Master Han furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering something, and casually remarked, then your realm is likely to face calamity. Qing's heart tightened. Being a newly connected lower realm to the immortal realm, it would be fortunate to encounter benevolent beings. However, if they were to cross paths with malevolent individuals who might seize treasures and capture people, it would be a commonplace occurrence. Qing felt a genuine panic. Her entire family was at stake. Han spoke intentionally, seeking to validate the veracity of her words. Observing her flustered demeanor and the accelerated rhythm of her heartbeat, he discerned that she was not lying. He said softly, it cannot be that dire. Heaven has favored us, allowing us to ascend to the celestial realm. The way of heaven will undoubtedly protect us there. Han Yi remained silent, acknowledging that the favor of the heavens often attracted those with ill intentions who would seize and plunder. You may stay and assist in the kitchen, with provisions and accommodation provided. As for wages, Qing's eyes sparkled with interest. None? She asked, her expression falling. Yet, her eyes brightened once more. However, if your creations can be sold, you shall receive a share. Qing was taken aback. My creations can be sold? Han Yi grimaced, your knife skills are lacking. And the flavors are merely average. The dishes you produce are hardly worthy of the table. Qing fell silent, countering, yet you still consume them without complaint. The pastries, on the other hand, are quite acceptable. Very well, remain for now and see if opportunities arise. If you feel the need to leave, you are free to do so. Qing pressed her tongue against the roof of her mouth and declared, I shall stay. Excellent. Damu, take this one, Qing. Bring Qing to settle in. She'll start work this afternoon. Qing remarked. I have become Qing. Damu rushed over, joy illuminating his face. I knew Han you had a kind heart. You decided to stay. Qing laughed. Indeed, I am fortunate to have encountered a benefactor. Han Yi cleared his throat and walked away, hands clasped behind his back, his mind preoccupied with thoughts. He pondered whether the Little Li realm had any new ingredients to offer and resolved to inquire further. The staff dormitory at the food establishment was divided by gender, featuring a picturesque environment and ample lodging. As a mere assistant, Qing surprisingly received a set of accommodations, including a common area and a shared courtyard. This represented the most basic treatment, while the chefs possessed their own residences. Damu strode ahead, pointing ambitiously at the grand mansion perched on the mountainside. One day, I shall reside there too. Qing looked up and inquired, why is it so far away? Her gaze ascended to the snow-capped peaks, her mouth agape in astonishment. Are you suggesting that all these snow mountains are our delicacies? Wanbu interjected. You seem to have adapted quite swiftly. Damu proudly responded, of course, and proceeded to elaborate, not entirely. This one and the one behind it are our delicacies. The front serves to entertain guests, while the rear is for storing ingredients and raising livestock. Qing marveled, impressive. Damu affirmed, indeed, this is our headquarters. A thought struck Qing. Headquarters? The central hub for all delicacies in the ascending cloud celestial realm? Or is it the headquarters of other celestial realms? Damu gasped, you dare to dream. Other celestial realms? Alas, I may never have the opportunity to exchange culinary skills with other headquarters in my lifetime. Qing mused silently. A mere food brand can achieve cross-realm chain operations. Yu Lui, when shall you expand the Chaohua sect across all celestial realms? Far away in the Shaoli realm, Yu Lui suddenly sneezed thrice, uncharacteristically and without grace. He paused, for unusual occurrences merit contemplation, especially when faced with challenging choices, as he was at that moment. His heart surged with emotion, and an unexpected itch in his nose made him wonder, was heaven trying to convey a message? Did he believe they acted solely for themselves? In the chamber where the great doors were closed and the barrier opened, there were not only Yu Lui, but also the formidable figures of the sect. To be precise, he held the lowest rank among them. Yu Lui spoke calmly. Elders, it has been nearly 10,000 years since the celestial ancestors ascended. How much connection can they still have with the Shaoli realm? The elders exchanged knowing glances, and one of them replied with an air of detachment, perhaps it is to sever the ties of gratitude that the Shaoli realm has bestowed upon us. Just as we take on disciples, they too must cut their earthly bonds. Chapter 18. The assistants Yului did not oppose this notion. Even celestial beings must adhere to the laws of cause and effect. The relationship between the Shaoli realm and them was akin to that of biological parents. The debt of nurturing cannot be ignored. The order of the celestial realm is far more stringent. What could not be done before due to circumstances can now be accomplished, and thus certain actions cannot be overlooked. Yet, is this truly a blessing for the Shaoli realm? Yului felt pessimistic, with all the outstanding disciples taken away. What future does our Chawa sect have? However, when he sought guidance on how to advance the Chawa sect, no one offered a definitive opinion, merely stating that it is all determined by fate. Yului discerned the truth. These individuals had little concern for the Chawa sect, and even if they did, their outlook was not optimistic. The intention behind taking away their most exceptional disciples seemed to be merely for the sake of sect rewards. How could he accept such a fate? He understood the implications, and those elders, with far greater experience, were undoubtedly more aware. Their exchanged glances revealed a decisive understanding. The tone grew increasingly impatient. Yului's expression turned pained. Master Uncle, you might as well rely on your own ascension. Ing retorted sharply. My granddaughter has stated that you promised to ascend first. Yuli expressed a mix of amusement and exasperation. The child speaks nonsense. It is of no concern to me. Your junior sister is missing, and you do not intend to search for her? Master Uncle, my junior sister is certainly capable of taking care of herself. If I were to seek her out, I would only hinder her progress, Yuliuya replied, unabashed. Indeed. Chamings approved with a nod. Yuliuya remained silent. Chamings sighed. We must venture into the immortal realm, not solely to locate your junior sister, but our sect, Chawa, aspires to become a grand immortal gate. Thus, we must possess superior immortal techniques. Yuliuya's mood grew heavy. This matter requires careful discussion with the esteemed ancestors and seniors. Chamings glanced at him and waved his hand reassuringly. They must repay their karmic debts, which provides ample ground for negotiation. You should maintain stability among the younger disciples. Leave those matters to us old-timers. Yuliuya felt a surge of gratitude. The sect truly relies on the ancestors. That is understood. Just remember to keep your junior sister in mind, Chamings added. Yuliuya responded, Rest assured, Master Uncle, I have been continuously mindful of my junior sister's situation. Observing Qing, who had only acknowledged her father for a few years yet seemed to have garnered his deep concern. He pondered whether her master would worry for her if anything were to befall him. A melodious cry resonated from the other side of the mountain, the source indistinguishable. Qing instinctively glanced over, but the hillside obstructed her view. Dama remarked, The entrance for receiving guests lies around the bend. That call belongs to the one bird, which is used to greet distinguished visitors. Only those of the highest order can afford the luxury of a lawn carriage. He continued, We shall provide exquisite delicacies and arrange for the transportation of our esteemed guests. The first rank is represented by the majestic phoenix-drawn chariot, the second by the celestial steed, and the third by the wind ox, corresponding to the upper peak, middle peak, and lower peak respectively. Beneath the lower peak, guests are free to manage as they please. After a brief pause, it was mentioned that there exists a special treatment, where a dragon is harnessed to pull the chariot. However, such instances are rare, and I have yet to witness one myself. Qing, taken aback, widened her eyes in astonishment. Dragons? Damu nodded affirmatively. Dragon clan beasts. Qing queried, Aren't dragons notoriously proud? Damu regarded her with a puzzled expression. You truly know nothing, do you? I am referring to dragon clan beasts. Those that attain a dragon form through their demonic essence. They cannot possibly be true dragons. Qing exclaimed, Ah. Could it be that the serpents and fish from the lower realms, having cultivated to assume a dragon form and endured heavenly tribulations to ascend to the celestial realm, are relegated to merely pulling chariots? How tragic. Even if they are only dragon clan beasts, they are still quite rare. Damu contemplated. Those that take on a dragon-esque semblance tend to possess a fierce temperament. Having them pull a chariot would be exceedingly difficult. I wonder what methods the headquarters employs to subdue them. Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, formidable demon beasts are inherently proud. Otherwise, you would need to devise a way to deal with that tiger on the spot. Damu shuddered at the memory. I nearly had my chest crushed by its paw. It was perilously close. Qing lamented. Yet we cannot resort to poison or sedatives, as that would compromise the flavor of the meat. Alas, at that moment, a sense of mutual understanding blossomed between the two. Master Han instructed Damu to escort Qing And it was then that she realized the location where she had previously been tested was merely a refuse area. The refuse area was adjacent to the apprentice training rooms, next to which lay the preparation zone, and before that was the kitchen, which served merely as a training ground for the chef's daily practice and culinary exchanges. The true kitchen lies beyond the mountains. Our apprentices take turns manning that station. Aside from external assignments, we typically work 3 days on and half a day off, spending the remaining 2.5 days honing our skills here. You are currently an assistant, aiding us apprentices in our tasks. It is fortunate that you are paired with me, as we are already well acquainted. My knife skills are nearing proficiency. Please assist me in preparing the vegetables. Qing remained in a state of astonishment. 3 days of work for just half a day's labor? What an extraordinary blessing! Contemplating the culinary mastery at Changdao Gate, she inquired, "Do we have formidable culinary masters at Shirshu as well?" Damu laughed heartily, "Of course. The top 3 culinary masters in the ascending cloud immortal realm are all from Shirshu. Anyone who seeks to attain culinary enlightenment in that realm aspires to join our ranks. Ah, consider yourself fortunate. The Han gentleman mentioned that your serendipitous entry into our treasure garden signifies your connection to Shirshu. Otherwise, do you think entering Shirshu is an easy feat? Even those outside would vie fiercely for the opportunity to assist." Qing murmured to herself, "I have truly struck gold." Escaping the perils of the Million Mountains was merely a prelude to this grand opportunity at Shirshu? Oh heavens, dear father, are you suggesting that your beloved daughter should lay aside her hammer and embrace the art of culinary creation? A shiver ran through her. Upon entering Damu's workspace, she found a spacious, semi-open area that was bright and immaculate, with the floors, countertops, and walls all clad in white. Towering cabinets lined the walls, with doors opening outward, providing both hot and cold storage. Close to the ground, a transparent water tank encircled the room, teeming with aquatic ingredients, fish, shrimp, and crabs in abundance. Moreover, within the workspace and between workstations, an array of well-organized vegetables, meats, and fruits were meticulously arranged, so neatly that even those with obsessive tendencies would feel a delightful shiver of satisfaction. Chapter 19. Unpassable for several consecutive days, Qing followed Damu, darting about here and there, yet she had not laid eyes on Han Yi. Han Yi was preoccupied, managing personnel matters while also dedicating himself to cultivation. Thus he did not pay particular attention to a mere assistant. However, Damu took the opportunity to commend her, stating, "Qing is truly remarkable. She excels at everything she does. I dare say her knife skills rival my own." To which Han Yi retorted, "You know nothing." Damu scratched his head in confusion. One day, Qing was in Damu's workshop, deftly slicing vegetables on her designated cutting board, her movements as fine as threads and as soft as snow, when a figure appeared before her. Unperturbed, she completed her task, lifted her gaze, and smiled. Han Yi. During these days, she had refrained from aimlessly wandering or fawning over him. What was she, that she should seek favors? Was it truly an honor for him to grant her requests? Acknowledging the futility of such endeavors, she resolved not to pursue them. Of course, she had not remained entirely uninformed. For instance, she inquired about the several teleportation arrays leading to the ascending cloud immortal realm, all of which had a standardized fare. The price was set at 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals for a single ticket, non-refundable. At that moment, Damu remarked, "Isn't it quite reasonable? It is intended for the convenience of everyone traveling to other immortal realms." Reasonable? Qing was left in a daze. 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals equated to 1 medium-grade spirit crystal, and 1,000 medium-grade spirit crystals equaled 1 high-grade spirit crystal. Was 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals expensive? Not particularly. If only she could have amassed that amount in the past. Yet now, she possessed not a single crystal, with her meals and accommodation provided but no wages. When would she ever accumulate 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals? Oh, Damu's monthly remuneration is merely a low-grade spirit crystal. In truth, it ought not to be allocated to us, as we are but apprentices, with our sustenance, accommodation, and cultivation all provided by Shirshu. This meager sum of 1 low-grade spirit crystal each month is utterly unnecessary. However, the higher-ups claim it is our pocket money, though I have no use for it, and have saved it all. Hey, Qing, do you find yourself in need of funds? I could lend you some. What a foolish child, so eager to lend money. How could she be so brazen? How much do you have? I've saved a few dozen. Qing sighed. That's far too little. You should save more. As for the ascension pool, Damu knew nothing of it. Regarding other realms of immortality, he was even more uninformed, as he had not yet reached the level where such knowledge was requisite. Upon learning the fare for the teleportation array, Qing dedicated herself to honing her culinary skills, practicing alongside Damu and poring over cookbooks. By the way, why is it called the Tao of food rather than the Tao of cooking? The latter seems more fitting, while the former inevitably conjures thoughts of gastroenterology and medical arts. Yishi remarked, that is because I am not fond of the surname Chu. Hanyi, you have arrived. Qing greeted with a smile. Hanyi reached out to pinch a handful of the shredded vegetables she had prepared, while Damu, busy nearby, interjected, your cutting is superior to mine. Hanyi replied, no, you are better than me. Damu was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief, his hair obscuring his face. One cannot touch their head while chopping vegetables. Qing was equally puzzled and sincerely inquired, Hanyi, where do you think I fall short? Hanyi replied, your path does not lie here. Qing paused, then laughed. Hanyi, you overestimate me. I am but an ordinary person, with no path to speak of. Hanyi shook his head at her, popped the shredded vegetables into his mouth, and walked away with his hands behind his back. Qing, bewildered, inquired of Damu, what does that mean? Damu, equally perplexed, replied, of course, you cannot enter the Tao. How old are you? A veil of realization fell over Qing as she acknowledged her youth. She was still but a child. Yet, what did Han Ye's words signify? After pondering for a while, she concluded that since Han Ye had taken the initiative to engage with her, she would seize the opportunity to approach him proactively. Subsequently, Qing sought out Han Ye whenever she could, sometimes failing to locate him, while at other times catching a fleeting glimpse. Initially, Han Ye paid her no heed, but after multiple attempts 10, 20, 30, it became awkward for him to ignore her. Show me how you chop vegetables, he commanded. Qing, brimming with excitement, put forth her best effort. However, Han Ye shook his head, declaring, I have no time. Swiftly, she retreated. As time passed, a mere glance from Han Ye would prompt Qing to slice the vegetables without a word, and another glance would send her retreating just as silently. This entire exchange did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, who jested about Han Ye's impatience while admiring Qing's remarkable patience. She remained unflustered, exhibiting a composure far superior to their own when they had first arrived. Inwardly, Han Ye mused, I fear that this excessive composure, coupled with her strong will, may prove challenging to guide. From the very first day he tasted the dishes prepared by Qing, he had sensed within them an ineffable quality, something he could neither articulate nor possess. He was convinced that Qing possessed a certain uniqueness in her culinary skills. The sensation was akin to discovering an entirely new ingredient or a menu filled with unfamiliar combinations. He yearned to comprehend and explore this phenomenon, yet felt at a loss as to how to proceed. Teaching her seemed a risk, for he worried that he might inadvertently stifle her original distinctiveness. Do not teach. He has yet to discover a method that allows Qing to showcase her uniqueness. It is quite troubling. Qing remains oblivious to Han Ye's inner turmoil. She does not comprehend what kind of artistry should emerge from her chopping. She has observed others slicing vegetables and even attempted to imitate them, yet the outcome remains unchanged. She inquires of Wanbu. Wanbu responds, what do you expect from a spirit being that cannot consume anything? Qing retorts, why do I sense your discontent is escalating? Wanbu replies enigmatically, what do you think? After finally arriving in the celestial realm, the person I am associated with has taken up the role of a cook. Oh, not even a cook, merely a subordinate incapable of properly slicing vegetables. Qing muses, it is merely luck. One should not bicker with those devoid of humanity. The next day, when she presents her skills to Han Ye once more, she wields a pristine, slender sword. With a flick of her wrist, the vegetables soar and, with a dazzling display, fall into a perfectly arranged pile on the plate. Han Ye, irate, declares, is this mere juggling? Depart. Dejected, Qing exits, acknowledging that acrobatics do not earn points. Later, she returns wielding an old, clumsy wooden knife, seemingly unearthed from some forgotten corner. The moment she produces it, Han Ye's expression contorts, yet he endures her slicing until completion, cursing her to leave. Qing, with a playful grin, implores, do not be vexed, Han Ye. Observe this knife, its hue so deep, perhaps it harbors the spirit of a celestial chef. He is quick to dismiss her. It is not the knife that is the issue, it is you. Bewildered, Qing queries, what precisely is my issue? Alas, none can discern, for if they did, they would rival Han Ye's prowess. Returning to the house, Qing sat down and poured herself a drink. Indeed, I must possess a certain talent for cuisine, otherwise, would Master Han be jesting with me? My cooking is delectable, as even Shuanghua has acknowledged. But what is the issue that Master Han speaks of? The silk cloth cannot assist her. After pondering for a while, Qing felt a pang of discouragement. She genuinely lacked direction in her efforts. Day after day, she toiled diligently, yet she remained untouched by even a spark of success. The hands and heart of a craftsman, yearning to forge, felt restless. After more than half a year, the vegetable strip she had cut could construct a house, yet she still could not pass Master Han's scrutiny. Nor had she earned a single spirit crystal. Left with no other recourse, she found solace in the fact that at least her needs were met here. And she could gather information. Patience is key. One cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. Chapter 20. The hammer wielding on this day, Qing liberated herself, mercilessly smashing a basket of tender cucumbers until they were unrecognizable and dripping with juice. The last one was half destroyed, and she bit into the remaining piece with a crunch. Master Han, why do you not scold me? Look at the state I have made. She gestured with one hand. Master Han was quite particular about cleanliness. Even a single speck of vegetable residue on the small workbench would incite a lengthy reprimand. Today, however, she had created what resembled a crime scene, yet he seemed lost in thought, oblivious to her antics. Having spent over half a year in each other's company, Qing felt a certain intimacy with Master Han, and her boldness today stemmed from recognizing his distracted demeanor. She decided to indulge in her frustrations accumulated over the months. In response, Master Han merely cast a glance at the floor, the countertop, and the adjacent wall before returning to his furrowed brow. Sensing something amiss, Qing swallowed the last bite of cucumber and hurriedly gestured in front of his face. Master Han, is your time drawing near? The elder Han's gaze appeared weary and frail as he feebly swatted her hand away, letting out a sigh. That's about enough. Qing interjected. But we could purchase the longevity elixir. You are quite affluent. Han turned slightly, stating, wealth cannot procure it. Surely not, she replied. I have heard from Damu and others that there are various kinds of longevity elixirs, and the one that extends life by 50 years is inexpensive and readily available. 50 years is trivial for an immortal, hence its low cost. Qing paused, studying Han closely. Though he seemed listless, he was, in fact, brimming with vitality and spiritual energy, exuding an aura of life that suggested he would endure for quite some time. Perhaps, Elder Han, there are no insurmountable obstacles in life. You should perhaps take it easy. It is said that those who take their own lives face difficulties in reincarnation. Han spat dismissively. Qing, realizing something, exclaimed, has an enemy come to seek vengeance? Han replied, my adversaries are all culinary rivals. There is no life and death contention among us. Qing muttered, it can't be that a relative has come to visit, can it? At that moment, Han sighed, gesturing to clean the damp area where Qing had been standing. Let me show you something. Qing, puzzled, inquired, what is there to see? An injury? Han approached the platform with a gentle demeanor, revealing a complete set of cookware, pots, spatulas, and knives. There were 9 pots ranging from large to small, 9 spatulas of varying sizes, and 9 knives of different lengths and widths. Han then placed a lone furnace on the ground, specially designed with fire openings corresponding to the sizes of the pots. The entire set was made from a unique purple sand gold, a material rare in the mortal realm, yet likely abundant in the celestial realm. The patterns on the main body are equally charming, featuring goldfish designs that are both adorable and unique, with each goldfish exhibiting a distinct and lifelike form. Qing felt that this set of kitchenware resembled a work of art. It's broken, Han lamented. Unable to contain herself, Qing stepped forward, picking up the spatula and playfully flipping it, then raising the knife to the light to scrutinize it, having inspected the large pot and spent considerable time examining the stove. It's not broken. It's just been neglected for too long. A little cleaning will suffice. When Qing looked up, she was startled. Han Ye's intense gaze was fixed upon her. You understand? Qing smiled. I am indeed a weaponsmith. Han Ye's spirits lifted. You wield a heavy hammer? Qing nodded earnestly. I can also wield a large ladle. At that moment, Han Ye was not concerned with the ladle. His mind was solely occupied with the hammer. Are you truly a weaponsmith? But can you manage it? Your cultivation is merely at the nascent soul stage. What can you accomplish? Hey. You cannot say that, Qing retorted, displeased. My low cultivation does not equate to a lack of skill. Regarding this set of utensils, I assure you, I will restore them to perfection, and as for payment, you may decide. Don't even think about a freebie. I am barely scraping by. However, it must be noted that the employee meals at Shirshi are truly exceptional, and with ample opportunities for tasting in their kitchen. Qing had consumed more spiritual energy from the food than she had absorbed from the air over these days. Han Yi had already crouched down, caressing the stove as gently as one would stroke the face of a lover. A shiver ran through Qing. Han Yi did not seem to have an affinity for women. Did he perhaps harbor feelings? This was a gift from my wife. Qing responded, oh, her health has been poor. She has strained her spirit, and her lifespan is nearly exhausted. Han Yi's voice carried a poignant sadness. Qing hastily interjected, Master Han, I assure you I will repair it without charging you a penny. Master Han cast a skeptical glance at him. There are 28 components. You must complete them all in one go. Qing confidently replied, I can manage that. Each piece requires 999 strikes, Master Han continued. I can do it, Qing affirmed. You must strike 9 times in total without a pause. I can do it, he reiterated. I have consulted over a dozen blacksmiths. None were willing to take on this task. I can indeed, he insisted. Sighing, Master Han rose to his feet. I know they are capable. They simply looked down upon this job, deeming it too troublesome. Qing patted his forearm reassuringly. I truly can. Trust me, Master Han replied. Even if you possess the lowest rank of spiritual prowess, I would believe you. Qing retorted with confidence. The craft of blacksmithing relies on talent, not merely on one's cultivation level. Master Han narrowed his eyes. So, you shall perform 9 repetitions of 9 strikes without interruption? Is that so? Qing nodded affirmatively. Not a single mistake in counting. I assure you, I will not falter. No moment of distraction? Absolutely none. Your strikes must be even and consistent. Certainly, he replied. Master Han waved his hand dismissively. I do not believe you. Qing sidestepped. Master Han, please place your trust in me. I understand this craft. The quality is not as daunting as it seems. Do you deem me worthy of taking this risk? Master Han pointed at Qing and then at himself. Such a precious item. Qing chuckled. Very well. I shall wager my dignity as a blacksmith for this. I will not touch your treasure just yet. In this manner. With such materials, if you provide me with a portion, I shall allow you to witness firsthand whether I can indeed perform the intricate art of refining. With unwavering determination. Qing exuded an aura of confidence that was starkly different from when she was merely slicing vegetables. Han Yi hesitated for a moment, then resolutely decided, very well. I shall watch you closely. Hey, have you heard? Han Yi intends to supervise Qing in her refining endeavors, exclaimed Damu, rushing over to find Qing. Qing chuckled softly, I have always been a refiner. What gives you the audacity to showcase your skills before Han Yi? Damu queried, his brow furrowed. Qing reassured him, have no fear, I am confident. Just wait and see. Damu, perplexed, responded, wasn't this about slicing vegetables? How did it turn into refining? Are you implying that the knife we use is inadequate? Qing retorted, in the realm of refining, the materials are provided by Han Yi, as are the furnaces for the process, and even the array to gather spiritual energy must be arranged by him. I have faith in your capabilities. Qing nodded deferentially. It's merely a matter of misfortune. One day, when I achieve great success, Han Yi, I shall invite you and everyone else to a lavish banquet atop the peak. Han Yi's face lit up with joy. Then I must taste the culinary delights crafted by our top-notch chef. Curious, Qing inquired, Han Yi. What cultivation level does our culinary chef possess? Not particularly high. In our trade, dedication to cultivation is often lacking. Han Yi waved his hand dismissively. The highest level among them is merely earth immortal. However, the strength of our culinary team is such that no one dares to bully them. Qing understood that one cannot rely on chefs to act as enforcers, implying that the culinary establishment must surely support formidable talents, perhaps of the high celestial tier. Chapter 21. The materials were also provided by Master Han, piled into a small mountain of purple sand gold. After purification, the purple sand gold displayed a profound, deep purple hue, while the raw ore appeared as a translucent white-green, reminiscent of jade. Qing picked up a piece. Feeling its considerable weight, crafting a pot from purple sand gold required formidable strength. Master Han's wife must have intended for him to strengthen his physique. She cast a swift glance, pondering whether Master Han had also sported a belly in his youth. Master Han remarked, if it proves too difficult, cease, do not overexert yourself. Straining your spirit can be detrimental to your well-being. Despite his disdain for wielding a large hammer while adeptly flipping a ladle, he recognized the interconnectedness of all crafts. Regardless of the task, excellence demanded undivided focus, which intensified over time, depleting one's spirit. How formidable could Qing's modest cultivation truly be? After a relentless sequence of strikes, he feared she might falter. Contemplating this, Master Han hesitated. Perhaps it was best to let it be. Yet Qing remained resolute. You underestimate me, don't you? There's no need for you to feel guilty. If you find my performance lacking, feel free to intervene. I shall hold no grievance against you. Her stubbornness surfaced, causing Master Han to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Who among the young had not possessed that fervent desire to prove themselves? Sometimes, it was precisely that drive that led to success. Evaluating his own elixirs, which were fully functional, he discerned that even if Qing were to fail, it would not be catastrophic. Thus, he nodded in agreement. To ensure her undistracted focus on refining her craft, Master Han sealed off the area, preventing outsiders from intruding. Curiosity piqued, he thought. What harm would it do for us to observe? We also watched the chef's culinary exchanges. Seizing the moment while Qing moved the oar, Master Han emerged with a stern expression, dismissing the onlookers. Disperse, disperse. Meanwhile, their academic workload was tripled. Those who failed to complete it by the next inspection would be assigned to muck out stalls. The faces of the crowd turned pale, and they dispersed obediently. It had indeed been a considerable time since Qing had engaged in the art of weapon forging. In the past, as long as she remained conscious, even while on the road, she could effortlessly produce her furnace and craft with finesse. However, upon arriving in the immortal realm, she found herself stripped of both wealth and freedom. To forge weapons was beyond her reach. Now, in this open environment, with fine furnace, excellent fire, and superior materials, she felt a surge of clarity. As the flames ignited and the air grew warm, lifting the first piece of ore, Qing's heart settled into tranquility. This sense of grounding was akin to lying on the soft, well-tilled earth, enveloped by the dark cloak of night, inhaling the fragrant aroma of grass and water. While a joyful bird flitted about in her heart, she was instantly enveloped in a state of harmonious oblivion to the external world. Han, sensing the ambience, respectfully withdrew, wary of disturbing her focused state. Alas, how swiftly she entered this zone. She truly was a force to be reckoned with. Why should a fine young lady wield a heavy hammer when she could find joy in stirring a pot? Although Qing was immersed in this state of absorption, her subconscious retained awareness of the task at hand. 999 repetitions, 9 times. It required no finesse, merely sheer strength. This, perhaps, was the reason why the blacksmiths of the immortal realm were reluctant to accept this commission. Even in the lower realm, she had noticed that anyone capable of wielding spiritual energy shunned exertion. Why were her blades and swords sought after by the Chawa sect? Simply because she poured her full strength into each creation, each piece being forged through rigorous effort, proving to be more durable than those crafted by the sect itself. Initially, she believed it was due to the weaker physical conditioning in the lower realm, a broader disdain for laborious tasks. Yet it appeared that the immortal realm shared this sentiment as well. Did the blacksmiths of the celestial realm not realize that repeated forging not only enhances the quality of the artifact itself, but also hones the spiritual energy and consciousness of the blacksmith? The celestial blacksmiths responded affirmatively. Indeed, they had discovered this. However, they possessed more efficient and time-saving methods. Thus, adhering to Lord Han's request to repair this set of tools was deemed a sheer waste of time and effort, regardless of the high price he offered. They were unwilling to squander their precious hours. Consequently, this created an opportunity for Qing, slipping through the cracks left by others. With a fierce blaze, the ores melted. Impurities cast aside and set aside. Qing meticulously purified all the ores in one breath, eventually synthesizing them into a large sphere. This sphere was then subjected to intense firing until it transformed into a deep, rich crimson, before being cooled and placed upon the anvil, where it was pounded rhythmically. Truly, a blacksmith at work. Why not forge a fine blade for herself? The materials extracted from the mountain of ores were precisely the quantity required for Lord Han's set of tools, a calculation she had meticulously crafted. Any excess would be deemed as taking advantage, and any deficiency would fail to showcase Qing's true prowess. Initially, Qing hammered with precision, but soon she became lost in the rhythm, pounding as she pleased. The purple sand gold in her hands shifted from hot to cold and back again, evolving from defiance to cooperation with remarkable compliance. Lord Han watched, itching to join her in kneading a dough of his own. This was merely preparatory work. Having arranged the materials, Qing removed the furnace and directly placed them in the fire, igniting a fierce blaze. As the metal glowed red-hot, she struck it with a heavy iron hammer, sending sparks flying. She first shaped it into a uniform rectangle, ensuring the edges were standard and the interior solidified, before commencing the intricate process of repeated forging. Observing her laboriously hammering away inch by inch, Lord Han realized he had lost track of time. Astonished at how long had passed, Upon reflection, she considered the purpose of timing. Her ability to endure until the end was the true measure of success. Irrespective of the duration, one person hammered away, engrossed in the task, while the other observed, entranced. The rhythmic clinking, the repetitive arcs, and the flickering flames coalesced into a singular, captivating melody, simple, cyclic, imbued with an ancient wisdom. An invisible barrier formed around the scene, deterring onlookers from approaching too closely. When Damu and others took a break and wandered over, they all rubbed their eyes in unison. Strange, why does the scenery appear doubled? One remarked. I feel the same. Could it be that we spent too long chopping vegetables? The two attendants who had followed behind shot them a disapproving look and barked. You seem rather idle, don't you? Consider yourselves assigned extra tasks. Instantly, a chorus of lamentation erupted. Please no? Head steward, second steward, Han has already assigned us plenty. The second steward huffed. Then why do you have time to loiter about? Instantly, the group scurried away, declaring, we took a wrong turn. We are pressed for time. The two stewards lingered outside, peering in for a moment, unable to discern the happenings within. The head steward mused. What on earth are they doing in there to create such a scene? The second steward, no more informed than the head steward, replied, I've heard it's a newcomer. I haven't seen them myself. Shall we wait until they emerge to meet them? The head steward pondered for a moment before saying, You may go ahead and meet them. Shifuxiu is a bustling establishment, yet from the perspective of culinary art, it is regarded as the premier hallmark of ascension to the celestial realm of gastronomy. Talented individuals are never in short supply at Shifuxiu. Thus, the head steward paid little mind to the matter, for good talent was always welcome. Ah, what a comforting thought. Chapter 22. The True Intention. Am I qualified? Qing asked eagerly, her complexion rosy and her eyes sparkling, a far cry from someone who had been wielding a heavy hammer for days. Han Yi, maintaining a facade of composure, stepped closer, his eyes widening in astonishment. Before him lay a rectangular slab of purple clay gold, the very youthful counterpart of his cherished cooking utensil, adorned with delicate engravings of playful little goldfish, each uniquely shaped, frolicking across the surface, including the sides and back. When did you carve this? Qing laughed lightly. I used my spiritual consciousness as a chisel during the forging process. Han Yi, I passed, didn't I? Han Ye's hands explored the still-warm purple clay gold, leaving him with no reason to doubt her claim. This piece had transformed for more. His own set simply required another round of forging, a far simpler task, devoid of the intricate processes he had employed. The difference lay in their significance, compelling him to demand perfection. Very well, Han Yi nodded after a brief contemplation. Qing beamed with delight, her fingers playfully pinching the piece. Unable to contain his laughter, Han Yi remarked, You know you're poor. I won't shortchange you. However, if you truly assist me in perfecting this, I shall reward you with 1,000. 1,000? The price of a teleportation ticket. Han Yi was indeed doing her a favor. Qing's smile stretched from ear to ear. Medium-grade spiritual crystal? You wish. Han Yi chuckled. Rest well, gather your strength before you begin again. If you mess this up, I won't hesitate to smash it. Understood, she replied. After indulging in a hearty meal and a good night's sleep, Qing meticulously selected an auspicious time and respectfully brought Han Ye's tools inside. She entered seclusion. In less than half the time it took last time, Qing extinguished the flame, relieved to have fulfilled her duty. The Zisha gold utensils gleamed with a fresh luster, and Han Yi vaguely recalled the beautiful figure from years past, gazing intently at the large pot. Noticing this, Qing fell silent and quietly retreated. When Han Yi sought her out again, he brought along a large jar of wine, inviting her to share a cup. Qing glanced at the jar's size. Realizing that one cup would last until dawn, Han Yi led her to a hillside, a place she had never visited before, where a charming pavilion awaited, its front offering an expansive view, while the back was concealed by trees, with a cliff below. Han Yi first presented her with a ring, proclaiming it her wages. Qing accepted it without hesitation, slipping it onto her finger. She had been anticipating this for several days. Han Yi teased her as he produced 2 small cups, crafted from porcelain. Qing moved the wine jar closer and poured for Han Yi first, saying nothing as they raised their cups and downed 3 in quick succession. Han Yi let out a gasp of delight. What fine wine! The fire from the wine coursed through Qing, warming her belly as she swallowed several times, echoing, Indeed, excellent wine. This wine, it does not intoxicate. Han Yi assured her, Drink freely. It cannot get you drunk. Not intoxicate. Is there truly such a wine? Qing remarked, her distaste for alcohol evident as she recalled the many who had revealed their folly in drunkenness. Yet, her husband reveled in a sip or two. Han Yi grinned at her, a sense of pride swelling within him. My wife is naturally immune to intoxication. I cannot drink with her, if she is displeased. I brew this non-intoxicating wine. Qing chuckled softly. Wine does not intoxicate. Rather, it is the person who becomes intoxicated. Her tone carried an unrecognized hint of envy. Han Yi paused, murmuring her words several times, the joy of the moment dimming. Indeed, it is the person who becomes intoxicated. Qing suddenly realized he had misspoken. Well, you and your wife must be a match made in heaven. After uttering those words, he scolded himself internally for diverting the topic. Han Yi, pleased by the remark, replied, Indeed, no one understands her better than I do, and no one understands me better than she does. After taking a sip, Qing immediately refilled his cup. Han Yi refrained from mentioning his wife again, prompting Qing to bring up another subject. That set of boiler knives and spatulas was crafted with great care. Of course, Han Yi said proudly, puffing out his chest. Qing continued, It wouldn't happen to be that his wife personally made them, would it? Is your wife a weaponsmith? Han Yi responded, Those were personally forged for me by my father-in-law. Qing was taken aback. Han Yi laughed heartily, surprised. Aren't you? My father-in-law treats me very well. He personally crafted those for me. Looking at the foolishly grinning Han Yi, Qing thought, what a fortunate fool he was. Given Han Yi's superior standing, he could certainly perceive the pity and suppressed laughter in Qing's eyes, and he grew displeased. Speak plainly. If you don't, I will. Well, you asked me to. Qing retorted. Then speak. Qing licked his lips. Oh, my dear Han Yi, your esteemed father-in-law must have had you observe closely while he was crafting those tools, right? Han Yi paused in surprise. How did you know? Upon receiving a confirming answer, Qing erupted into laughter. Oh, my dear Han Yi. Your father-in-law's intention is quite clear. If you dare to mistreat his daughter, he will hammer you like clay, relentlessly. Ha ha ha. And only now do you realize this? On this day, every father of a daughter exhibited the same demeanor, ensuring that the scoundrel who dared to abduct his daughter would witness just how formidable her father truly was, warning him to treat his daughter with utmost care. Oh my heavens, it was utterly hilarious. You seemed oblivious to it all. Qing, amidst laughter, could not suppress a tinge of envy. Han Yi, you must be exceptionally kind to your wife, which is why you have yet to grasp the underlying meaning of a father-in-law's intentions. With a hint of moisture in his eyes, Han Yi hurriedly gulped down several cups, stifling the impending tears, his chest ablaze. As he sniffled, both my wife and father-in-law are remarkable individuals, but alas, time has not favored them. Qing replied, Let us speak of happier matters. What manner of person is your father? Suddenly, Han Yi inquired. Qing responded, Now that is indeed a joyous topic. A faint smile graced her lips. I have long forgotten. I was sold as a concubine at the age of 13. He received silver for my upbringing. Han Yi was taken aback. A concubine? He scrutinized Qing from head to toe. She sighed. Have you never encountered a concubine, Han Yi? I was an ordinary mortal at first, only beginning my cultivation upon discovering my spiritual roots. Han Yi exclaimed, In all my life, I have never seen a mortal until today. How astonishing. Qing then asked, Is it true that there are no mortals in the realm of immortals? Han Yi pondered for a moment. It's not entirely devoid of them. It seems there are specific areas where mortals reside. However, the heavenly laws are stringent. Even immortals face peril if they venture there. Qing gasped in shock. Is that truly the case? So exaggerated? Han Yi replied, I cannot say for certain. I heard it from a connoisseur of delicacies who specializes in sourcing ingredients. Alas, one cannot ascertain whether there are any delectable delights within. By the way, having once played the role of a mere mortal, what do you believe such individuals consume? The ensuing conversation veered completely off course, as the two engaged in a night of merriment and culinary discussions. Upon awakening, Qing pondered a rather peculiar question. What had the wife of a man who could not be intoxicated done to him while he lay in a deep slumber? Chapter 23. Hammered Beef. Hammering beef? Qing exclaimed, utterly astonished. Surely, one could even hammer a lead donkey. The man disagreed, asserting, How could we serve our guests meatballs made from a donkey's hooves? Qing lowered her gaze to her hands. Well, I suppose I have an advantage over a donkey's hoof, she retorted. Such a simple task as hammering meat merely requires a small tool. The man countered. Homemade is far more aromatic. Qing responded with silence. So, are we to proceed? He inquired. Indeed, she replied. The man chuckled, stating, As long as there is money to be made, you may hammer whatever you wish. Yet, Qing remained curious. Isn't hammering meatballs a task for the apprentices? Wouldn't it reflect poorly on you if others discovered you were giving me preferential treatment? The man replied, Isn't there a recent surge in orders, leaving us short-handed? As they spoke, he led her to the place where the beef was stored, still in its natural state, hide intact. Surely you can skin it as well. Qing blinked and pointed at the beef on the ground. Wait, isn't this a wind cow, meant for pulling carts? I have never seen a cart-pulling phoenix. Nor have I encountered a heavenly horse, but I have seen many wind cows delivering goods here. This one, with its green hide and black horns, is unmistakably a wind cow. What, has it become unfit for pulling carts and is now being sold for meat? The cattle are thoroughly utilized in any world. Han Yi remarked, This is not for pulling carts. It is specifically raised for consumption. Qing, momentarily convinced, soon found himself grappling with a toothache. Han Yi, I have heard from Damu that the meat of the wind cattle is particularly tough and difficult to cook, and not many are inclined to eat it. Han Yi, pleased to engage in conversation with Qing, elaborated, Indeed, no adults are willing to consume wind cattle. However, when prepared properly, it is exceptionally nourishing for children. Moreover, it possesses another remarkable quality. When cooked with our culinary secrets, it grants the ability to fly. Qing responded, This is the realm of immortals, who cannot fly. And what about the children? Han Yi, with a knowing look, explained, Children cannot fly. Even if they could, they would struggle to maintain their balance. After consuming our meatballs, they will be able to fly steadily for a brief period, albeit not very high. Additionally, because it is beneficial for their health, adults are more inclined to feed it to them. Qing suddenly realized the implications, the children's market. At this juncture, it is essential to mention the circumstances within the realm of immortals, speaking solely of the human race. Although every individual in the immortal realm is born with a spiritual root, the quality of these roots varies significantly. To illustrate, among the human race in the immortal realm, those who remain stagnant at the great ascension level without advancing to the immortal tier are as numerous as mortals in the lower realms. Even those who achieve the immortal status may find themselves perpetually relegated to the lower ranks, akin to the Qi refinement stage among cultivators. In summary, while the overall environment has improved and the resources of spiritual energy are abundant, this has merely elevated the starting line for all. Ultimately, only a select few can truly stand out, resembling the dynamics of competition. In the lower realm, when selecting disciples, one examines their spiritual roots. Similarly, in the celestial realm, the evaluation of spiritual roots is paramount, albeit with additional criteria such as the depth of the roots, their purity, individual comprehension, and even aspects like bone quality and bloodline. Those who ascend from the lower realms possess spiritual roots, comprehension, bone quality, and temperament that are unparalleled, making them highly sought after by celestial sects. More so than the average native. The environment is conducive, allowing children to take their time with cultivation, yet, which child does not harbor dreams of soaring through the skies? Being guided by others and riding a spiritual vessel pales in comparison to the sheer freedom of navigating the air independently. As for the elixirs that grant flight, do they possess the savory allure of meatballs? Ah, a significant client indeed. Han, raising his index finger, declared, 1 wind ox and a piece of low-grade spirit crystal. Qing, is that all? Han replied, Even Damu is struggling, funds are scarce. I'll take it. Qing decisively accepted the order. Han then proceeded to demonstrate the art of butchering, enveloping his hands in spiritual energy, effortlessly disassembling the wind ox into skin, meat, bones, and organs, incinerating the latter in a single blaze. The entire process took merely a minute, as the resilient wind ox succumbed to his touch as if it were tofu. This skill was extraordinary. Qing remarked, Han, could you perform that again? I didn't catch it all. Han, with a smug grin, replied, This technique took me a century to master. You can practice. I'll return to collect. He instructed her on the standards for processing, how to preserve the materials, and where to store the skin and bones. Qing watched him depart, saying, Let us consider this wind ox's payment. Agreed. In this place, all resources were readily available. Qing immediately spread the beef on a large table, laying out hundreds of pounds of meat, and picked up a specially crafted wooden stick, exclaiming, Wow, this is quite heavy. A staff descended with a whisper of wind, striking with a sharp crack, nearly slipping from her grasp, leaving her palms tingling. The flesh of the wind bull was indeed tough. Finding the appropriate force, Qing began to strike rhythmically, each blow steady and measured. This was a novel sensation for her. She relished wielding the iron, accompanied by the intense heat and the searing process of tenderizing the beef. Yet, fire could not be ignited, for the great hall was fortified with a cooling array to preserve freshness. It was akin to wielding cold iron, as some ethereal flames are indeed frigid, extreme ice flames that, upon manifestation, freeze the surroundings into a world of ice, yet they are undeniably fire. In the absence of outsiders, the silk cloth engaged her in light conversation. Qing, dedicated to her task, did not slacken her efforts out of disdain. She inquired, where might the extreme ice flames be? The silk cloth replied, that is a tale from long ago. There was a being, oh, not quite a human, but a formidable demon who tamed the extreme ice flames. However, he met his demise, for even he was outmatched by others. After his death, the extreme ice flames must have escaped. Intrigued, Qing pressed, did the one who killed him not capture the extreme ice flames? The silk cloth responded, perhaps he sought to, but spiritual flames choose their masters with great discernment. Moreover, the destructive power of the extreme ice flames makes them exceedingly difficult to subdue. Qing grasped the implication. The slayer of the great demon desired the extreme ice flames. Yet regrettably, the flames did not acknowledge him, and he could not contend with their might. Thus, the flames fled. Can you locate the extreme ice flames? She asked. The silk cloth scoffed lightly. Some formidable spiritual entities evade even the path of heaven. As a mere artifact spirit, you truly overestimate my capabilities. Qing chuckled. Yet you have urged me to seek a particular spiritual flame. The silk cloth replied with a laugh. Ah, the blazing sun's flame must remain concealed. How could the extreme ice flames be any different? Amidst the searing heat of the blazing sun, many strive for power. Yet even more covet the chilling force of the frost fire. The potency of frost fire is truly formidable. A mere manifestation spells the end of vitality, and those who possess it are destined for annihilation. Qing shuddered. Wan Bu, realizing the implications, exclaimed in disbelief. Are you truly considering giving it to Hin Wan? I implore you to abandon this terrifying notion. Qing, taken aback, replied awkwardly. If you clarify, I shall forego it. I will seek something else for her. Just listen to that tone, as if one could casually select from the world's spiritual fires. What audacity. Chapter 24. A second-hand repair. No matter how resilient the flesh of the wind ox, it pales in comparison to the toughness of purple clay gold. Qing labored tirelessly for an entire day, and when Han Yi arrived to inspect her work, he nodded in approval. Well done. With half a day's more effort, it will meet standards. Qing, unwavering, continued her toil for another half day, ultimately delivering a successful product. With eager eyes, she looked to Han Yi. Shall we settle today? Amused by her gaze, Han Yi replied, I won't extend credit to you. He handed her a piece of inferior spiritual crystal, which she promptly stored in the ring given to her by Han Yi days prior. Han Yi inquired, shall we procure another? Qing assented, indeed. This time, I shall tear it myself, ensuring the skin remains intact. Han Yi waved his hand dismissively, even if it tears. It matters not. We can sell the wind ox as hide directly to the workshop in the city. They accept it as long as it's not excessively damaged. A workshop? Ah, she realized she had yet to visit the celestial forges. She would have to explore them one day. Han Yi procured a wind ox, one that had been bled, delivered from the breeding grounds post-bloodletting. Qing began her task, starting from the mouth, but on her first attempt, her grip faltered, nearly twisting her wrist. Unable to bear the sight, Han Yi stepped away. Qing flexed her wrist, readying herself for another attempt. After earning 5 spirit crystals, she found herself overwhelmed, sensing a lack of vitality that necessitated replenishment, and thus requested a respite. Naturally, Han Yi consented, for the orders were long-term, and a well-rested worker would return to the task rejuvenated. The spirit stones may have been depleted, yet the gathering array on the stove remained operational. The beef was sliced thinly, seared on both sides upon the iron plate, then rolled in the dipping sauce before entering her mouth, yielding a rich aroma and tender texture. How delightful it was! We too must partake. A group of familiar faces entered uninvited. A cadre of cooks, without needing to be urged, swiftly assembled a grand barbecue setting, each pitching in, while one astute individual procured ice to concoct refreshing beverages. With skilled cooks at hand, dominion over the culinary realm was assured. What brings you here? Qing inquired. Damu, balancing a glistening piece of meat in his left hand, wielded a long chef's knife in his right, deftly slicing with swift precision. With a flick of his wrist, The succulent meat cascaded onto the iron plate, releasing a fragrant sizzle. "Oh, I bring you business. Will you accept the task of repairing my tools?" Qing pondered. "Does your knife need sharpening? Anything used extensively tends to dull over time. Surely, we must have dedicated tools for sharpening our culinary instruments." Damu replied, "Sharpening alone will not suffice. It requires mending." He wiped his hands clean and gestured for those nearby to pay attention, focusing intently on his conversation with Qing. "Behold this knife, which I have wielded for nearly a decade. It has become an extension of my hand. However, it bears a flaw, a piece chipped off after I carelessly struck a hard bone. I wish to repair it, but my skills are inadequate, and none among us are adept in this regard. When I took it to the workshop, they merely suggested that purchasing a new one would be more prudent." Indeed, this was true. The knife was made of fairly ordinary materials. Repairing it would be less efficient than acquiring a new one altogether. Damu clenched his right fist, asserting, "As a chef, I am well aware of my own capabilities. This matter transcends the notions of new or old. It hinges upon the tactile experience, the adaptation, and the harmonious collaboration. Indeed, there exists an intangible rapport between a person and their knife, making the thought of replacement unappealing." Qing pondered a query. "Are there any high-grade chef's knives?" Damu grimaced at the thought, pointing to his own nose and then gesturing towards the others. "Who among us is qualified? Only master chefs deserve such tools. Hanyi possesses one. When he wields it, the blade's aura takes form, warranting the attention of a craftsman for repairs. As for us, can you mend it?" "Certainly," she replied. "I am in need of funds. Even the smallest of jobs is worthwhile." Qing continued, "So, do you wish for me to merely patch this small flaw, or to melt it down and forge anew?" Damu craned his neck, eager for clarification. Qing, exasperated, remarked, "We are face to face. Speak directly rather than having Damu relay your words." Laughter erupted among them. "There is nothing complicated about it. Provide your own materials, and I will charge a processing fee. Whether I repair or renew, I can manage either, though I cannot guarantee that your original feel will remain." Damu noted that the tools they used could easily be mended in her own forge. "What are your charges?" he inquired. Qing waved her hand generously. "Spirit stones or items of value are acceptable. The processing fee is modest. You may determine an appropriate amount. In the celestial realm, the prevailing currency is spirit crystals, while the laboring masses still rely on spirit stones, akin to mortals utilizing silver in the lower realms." Damu cautioned, "Do not let our friendship lead you to offer us a discount. It is common knowledge that you are impoverished, perhaps the most destitute among us. Do not cling to pride." Qing's lips twitched in amusement. "Rest assured, I shall not offer you any discounts. Thus, I shall now mend these items for you. You may decide on the pricing, but do refrain from undervaluing my work. Otherwise, I might lose friends in the process." A group gathered around to discuss, producing a collection of damaged items, predominantly kitchen knives and small utensils. Some sought repairs, while others desired refurbishments. Additionally, they brought forth commonly collected minerals for the task. Qing sorted the materials with 2 pieces of cloth, instructing, "Watch over the meat so it doesn't burn. You may eat first." On another side, she ignited the furnace, commencing repairs before proceeding to restoration. She categorized the items by material, estimating the required quantity of minerals. By melting the minerals, purifying them, and hammering them onto the damaged sections, she could rejuvenate the items. The entire process involved heating the items thoroughly before striking them again. The refurbished pieces also required melting to replenish the necessary materials before reshaping and forging them anew. The items were small enough that a large hammer was unnecessary. A smaller hammer sufficed for the task. Within half a day, over a dozen items were restored to their original pristine condition. Qing flashed a bright smile, expressing, "Thank you for your patronage. Let us settle the bill." Customer satisfaction was paramount. Once pleased, they would pay. Aware of her modest means, they offered her spirit stones. These stones were advantageous, as she could absorb spiritual energy and eventually exchange them for spirit crystals. This was merely a trial run. Yet upon witnessing Qing's remarkable skills in crafting, they eagerly spread the word. "Do you not have a set of knives that have dulled? Seek out Qing. Her craftsmanship is impeccable and her fees modest. Did you not purchase a pot that was too small? Consult Qing. She can expand it with additional materials. Buying from the smithy would be a loss. Inquire if Qing can forge it. It's a way for family to save money." Thus, Qing's reputation for second-hand processing began to flourish. Han said to her, "Come earn our chef's money." Qing replied, "Oh, just a few trifles." "Han, I was wondering, don't we have a dedicated place for repairing these things?" It's quite troublesome to run to the workshop. Han responded. Items that are easily damaged are not worth much. It's more convenient to buy new ones. The food establishment doesn't mind those few coins. Understood. The boss is generous, and indeed, the employees are adept at managing their lives. Qing inquired, will my actions have any negative impact? Impact? Not at all. It even saves them the trouble of running outside. Once you've rested enough, go tenderize the beef. The Lord's Manor has sent someone to increase the order. Apparently their young master is hosting a feast. TSK, there's no shortage of gold-devouring beasts anywhere. Chapter 25. Time to go home with the passage of seasons. The city beneath the snow-capped mountains experiences distinct changes throughout the year. Qing has not stepped outside the food establishment, and her diligent efforts have yielded remarkable results. She has already amassed over 3,000 low-grade spiritual crystals, with significant contributions from Han and the Lord's Manor. Recently, the Lord's Manor's orders have come to an end. Qing contemplated purchasing news about the Little Li realm from the information building in the city, at the very least to acquire the route. Just then, Han approached her with a beaming smile. Qing, I've inquired about your Little Li realm. Qing was overjoyed. Dear sir, please tell me quickly. The silk fabric was equally excited. Han was genuinely assisting her in this matter. He took out a scroll of map from his ring. Qing immediately waved her hand to set up a table and 2 chairs. Neither of them sat down. Han spread the map across the table and pointed. Look here, would I deceive you? Qing fixated on the 3 characters of Little Li realm on the map, her emotions surging and unsettled for a long time. Fearing her inability to comprehend, Han Yi gestured with his finger, tracing the air. Behold, this is what you refer to as the Shaoli realm. This pathway serves as the celestial bridge connecting the Shaoli realm and the Canyon Immortal realm. Qing pondered silently, the divine grace continent. Yet, what did the dashed circle around the Shaoli realm signify? Han Yi chuckled. This represents the divine protection. What do you mean? Qing inquired, perplexed. It indicates that no one can enter. Is that so? Qing was taken aback. I distinctly witnessed celestial beings outside while on the bridge. They could not traverse it. This is the way of heaven safeguarding the minor realm. Ah, what fortunate circumstances. If beings cannot pass through, they will naturally not bring calamity to that place. You may find solace in this knowledge. Is it truly so? She mused, feeling a sense of relief for the time being. On the map, a circle was drawn in the center, inscribed with Canyon Immortal Realm, while a short line connected it to the dashed outline of the Shaoli realm. Flanking the Canyon Immortal Realm were 2 lines, each adorned with several immortal realms, culminating at the pinnacle with the ascending cloud Immortal Realm. These 2 routes represent the most direct paths. Han Yi pointed to the left line. From here, take the Western Teleportation Array, passing through Fengyuan, Qingting, Anan, Weiming, and Cc, to reach the canyon. His finger then glided to the right. Alternatively, take the Eastern Teleportation Array, traversing through Wanbang, Wuxi, to Wentai, and then to the canyon. Qing remained silent, observing that not only were the routes marked, but the ticket prices for the teleportation arrays in between were also indicated. Although several were marked with slashes to denote varying costs within each realm, she quickly calculated. The western route passed through 5 stations to the canyon, while the eastern route traversed 3 stations, yet the former was more economical. She turned her gaze towards Han Yi. Han Yi's voice deepened. The realm of no mercy is the demon world, where the celestial and demonic forces are evenly matched. Although the eastern route is swift, it is fraught with peril. I recommend you take the western path. Qing inquired. Are the demons particularly fierce? Han Yi replied candidly. Their moods are unpredictable, and their intentions difficult to gauge. You cannot merely rely on luck. Qing nodded gravely. I shall take the western route. Ah, but the fare for the western route is a staggering 100,000. She lamented, pondering where she might procure such funds. Meanwhile, the eastern fare exceeds 500,000. Qing chuckled wryly. Very well. But do keep me informed of any opportunities to earn money. I am in no rush to depart. She muttered to herself in frustration. I didn't realize how far I would stray back then. Regarding this, Han Yi speculated, I suspect those who abducted you may have employed a teleportation scroll. Only such an artifact could traverse multiple celestial realms in a brief span. Teleportation scroll? Does such a thing truly exist? He affirmed, indeed, it is quite precious. Qing contemplated this, saying, fortunately, the Shaoli realm is inaccessible to outsiders. Otherwise, we would be plundered. From that moment onward, Qing focused solely on earning her travel fare. Eventually, when she amassed enough to procure 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals, She purchased wine to fulfill her earlier promise, to treat everyone to a drink. Damu advised her it would be prudent to save more before setting off. Your funds are insufficient. Qing declined. I yearn for home and cannot wait any longer. I will devise a plan along the way. She had already formulated a strategy in her mind, though she could not disclose it to others. Damu pondered for a moment. That is true. We can always find food stalls along the journey, and I'm certain they would welcome your assistance. How envious Qing is. Wishing to open a shop that spans the entire realm of immortals. Perhaps an inn, so she would not need to worry about food and shelter. Unfortunately, she lacks the talent for business. Qing personally tends to the kitchen, while a dozen individuals in the communal courtyard relish the fruits of her labor, twisting uncomfortably in their seats. Dear Qing, you are far too courteous. Sitting idle like this is quite uncomfortable. Who could disagree? With the pot, the ingredients, and the knife, the chefs cannot simply sit back and relax. Han Yi, however, remains composed, attentively observing Qing's movements while savoring his drink. Qing feels immense gratitude towards these delightful souls. Had she not encountered such benefactors, a tranquil life and the ability to save money would have been unattainable. She unveils her finest dishes, elevating the meal to a higher standard. Fortunately, the prices for wine, dishes, and meat are set at an internal rate. Otherwise, she could never afford them. Even so, she refrains from purchasing the more extravagant items, as everyone is aware of her financial constraints. A feast ensues, with guests indulging to the point of drunkenness, patting their bellies in contentment. Qing, your dishes are truly delectable, surpassing even my own culinary attempts. You flatter me. She replies, they are even better than those prepared by master chefs. Now that is an exaggeration. Han Yi, valuing food immensely, never allows for waste. In truth, there was little left in the dishes, as everyone ate with great enthusiasm. Han Yi abstains from alcohol, opting instead for his non-intoxicating beverage, dipping steamed buns into the vegetable broth, creating a rather pitiable sight. Yet, he does not feel pity. The day before Qing's departure, he finally grasped the unique sensation her dishes evoked. Alas, as a solitary man, he knows he could never replicate such a feeling. Let us go. While the company still remains, Qing gazed at the half-piece of steamed bun in his hand, bewildered. Han Yi, do you also find my steamed buns delectable? My entire family enjoys them. I shall share the recipe with you. It is quite simple. No need. Han Yi waved his hand dismissively. I could never replicate it. Qing was even more perplexed. What is there to not replicate in a bun? Qing, you are skilled in crafting instruments. Qing nodded affirmatively. I am determined to become a first-rate celestial instrument master. When my arms tire from wielding the great hammer, I shall simply ladle. What? Do not squander your culinary talents. Indeed, it is essential not to waste my diverse skills. Chapter 26. A joyful leap together. Han Yi arranged for Qing to join a merchant caravan heading to the Western teleportation array. Many gathered to bid her farewell, presenting her with gifts. The gifts from the chef, aside from food, were all related to it. Damu insisted on giving her his savings 50 low-grade spirit crystals. I have no need for it. Utilize it on your journey, Qing insisted, refusing the offer, which left Damu vexed. After some thought, Qing retrieved a piece of quality ore from her space and discreetly slipped it to Damu. This remains from the golden devouring beast. It appeared at the entrance of its den, indicating that you may use it freely. The piece of ore was no larger than a palm. And even after the golden devouring beast had consumed some of its essence, it was undoubtedly more valuable than 50 low-grade spirit crystals. As they engaged in a playful exchange, Qing compelled Damu to accept the ore into his ring, leaving him unaware of its true nature. She conveyed to him, through thought, do not disclose this to anyone. Finally, she boarded the spirit ship laden with cargo. Many expressed their reluctance to part ways, lamenting the departure of a colleague who was not only amiable and easy to work with, but also skilled in various crafts. It remains uncertain whether they shall have the opportunity to meet again in the future. As they gathered, the supervisor passed by and inquired about their inactivity. The young ones, with a sense of dejection, responded, Qing has left. The supervisor pondered for a moment before recalling who Qing was, dismissively saying, what is the issue with one helper leaving? Get back to work. He remembered Qing and had initially considered her a promising culinary talent, only to lose interest upon discovering her expertise lay in forging. A blacksmith, indeed, has strayed into the wrong profession. Is it unusual for her to leave? She isn't a chef. The group dispersed, and the supervisor called out to Han Yi, just in time, I need to speak with you. A guest is complaining about the lack of new items. Han Yi responded affirmatively, contemplating whether they would ever cross paths again in this lifetime. The celestial realm is vast and filled with myriad beings. Some are seen only once and then vanish from sight. Without a ripple, they arrived at the Western teleportation array, which was not the same one that the 10th princess had once used. It was the Northern teleportation array. Qing happily queued, exchanging spiritual crystals for entry. Without any ticket stub, simply following those ahead. She aimed for a visually appealing spot within the swirling patterns of the teleportation array and leaped with glee. Meanwhile, a group of children, Hinwan, Jin Xian, Xiao, Lungruo, Lanjiu, Hihuahua, Hikaikai, Hijuju, Xinyao, Tang Yuzi, and the spirited 5 spirits atop Hihuahua's head stood eagerly, contemplating whether to leap into the mysterious, rotating designs. This line, led by Shui Xian, received a warm welcome in the Buddhist realm and swiftly garnered unanimous affection from all. Even the most traditionalists, who regarded Shui Xian's features with skepticism, found themselves enamored with this group of children, particularly valuing Hinwan. Consequently, they enjoyed the most indulgent treatment, permitted to explore freely within the sacred grounds of Buddhism. Children, by nature, delight in digging and discovering, and with such vast expanses and numerous mountains, they were encouraged to excavate to their heart's content. Thus, while the accompanying individuals engaged in profound discussions about Buddhism and Taoism with the eminent monks, the children frolicked away, eventually encountering an unforeseen adventure. They had traversed the Valley of the Monks, a place they visited numerous times, but on this occasion, a section of the cliff had collapsed. Driven by curiosity, they approached the edge, where Hinwan, rubbing her eyes, insisted there was something below. Surely it must be a treasure. They simply had to retrieve it. With a flurry of excitement, they leaped down into a cavern. As they ventured deeper, the walls of the cave bore ancient markings. Just as they deliberated whether to embark on this adventure alone or to send a message to the adults, they reached the end of the passage, which was rather short. The circular chamber at the terminus was small and devoid of any treasures. However, as they drew closer, a sudden cloud of dust erupted from the center, revealing an ancient and enigmatic circular diagram. Instinctively, they turned to Xiao, the most adept among them in formations. Xiao furrowed his brow for a long moment, struggling to comprehend it. I can't understand. Then they looked to Hihuahua, who possessed a lineage of heritage. Hihuahua, too, frowned in concentration for quite some time, feeling embarrassed to admit his confusion. He ventured a guess. I think it resembles a teleportation array. Teleportation array? Their eyes sparkled with excitement, especially Hinwan's, illuminating with wonder. Could it transport us to the celestial realm? Jin Xian, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Let's jump in and take a look. However, Lanjiu disagreed. It's uncertain. Even if it's a teleportation array, we have no idea where it might lead. Lung Ruo supported Lanjiu's opinion. We should inform our master. Habitually, she glanced at Hunwan. Little Nguan, what about you? Yet, Hunwan was captivated by the swirling patterns within the array and instinctively murmured, I want to go. Everyone was taken aback, and Hihuahua was the first to respond. Then let's go. Jin Xian said, Wait, let me send a message to the master. He needs to be informed. But suddenly, Hunwan stepped forward. Jump or not jump? Everyone assumed she was inquiring of them. But in truth, she was questioning herself. Her heart raced, and before she knew it, she leapt. Little Nguan, Lung Ruo and the others simultaneously reached out to catch her, but failed. Hihuahua managed to grasp her, intending to leap alongside her. Hujuju, quick-witted, seized the corner of Hihuahua's garment with one hand while clutching Hu Kaikai with the other. At the same moment, Xinyao also jumped down, determined to protect the young master and young lady in the absence of their boss. Tang Yuzi, seeing her companions leap, followed suit. Well, since Hunwan had jumped, how could Jin Xian and the others refrain? They all jumped together, their breaths vanishing from this world. Several masters, who were listening to the teachings, suddenly sprang up, frantically rushing outside. Shui Xian's expression changed drastically, inwardly lamenting the dire situation. The monks pursued them, tracking the children's essence until they reached the valley, descended the cliff, entered the passage, and discovered the mysterious patterns, each face turning pale. Xiao Yu's gaze was filled with animosity, as if she wished to subject Shui Xian to a slow demise. Let us see how you explain this to Hu Qing. Shui Xian turned around, fuming. What is this? How come I was unaware of its existence? The demeanor of the individual was strikingly reminiscent of a foolish son raised by an ordinary family. Among the towering monks that followed, the eldest approached and brusquely pushed him aside, observing his foolishness. He solemnly squatted nearby, his gaze piercing, and after a moment of contemplation, confidently declared, "A spatial collapse has occurred here, manifesting in less than a day. Such a formation appears to be of ancient origin." Ancient? The crowd was astonished, yet not entirely taken aback. After all, the Shally realm was inherently a part of the celestial realm, and the emergence of ancient relics was not unexpected. So, what exactly was this? Had the children ventured inside? What lay within? Was there danger? Curiously, how did those children arrive here? How did they discover it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu endeavored to suppress his unease. His eyes are truly formidable. What to do now? Shui Xin was quite anxious. Hunwan was still inside. The old monk calmly looked up at him, stating, "You must enter and bring the children out." An unspoken sentiment lingered. Your death is of no consequence. Disdain had reached such heights. This was said in a moment of anger, truly provoked by Shui Xin on numerous occasions. Chapter 27. Out of money. Upon hearing this, Shui Xin felt a surge of determination. "I will go." "I shall also go," Xiao Yu asserted, stepping forward. Ever since witnessing Hu Qing effortlessly tear apart a monster, whenever Hunwan found herself in peril, Xiao Yu's first thought was how to explain it to Hu Qing. Both were eager to save the children and, without waiting for others to voice their opinions, they leapt into the formation simultaneously. Bang! The radiant array rebounded them to the ground, leaving them in pain. Not permitted to enter? Lin Yin maintained a stoic expression and jumped in. Bang! After a moment's consideration, Shuang Hua followed suit. Bang! Di Yuan refrained from jumping. The reality was clearly apparent. He suggested, why not try someone younger? A younger individual? Perhaps a novice monk. However, they cannot recklessly place another into uncertainty regarding safety. The sage's wisdom far exceeds theirs. There appears to be no other recourse. The elder monk commanded his followers, clear the area within 100 feet to prevent spatial disturbances. Establish a Vajra barrier. They must guard against the potential anomalies arising from this formation, as well as any external upheavals. Xiao Yu stated, let us inform the sect leader. Lin Yin sighed. We should also notify the venerable ancestor Chan Ming. Just then, Shuanghua interjected, I will call my master. At least there will be someone to mediate. The elder monks questioned, are we to engage in combat? Is this truly rational? Meanwhile, on the other side of the formation, in another realm, Hunwan was the first to land, exclaiming, wow. Following closely was Hu Hua, echoing, wow wow. Soon, the others joined in, wow wow wow. Hu Qing, however, insisted on declaring herself illiterate. In the affluent Fengyuan celestial realm, Hu Qing emerged from the teleportation array, sneezing thrice, causing those nearby to recoil in disgust and vigorously fan the air. Hu Qing felt embarrassed. What prompted such sudden sneezing? Was the temperature in the teleportation array unexpectedly low? She had previously inquired and learned that the Fengyuan celestial realm was quite prosperous. Some may question, can a celestial realm truly be impoverished? Certainly, there are celestial realms devoid of even a trace of spiritual energy, yet they remain celestial realms. How peculiar is that? A prosperous celestial realm, teeming with inhabitants, signifies ample job opportunities and lucrative prospects. Fengyuan is affluent, followed by the equally wealthy Qingting, Anan, Wuming, and Cici, all of whom possess their own culinary establishments. Hu Qing resolved not to linger in Fengyuan. She intended to proceed directly to the Qingting celestial realm. Hu Qing has now come to realize that the teleportation array is directional, with both ends fixed in their respective locations. Thus, a single teleportation array can only transport one to a specific destination. To reach another location, one must utilize a different array. For instance, in the realm of Dingyun, teleportation arrays positioned in various orientations lead to different celestial realms. However, within Fengyuan, where this particular teleportation array is situated, there exist several other arrays. It is likely that the stability of the spatial structure here allows for multiple arrays to coexist. Ultimately, this has benefited Hu Qing. The fare from Fengyuan to Qingtian is a mere 5,000. This is indeed a subsidized price. As Demu aptly pointed out, the tickets for the teleportation array in the Dingyun celestial realm are remarkably affordable. 5,000 is negligible. Subsequent destinations see prices soar, with the next ticket costing a staggering 20,000. Yet, in contrast to the exorbitant 20,000 for a single ticket on the eastern route, she finds herself strangely relieved, as if she has stumbled upon an incredible bargain. Ultimately, It still comes down to her impoverished state. Just a few years prior, would she have regarded several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones with such disdain? The cost of forging a single blade would exceed that amount. Alas, wealth is as fleeting as clouds. What was it that ancestor Qing foretold regarding her fortune? Wealth flows like a river, yet departs like the wind in clouds. Presently, this seems to be manifesting in full. While Hu Qing simultaneously detests her poverty, she steps out to queue once more for a ticket. The moment she relinquished 5,000 spirit crystals, it felt as though her very soul was wrenched in pain. This simply cannot continue. She must earn money in the next realm, as her resources are running low. With spirit crystals paving the way, she arrives smoothly at Qingtian. Upon exiting the teleportation array, Hu Qing instinctively pressed her hand against her heart, attempting to alleviate the inexplicable discomfort. She assumed it was due to the strain of consecutive teleportations, or perhaps the pain of losing those 5,000 spirit crystals. In this unfamiliar and mysterious world, a fleeting shadow of dark blue crossed Hunwan's brow, only to quickly return to normal, unnoticed by anyone around her. Her hand rested upon an unremarkable little tree, dwarfed and overlooked amidst the towering giants of the forest. Yet, little Lotus claimed that this tree was indeed the venerable ancestor of the woodland, and furthermore, it was poisoned. As she spoke, saliva dripped from her mouth in excitement. Consequently, as Hunwan casually grasped the tree while passing by, toxins surged like ocean waves into her palm and toward her body, only to be intercepted by little Lotus, who opened her mouth wide and began to inhale fervently. Hunwan paused in her tracks, saying, "Wait a moment, let me take a look." Her companions yawned incessantly. Even Wu Lingman appeared drowsy atop Hu Huahua's head. Jean Xian remarked, "Xiaonuan, something feels amiss here. We should leave quickly, lest we fall asleep and never awaken." Hunwan stifled a yawn in response. Nodding as she replied, "Yes, I will find a direction." She mused to herself that if her mother were present, she would surely succumb to the poisonous slumber. Huh? Was it the tale of Sleeping Beauty or Snow White? Wait, could it be that someone truly resided here? Little Lotus, hurry and inhale. I sense we may uncover a tremendous surprise. However, Hu Qing was oblivious to Hunwan's eager anticipation of a grand revelation, and unaware that she unwittingly obstructed a wave of danger. Were it not for Little Lotus's expertise in toxin absorption, Hunwan might well have succumbed to the poison's effects. She departed from the teleportation array, running toward a deserted area. She intended to forge weapons. The assistance of preparing meals was far too sluggish and inconvenient. It was far more efficient to sell her wares, crafting and trading as she traveled. Her weapon-forging furnace was of spiritual treasure grade, supplied by a gathering formation. Utilizing materials she had previously collected and stored in her spatial realm, along with the essence discarded by the golden devouring beast, truly exceptional resources. In the realm of the celestial, one might indeed forge divine artifacts, albeit of a lower tier, for she would not dare to sell those of a higher caliber. With her consciousness extending widely, Hu Qingfei soared through the skies, cautiously evading passers-by. Fortunately, she encountered no one and ultimately alighted upon an unremarkable mountain peak. After surveying her surroundings, she found no ferocious beasts nor any readily available caves for her use. Discovering a less conspicuous hollow, she utilized her heavy sword to carve out a dwelling, collecting the debris into her spatial realm and setting up a barrier before slipping inside. From the outside, there was no indication of anything amiss. "Silkcloth. Ah, at last. We can converse freely." This time, his voice resonated outward. Hu Qing was both astonished and delighted. "Have you ascended?" The abundant spiritual energy had rejuvenated him somewhat. "When will you transform into a human and emerge?" The silkcloth, suddenly disinclined to engage, retorted internally, "Transform into a human and come out? What a ridiculous notion." Hu Qing, filled with joy, inquired, "What materials do you require for your restoration?" "I shall procure them for you." Sensing her genuine concern, the silk cloth felt a warmth in his heart and replied, "There is no need. My true form remains unharmed, though my cultivation has significantly declined. As long as you diligently cultivate, your own powers will rise, and I shall naturally recover. Oh, the more you absorb spiritual energy, the greater the benefits we all shall reap. Have you not noticed how those three in your sea of consciousness have settled down ever since the emergence of the blazing sun?" Chapter 28. Poor condition indeed. This assertion holds true. Aside from the spatial fragments that remained consistently silent, the unfeeling thread, blood fiend pearl, and demon sovereign order were hardly tranquil companions. Especially those three, who did not truly regard her as their master, having never formally acknowledged her, or rather, they simply looked down upon her. This matter had been secretly conveyed to her by Jianbu, who, while speaking, could hardly conceal a cold sneer. You think they can exploit you? Pa. A bunch of worthless remnants dare to play tricks. Once they enter your consciousness and receive your nurturing, their names are forever inscribed in the annals of celestial law. They wish to thrive and then escape? How naive. With me around, no one shall think of fleeing. The last sentence was uttered with such intensity that Qing could almost hear the grinding of his teeth. Personally, Qing believed that Jianbu's refusal to let them escape stemmed from his own inability to do so. Trapped in the same fiery pit, if I cannot leap out, neither shall anyone else. No fault in that reasoning. Thus, Qing was acutely aware that managing the three rebellious spirits was not an easy task. However, after the blazing sun took residence in her consciousness, the trio ceased their mischief and conflicts, occasionally conveying their thoughts to her with an endearing docility. She did not attribute this transformation to her influence. It was evident that they merely could not bear to part with the searing sun. The fist-sized red sun suspended in her consciousness symbolized rebirth. It was crafted from materials inherent to the Xiaoli realm. This was not to imply that the materials from the lower realms were inferior to those from the celestial realms. Indeed, some products from the lower realms were exceedingly rare even in the celestial domain. While many materials possess their own limitations, a greater number are constrained by the abilities of the smiths who wield them. The ores that Qing carried were already of superior quality from the Xiaoli realm, making the forging of celestial artifacts effortless. It merely depended on whether Qing possessed the requisite skill. Having spent several decades in this world, her schedule was quite full. Leaving little time for focused study in the art of forging, she could only find moments of tranquility at home. Jianbu suggested, why not seclude yourself here to forge? After all, the Xiaoli realm is temporarily safe from outsiders. You need not worry about Hinwan. This indeed seemed a sound proposition. Silk contemplated for a moment, expressing regret. You shouldn't have come alone. Even bringing Xianyao would have been beneficial, having someone to assist. Qing chuckled lightly. Tossing the ore into the refining furnace, do not underestimate Xianyao. He is my sole assistant. Others are merely troublemakers. Can I summon Xianyao here through a contract? Silk replied that it was a mere dream. A master-servant contract could allow the servant to traverse several realms in an instant. Then everyone would choose to be a servant. Qing warned her, do not act recklessly. If you summon him carelessly, while you remain unharmed, Xianyao may perish due to the backlash of the contract if he cannot fulfill your demands. Qing was startled. Is it that severe, given the distance? It is precisely because of the distance that failing to meet the requirements could lead to his demise. Silk fell silent, believing that the little demon spirit would never allow that to happen. Qing focused intently on the refining process, and Silk chose not to speak further. The pile of ore on the ground diminished, only to be replenished again. The barrier completely isolated the intense heat and the sound of hammering. Once the ground was adorned with an array of long swords and broad blades, Qing stood up, dismantled the spirit-gathering array, and stored the refining furnace. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision, and she quickly steadied herself against the mountain wall to gather her composure. What's wrong? Silk inquired. Nothing. It's probably just that this is my first official refining session in the immortal realm. The duration has drained my spirit more than expected. The combined count of swords and blades exceeded 500. Sustaining this effort for too long took its toll. Channeling her spiritual energy to suppress the dizziness and nausea, Qing collected the weapons, erased any traces within the cave, dismantled the barrier, and soared into the sky. The wind rushed towards her, and the fresh air filled her lungs, instantly alleviating her discomfort. Indeed, staying in the secret chamber for too long had resulted in carbon dioxide poisoning. She sought out a picturesque location amidst mountains and clear waters, meditating and cultivating for a day and a night before embarking anew, in search of companionship and commerce. Qing furrowed her brow. The quality of this batch of swords and blades was rather lacking. Although they had reached the tier of spiritual treasures, they evidently lingered on the fringes of celestial artifacts. The terrain of the immortal realm indeed enhanced her crafting skills, yet for reasons unknown, her condition was subpar. While she remained focused, she had not attained the harmonious state of unity between heaven and man. This was unexpected. Perhaps the fire was inadequate. Casting her gaze around in bewilderment, she randomly selected a direction and flew forth. After several days of flight, she encountered a modest city. At a glance, it was clear that entry required a fee. The guards at the city gate appeared somewhat disheveled. One individual sat at a table beside the gate, lost in thought, with paper and ink before him, seemingly recording something. 10 low-grade spiritual crystals to enter. If you can't pay, then be gone, the guard stated impatiently. Qing winced at the thought of 10 crystals. What a ripoff. No one voiced dissent. They patiently queued to pay. As Qing waited in line, she discerned a pattern. The individuals entering the city were gathered in small groups. Their attire varied, yet strikingly understated. They resembled teams on a quest, leading her to conclude that this city was merely a hub. A hub was splendid. Quests were even better. Engaging in quests implied consumption of medicinal pills and weapons. A lack of wealth was advantageous, for those who were less affluent would be inclined to purchase her affordable wares. How delightful. Wait, you're alone? A guard interjected, blocking her path. Qing, taken aback, gestured towards the interior. I'm going in to find a team. The guard's sharp gaze swept over her. Proceed. Turning her face away in disdain after speaking, Qing entered the interior, where she discovered a bustling town primarily focused on task postings. The main avenue led directly to the central task hall, flanked by various shops, their wares enticing both buyers and sellers. A cacophony of sounds flooded her ears, quickly allowing her to gather a wealth of information. This place was spontaneously established by celestial beings, predominantly frequented by wandering immortals and disciples of sects venturing out for training. The main street was bordered by a free market on one side and rental caves on the other. The town lacked a permanent resident population. Most notably discussed among the townsfolk was the recent emergence of a masked serial killer and thief. This nefarious figure exclusively targeted task teams, committing murder and theft as they roamed. A particularly heinous incident occurred merely 3 days prior, less than 100 miles from the town, resulting in the demise of 8 individuals. Upon further scrutiny, it was revealed that this masked bandit had committed dozens of crimes, claiming hundreds of lives, and had spread terror across half of the Qing realm. Regrettably, no information about this masked killer was available, despite a staggering bounty of 100,000 spirit crystals posted for any who dared to pursue the task. It was well known that the masked bandit operated alone. Amidst the tense atmosphere of the bustling street, where whispers of danger echoed, Qing pondered the identity of the masked figure, uncertain whether they were male or female. Many curious gazes drifted toward her. Initially intending to visit the task hall, she reconsidered her decision. What if others mistakenly assume she is seeking prey? Qing deftly turned into a narrow path beside the road, heading towards the bustling free market. As she traversed a series of eavesdropping buildings, a vibrant scene unfolded before her. A vast expanse leading to the riverside was lined with stalls, echoing with the lively chatter of the crowd, giving the impression that nearly 80% of the city's populace had gathered here. There were numerous vendors and even more buyers, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a grand festival, though not overwhelmingly crowded. As Qing navigated through the throngs, she attentively listened for snippets of conversation. Indeed, the clamor had a reason. Rumors circulated about a significant treasure discovered in a nearby location. How utterly unoriginal. However, with everyone on the hunt for riches, her weapons should fetch a handsome price, she mused. Passing by a stall selling weaponry, she overheard a customer inquiring about the price of a sword. The vendor gestured a figure of 300? That's outrageous. Are you trying to rob me? The buyer exclaimed in agitation. Qing's gaze fell upon a long sword sheathed in animal hide, its quality evidently inferior to her own. How thrilling. 300 low-grade spirit crystals. She immediately crouched down, pretending to rummage through a shabby stall, while discreetly eavesdropping on the negotiations nearby. 300 seems reasonable. Qing clutched a broken leg of an unknown item, her lips curling into a smirk. 280, and it's yours. Do I look like a fool? 10. After a spirited exchange, they finally settled on 15. Well, it appears that haggling is the name of the game, and the vendor, judging by his demeanor, still made a profit. Standing up, Qing feigned disappointment over not finding anything appealing, while the vendor's eyelids barely flickered. As she walked away, deep in thought, she concluded that the sword's quality paled in comparison to her own, and that 15 low-grade spirit crystals were likely the market price. Thus, the realm of artifact forging in the celestial world is not merely a personal aspiration to commence with celestial artifacts. The market for items below the rank of celestial quality remains quite vibrant. Indeed, during my time at Daooflmmortality, the inferior magical tools wielded by the disciples were scarcely distinguishable from the superior-grade mundane weapons. The pricing of spiritual treasures is settled in terms of high-grade spiritual stones, and when converted, several thousand or tens of thousands amount to merely a handful of low-grade spiritual crystals. As for low-grade celestial artifacts, they likely begin at several hundred. Of course, one must also consider the materials and purposes of the celestial artifacts. Weapons such as swords and blades are certainly not priced the same as hairpins or ornamental rings. Ah, I should indeed utilize exquisite materials to craft delightful trinkets favored by female immortals. How remiss of me. Qing resolved to forge some charming little items for sale during her next endeavor. After wandering further along the riverbank, she finally discovered an open space. Glancing around, she promptly retrieved 50 long swords and 50 broad blades, embedding them into the sandy earth. No need for even tattered cloth. Such a distinctive display immediately drew inquiries about prices. "Miss, how much for your swords?" inquired the proprietor of a nearby leather goods stall. Qing, composed and serene, replied, 500 each. The vendor of spiritual rice to her right nearly choked, exclaiming, "Are you robbing us?" With a grand gesture, Qing retorted, "It's merely a starting bid." She glanced at him, noting, "Oh, your spiritual rice is 100 per bag? Quite exorbitant, I must say. One bag wouldn't even suffice for a decent meal." The rice vendor chuckled, "Just a starting bid." Turning her gaze to the left, she observed that leather was priced at 600. And what of the hides from divine beasts? The trio erupted in knowing laughter, each acknowledging their shared predicament. Qing chose not to peddle her wares, but instead set out a small stool, reclining under the sun. On either side, the bustling activity continued, as leather goods and spiritual rice remained fast-moving daily necessities. People gathered around Qing's stall, inspecting the goods with a discerning eye. Yet they refrained from making a purchase and walked away indifferently. After a considerable time, the leather goods merchant, having found himself with some leisure, noticed Qing's relaxed demeanor. Contemplating for a moment, he approached her, casually drawing a sword from his collection. Upon examining it, he nearly exclaimed at its quality. Qing, unfazed, asked for a price. "Come now, let us not engage in pretense, being fellow tradesmen. Offer me a genuine price." The merchant's eyes darted, clearly intent on negotiating a steep discount. Qing had observed him for a while. This merchant was indeed a skilled negotiator, capable of transforming pigskin into dragon hide with his words. Just within the span of an hour, he had amassed quite a profit. She inquired, "What do you desire?" The merchant replied, "What are the terms?" Qing nodded. "If you require more, I shall afford you a better price." She gestured to the ground, stating, "I shall remain here for but a day." Given that she was regarded as a suspect akin to a masked bandit, she had no intention of lingering longer. The merchant's eyes gleamed with ambition. "If I were to take everything, what would you charge?" Qing pondered, holding up 3 fingers, 31 items. The merchant's eyes widened in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind?" Qing merely smiled and closed her eyes, seeking tranquility. Irritated, he could hardly fathom such a style of commerce. Taking a few steps closer, he inspected the sword again, then the knives, mentally calculating the potential profit. Indeed, there was room for profit, yet he yearned for a further concession in price, which gnawed at him. 20, and I will take all. 30, 22, 30, 24, 30, 26, 30. You were asking for 30. As I slowly opened my eyes, I found myself in the presence of the fur merchant, who, struggling for breath, exclaimed vehemently, 30. My heart danced with mischief. I was merely teasing him. After all, if I could frustrate this one, there were others to whom I could sell. By 90, receive 10 free, the fur merchant swiftly added. Do you take me for a fool? I retorted, 91 for 9. My exasperation grew, 99 for 1. Payment in full. No credit. The fur merchant replied, wait a moment, I only have a few hides left. I countered, but if someone else offers a higher price, I cannot sell to you. Cunning indeed, the fur merchant conceded, gathering his wares. Let us go. I sheathed my sword with a flourish. The rice merchant, bewildered, asked, why are we leaving? Ah, no buyers? Come back tomorrow. I took my leave first, heading towards the main street. While the fur merchant silently made his way to the riverside, the rice merchant glanced between me and the fur merchant, and as someone approached him, he went to attend to his customers. Strolling leisurely to the main street, I noted that the fur merchant had circled back, now donned in a different outfit. We walked side by side until we turned into a secluded corner. Allow me to treat you to tea, he offered. I declined, stating, goods for payment. He produced a small golden threaded pouch, saying, it's all inside, count it. The storage pouch bore no markings. After counting the contents meticulously, I transferred the spirit crystals, placing my sword back into the pouch before returning it to the fur merchant. The fur merchant nodded with a smile after scanning the surroundings and inquired, when shall we meet again, my friend? Qing replied, it was merely a one-time transaction, I do not intend to encroach upon your market. Chapter 30. The bestowal of wealth. Qing departed swiftly, fearful of being ambushed, and fled the city like the wind. 3,000 spirit crystals, all secured, she mused. But where are the 3,000? It's merely 2,970. The fare from Qing to Anan was 20,000. Qing's expression darkened. Yet, that is still more profitable than your incessant toil of pounding beef and mending pots. Qing retorted. At that time, I had just escaped the jaws of the tiger. In a land unfamiliar to me, would I dare to act recklessly in the celestial realm? Blinded by ignorance, if I were to reveal my trump card, that would be tantamount to courting death. Even now, am I not hastily selling off what I possess and fleeing? With my mere nascent soul cultivation, who could I possibly defeat? To speak shamelessly, indulging in delicacies was a means of securing protection. Fortunately, she had a certain status in the cloud-climbing realm, encountered kind-hearted individuals, and remained prudent enough not to disclose her secrets. Otherwise, she would have long been a ghost by now. One must not mistake the celestial realm for a paradise. In this realm, taking a life bears no consequence. You would be delighted to see me come to harm, wouldn't you? You're earning far too slowly, remarked the silk cloth, somewhat abashed. Ah, and you dare to criticize me? Qing quipped. I find your inability to save spirit crystals even more vexing. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. The silk cloth sighed. I am not a storage space. I cannot retain tangible items. Then let us not cast blame upon one another. Very well, I harbor no grievances against you. Without further delay, Qing traversed 2 grand cities, swiftly transacting over 400 swords and blades, netting herself more than 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Gathering the fare, she made her way towards the teleportation array. Yet, within her consciousness, despite the absence of any signs of life in her surroundings, she felt an incessant sensation of being watched. No, it was not merely an illusion. She was undoubtedly being targeted. Qing repeatedly assessed herself. There appeared to be no abnormalities. Perhaps the threat was not emanating from her. Some individuals possess the uncanny ability to pinpoint a person's location from a mere wisp of aura. A shadow crossed Qing's face. How could she possibly defend herself against such an ability? After a moment of contemplation, she devised a plan for a counterattack. Continuing her flight, she landed after a day's journey, seeking a secure location to establish a barrier, draw upon spiritual energy, and cultivate. Although her body could absorb only a limited amount of spiritual energy, even a small quantity was better than none. Just as she completed a full cycle of her triple cultivation technique, the barrier abruptly crumbled, and a 3-bladed dagger lunged towards her neck. The assailant executed a lethal strike with remarkable precision. Qing instinctively recoiled, and in front of her, a translucent strand of silk ensnared the dagger, climbing upwards as if it possessed a life of its own. The attacker, silent and ruthless, relinquished the dagger without hesitation and sent a flickering lightning talisman hurtling towards her. With a resounding explosion, Qing transformed her right hand into a lightning dragon's claw, seizing the talisman and allowing it to detonate within her grasp. Oh, this talisman was no celestial artifact. It was merely a spiritual talisman, barely of superior quality, sufficient to contend with her small nascent soul stage. Yet ineffective against her lightning dragon arm. The assailant was taken aback, but before he could formulate a third response, a chilling realization swept over him as he sensed the breeze against his back. Qing's mind raced. I must damage his Dantian first. If he self-destructs, what will be left for me to salvage? The blood fiend Pearl, consumed by a thirst for vitality, plunged forward with fervor, swiftly penetrating the visitor's Dantian. With a swift twist of its diminutive form, it voraciously drained the spiritual energy within. The visage concealed beneath the black veil turned ashen. And as the life force within was depleted, the individual collapsed with a resounding thud, falling silent. This was a cunning ambush. She served as bait, while the heartless threads played a supportive role, but it was the blood fiend Pearl that delivered the fatal strike. Now that it clamored for sustenance, it would have to earn its keep. The blood fiend Pearl, having emerged from the corpse, hovered defiantly before her, unmoving. I refuse to cleanse myself. A smirk danced upon Qing's lips. The blood fiend Pearl plunged into the depths. Qing rolled her eyes, as if to say, as if I were utterly dependent on you. Soon after, her eyes sparkled with excitement as her hands reached toward the lifeless body. Expand, expand, expand the silk cloth. Does his attire not evoke any thoughts? Qing chuckled. A masked figure, a faceless murderer, a thief indeed. If it truly is him, then I shall have struck gold. Silken thoughts swirled in her mind. This individual was utterly consumed by greed. The masked figure was male, his hands revealing the roughness of careful maintenance. Adorned with tin rings, one on each finger, particularly the thumb, which was notably broad, creating an uncomfortable pressure. The man was dead, undeniably so. Qing paused in her endeavors to remove the rings, her consciousness surging forth to explore the depths of the man's divine realm. Indeed, hidden within the crumbled sanctum was a soul. The soul began to take on a human form, ensnared by the tumultuous waves of her consciousness, with no escape in sight. It cried out, "Do not pursue annihilation. I am willing to surrender." The soul was crushed to fragments. Qing meticulously examined the remnants, confirming that this time the annihilation was complete before withdrawing her consciousness, fearfully patting her chest. That was a close call. Forgotten was the immortal's demise, yet his soul endures. Alas, it is regrettable that the life essence he nurtured within his sea of consciousness has been obliterated. The spirit of the silk cloth remarked, "It is fortunate that you were not deprived of your abode." Qing expressed her grievances. "Why did you not remind me?" The silk cloth retorted with indignation. "I have informed you previously. I am merely an instrument spirit, not your caretaker or mentor." Qing continued to rummage through the ring, her consciousness sweeping within. The items were somewhat scant, indicating that this ring was not the true repository of his treasures. She meticulously examined each garment, and indeed, within the layers, she discovered over a dozen storage pouches. Surely, more remained hidden. Her gaze shifted to the man's head, and as she removed the black cloth, she was taken aback to find a half-mask concealed beneath. Upon lifting the mask, she was confronted with a disfigured visage. Qing was momentarily stunned. Can even an immortal be disfigured? The silk cloth replied, "Of course. Severe injuries, toxins, demonic energy, and malevolent entities can all mar one's appearance." After a brief pause, it added, "That is why alchemists earn a handsome fortune, even more so than artifact craftsmen." Qing felt a pang of sorrow, pondering. Did he resort to slaying others to procure elixirs for restoring his looks? The silk cloth teased, "Oh, are you feeling sympathy?" Qing lamented. "If only I were capable of refining pills." The man's hair was tied securely with a slender cord, and Qing unsheathed a dagger, deftly slicing through the strands along his scalp. As she gathered the severed hair and shook it, a large, lifeless beetle fell to the ground, resembling a firefly. This was a forget-me-not bug, adept at tracking individuals by scent. "It appears you were followed by it." Qing pinched the dead beetle, examining it closely, and ground it into powder with her fingers. "When did it approach me?" "I was completely unaware. There was nothing left in the hair." Qing turned her head to glance at the glistening corpse, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. She pressed her hands against her scalp, beginning a meticulous search, inch by inch. If she could not find anything on the outside, she would delve within, determined to extract at least a modicum of wealth from the carcass. Beside her, the basin filled with fragrant blood from the bloodthirsty pearl remarked, "The bathwater is reserved for you." Chapter 31. The absurd price of tickets. Every heart that seeks wealth is fervent in its devotion. As Qing reverently examined the corpse from head to toe, meticulously disassembling it, and subsequently incinerating the remains, her rewards were bountiful. Indeed, as the cunning rabbit has its 3 burrows, this individual had concealed treasures even more skillfully than she could have imagined. There were 6 invisible storage devices on his person, along with a spirit-concealing pearl extracted from his dantian. The fist-sized pearl shimmered like a luminous gem, containing a rich essence of spiritual power. Qing carefully placed the spirit-concealing pearl into the basin and addressed the bloodthirsty pearl. "This collaboration has been commendable. In future ambushes, let us first drain the victim of their spiritual energy, preserving whatever treasures reside in their dantian if possible." The bloodthirsty pearl floated on the surface of the water, fixated on the sinking spirit-concealing pearl. Suddenly, it darted forward, and with a swift motion, it devoured the pearl. Qing was taken aback. The bloodthirsty pearl, seemingly unfazed, attempted to burrow into her forehead. Qing quickly pinched it between her fingers. "Do you have any idea how desperately I need money?" Feigning ignorance, the bloodthirsty pearl reminded her of a little ruffian, slouching with shoulders hunched, wearing flip-flops, and whistling nonchalantly. Had it been a living creature, she would have throttled it long ago. Nevertheless, you were meant to restore them in the first place. With a silk cloth to counsel her, she resolved. The Hu family does not harbor idlers. She began to tally the spoils within the storage devices. The low-grade spirit crystals numbered over 400,000. While the medium-grade spirit crystals exceeded 3,000, there was even a single high-grade spirit crystal. Hundreds of small jade boxes contained spiritual plants, and materials taken from demon beasts were in the hundreds as well. There were also several hundred alchemical bottles for storing potions, along with a plethora of talismans, array plates, concealed weapons, and medicinal powders, all in disarray. Various types of ores and numerous jade slips filled with text were present. A chaotic assortment of weapons lay scattered about, along with garments, accessories, and even furniture among other sundry items, an overwhelming abundance. It was quite certain that all these possessions were acquired through robbery or murder. This individual was likely the notorious masked killer and thief who was being hunted. Alas, the person had perished too cleanly, making it impossible to claim the bounty by presenting the head. If one were to attempt claiming it, who knows what dire consequences might ensue? After all, one could never be certain of the intentions of those offering the reward. The god of wealth surely favored her. As Qing rubbed her hands together in anticipation, such splendid opportunities, she hoped, would occur frequently. Jianbu looked at her with cold indifference as she indulged in her fanciful dreams. Yet, this thief had indeed been unprepared, had he been given even a moment's notice. It would have been Qing who faced utter annihilation. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the blood-fiend Pearl was truly formidable, capable of shattering a protective barrier of the spiritual, immortal level. Given such capability, it seemed fitting that one should bear the burden of labor according to their abilities. Qing hastened towards the teleportation array with utmost urgency, for though there were spirit boats in the vicinity, she refrained from utilizing them, fearing the unforeseen complications that might arise from attracting unwanted attention. Upon finally reaching the teleportation array, she exchanged 20,000 low-grade spirit crystals. There were only a few individuals ahead of her, allowing her to proceed directly and leap down. An immortal, quick of hand and eye, waved and called out, but was unable to stop her in time. Sighing in disappointment, I merely wished to share the journey. How could that person run so swiftly? He overheard Qing inquiring about the news of the teleportation array, and as fate would have it, he too was headed in that direction. Contemplating the prospect of sharing travel expenses, he thought it would be advantageous to journey together. However, it seemed that she preferred to travel alone, indicating her financial independence. Alas, the plight of the impoverished is indeed sorrowful. The immortal turned to seek other fellow travelers, and upon hearing a particular term, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. He approached with enthusiasm. Are you also headed to the newly opened small realm? What a coincidence. I am as well. Why not join forces for mutual support? Qing sped along relentlessly, day and night, replenishing her energy with spirit crystals whenever fatigue set in. With her modest cultivation level, a single crystal could be utilized multiple times, and having come into a windfall, she was willing to spend generously to maintain her spiritual vigor, remaining ever vigilant against potential robbers lurking along the way. Fortunately, her journey proceeded remarkably smoothly until she reached the teleportation array at Weiming. The fare was 80,000. How amusing. After paying and queuing, she leaped. From Weiming to CC, the cost was 98,000. Payment, queue, leap. Then from CC to the canyon, 200,000. Qing was bewildered. This did not add up. The western route passed through 5 stops, ascending clouds, passing Fengyuan, Chiting, Ainan, Weiming, CC, and finally reaching the canyon. With a total fare exceeding 200,000 low-grade spirit crystals, how could it be that a single leg from CC to the canyon demanded 200,000? Was such blatant monopolization not shameful? The exorbitant fare had caused the ticket line to snake around several bends. The silk-clad attendant remarked, "This is a troublesome situation." Qing's expression darkened as she overheard chatter from all directions about the canyon's recent connection to a small realm, with many treasure seekers flocking there. With no sight of the ticket counter ahead and a throng of treasure hunters surging from behind, she pondered whether this multitude intended to carve the small Li realm into fragments for their gain. Silently, she stood in line until dusk, only to be astonished to learn that the teleportation array required rest. How could this be? Is nighttime maintenance necessary? The crowd grumbles incessantly, yet they find themselves powerless, for decisions lie beyond their control. They wait. After a night has passed, prices have surged again, 210,000. Qing clutches her chest, feigning a dramatic cough of blood, but she is not alone in her distress. Others stomp their feet in frustration, hurling curses, while a few advance with swords drawn, demanding answers. Yet, in this monopolistic industry, the wealthy and powerful reign supreme. They are not mere local tyrants, but rather formidable dragons, causing all challengers to retreat in defeat. Meanwhile, the faction overseeing the teleportation array maliciously announces an increase in fares to 250,000, ostensibly to spare them from daily hikes. Infuriating. How can so many spirit crystals not crush you? Qing, both furious and unable to suppress her mischievous thoughts, wonders if the fervor of the crowd could seize the teleportation array. Wanbu scoffs, dream on. The teleportation array benefits an entire realm, and the costs of its construction and maintenance are substantial. Thus it is jointly controlled by the major powers within the realm. If you could topple the realm, the teleportation array would naturally belong to you. Just look at this rabble. Qing, share with me the method of constructing the teleportation array. Wanbu, I admire your audacity and such greedy aspirations. There is no specific method. Once you comprehend the laws of space to a certain degree, it will come to you naturally. Qi, to what level of cultivation? Wanbu sighs, it depends on your insight and your understanding of spatial power. Please. No more questions. I am merely a tool spirit, and do not comprehend the ways of human cultivation. He increasingly feels as though he ought to be something far greater than a mere tool spirit, perhaps a venerable sage who has lived for countless millennia, renowned in life for his extraordinary prowess. However, he is not. You, Qing, do not possess the fortune to have the white-bearded elder as your external aid. Spare him. Yet, Qing subconsciously perceives that the essence of the fabric is that of the old man with the white beard, as if one has not merely seen a pig run after having consumed pork. The individual before her is undeniably formidable. Being in the presence of such a remarkable figure must confer a certain prowess upon her as well. Fabric. I am merely a vessel for information storage. Regardless of the tumultuous and rich inner lives they lead, the reality remains that Qing is inching forward in the line. Everyone faces their own struggles. Having drained their resources down to 250,000, there is no turning back. Is it not permissible for everyone to negotiate and bargain with the ticket seller? Ticket seller, no discounts are offered. Those with money pay, while those without may barter. Purchase or not. Next, please. Chapter 32. Turning blunders into fortunes in the realm of canyons. Aptly named, beneath the celestial canopy, valleys abound. The entire domain appears as though carved by divine hands with knife and axe. Flatlands are scarce while perilous peaks abound. Clusters of mountains adorned with white snow piercing the azure sky. From a distance, this spectacle resembles a hedgehog's back. Many individuals have journeyed from the teleportation array towards the Tian continent, sparing Qing the trouble of asking for directions, yet simultaneously filling her with trepidation. With so many people, what if they disrupt the celestial protection over the Shaoli realm? With the highest levels of martial prowess in the Shaoli realm, resistance would be futile. She clenches her right hand tightly within her sleeve, the purple dragon scales on her hand flickering in and out of visibility. Fabric senses the murderous intent coursing through her and gasps. You cannot slay so many immortals. Qing exhales. Initially, I intended to forge the heaven-splitting axe. Fabric is taken aback. I find myself pondering the notion that, should I wield the celestial axe, I might cleave through the heavenly bridge. A surge of murderous intent blossoms within me, while a thunderous dragon roars and dances in my dantian, and my diminutive nascent soul clenches its fists tightly. The surface of my sea of consciousness churns with dozens of whirlpools, growing ever larger. The blood fiend Pearl flutters with excitement, and the threads of ruthless intent unfurl in the wind, while the demon emperor's decree urges me to conceal myself further into the depths. I am but a languid fish among the toiling masses, striving to remain still if possible. The silken cloth grows anxious. Calm down, Qing. You must remain composed. A breakthrough here would render you akin to fish on a chopping board. These individuals would devour you alive. Qing comprehends that attempting to break through in such a locale would be tantamount to presenting herself as prey, and she forcibly disrupts her spiritual energy flow, enduring internal injuries while silently swallowing the blood that rises in her throat, soothing herself. Just wait a little longer, just a little longer, until we reach the Tianan continent. To prevent her from spiraling into despair, the silken cloth overwhelms her with a torrent of knowledge, including the golden fire secret technique, the spring deity's art, body refinement techniques, the compendium of alchemy, the treatise on formations, the codex of talismans, the contractual compendium, the treatise on ghost cultivation, the manual of demon cultivation, the bestiary, and the ice elemental secret techniques, all unlocked in a single wave. After counting, it even bundles the entirety of the alchemical compendium along with the secrets of water, earth, wood, thunder, and wind. Suddenly inundated by an ocean of vast information, Qing's eyes roll back as she collapses onto the spiritual vessel, struggling to maintain her consciousness while navigating the craft in tandem with the main army. You wish for my demise? To which the silken cloth replies, Oh, and don't forget the Poison Path Compendium, the Cultivation of Insects Compendium, and the Witchcraft Techniques. Silence. She retorts. Is this an attempt to overload her CPU? What grievances could have led to this? Regardless, you must learn it all in due time, the silken cloth remarks sheepishly. The influx of information overwhelmed Qing, rendering her unable to discern its contents. Yet, her body instinctively embraced the advanced versions of the Golden Fire Secret Technique, Body Refinement Technique, and Spring God Formula. Having previously endured the baptism of heavenly punishment, her meridians and acupoints had been thoroughly opened. Now, her mind was flooded with upgraded methodologies, compelling her body to autonomously channel spiritual energy according to the new practices. This was a celestial technique, and its operation demanded an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Causing Qing's complexion to pale, she could no longer contain it. She needed to advance. Jianbu was flustered, sensing the uncontrollable surge of spiritual energy within Qing. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, realizing that his efforts had backfired. No, rather, they had taken an unexpected turn for the better. This place was unsuitable. She needed to endure a little longer. Gritting her teeth, Qing abruptly steered the spiritual vessel away from the main group, racing ahead. Many glanced her way, pondering the purpose of their journey, yet none chose to follow her. Why chase a mere cultivator when a heavenly treasure awaited? They were unwilling to lose sight of the greater prize for the sake of a trivial pursuit. Once assured that no one trailed her, Qing silently expressed gratitude to the heavens, to the earth, and to the Little Li realm, which had silently shielded her from calamity. The spiritual vessel soared lower, her consciousness pouring forth, revealing a tapestry of verdant expanses concealing countless canyons, some unfathomably deep. What she sought was precisely such desolate, uninhabited locales, which were not difficult to find. For reasons unknown, the locations where inter-realm teleportation arrays were established boasted prosperity only in their immediate vicinity, while vast stretches of land for thousands of miles remained devoid of significant habitation. This circumstance greatly favored Qing. She had found it. I will command the spiritual vessel. You hasten to prepare the items. Will I still face a tribulation of thunder? Qing dared not contemplate the notion of directly ascending to the spirit immortal realm. Was there still a tribulation for those below the celestial rank seeking advancement in the realm of immortals? Indeed, there are varying degrees of thunder calamity, given your physical fortitude. It cannot bring about your demise. Qing gazed anxiously at the heavens, where the spiritual vessel had long been swallowed by the treacherous chasms, devoid of sunlight. This place is not the realm of Shaoli. It is the celestial domain of the canyons, where the heavenly decree reigns. Father, I beseech your protection. Descending into a darkness where only outlines are discernible, the valley floor comprises merely an acre of damp, chilly terrain. Fortunately, the atmosphere is rich in spiritual energy, prompting Qing to hastily set up formations. The outer layer is a gathering spirit array, while the inner part consists of a smaller formation. The larger array, utilizing an array plate, draws the surrounding spiritual energy inward, consolidating it into the smaller formation paved with spirit stones and spirit crystals, from which the energy flows into her body. At that moment, the silken fabric lamented, if only there were an ascension pool. I could ensure your swift rise to the mid-tier of spiritual immortals. Time has run out. Words are futile now. Qing sat serenely at the center of the formation, consuming several vials of healing and energy-boosting elixirs she had procured. She released the restraints within her body, allowing her threefold cultivation technique to operate with fervor. The items she had seized could not be ingested. Who knew what nefarious substances they might contain? The gathering spirit array activated, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards her. It took but a brief quarter of an hour for Qing to assimilate the spiritual energy, when suddenly, a cacophony erupted within her meridians, reminiscent of firecrackers, expanding 3 to 5 times in size. The spiritual power swiftly filled her acupoints, and soon these energies erupted from the acupoints, violently tearing the inner walls of her meridians, stretching, pushing, and pushing again. This pain, she reassured herself, is inconsequential. The white-winged thunder dragon was compelled to emerge from the dantian, each dragging its lengthy form outside the formation, one with emerald eyes filled with depth, the other with dark purple, revealing a hint of concern upon closer inspection. The silk cloth cast a glance at them. These two were the innate instruments, and as Qing ascended, they would undoubtedly rise in tandem. Observing their demeanor, it was not inconceivable that they might eventually attain sentience. Qing, possessing the golden fire spiritual root, was inundated with formless spiritual energy that surged into her body, transforming within the dantian before coursing throughout her being. The narrow meridians could scarcely contain such an influx, resulting in an overflow of spiritual energy. At this moment, the excess energy enveloped Qing like mist blown by the wind, shimmering in hues of gold and fire under the sun's rays. Radiant and beautiful like the flames of a phoenix in the depths of darkness. The golden fire embodies the yang, yet with the presence of the thunder dragon. Why did a trace of yin energy intermittently manifest? The silk cloth conveyed a thought directly to the white-winged thunder dragon, which began to swim in wider circles, flicking its serpent-like tongue. In Chapter 33, a descent was made. Through Qing, the silk cloth and the white-winged thunder dragon could share information. By means of the dragon's exploration, the silk cloth uncovered truths previously unrecognized, and the entire fabric turned a shade of green. It was filled with self-reproach. Wishing to slap himself awake, this place had been chosen for Qing, and what a splendid choice it turned out to be. The inhabitants of this canyon, seemingly devoid of utility, had overlooked this place of extreme yin. How could no one have detected and eradicated it earlier? Yin and yang exist in mutual dependence. Yin is not inherently negative, and both extremes are equally rare and precious. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that yin was detrimental to Qing. This cursed locale was masterfully concealed, with no trace of its aura escaping, abundant spiritual energy surrounding it in tranquil seclusion, deeply hidden from sight. Perceiving that Qing was up to something here, Junbu could no longer suppress the urge to take action. Startled, he thought that if he were to stumble upon an ancient corpse or ghost beneath, it could lead to Qing's demise. He hastily suggested, "Qing, let us swiftly find another location." Qing, with great difficulty, managed to crack open a narrow sliver of her eyelids. "What on earth are you saying?" "Qing, I've just realized that this is a place of extreme. The malevolent energy beneath may far exceed the surrounding spiritual energy. If that enters your body, it would spell your doom." Qing retorted, "You are the one who is doomed." Junbu insisted, "Do not move. I shall summon Lei Long and buy one to carry you. We must leave immediately." Qing showed no objection. The spirit vessel lay nearby, and Bai Wen and Lei Long approached Qing, wrapping around her. With a mighty heave of their tails, they attempted to lift her, but to no avail. Junbu remarked dryly, "It appears she cannot move." Qing, disregarding the pain coursing through her body, bellowed, "Of course, I am aware. You two, release me." With a swift motion, Bai Wen and Lei Long loosened their grip. Qing strained her legs and backside, yet remained firmly rooted in place. Was she truly seated upon an earthbound suction? Why, then, did her mind conjure the absurd image of being stuck in a toilet? Frantically shaking her head, she scolded herself for indulging in such nonsensical thoughts at a time like this. The truth was unmistakable. She was ensnared by the extreme of this locale. Thus, the urgency surged within her. Quickly, Bai Wen, Lei Long, descend and investigate. Junbu commanded, though it was futile. What could they hope to uncover? Wuxing and Shueisha. Qing summoned her workers, and reluctantly, Wuxing and Shueisha emerged, together plunging downward. They burrowed less than 10 meters before resurfacing once more. Unable to enter, she felt an overwhelming frustration. Observing the apathetic demeanor of those around her, Qing, in a moment of anger, declared vehemently, "You think I cannot handle you? If anything were to happen to me, I will ensure your destruction in the final moment." With renewed determination, Qing's fierce resolve prompted the two lethargic individuals to finally exhibit diligence. They ventured once more, and although the duration was prolonged, the outcome remained unchanged. Entry was still unattainable. It was as if the depths of this extreme yin realm were ensnared within an impenetrable formation. Qing found herself yearning for the presence of Wu Ling Man. Yet, dismissing her worries, she resolved to enhance her cultivation first. The spiritual energy within her surged with increasing intensity, creating a tumultuous effect on her spiritual platform, compelling her to disregard the peculiarities below and focus on overcoming the immediate obstacles. Jinbu, in a flurry of misguided commands, urged, "Thunder Dragon, you must move. You can counter the yin." Thus, Thunder Dragon coiled around Qing. Bai Wen also sought to assist, but was redirected by Jinbu. "You guard the perimeter. Prevent any unwelcome intruders from causing disruption." With a glance at Qing, Bai Wen retreated to the formation's exterior. And there was also the Demon Emperor's order, an entity better off absent. Jinbu, feeling the inadequacy of the allies surrounding Qing, resolved to persuade her to acquire formidable spiritual pets upon her awakening, believing that nurturing capable companions would be beneficial. After all, She could no longer adopt sons. In stark contrast to Jianbu's unease, Qing maintained an inner tranquility, buoyed by the blazing sun essence residing within her sea of consciousness. This essence, a manifestation of solar purity, rendered the formidable depths of the extreme Yin realm powerless unless it could conjure an equivalent Yin fire. If so, she would gladly collect it. With both hands pressed against the spiritual crystal, Qing activated the formation, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to visibly coalesce into spiraling shell patterns, each pointed end connecting to various points of the formation. The golden radiance emitted by Qing's body illuminated the formation, as rich spiritual energy coalesced into a resplendent abstract painting. The brilliance surged forth, and in a moment of dismay, the silk-clad heart realized the oversight of neglecting the isolation array. Yet, a thought struck. Even if the array were set, it would be futile against the descending tribulation. The radiance shone brilliantly amidst the darkness, though its duration was fleeting. Given the rugged terrain of the canyon and the multitude of obstructions, it failed to penetrate outward, drawing the attention of any discerning onlookers. Qing had become entirely absorbed in a state of unawareness. Her soul, her translucent spirit, sat cross-legged, akin to her corporeal form, slowly drifting into the air. The searing sunlight cast a gentle glow upon her soul, which emanated a soft, pale white light. The elements of space, the ruthless silk threads, the blood-fiend pearl, and the demon emperor's decree all retreated to the periphery of her consciousness, remaining utterly still. The expanse of her consciousness crystallized like a mirror, reflecting a solitary red sun and an ethereal spirit. Meanwhile, within Qing's body, her meridians and dantian had undergone a first cycle of fragmentation and growth, causing the small primordial infant within her dantian to expand slightly, its features becoming clearer. Suddenly, her acupoints erupted with the sound of firecrackers, as the once smoothly circulating spiritual energy became trapped, swirling rapidly within the acupoints, accelerating further and drawing in even more energy, spinning at high speed and devouring outward. The second cycle of rupture and rebirth did not bring Qing any pain. In her ignorance, she could no longer discern the location of her consciousness, only feeling herself adrift, unable to see herself or any external objects. The silk was tense, sensing the increasingly frequent presence of an extremely Yin aura. Thunder of the heavens, where art thou? Yet, the thunder did not come. Within Qing's body, the cycles of rebirth had occurred for the second, third, fourth, and fifth times. Yet the heavenly tribulations remained absent. Was it truly the case that this canyon realm lacked any that could be wielded by beings below the spiritual immortal rank? How impoverished! The heavenly path of the canyon realm seemed to declare, "We have no shortage of thunder, but alas, you chose this particular ground for your tribulations. Regrettably, we shall not intervene." Thus, even as Qing absorbed every ounce of spiritual energy from the surrounding aura, spirit stones, and spirit crystals, to the point of her own bloodied explosion, this still failed to materialize. Upon awakening, she found her body had naturally healed, the surroundings parched. Reaching down, she discovered the ground was nothing but a powder of spirit stones and spirit crystals. Jianbu pondered, "That has not arrived. What do you think?" "What do I think?" Qing mused. "What tier I belong to is not for me to determine." She stretched her arms, feeling invigorated, her spiritual energy abundant, while the within her dantian remained unchanged. Yet, upon closer inspection, it seemed somewhat smaller, albeit more exquisite in appearance. Still with eyes closed, she found herself immobile, the extreme Yin of this place refusing to release her. Qing took A and A, sending them down together. They extinguished silently. A prolonged silence ensued. Qing finally spoke. "We must venture down." Chapter 34. Xin Shui returns home. What if a specter lurked below? Qing felt trepidation, for she harbored a fear of ghosts. Jianbu retorted, "Trust in your own tales." The earth escape technique was employed, and contrary to the warnings of and about a 10-meter depth that could not be breached, she descended with an unimpeded grace and fell through. Bewildered, Jianbu exclaimed, "Do take care. Are you not wary of falling into someone else's trap?" Her mind was flooded with images of toilet flushes. Goodness! Beneath lies the possibility of malevolent spirits, or perhaps a mere pit of excrement. Qing's visage and thoughts were engulfed in a verdant hue. Surprisingly, the depths were tranquil, akin to a night devoid of stars and moonlight. Once the initial panic subsided, Qing found herself enveloped in a serene calmness. Moreover, she sensed a potent force of extreme Yin surrounding her, which, curiously, did not invade her being, nor did it evoke the anticipated bone-chilling cold. Instead, she experienced an unexpected sense of acceptance. She conveyed her feelings to Wanbu, who contemplated and ultimately remarked, "Perhaps it is because you pose no threat." Qing had no retort, sensing that Wanbu's assertion was not entirely accurate, yet she could not decipher the truth of the matter. Could it be that all the fathers of the celestial realm are one and the same, bestowing her with fortune? What merit did she possess for such a gift? The descent had ceased, leaving Qing ensnared in a gentle darkness. Unable to move, the balance pressure from all directions did not compress her inner being, and she felt no imminent danger. Unable to produce a luminous pearl to illuminate her surroundings, she opened her mouth, yet the energy did not rush in. "Excuse me, is there a senior present?" she inquired. Wanbu replied, "Utterly foolish." Qing pressed on, "What kind of miraculous entity is this?" Wanbu responded, "Even more foolish." Qing scratched her hand. "Could you provide a hint? What of the force that pulled me down? Is it merely to lead me into despair?" After what felt like an eternity, silence persisted around her. In her sea of consciousness, Qing stood upon a mirror, bellowing at her surroundings. "What purpose do you serve?" Now would be an opportune moment to assist. The fragments of space remained as silent as ever. They were but remnants, incapable of movement beyond mere containment. "You three." The unyielding threads, the blood pearl, and the demon emperor's command signify a complete ineffectiveness against the extreme forces. If there were fewer of them, one might forcefully expel them, but given the multitude outside, it would be wiser to seek more capable assistance. Qing felt a surge of frustration. Such is the nature of celestial artifacts. Such is the nature of celestial artifacts. There is not a shred of ambition or indomitable spirit present. What a pitiful selection she has made. The adage goes that the old is inferior to the new. Henceforth, I shall no longer rummage through the discarded. Qing was in a state of turmoil, for this was the realm of extreme if trapped for 1,000 or 800 years. Wouldn't she emerge as a 1,000-year-old corpse? The silk cloth timidly suggested, "Well, since there's no way out." "Did I not pass on to you the comprehensive guide for ghostly cultivation?" Qing responded, "Must it be that I am denied my humanity?" She pondered what resources might be at her disposal. Even the Thunder Dragon's arm, upon reaching this place, recoiled into her dantian in trepidation. Qing recalled the swarm of mechanical wasps she had previously collected. Perhaps these lifeless constructs, which do not consume spiritual energy, could serve as scouts. With a focused thought, Qing found herself in the void. After a moment of bewilderment, she realized that it was not her physical form that had entered the space, but rather her soul. Living beings cannot enter this realm. Previously, Qing operated within this space using her spiritual consciousness, but now, her soul had materialized into a tangible form, allowing her to enter the space. What splendid news! The beehive was placed on a large, separate rack, and Qing rushed towards it, only to halt in astonishment. Xuan Shui was acquired within the formidable sealing formation that ensnared the dragon maiden in Fengmu Bay. Years ago, it was trapped alongside Qing in the ancient graveyard of the demon clan, Huanmotion, within the Xiaoli realm. During those 10 years, Xuan Shui provided a sanctuary, shielding Qing from the malevolent aura and toxic miasma. After emerging from the graveyard, Xuan Shui remained quietly ensconced in its own space, akin to a refined lady of high society who seldom ventured beyond her abode. Its appearance mirrored that of such a lady, exuding an air of elegance. The black, rounded bowl harbored pure white flora, with layers of leaves resembling orchids. From between these leaves, elongated soul-binding chains could emerge, as well as large, pristine flower buds that served as quaint abodes. In truth, Qing was aware that Xuan Shui possessed a remarkable lineage. The three audacious figures within her sea of consciousness were mere trifles in its presence. It might not even be a mere tool. The very essence of Xuan Shui was so profound that Qing found herself at a loss regarding how to restore it, shrouded in uncertainty and ignorance, unable to take the first step. Now, each leaf of Xuan Shui bore a slender white thread, cascading downward, adorned with small, plump flower buds that swayed gently, producing a sound akin to silver bells. Illuminations flashed through Qing's mind. Xuan Shui seemed to embody an extreme attribute. The visions she once perceived from it were sculpted by the extreme earth and nourished by the extreme waters. Could it be that this place was summoning Xuan Shui? The delicate chimes rang out, the snowy flower buds danced, and Qing discerned its urgency. With a mere thought, Xuan Shui materialized in her hands. Indeed, the moment Xuan Shui appeared, The surrounding extreme yin energy surged, swirling and colliding, erupting in jubilant celebration. Like countless souls who have finally awaited that one person for innumerable years, Qing found her spirits dampened. Bowing her head, her lips gently brushed against the leaves of Xuanxue. Xuanxue, do you wish to stay? I truly cannot bear to part with you. With a reluctant release, a delicate leaf curled softly around her finger, causing Qing to weep uncontrollably. How could she articulate this feeling? With a sudden outburst, she embraced Xuanxue tightly. Weeping, isn't this akin to tearing my flesh apart? Had I known that encountering such heart-wrenching pain in the Valley Realm would be so agonizing, I would have recklessly ventured to the Tianan continent despite my injuries. It was all the fault of the silk cloth. What a wretched method it had imparted to her. After sobbing for quite some time, Xuanxue and the surrounding extreme yin energy patiently awaited her composure. The leaf entwined around her finger tightened momentarily before releasing. You must take care of yourself. An unseen force surged forth, lifting Qing upward. She exclaimed, I will be well, as the silk cloth brushed past the flower pot. It conveyed a message. You may seek Qing at any time. You will be able to find her. Chapter 35. Harmonious Union. This was a secret orchestrated by the silk cloth, aware that Xuanxue could hear. As a spiritual entity, it understood all too well the challenges that Xuanxue, having developed sentience, would inevitably face in the near or distant future. Could the realm of extreme yin remain forever concealed? Would Xuanxue never reveal herself to the world? In other words, could Xuanxue emerge and overturn heaven and earth, vanquishing all? The celestial realm is populated with myriad beings, and those beings harbor countless malevolent thoughts. Such malevolence can not only take lives but also obliterate the celestial realm. As a spiritual entity and one of extreme yin, Xuanxue is not so formidable as to suppress all the powers of the celestial clans. The outcome is predictable. How many times had he witnessed the fall of brilliant stars? Leave that sentence, he pondered, unsure of the reason behind it. Perhaps it was due to the fleeting bond they shared, or maybe it was to assist Qing, or simply a desire for warmth and companionship. While Wanbu's thoughts swirled in myriad directions, Qing remained oblivious. By the time she emerged onto the ground, her eyes were already swollen and red. As she boarded the spirit boat, weeping and wailing on her way to the Divine Grace continent, she drew the attention of many who assumed she was there to collect a corpse. How unfortunate. Keep your distance. We do not wish to disturb our good fortune. The crowd hastily distanced themselves, even those harboring secret calculations, unwilling to tempt fate. Wanbu mused, there is still this unexpected joy. Qing wiped her tears, lamenting. Only in loss do we learn to cherish. Xuanxue was so considerate and delightful, the only one who never angered me. Oh heavens, I neglected it so. And now I have lost it. I truly deserve this punishment. Just then, a skeptic approached, intending to strike up a conversation, but upon overhearing her last words, his face turned pale with dread, and he swiftly departed. Someone who curses themselves cannot live beyond 3 days. Best to keep one's distance. Wanbu wished to call out and clarify, but alas, she remained silent. She encouraged Qing, you can still visit it. Qing choked back her sobs. But it won't be the same. I am merely a guest now. Woo-woo, we are no longer family. And with that, she cried again, her tears flowing all the way to the Divine Grace continent. The others, however, were quite different. The Divine Grace continent was a land blessed by heaven, a place of treasure-seeking. Here, one could find riches, snatch treasures, and engage in both personal vendettas and public feuds, creating a truly vibrant atmosphere. Oh, and there are the indigenous forces of the Canyon realm, who arrived early on the continent of Tianan in search of mineral veins, seizing land and creating endless disputes. Qing, all alone, found herself compelled to take detours, repeatedly avoiding confrontations. After countless evasions, her sorrow dissipated, only to be replaced by a surge of indignation upon encountering an unexpected figure blocking her path on the spirit vessel. Even a wretch like me is being robbed? How utterly insatiable you are, she exclaimed. The 6 individuals before her were momentarily taken aback. Poor, well, we are impoverished too, which is precisely why we have come to relieve you of your possessions. This is what we call robbing the poor to aid the poor, one of them admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Our spirit vessel is damaged. Kindly relinquish yours. With that, their conversation ceased, for in this realm of immortals, there was no notion of leaving a thread of hope for future encounters. Offending someone meant a swift and total retribution, erasing not just the foe but their very essence. They all understood the unspoken agreement. Qing drew forth her blade, Baiwen, dismissing any further dialogue. Let us proceed. With a swift motion, the six surrounded her from all directions, effectively sealing off her escape. A fierce intent to kill erupted within her heart. These individuals were here to drain the lifeblood of the Little Li realm. Should it fall, they would surely be the executioners. With a flick of Baiwen, a boundless killing intent surged along the blade. A spark ignited in Hu Qing's eyes. May you all perish. Suddenly, a resounding clash echoed as Baiwen remained firmly in her grasp. She stood rigidly atop the spirit vessel, her eyes wide and her mouth agape, staring at the man before her. He was impaled by a chain that pierced through his chest, the other end raised high in the air. Adorned with blood, a sight that struck her as almost endearing in its absurdity. In that moment, her thoughts turned to Xian Shui, and once more, tears streamed down her cheeks. Silk cloth. Do not weep any longer. Behold, Xuanxue has bequeathed the soul-locking chain to you. It signifies its concern for you. Hu Qing wept even more violently. Silk cloth, in a fit of irritation, exclaimed, Do not cry. Observe these individuals. The soul-locking chain has drained their vitality, spiritual energy, and soul power. The gaping wounds reveal visible spiritual energy and invisible life force and soul power, all being voraciously absorbed by the chain. In just a few fleeting moments, 6 souls have been reduced to mere husks, deprived of any chance of rebirth. Hu Qing, with tears cascading down her cheeks, gathered the lifeless bodies, tenderly cleaned the soul-locking chain, and then caressed the corpses. Silk cloth. I ought not to have urged her. Collectively, these 6 are worth less than a single wealthy masked bandit. Hu Qing seethed with indignation. Silk cloth, desiring silence, incinerated the corpses until nothing remained. Hu Qing then cast several cleansing spells, applying essential oil to moisturize her hands before summoning the soul-locking chain. To my astonishment, Xuanxue has indeed left the soul-locking chain for me, unbeknownst to me until now. It must have been during our final farewell, when it entwined my fingers with leaves, that it secretly entrusted it to me. What a splendid being Xuanxue was, my nose tinged with sorrow once more. Silk cloth, here we go again. With a long, resigned sigh, she held the soul-locking chain before her. Alas, you may not be worthy of it. The chain, devoid of sentience, lay silent in Hu Qing's grasp. Hu Qing sighed again. You are a shadowy entity. Should I nurture you in my dantian or my sea of consciousness? Silk cloth, acknowledge your bond. Hasten to claim it. Do not let it slip away one day as well. Hu Qing sensed its presence and shook her head. No need. Xuanxue has already taken care of it. The soul-locking chain is mine. She found herself in a predicament. As a being of the golden fire spiritual root, how could she possibly nurture the soul-lock chain? The silk cloth chided her for her ignorance, stating, You possess merits. There is nothing that cannot be obtained through the merit plate. Alternatively, she could alter her cultivation method. Yet her spiritual root was ill-suited for such practices. Pursuing the dark attributes of cultivation would only lead her to wield a heavy hammer to bear the weight of a coffin in the future, a fate she was unwilling to accept. Upon hearing the mention of merits, she paused in contemplation. Although she had accrued a considerable amount of merits, she had seldom put them to use. The first time was to open the ghost gate, the second to appease the searing sun, and now, only a pitiful remnant remained. Indeed, her merits were originally acquired through guiding spirits to the underworld, which, coincidentally, aligned with the purpose of the soul-lock chain. It was curious, as the ghost gate traversed freely within her consciousness. But where exactly was it? With a task at hand, she set aside her melancholic thoughts, extracting a portion of her merits to bestow upon the soul-lock chain. The remainder of her journey was dedicated to its cultivation. To her astonishment, upon engaging with it, she was taken aback. The soul-lock chain had been forged from exceptional materials by an extraordinarily powerful individual. It was no wonder that Xuanxue had recognized it and kept it in her flower pot. The soul-lock chain bore a name, Harmony. Chapter 36, A State of Unease Harmony? The sheer peculiarity of this name left her in shock for a full minute. Was this an ominous token of affection? Fortunately, the soul-lock chain contained fragments of memories, allowing her to glean its origins. Originally, the soul-lock chain was not what it is now. It seemed there were once 2 formidable individuals who shared a close bond, only to find their relationship deteriorate. Subsequently, when one perished, the other, filled with discontent, forged the precursor to this soul-lock chain, embarking on a quest across the ends of the earth to gather the soul of the deceased. Indeed, the soul-locking chain, before it became what it is, was once a tool for summoning souls. It has been lost. How liberating. Upon hearing her recounting, Zhuanbu marveled. It possesses the essence of ancient deities. Qing, taken aback, inquired, "Have you ever encountered an ancient god? How could that be? I have perused records and heard legends. It is said that ancient gods were beings of unparalleled nonchalance. They could destroy the heavens and the earth for a single promise, yet would guard for millennia at the whim of a thought." Qing mused, a collective of emotionally volatile superhumans? I wonder if those two were male or female, siblings or spouses. The term good match implies a deepening of understanding following the resolution of misunderstandings. Qing adjusted the soul-locking chain, a splendid name. May the individuals be well-matched. She began to drift into contemplation. As her thoughts wandered, Zhuanbu grew anxious, fearing she might again entertain absurd notions. Perhaps you should engage in some cultivation? Qing remained oblivious to the suggestion. Zhuanbu, hesitant to interrupt her, feared that an epiphany might spring forth. Thus, she kept a vigilant eye on the direction of the spiritual vessel, ensuring it remained on course. After a prolonged period of daydreaming, Qing finally emerged from her reverie, directly placing the soul-locking chain, the good match, into her dantian. With the omnipotent virtue within, the soul-locking chain harmoniously coexisted with everyone in the dantian. Baiwen and Leilong adapted well, as they were all elongated beings. The nascent soul, with closed eyes, touched and nodded its tiny head in earnest. As for the sea of consciousness, they could come and go as they pleased. However, Qing was quite irked with the three who were languidly idle within it, preferring not to encounter them. After enduring countless trials and navigating numerous circles, Qing finally soared to the end of the Tianen continent, where it connects to the Shaoli realm. The celestial clan involved here is rather limited, yet she has finally recognized many familiar faces. Cheerfully, she greets Elder Gon. Elder Gon's hawk-like gaze shifts towards her, filled with an air of menace that causes Qing to flinch. Elder Gon, what has transpired? Your eyes are bloodshot. Elder Gon, a venerable figure from the phantom Emotion Kunming Demon Eagle clan, had forged a bond with Qing through their shared experiences in the ancient graveyard, cultivating a considerable camaraderie. Witnessing the typically astute and composed Elder Gon in such a disarray causes Qing's heart to sink. Is a celestial clan pressuring us? Her heart grows heavier as a sudden thought strikes her. She presses her lips tightly together and scans her surroundings. Is someone watching us? Elder Gon remains silent, his gaze unwavering. Taking a deep breath, Qing asserts, Elder Gon, I must take my leave. By the way, which esteemed elder from Chaohua sect is present here? I wish to extend my greetings. Elder Gon replies, everyone is preoccupied. You, a child, should not complicate matters. Qing nods and swiftly darts towards the Littlely realm, her heart racing. Regardless of the circumstances, finding Hunwan is paramount. She retrieves a prayer bead from her spatial pocket and brings it to her lips. Be good. Are you at the inner door or at home? I will arrive in half a month. She simultaneously informs Shui Xin and Hihuahua, and sends a message to her father, Chen Ming. Half a month. In a certain Buddhist sect, Shui Xin and Xiaoyu share a sense of foreboding, their hearts pounding in rapid succession, as if they might leap from their throats, accompanied by a heaviness in their heads. How fortuitous it is that Hunwan and the others have just emerged from that peculiar formation. How should one articulate this? Everyone is safe and sound, unharmed and alive. It is just this image. Grandfather, Hunwan calls out sweetly. With a subtle gesture, Chanming indicated that the elder needed some peace. Hunwan smirked slightly, while Xiaoyu, appearing indifferent yet internally numb, mused that perhaps it would be best to part ways with this disciple. Uncle Shui Xin murmured, your mother will kill me, casting a desperate glance around at the others. Clearly, he had lost hope in Chanming, who was evidently unwilling to assume any responsibility. While Xiaoyu was barely able to secure his own safety, Lin Yin and a few others were still grappling with the disconcerting turn of events. Senior brother? Shui Tsong asked with a smile. Everything shall pass. Shui Xin interjected. Qing would not share such sentiments. There are still 2 weeks left, surely. We can make it in time. Yet, she fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken to Qing's impending arrival. In haste, she contacted Yu Lui to inquire about the situation. Naturally, Yu Lui was aware, as the sect had dispatched individuals to investigate the ancient formation. However, he was unaware that Hunwan and the others had already emerged. Reflecting on Qing's absence, he felt guilty and uneasy about not having cared for Hunwan adequately, despite the troublesome nature of her companions. Senior brother, Hu Qing's voice was laced with an unmistakable threat. Yu Lui chuckled nervously. Well, the children have encountered a great opportunity. Although the details were still unclear, he chose to frame it positively. Meanwhile, Hu Qing wore a face of indifference, comprehending the situation. Trouble once more. Unable to reach anyone, what secret realm have they entered? And where is my father? Has he gone in as well? In his heart, Yu Lui held a sense of irreverence, pondering that his senior uncle was indeed not inclined to explain and had merely passed the burden on to him. Your esteemed uncle is guarding the entrance, he replied. The entrance? Hu Qing inquired. Where is this secret realm located? I shall make my way there now. Yu Luyan wiped the sweat from his brow. At Baoxiang Mountain. Baoxiang Monk. Hu Qing clenched his fingers tightly, demanding the exact location. Yu Luyan promptly provided the details, aware that Hu Qing was inclined towards violence. He understood that Hu Qing did not wish for He Nuan to approach the Buddhist realm. TSK, Xiao Yu, await your demise. By the way, senior brother, when I traversed from the Tianan continent, there were celestial beings in abundance, akin to the filth of flies. Yu Luyan. Indeed, they are as bothersome as fly droppings. Chapter 37, My Lord. I even encountered Elder Kunming Gan. Elder Gan was not in his usual state. I had never seen him like that before. Moreover, he seemed to be under surveillance. Senior brother, what transpired in the Shaoli realm? Yu Luyan inquired. Have you been in the Tianan continent all this time? Hu Qing did not conceal the truth. I was taken to the celestial realm for a brief visit. Then she smiled and added, Now, you are the one most familiar with the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, Hu Qing paused for a moment. Are you suggesting that even the predecessors who ascended from Chaohua sect cannot be entirely trusted? Yu Luyan merely commented on the fickleness of human nature, reiterating that they must be responsible for the disciples beneath them, and that 1,000-fold caution was insufficient. Hu Qing agreed, then urged the spirit vessel to its maximum speed, coldly chuckling. She was eager to see what mischief the little rascals had stirred up this time. Half a month passed. The slumbering little rascals had likely registered this duration, awakening in unison after a month, struggling to escape. He Nuan remarked, I just remembered. I have something very important to do. In truth, she had long wished to flee. Her mother truly did strike. Yet, having just emerged from the formation, she was utterly exhausted. The master truly lacks a sense of romance, dragging her along. Have you not witnessed the frenzy of my mother? Master, you ought to have taken us away long ago. You were truly foolish. Unlike Hun Nuan, who silently complained in her heart, Jean Xin openly expressed disdain for his own master. Lin Yin chuckled. No escape for you. And who, whether from heaven or earth? Accept your fate. Shui Xin leaped in from outside. Your mother is coming. I should hide. This elicited unanimous disdain from the group. Xiao Yu said nothing, but with lightning speed, he secured Shui Xin's wrist. Shui Xin pushed against his grip. Hu Qing won't kill you. But she will kill me. Xiao Yu replied. Then let her kill you. And she won't kill me. Outside, Hu Qing landed at the foot of the mountains, where the azure landscape unfolded like a painting, and the snow-clad heads turned to gaze upon her. Hu Qing politely performed a Buddhist salute. Greetings, masters. I seek Brother Shui Kong. The young disciples guarding the entrance were taken aback upon hearing this woman address Shui Tsok as her senior. Hu Qing smiled. I speak no falsehood. Otherwise, you may inquire whether Brother Shui Tsong wishes to see me. One disciple retorted, You cannot contact Master Shui Tsong? Hu Qing was momentarily taken aback, then slapped her forehead. Oh, my memory. She had indeed added Shui Tsong's contact information. In a flurry, she took out a communication jade. Brother Shui Tsong, it's me. Hu Qing, I've come to see you. Shui Tsong's languid voice came through as always. All right, I'll come to fetch you. He stored away the communication jade and first made his way to Shui Xin. Ahem, I am going to receive someone. You all prepare. Shui Xin's scalp tingled, and she immediately called for everyone to head to the front hall. Before the Buddha, she won't go too far. I'll summon all the old monks. By the way, summon your grandfather, he said to Huan Wan. Huan Wan pressed her small hand against her heart, exclaiming, I am flustered. Xiao Yu remarked softly. Are you nervous when you jump down? Shui Xin commented, It's not necessarily a bad thing. Xiao Yu turned her gaze. You should speak to Hu Qing. Their eyes clashed fiercely. Shuanghua cleared her throat and interjected. All right, Hu Qing is not unreasonable. She's not that terrifying. After all, she has accepted reality. And Hu Qing will surely do the same. As Hu Qing entered with Shui Tsong, her first question was, Is everyone safe? Shui Tsong replied with a smile. They're all well. He then asked with a grin, Is it more beautiful than the immortal realm? Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know I've been to the immortal realm? Shuai pointed at her. Your aura is quite mixed. It does not belong to the Xiaoli realm. Wow. What kind of cultivation has my senior brother been practicing? Can I learn it? Shuai replied, everything is a blessing. He began to expound on Buddhist teachings. And Qing listened with an open heart. However, as they flew, Shuai suddenly veered off course. Come, I will take you to the main hall, he said. Qing was momentarily bewildered before she understood. They had caused some trouble, and it was necessary to seek the guidance of the senior monks in the hall. Shuai chuckled. There is no trouble. Those children are all wonderful. If you wish, they can stay, and we will teach them with care. Qing playfully exclaimed. Senior brother, the Buddhist sect has quite the appetite. Aren't you afraid that the Chaohua sect will take offense? As the two exchanged laughter and conversation, they arrived at the grand hall's entrance, each politely yielding to the other. Qing's gaze roamed around the space. Shuai is present. Xiao Yu is here as well. Her father is also in attendance, along with the esteemed elders of the Chaohua sect and numerous unfamiliar monks, both young and old. But where is Hunwan? Where is Huahua? Are those mischievous spirits too timid to face her? Instinctively, Qing glanced up at the towering, majestic statue of the compassionate Buddha, which appeared to be in splendid condition, devoid of any signs of recent restoration. Father, Qing remarked, your smile seems somewhat rigid. Have you perhaps found another daughter who has replaced me? Chanming replied, I fear I might witness the tragedy of kin turning against one another. Shuai introduced her to the venerable figures of the Buddhist community, clearing his throat, essentially. His own elders and peers, while those of a lower rank were notably absent. Otherwise, they would be compelled to address him as Master Uncle, which would be rather embarrassing. Qing sweetly addressed everyone, referring to them as either ancestors or senior brothers, instantly bridging the gap between them. She eventually found herself standing before Shuai, whose gaze wandered aimlessly, refusing to meet hers. With her back turned to everyone, Qing flashed a menacing grin and mouthed, you cannot escape. So where's Hunwan? Where is she? She inquired of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu remained steadfast, signaling to Lin Yin. You should first present Jean Xin, allowing her to brace herself. Qing scrutinized the perfectly aligned figures of Xiao Yu, Lin Yin, Di Yuan, and Shuang Hua, who stood shoulder to shoulder, impenetrable as a fortress. With a hint of suspicion. Yet, Shuang Hua was forthright. She shifted her body and unleashed her spiritual energy, causing a chaotic flurry of small beings to tumble out from behind them. Qing lowered her head in astonishment. What was this? A horde of short-limbed creatures scuttled about, indistinguishable from one another. After a considerable pause, they finally managed to organize themselves. Mother, my beloved mother, Hunwan opened her adoring arms, who lightly pointed at the row of tiny radishes, which barely reached her waist. This, aha, it must be an illusion, undoubtedly an illusion. The gathered crowd, both familiar and unfamiliar, remained silent. Hunwan's voice diminished from a loud exclamation to a whisper, her chubby face betraying a sense of guilt. How astonishing it was. Even Wanbu secretly pinched himself and remarked, gentle now, it seems this is not a mere figment of imagination. Hunwan and the others have all shrunk. It is no illusion, no. A chuckle escaped her lips, yet how could this be possible? With a roll of her eyes, Qing fainted dramatically. Both Hunwan and Hu Huahua screamed in unison. Chapter 38. The eruption of issues. This must be akin to a cerebral hemorrhage, or perhaps the result of consuming copious amounts of industrial alcohol. Mother, mother, mother. Outside, a voice echoed in a relentless loop. Once, for the sound of mother, she would abandon any task at hand and rush forth. Now, she would traverse fire and water to accomplish anything, all the while wishing to avoid hearing that call. She turned over, her hip bone aching. These monks, sleeping on stone beds without even a mat. Did they fear living too comfortably? This daughter, allowing her mother to lie on a stone slab, what a waste of care. Frustrated, she thought it would be better to die in anger. Hunwan sat on the edge of the bed, her short arms unable to reach her. Shifting her bottom inward, she turned her body, her hands resting on her thigh, swaying gently. Mother, do you no longer want me? Oh. The hand pressed against her thigh felt so small, its strength so feeble that Qing contemplated the finality of her existence. Exhausted, she implored, could you please allow mother some peace? Hunwan retorted, this is the temple. Is mother not serene enough? The temple. Qing tongue sat upright, inadvertently causing Hunwan to slip and tumble beside her, but Qing deftly caught her. He Wan, Have I not expressly forbidden you from entering the temple? From associating with the monks? From wandering about recklessly? Have you listened? Have you truly taken it to heart? With her left hand supporting, her right hand rose, delivering 3 sharp slaps upon the pert little backside of Hunwan. She burst into tears, exclaiming, "No crying. No pretending to be a child. You've grown up. Now be quiet." The wails and shouts resonated, creating an awkward atmosphere outside among the onlookers. Is it truly acceptable to chastise a child so directly? They questioned, while several monks, aside from Shui Xing, chimed in. Why can't we play together? Chanting is such a joy. Oh, you hit me. You once promised I would always be your little one. Upon hearing this, Qing's temper flared, nearly igniting her hair. You will always be my little one. But you have grown. Can you not ease my worries? Huh, Hunwan countered. But I did not choose to become like this. If I change, will you no longer love me? You said I was the most adorable, the most beautiful. Your favorite. Qing retorted fiercely, do not mimic childish speech. I am a child. You have matured. I have reverted to being little again. Hihua, with her pale face, held hands with the equally diminutive Zhu, exclaiming, Thank goodness I didn't go in there. Sister, please hold on. You do not love me. You do not love me. Hunwan suddenly shrieked. Xiaoyu's expression shifted dramatically. It was a grave situation. He was about to rush inside when a thunderous explosion erupted from a row of stone houses constructed from thick blocks. Debris flew in all directions. Sharp ice shards and heavy blocks of ice cascaded from the sky like a torrential flood, instantly inundating the small courtyard. The beautiful yet perilous ice flowers grew wildly, transforming the scene into a snow-capped mountain adorned with blooming ice blossoms. The overwhelming force of the ice and snow compelled everyone to conjure their spiritual shields and retreat to a safe distance, where they stood in stunned silence. Witnessing this astonishing transformation, Hunwan, Qing, stay calm, Xiaoyu shouted. It was evident that Hunwan had lost her composure, and the crux of the matter lay with Qing. Beneath the icy deluge, Qing was taken aback as well. She pondered, what could have triggered this? Her heart sank, feeling as if she were plummeting into frigid waters. The turmoil within Hunwan had not been resolved, and had now erupted. Hunwan sat in Qing's embrace, gasping for breath, her gaze vacant and her complexion flushed, as if utterly drained. Qing hurriedly held her close, pressing against her. I love you. I will always love you, she repeated fervently, continually caressing Hunwan's head and back, smoothing her arms and legs. As she sensed Hunwan's breathing gradually stabilizing, she lifted her to face her. You are so small, she remarked, gazing deeply into Hunwan's eyes. Look at me. Hunwan silently shed tears as she met her gaze. Qing stared into her eyes, delving deeper, and slowly, clearly articulated. Has a mother told you that she will always love you, even when she is angry, even when she spanks you? It is still love. Fortunately, at this moment, no one outside can hear, or else they would surely look down upon her for deceiving a child. Everyone experiences moments of emotional collapse, yet our love remains steadfast. Does it not? Qing gently placed Hunwan's hand upon her own heart. As an unmarried woman of considerable age, she approaches motherhood with great caution. However, she does not believe in treating children as fragile glass. A stick may not necessarily yield a dutiful child. Yet appropriate adversity can be beneficial for both mental and physical growth. More selfishly speaking, no one can perfectly control their emotions. Neither she nor Hunwan is flawless. What happens when they argue? What happens during a Cold War? The foremost principle is that our love is unequivocal. As long as this remains true, any issue can be resolved. Thus, she had long ago inoculated Hunwan with this notion, reiterating it time and again before the child could grasp its deeper significance. Consequently, Hunwan remembers it well, or rather, she remembers it vividly. At this moment, she continues to hold fast to that belief. So, you are ignoring me? She began to sob. Qing felt a weight lift from her heart. At last, the child spoke. Taking a deep breath, she blocked out the surroundings. If your mother suddenly transformed into a child and appeared before you, would you be able to accept that? Qing sighed. I truly thank you. Hunwan, in a daze, replied, I've never seen that. Then can you understand your mother? She never said she doesn't love you, did she? Your mother stands right before you, holding you close. How could you claim that she doesn't love you? Your mother is so very sad. As she spoke, Qing carefully observed, tentatively turning the tables. Indeed, you frightened your mother, Hunwan said, still dazed. Yes, the blame shifting was successful. Qing asked, so, will you stop crying now? Hunwan wept once more, her lips pouting, But you ignore me. It is my fault. All of it. The fault lies with me. The mother, for neglecting you. I promise, my dear, I shall never again disregard you so. After much coaxing, Huan ceased her tears. Yet Qing felt a profound weariness. Do tell me, what transpired among you? She spoke as she examined her child's health. A gentle stream of spiritual energy flowed into Huan's back, and she leaned softly against her, offering no resistance. The day following her mother's departure, I ventured out to play with my companions, but the masters forbade us from going out, saying, Qing interjected, if we must recount from that moment. It indeed is a long tale. Chapter 39. The cunning divine tree. Huan's emotional turmoil erupted, and Qing dared not interrupt her, allowing her to continue. Receiving a message from outside, she reassured them that all was well, encouraging them to attend to other matters. The bond between mother and daughter, regardless of their squabbles, remained steadfast. He lowered his head and inquired, Huan, even in your diminished state, you can unleash such formidable abilities. What about you? The miniature Xin replied, Master, if you persist in this manner, you shall lose me. Sticking out his tongue in playful defiance, he continued. Huan tugged at Huan Zhuju. Calling upon Tang Yuzi and Xian Yao, let us go play. He was no longer a 3-year-old. He had regressed to 2, and there was naught we could do. Uncle, do fetch some food. Mother and sister will surely be famished shortly. He exchanged a knowing glance. My mother will not spare you. Shui Xian lamented. I was wrong. I should not have brought anyone to the Buddhist sect. After patiently listening to Huan recount her tale for what felt like an eternity, Qing poured her yet another cup of honeyed water. Finally, Huan spoke of a mysterious formation she had discovered within a cave. Taking a deep breath, she exclaimed, In that moment, I helped the divine tree rid itself of poison, and it revived, expressing gratitude for my assistance in overcoming the trials of life and death. It promised to bestow upon me a gift that everyone dreams of. Then, in a haze of confusion, they emerged. But soon after, they realized they had shrunk in size. Qing queried, So what grand gift did it bestow upon you? Huan extended her tiny hand, enunciating each word carefully. Rebirth, in, youth. Qing felt a surge of frustration. Could it be that the divine tree, suffering from a profound affliction, had misjudged its gift? Juanbu, rendered speechless, was utterly astonished. Rebirth in youth. This surely employed the laws of time, reversing the flow of time itself. Yet, such a remarkable opportunity had merely resulted in a few additional years of youth. What a tremendous loss. What sort of divine tree was this? Moreover, a tree capable of altering time? Huan then leapt into Qing's embrace, her little face nuzzling against her. Isn't this wonderful, Mama? You didn't accompany me every day after I turned 5. Qing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Huan was truly affected by her absence, harboring a reluctance to grow up? Perhaps the divine tree had sensed her feelings and granted her such a gift? But when you were in kindergarten, I wasn't with you every moment either, Qing remarked. Huan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I can barely remember. Qing affectionately stroked her head, then let Mama be with you every day, and this time. We shall grow up together. Certainly, when I am busy, Mother can attend to her own affairs. Qing, dog. I asked her, are you happy to have become smaller? What about the others? Jin Xinxiao, and Long Rule and Jiu, are they not upset? Huan replied, not upset at all. We can grow our teeth back. Everyone is quite joyous. By the way, Mother, this time we will lose our teeth naturally. No need for the tooth floss ointment. There is a story behind this. When Huan was the youngest, she was the first to lose a tooth. And a group of children went to pester Elder Tang about it. Elder Tang, who was well versed in the ways of elixirs and poisons, impatiently explained and then directly applied the ointment for them. Thinking it was for dental care, they were shocked to find that the next day, they all lost the same tooth in the same spot. Qing, indeed something is amiss. It is not merely the age that has regressed. Their eagerness for losing teeth indicates a definite decline in mentality. I wonder how Lin Yingxuanhua and Di Yuan are feeling. Xiao Yu should resign herself to it. Then she recalled the wonders of the divine tree and asked, what else did the divine tree tell you? Huan turned her palm, and a droplet-shaped, transparent bead emerged, shimmering with a radiant glow. Inside, it contained a tiny, tender green leaf, attached to a delicate, young yellow bud. The divine tree gifted this to me. Please do not tell anyone, she whispered softly in Qing's ear. Qing couldn't help but laugh. She had sensed something was off. It was Huan and her spirit pet, the amethyst jade beast, who resolved the divine tree's tribulation. The gratitude of the divine tree could not possibly be the same for everyone. This was indeed a significant gift. The return to youth was merely a guise to shield and conceal for Hinwan. The divine tree possesses quite a clever disposition. However, Qing narrowed her eyes slightly. Is it possible for a mere insect to unravel the poison capable of killing the divine tree? Xiaowan. She grasped her left hand, spreading it open, placing it beneath her gaze, and asked, "What is this?" You think you can conceal the changes in your body from your mother? This mole in the palm of your hand is certainly not a product of my own doing. Hinwan widened her eyes and pouted. You noticed it despite its minuscule size. Indeed, it was exceedingly small, merely the size of a pinhead. Yet it was discovered by her mother's keen eyesight. Qing chuckled softly. Hinwan glanced left and right, avoiding her gaze. Xiaowan. Qing raised her hand. This time, Hinwan did not cry. Instead, she nervously chuckled. My dear mother. Qing's hand landed on her backside. All right, I will confess. The little lotus flower's belly is too small to consume everything at once, so I am temporarily keeping it here. It can last for a long time, saving you the expense of feeding the little lotus flower. I thank you. This implies that Hinwan harbors a potent toxin within her. One so lethal it could even slay the divine tree. I fail to comprehend why it is you. Did the divine tree provide any explanation as to why your body can contain a poison it cannot resolve? Hinwan replied, I did not inquire. Qing. So, the divine tree did not elaborate. Zhuanbu, could it be that Muanbao has an extraordinary lineage? Indeed, you are never an ordinary person. Although unaware of what Qing was concealing, Zhuanbu, based on Qing's unreserved manner of speaking and acting, surmised that her past was undoubtedly extraordinary. In her heart, Qing pondered whether the opportunity for her and Hunwan to traverse through time truly resided within Hunwan herself. Could it be that Hunwan was not human? It was not entirely implausible. After all, every individual harbors a past life. She could not help but cradle Hunwan's head, scrutinizing her from every angle. Mom, Qing playfully remarked, in your past life, you must have been a foolish meatball spirit. Mom, Hunwan giggled as Qing mischievously ruffled her hair, embracing her tightly. Meatballs are delightful. Mother adores meatballs. Hunwan, caught in the embrace, responded with playful sounds. I am a meatball. Then does that mean my mother from my past life was a meat belly? Chapter 40. Siblings Qing admonished Hunwan to keep this matter confidential. Except from her master, Xiao Yu, who was also privy to the identity of the purple crystal jade creature. Hunwan, with a series of joyful exclamations, absorbed the surrounding ice spiritual energy into her dantian, leaving a damp layer of moisture and stones scattered about. Qing sighed, this will cost us. She lamented her current state of poverty. No need to worry, the masters are quite fond of me. It's like being at home, Hunwan cheerfully replied. Qing gazed at her in concern. What is so appealing about a monk's abode? Why do you hold such pride in being favored? Sighing, she lifted Hunwan in search of others. Earlier, I caught a glimpse. Your brother seemed rather off as well. Hunwan tugged at her loose strands of hair. My brother has also become younger. Qing felt a pang of sadness. How could a 3-year-old appear younger? Well, 2 years could be accepted. With wide eyes locking onto each other, Hu Huahua stated earnestly, in truth, I should start from the very beginning, from a nursing infant. No, please spare me. A row of little radishes, along with their even smaller counterparts, were counted twice by Qing, yet a sense of something amiss lingered. Huahua silently produced an egg, resplendent in brilliant yellow and deep purple, her hand shaking slightly. So, mother, do you not feel that this is much better? Hihuahua then proudly revealed a shrunken 5-spirits barbarian, which thankfully had not transformed into an egg, merely slightly larger than a grain of rice. Qing felt utterly drained. At that opportune moment, Shui Xian brought forth a large bowl of rice and a platter of vegetables. Qing cast a disheartened glance, dismayed. Although the Buddhist doctrine forbade meat, why was everything green? Was this a subtle hint? She waved the children away. I still need a moment to gather my thoughts. Please, do not be a distraction. As Qing observed the unique cleverness and clarity in their youthful eyes, a faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Go on now, play well. The children dashed away like the wind, a scene filled with affection. The older ones cradling the younger ones, soon vanishing into the layers of trees behind the Buddhist shrine. Reflecting on Yu Lui's words, Qing sensed that the situation in the Tianan continent was likely dire. Everyone shook their heads, oblivious to the fact that in this sparse lineage of the small Li realm, even spells intertwined with time were absent. Who could fathom the mysteries of reversing time? After all, if the children were unharmed, gaining several decades of lifespan could hardly be viewed as a misfortune. Qing expressed her gratitude to Xiao Yu. You have truly borne a burden. raising such a troublesome disciple. The master and mother sighed in unison. Beyond that, Xiao Yu felt a sense of relief. Perhaps this meant she would not be torn apart by hands? Suddenly, Qing turned, fury igniting within her. Wretched monk. Have I not made myself clear? I have expressed my disapproval. I forbade you from bringing Hunhuan into the Buddhist realm. Do you take my words lightly? Shui Xian lamented. There is no need to utter such harsh words. Have you lost your senses? With a crackle and a flash, Lei Longbi surged forth. A dance of pursuit and escape. The thunder roared behind, while lightning illuminated the heavens. A magnificent display, a pure sanctuary of the Buddhist domain. All that remained were 4 adults gazing upwards in awe. Well, Hu Qing's flames have ignited, remarked Chuanghua. As long as they are not directed at us. This is the finest vegetarian dish we could hope for. Let us partake. Shui Xian's desire to please Hu Qing was genuine. For this represented the highest standard achievable within the Buddhist realm, and indulging in wastefulness would be ill-advised. Xiao Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Lin Yin cast him a sidelong glance, a smirk gracing his lips. You celebrate too soon. The issue of Hunhuan's state of mind remains unresolved. Xiao Yu replied, initially. I intended to wait until she matured before seeking the underlying reasons. Now, Diyuan interjected. It is the perfect opportunity for you to engage in a thorough discussion with Hu Qing regarding countermeasures. Having spent an extended period in the company of monks, he began to echo their sentiments of fortune. In the grand hall ahead, the monks collectively lifted their gazes, marveling at the chaotic display of lightning and thunder that lit up the sky. A spectacle indeed. Who is Shui Xian, you may ask? He is the most audacious monk of the Shaoli realm, infamous for his mischief during the 3 days of minor disturbances and 5 days of major upheaval. On one particularly notorious occasion, he boldly declared before the statue of the Buddha, even if the Buddha were to fall and crush me, I would not be in the wrong. Ah, a day indeed when he was pursued and left in disarray. The old monk inquired of Shui Tsong. Is this Hu Qing the individual you mentioned? Shui Tsong nodded, a smile gracing his features, an incredibly intriguing person. The elderly monk, with discerning eyes, squinted in contemplation, ultimately concluding, I cannot see through him. Water from the way. Let us not concern ourselves with the siblings. Instead, let us pay a visit to Hunhuan. The old monk cast a slow glance at him, then looked up at the sky, stating that Shui Xian was loathed by spirits, and that the trials of the mundane world and the elusive peach blossom were unfortunate encounters for him. It was rather amusing indeed. However, Shui Xian did not find it amusing at all. In the midst of a chase, a skirmish, he was horrified to discover that Hu Qing's strength had significantly surged, and he could not best her. How infuriating. After all my efforts to care for you, you have clandestinely grown stronger on your own? Is this how one conducts oneself? In a fit of anger, he was caught up, and Hu Qing, with a sinister smile, struck out. The platinum metal bars extended, binding him from head to toe. Shui Xian cried out, Baiwen, release my kin. Yet, Baiwen had no intention of listening. Not only did it refuse to comply, but it also dragged him closer to Hu Qing. Run. Do try to escape again. A howl echoed through the air. Down the mountainside, Hu Xianwan's eyes sparkled with delight. She remarked, so this is how my brother and sister are meant to be. Jin Xian, Xiao O, and Lan Jiu exclaimed, not at all. Hu Huahua interjected, I am merely the younger brother. Thank you. Truly, thank you. Chapter 41, Character Flaws. Shui Xian noticed the multitude of onlookers below, as well as Hunhuan's eyes, which sparkled with the promise of a new world. Yet, he stubbornly refrained from seeking help, deeming it too shameful. Gathering all his spiritual energy, he soared into the distance. As he flew away, Hu Qing pursued him relentlessly. Is this the lighthouse, mother? As the figures faded into the distance, Shui Xian finally cried out for mercy. Please, stop. I never anticipated this. That place, I have traversed countless times since childhood without issue, yet the moment when one steps in, it collapses. It appears it was destined for her arrival. This encounter seems fated, and Hunhuan is unharmed. Hua Qing's strikes intensified. You too, had either of you heeded my words, such absurdity would not have transpired. She clenched her jaw, her frustration palpable. What are you clinging to? What do you hope to achieve? What benefit does Hunhuan's presence here bring you? Did you foresee this scenario, intending for Hunhuan to activate the Great Formation? It truly is an injustice to him. I am her uncle. What ill intentions could I possess? I merely wished for her to visit, to meet the family. Is that too much to ask? Inquire with anyone. No one can resist her charm, from the oldest monk to the youngest. Huan has received countless gifts. Hua Qing scoffed. I have no need for your monk's meager offerings. Despairing, Shui Xian chose to plunge forward, landing in the mud, indifferent to the strikes, for he was quite resilient. She could not truly harm him. Closing her eyes, she silently recited the Arhat Sutra, refining herself through the blows. It was not until she was breathless and gasping that Hua Qing finally paused. Leaning on her knees to rest, glancing at Shui Xian, she found him submerged like a well in water. By one, we shall depart. By one instantly released Shui Xian. Soaring upward, her form expanding as she carried the exhausted Hua Qing away. With a mere movement of her fingers, a wave of pain surged through her, prompting her to lie still until her injury healed. Once recovered, her first action was to send a message to Huan. Is your mother still angry? Huan replied. Huh. Oh, my mother? Isn't she out having fun with uncle? Shui Xian retorted. Fun with your uncle? What a blunder. She hurriedly took flight to search for them, but found no trace anywhere. Ultimately, she discovered them atop a solitary, towering peak, 1,000 miles away. By this time, evening had fallen, the sky was somber, and twilight enveloped the landscape. On the sharp summit, a solitary figure stood, arms crossed, exuding an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Shui Xian rubbed her shoulders, contemplating whether to confront her again. She gracefully descended and sat beside her, gazing at the half-dimmed sun struggling on the horizon. Silence enveloped them for an extended period. Qing, with her arms wrapped around her knees, buried her face in her arms, utterly motionless like a stubborn stone. Eventually, she lifted her head, fixing her gaze on the distant sky, as if searching for the last glimmer of sunlight or peering into another realm. Are you all right? She inquired of Shui Xian. I'm sorry, I momentarily lost control. Shui Xian understood completely. Was Huan's predicament truly insurmountable? That bout of anger was far from a simple matter. Qing, wearied in spirit, confessed, I know that raising a child alone is insufficient. I am genuinely grateful and relieved that Xiao Yu has taken her in. I once believed that with both father and mother present, she would have no troubles growing up. She paused, her emotions swelling, her hands flailing in the air. Xiao Yu has performed exceptionally well, even better than a biological father, hasn't he? With both parents present, and both Xiao Yu and I doing our utmost, have we truly fallen short compared to others, including her peers like Jin Xian? Shouldn't she be the happiest? Qing sniffed, unable to suppress her tears. But I. Shui Xian grasped her wrist. Do not fret. There is a solution to everything. As a tear fell, Qing quickly buried her face. I cannot help but suspect that she possesses a character flaw. What frightens me more is whether it might be congenital. Shui Xian blinked, puzzled. What on earth? He attempted to comprehend with what he knew. A natural-born demon? Swiftly, Qing raised her head, her tears instantly drying. Perhaps it is that my fists are not strong enough. Shui Xian, it is an underdeveloped mentality. Qing said irritably. Shui Xian, oh, I don't understand. Huan is not foolish. What is lacking? Qing sighed. A sense of security. She is profoundly lacking in it, and it is difficult to establish. Shui Xian, where does she feel unsafe? Qing glanced at his head. This remarkably dull head was not clever. Shui Xian added, I think I understand, but what does it matter? Once her cultivation improves, she will naturally feel secure. Qing shook her head. That is called confidence. The type of security I am speaking of is derived from the surrounding environment, from others, from social relationships, and mutual emotions. It is a self-identity that exists within social cognition. Shui Xian, what scripture are you reciting? Qing exhaled, to illustrate. If everyone in your temple detests and disapproves of you, would you not feel unhappy? Shui Xian retorted proudly. I would defeat them all. Qing sighed softly, acknowledging the complexity of her thoughts. She understood that Huan needed the care of others, yet felt conflicted, perceiving that Huan did not outwardly express this need. With a bittersweet smile, Qing reflected, she relies solely on me. I am the pillar of her world. If I do not validate her, her entire existence may unravel. She lamented, she has yet to cultivate a fully realized inner world of her own. A wave of sorrow washed over Qing as she pondered. Isn't this sentiment akin to my previous reflections? I now question whether her struggles stem from this very issue, and I fear I may not be able to mend it. Or could it be that her doubts are inherent? In truth, what troubled her most was the realization that she and Huan shared an identical plight, despite having companions, mentors, a sect, and elders who showered her with affection throughout the years. The eruption of such profound distress today revealed a deeper truth. Huan remained profoundly lonely. still that isolated child locked away within. This revelation startled Qing, as she recognized her own parallel loneliness. If Huan could effortlessly detach from those she interacted with daily, caring only for her mother, then Qing too could relinquish anyone and anything, including herself, for the sake of Huan alone. The flaws in their characters were not exclusive to Huan. Both bore the scars of unfulfilled expectations. Both were abandoned souls. Chapter 42. The fandom Qing was not so self-absorbed as to believe her own suffering was singular, eclipsing all else in the universe. In this world, in any world, there exist individuals whose suffering surpasses one's own by 1,000-fold or more. The more diminutive they are, the more resilient they seem. Do those who endure greater hardships not continue to live? She finds solace in her current state, unencumbered and solitary, reveling in her freedom. But she has Huan, a person deserving of her utmost affection. She considers her life to be quite fulfilling. Yet, when complications arise concerning Huan, she feels as though the sky itself has fallen. What did Shui Xian say? Born of a demonic lineage? Does this not imply that Huan may succumb to darkness in the future? She herself deemed concepts of celestial beings or demons as trivial. One must simply be oneself and seek joy. However, when it pertains to Huan, such leniency is unacceptable. It is akin to how adults may indulge in picky eating, but children must not. Qing gazed at Shui Xian, who was only partially comprehending, and felt an overwhelming weariness. If only one would study psychology, it would be akin to playing music to a cow. As night descended, Shui Xian earnestly scrutinized her eyes. Her current state is perilous, and the likelihood of her succumbing to darkness is significant. Oh, Qing nonchalantly wiped her face. Do I care? Have I ever claimed to desire to be a celestial being? Shui Xian was taken aback. Qing turned to face him, her face mostly shrouded in shadow. As long as she lives, and as long as she is content, that suffices. Shui Xian parted his lips. Qing chuckled. Did we not discuss this before? It is inconsequential. Shui Xian smiled as well, recalling a time long past when they had casually conversed about celestial beings and demons, both deeming the topic unimportant. As long as one follows the inclinations of their heart, why be constrained? It was precisely for this reason that their friendship blossomed. He remarked, I thought you did not wish for Huan to be like that. Qing pondered for a moment before finally saying, let it be as fate wills. Accepting a person is far simpler than changing them. After all, she is his cherished treasure. Shui Xian mentioned he would inform the old monk, and after shedding tears, he resumed the role of a wise and understanding patriarch, cheerfully seeking his daughter. Behind them, Shui Xian couldn't help but scoff. If she truly didn't care, would she cry so pathetically? TSK, how stubborn. While Qing feigned indifference, Xiao Yu found it impossible to maintain the facade, pulling her aside to inquire about their next steps. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yu remarked, the formation vanished once we stepped out. Can you suggest something more practical? Qing shrugged. There's no choice but to nurture it once more. In a few decades, it will emerge as a fine individual. Xiao Yu responded, indeed, this time I'll take on the nurturing. I troubled you too much last time. Upon uttering those words, Qing felt a pang of guilt. On one hand, the notion of last time and this time seemed peculiar. On the other, it felt rather callous to use someone and then discard them. So blatant in her heartlessness, it left Xiao Yu momentarily at a loss for words. Clearing her throat, she added, well, it's all for the sake of the child. Xiao Yu was speechless. Such words might deceive a child, but did she take him for a fool? He suggested, let us discuss her emotional state. Qing replied, thus, this time, I shall remain by her side without fail. Xiao Yu, with an expression of exasperation, countered, do you not think she will find you bothersome? Qing retorted, stop speaking such blunt truths. In the celestial realm, there must be a solution. Xiao Yu's expression indicated that he was ready to pack his bags and embark to the celestial realm with his disciple at any moment. Qing was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, don't go causing trouble. The outer realm is already surrounded. Xiao Yu paused, her expression darkening. Is the situation outside so dire? Qing was astonished. You know nothing? Xiao Yu remained silent for a moment. We are merely at the yuaning stage. Qing. Then Xiao Yu softly added, you are also at the yuaning stage. Qing couldn't help but puff out her chest. I am just a tad more exceptional than the average person. So, the illustrious you, do you possess a means to resolve the issue concerning Huan? Xiao Yu spoke through gritted teeth. Qing retorted, you've shot yourself in the foot. She continued, "No worries. Hunwan isn't truly a problem. She's just a child, whimsical in her thoughts, stubborn as a dead duck. What can't you admit to your dear master?" With a scoff, Xiaoyu lost her desire to converse. Qing awkwardly sought out Hunwan, discovering a group digging a pit beneath the well-maintained mountain steps. Who were they attempting to ensnare? How unscrupulous. "Auntie, it's not that we wish to dig. It's the instruction of Xiaolu's ancestor, who claimed there are delightful treasures below." Jean Xian wiped his face, now smeared with mud. "Xiaolu? Ancestor? Who is that?" The very mention of this name sent shivers down one's spine. Following the previous incident, several children were now always accompanied by a towering monk wherever they went. The younger monk was insufficient. In the event of an unforeseen accident, he would falter. The imposing monk, observing from beneath a tree with arms crossed, nodded amicably at Qing. Xiaolu's ancestor buried many magical bones for the children to unearth and play with. At this moment, Qing could hardly bear the words. How could the demonic bones be buried here? The bones, imbued with the 7 emotions and 6 desires, are part of the path known as the Path of Inquiry. It is typically used for daily cultivation. The venerable monk chuckled softly, remarking, "They are merely inconsequential bones. Over time, their essence dissipates." A shiver ran through Qing's heart. Was this a direct reference to Hunwan? She dared to inquire. "Might I ask if the esteemed ancestor of the Zhao family is?" Qing pondered that perhaps the connection between the Shaoli realm and the celestial realm had led to the supplementation of order and laws, providing an opportunity for the great practitioners to break through. Meanwhile, the old monk was in seclusion, striving to ascend to the spirit immortal realm, only to be disrupted by the ruckus caused by his own mischievous child. A truly embarrassing situation. She felt she could no longer remain in the Buddhist sect. Clearing her throat, she addressed the masters. "I appreciate your guidance during these days. It is time for us to take our leave." The monk instantly appeared displeased. "How can you call it too long when you've only just arrived? They still need to learn the Arhut suppression formation. At the very least, we must unearth the demonic bones and master the formation." Qing turned to observe the little ones, busily digging with their behinds raised, and wondered how much of a spell the monk had cast on them. They were unresponsive, and she received an exasperated glance from her own daughter. Embarrassed, Qing offered a polite smile to the monk, who beamed with pride. "Indeed, our Buddhist community is well loved by children." Frustrated, she sat down, fanning herself with her hand. The 3 men exchanged glances in silence while Shuanghua poured tea for her. "We called them earlier, but they were unwilling to leave, and the Buddhist sect is reluctant to let them go." She glanced at Qing. "When have we, as masters, ever defied our disciples?" Qing replied, "Chan Ming has come to say that they have a way to help Hunwan suppress her emotional turmoil. At this moment, how can one depart?" Qing stood up, inquiring, "Then, Father, is there no solution? Is there no way for Chaohua sect?" Chan Ming sighed and took a seat. "You have yet to witness how Hunwan becomes utterly enraptured when a group of monks chant together." Instantly, Qing felt disheartened. Her heart, oh dear, had inexplicably turned her into a devoted admirer of monks. Chapter 43. Information sharing reluctantly, Qing found herself unable to leave. She had always been a considerate parent who respected her children's opinions. Having personally observed a group of monks chanting in perfect harmony, she saw her child swaying and grasping at their feet, utterly entranced, exuding an aura of tranquility. It was clear to her that this entanglement could not be severed. Perhaps it would have been easier to have her child enticed away by a mischievous boy. After all, killing one person is far simpler than annihilating a congregation of monks or extinguishing a Buddhist sect. What a vexation. Hunwan spent her days frolicking, and indeed, they had unearthed pristine demon bones along the Serpentine Mountain path to learn that so-called Arhut exorcism array. Where was the overwhelming reliance on her as a mother that had marked that previous outburst? With audacity, Qing sought to join them, only to be simultaneously rebuffed by both her son and daughter. "This is a boy's formation," Hunwan remarked. "Mother, you are far too old." This infuriated Qing, yet it was all in the spirit of family. Still, Huahua had the kindness to say, "Do not tire yourself. Mother, we will protect you." Qing chuckled, wondering if she should trust such fanciful words. Only Xianyao approached, saying, "Boss, I will accompany you." "Boss, it has been a long time since we last worked together. What shall we do next?" The boss pondered before replying. "You should first go and play with everyone. I have an idea. Once you master this formation, we shall attempt to incorporate it into our apparatus. The spirited Xian Yao hastened forth, while Wanbu found herself in a state of perplexity. He is a demon spirit. Can he truly master the Arhut demon suppression formation? This very technique is designed to counter him. Yet, what does it matter? The monk had not expressed any concerns. Our Xian Yao aspires to become the foremost figure in the demon realm. A mere demon suppression formation, whether it be Arhut or Azura, poses no challenge to Xian Yao. Wanbu retorted, "You may boast all you wish. Hunwan does not require a maternal figure. She ought to engage in more serious endeavors." Within the Grand Hall, where the exalted statue of the Buddha presided, numerous monks stood in layered rows. Qing felt quite out of place in the midst of it all. Thankfully, the Buddha's image was centrally located, for otherwise, she would not have lasted even a moment. These monks, instead of sitting on their meditation cushions, stood to discuss matters of significance, deeming it inappropriate to sit. Were there truly no proper chairs available? How long must she endure standing? Accompanying her were naturally the likes of Chan Ming and the members of Chaohua sect. Aside from the unfortunate child who was absent, everyone else was present. In addition to them, dozens of spiritual mirrors loomed overhead, magnifying the scene, reflecting the faces of notable figures from the Little Li realm, cultivators, demons, and spirits alike. The atmosphere was grand. Qing spoke dryly. "I have merely struggled to survive in the celestial realm, without any exposure to the celestial gates, and thus remain oblivious to many matters." Without allowing time for inquiries from the gathered assembly, she promptly produced a copy of the map gifted to her by Han Yi. Unfurling it to display for all, the map was straightforward. Those present absorbed its details with a mere glance, while the spiritual mirrors, equipped with magnifying capabilities, captured the images of all who beheld it. As she spoke, she gazed into the spiritual mirror that showcased the demons, and, as anticipated, she observed their animated reactions. The cultivator ascended to align with the celestial sect, and naturally, those of the demon race aspire to the dominion of their own kind. Subsequently, a voice emerged from a spirit mirror, inquiring, "Which celestial realm is governed by the demon race?" It is my understanding that most celestial realms are inhabited by multiple races. The notion of one particular race holding dominion is merely a reflection of numerical superiority or overwhelming strength. Instances of a singular celestial race monopolizing a realm are exceedingly rare. Qing began to elucidate these points and continued, "The ascending cloud celestial realm has a teleportation array that connects to the feathered badge celestial realm, which is predominantly inhabited by the demon race." She gestured on the map to indicate the location of the ascending cloud celestial realm, which is the homeland of the 10th princess. In the spirit mirror, the various demon races simultaneously displayed smiles. Qing then commenced her narrative, primarily drawn from hearsay, speaking until her throat became parched. "I have only heard these tales and cannot ascertain their veracity. With my cultivation level, merely surviving in such a place would be an immense stroke of fortune." She paused momentarily, however. The teleportation array leading to the canyon realm has seen its prices soar, with incoming individuals flocking to the Blessing Continent, or Little Li realm. She refrained from voicing her subsequent thoughts, but everyone understood the implications. Should the Little Li realm ever falter against external forces, the realm might face annihilation. This matter was beyond her purview, and she left it to the magnates to deliberate. She stepped outside and seated herself upon a smooth, large stone, likely polished by the countless monks who had meditated upon it. Gazing vacantly at the sky, she pondered. What occupied her thoughts? Contemplating how the Little Li realm appeared as a sumptuous prize. Waterheart interjected, "Do you not feel a pang of conscience discussing meat with monks? There's no one else around, so do share your authentic experiences in the celestial realm." Qing cast him a sidelong glance and replied with a chuckle, "Are you suggesting I assisted the chef in preparing a grand feast in the celestial realm?" Shui Xian chuckled softly. "Is it really that dire?" "Huh. At the very least, I possess a skill. What about you?" "Exorcism?" Qi recalled something and nudged him. "Come on, let us go sit in your room." Shui Xian stubbornly remained where he was. "What is so great about my room?" Eventually, they went anyway, entering a house that appeared intact from the outside but was chaotic within, reminiscent of a place struck by countless lightning bolts. Had he been practicing to the point of madness? Shui Xian cleared his throat awkwardly. "I haven't lived here since I grew up, living on the ground. Do you understand?" Qi scoffed. "Such a luxurious pillow." Qi gestured with his hand. "Come here quickly." Shui Xian's excitement surged for a moment. Was he going to receive something wonderful? He swiftly set up several layers of barriers outside. With a clatter, He dumped a heap of items onto the small stone floor. Don't say I'm not supportive. Take whatever you like. Shui Xian grinned. But his smile faded a second later. What about the spirit crystals? I don't even have enough for myself. He-Chi's eyes widened. Shui Xian extended his right hand. I want the thunder spirit crystals. He-Chi spat in disdain. There are none, only those devoid of attributes. It was evident that these items were not meant for one or two individuals. He-Chi laughed. Isn't it fortunate? They all want to kill me. You must have ambushed them. Shui Xian nodded knowingly. All right, I'll go have a look as well. I should dress appropriately. He unceremoniously grabbed whatever he could find. Not even sparing women's garments. What do you need those for? Are you going to wear them? He-Chi asked incredulously. I have my own uses for them. Shui Xian replied without lifting his head. By the way, do you remember those three fated individuals who took the keys? In the ancient graveyard. The remnants of a long-lost palace emerged, where the realms of humans, demons, and monsters were bound together, necessitating 3 keys to unlock its gates. The bearer of these keys was prophesied to be the fated one. At that time, when only the demon seal was discovered, everyone believed that Qing was the destined individual from the realm of cultivators. However, what transpired? She was relentlessly pressured by Elder Gon of the Kunming demon clan to seek the keys, yet she found not a single one. Ultimately, the key from the Palace of Heavenly Immortals materialized on its own. This was infuriating. Yet, as time revealed, the so-called fated one merely unlocked a door, leading all within the ancient graveyard to face the wrath of divine retribution. What became of the 3 responsible for opening the door? Chapter 44, The Green Lotus Platform. They have all ascended to the celestial realm. Qing was momentarily taken aback. Was it so swift? Such a decision seemed rather imprudent without a deeper understanding of the celestial realm. The demon responsible for the key, the demon heart seal, was a figure named Qian Chuan, whom Qing recalled as a seemingly affable and clean-cut man. Unfamiliar with him, she refrained from interjecting. The key to the Beast clan, the Beast seal, was overseen by Zhou Lianxiao, the leader of the Spirit Fox clan. She had been covertly delivered by her clan to one of the top 10 sects in the Xiaoli realm, the sword cultivation sect of Changji, resulting in numerous incidents. Qing was also not well acquainted with her and had little interest in her choices. However, she had encountered Jiang Tian in the ancient graveyard. He was taciturn yet sharp as a sword. Were he in modern times, he would undoubtedly be hailed as a great hero, revered for his resolute sense of responsibility. She could not fathom how such a person would depart from the Xiaoli realm and the Palace of Heavenly Immortals so hastily. She remarked, it would be more accurate to say that the Palace of Heavenly Immortals chose Jiang Tian as its leader. Shueishin remarked, do not forget that they bear the keys. It may not necessarily be by their own volition. Qing was taken aback, immediately recalling her previous dealings with the magic heart seal. That little entity possessed its own consciousness and had been leveraged to compel a change of masters, subsequently eliminating the former master who dared to covet Xianyao. It is worth mentioning that the 3 keys are all immortal artifacts, though their precise ranks remain uncertain. Could it be that those from above are after the keys? If they cannot seize them, do they resort to abducting the individuals instead? Or is it possible that the 3 of them are under the control of the keys? Are you even listening to me? Shueishin continued her task, selecting what she required while discarding what Qing did not need, all the while expressing her disdain. These items are utterly inadequate. I would rather have what you crafted yourself. Are you truly visiting the immortal realm and not some other lower world? Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Do you think everyone in the immortal realm is wealthy? Below the level of spirit immortals, there are countless beings, and transactions are conducted using spirit stones. It is impossible for everyone to wield immortal artifacts. Speaking of which, you promised to forge a precious bottle for me. I no longer desire a spirit treasure. Just create an immortal treasure for me instead. Shueishin was quite preoccupied with this matter. An immortal treasure? I have yet to concoct an immortal artifact. Qing rolled her eyes dramatically. Aren't you nurturing the materials? Reflecting on that time, the 2 of them were daring, one bold enough to forge and the other courageous enough to wield. She had relied solely on the descriptions from the compendium of artifact forging to create formations within Shueishin's implements. Meanwhile, Shueishin had boldly nurtured that lotus platform within her divine soul. At this moment, with a flicker of her thoughts, a blue lotus platform emerged from her brow, gently swirling, radiating a serene and ethereal glow. Qing directly reached out and grasped it, turning it over to inspect. While nurtured, the outer layer was a vibrant green, glistening with moisture, while the inner layer was a creamy pale green, resembling congealed fat. The delicate red veins on the petals were slightly faded, yet seemed to flow gently. As this lotus platform was nourished by Shui Xian's spirit, its quality enhancing alongside his cultivation. It was inherently a vessel capable of growth. She extended her consciousness to examine the interior, and Shui Xian did not hinder her. Qing noticed the thunder-type materials placed within the formation and understood. A beneficial cycle was established here. The more the formation was nurtured, the better the materials became, and the better the materials, the more they would reciprocate to the formation. Naturally, the foremost prerequisite was that Shui Xian's spirit was stable and his cultivation profound. She returned the green lotus platform to Shui Xian, saying, "Quite good, continue nurturing it." Shui Xian tapped his fingers. "Won't you exchange it for top-grade spirit crystals?" Qing's face turned pale. "After all my hard work with iron pots, I only collected spirit stones." Shui Xian became intrigued. "Do elaborate." She then began recounting how she was driven away by a mysterious, unknown force from the Tianan continent, eliciting a disdainful glance from Shui Xian. "You need not recount those details. It is merely a matter of having received a heavenly opportunity." He pointed his index finger at Qing's nose, then turned it towards himself. "I have one too." Qing exclaimed in delight. "You have one? Where? Have you obtained it?" "Foolish, foolish, I tricked it out in a single ruse. In the future, do not utter a single word about anything you do not wish to discuss. Your mouth is full of loopholes." "Qing, the immortal realm?" Qing cried out, unable to resist sweeping her gaze across his face. "Have you been captured by some fairy to be your husband?" Shui Xian immediately beamed, cherishingly caressing his face. "You say, my appearance is among the finest in the immortal realm, is it not?" Qing, blah blah blah. Although she was merely a minor figure in this narrative, recounting such an extensive timeline consumed a considerable portion of the day. This monk dog didn't even offer her a cup of water. Qing could only retrieve a drink from her space, and to her surprise, it was the sweet wine brewed by Demu and the others. "Oh, it appears that the celestial realm is filled with exquisite beings, yet none rival my own striking appearance. What are you drinking? Let me have a taste." Qing raised her red porcelain cup. "Wine." Shui Xian insisted on trying it, so Qing reluctantly poured him a cup beneath the Buddha's feet. Shui Xian took a sip. "The flavor is quite decent." "My, such bravado. The delicacies are from a renowned chain, and this is a celestial brew." Shui Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully. The open alliance between human and demon clans suggests that the relationships among the celestial races are not as we imagined. Shui Xian, with a disdainful glance, turned his face upward, casting a scornful look from the corner of his eye. "What does this mean?" Qi was momentarily bewildered, taking a while to grasp the implication. "They don't fancy you?" After all, this monk's interpersonal relations were exceedingly poor, with external threats pursuing him and his own entangled affections. Coupled with his irreverent demeanor, it was likely that older folks would not appreciate such a character. Shui Xian retorted, "Do I care? Well, that seals the deal." Shui Xian's expression darkened for a fleeting moment. He dismissed any notion of needing help. He was perfectly fine, requiring no so-called rescue from anyone. Chapter 45. Cannot depart. Qing was still attempting to decipher his mood, but Shui Xian's disposition had soured. "When will you leave again?" "I will accompany you." With a sigh, Qing remarked, "How can I possibly leave in this situation?" Shui Xian reassured, "The old monk is contemplating a solution. There's no need for you to fret excessively." Qing, visibly anxious, inquired, "Do you think they might never grow up?" Shui Xian replied, "It is not impossible. No one has ever witnessed time flowing backward in a person's life." Shui Xian added with a hint of exasperation, "I have yet to finish my selection." Qing suddenly felt a sense of unease. "Father?" Ming coughed, struggling to articulate. "For the time being, departure seems unfeasible." Qing gazed at him, realization dawning. Right. They need to assist in suppressing one's emotional turmoil." "Very well, we shall wait. Once resolved, we shall depart." Ming, further troubled, stated, "It's also not permissible to leave." Qing responded. Ming sighed. "Please sit and listen to me calmly." Qing found it difficult to maintain her composure. "The Buddhist sect does not prosper for me." Ming chuckled. "Nonsense. How could such a fortuitous place not thrive for you? The entire Shaoli realm flourishes because of you." Qing tugged at her face, dragging a chair to sit opposite him with an air of defiance. Ming raised an eyebrow, wondering if she was about to retaliate. Yului expressed, "I appreciate your compliment, but I truly do not deserve it." Ming sighed again, Even our ancestral patriarch of the Mahayana cannot completely shield us from external scrutiny. Qing fell into silence for a considerable time, then queried, "Are individuals from above coveting the Chawa sect?" A fierce glint appeared in her eyes as she made a slicing gesture across her throat towards Chan Ming. "While they are suppressing their cultivation, let us act decisively. Can't we eliminate a few of those scoundrels among the hundreds of thousands?" In an instant, Qing's thoughts drifted far away. If we were to unite with the demon and monster clans, concocting schemes and plots, it would be best to let those people fight amongst themselves. Chan Ming slammed the table, exclaiming, "It's not that simple." The conversation became increasingly absurd. How could they be likened to turtles? What would that make them? Turtles' eggs? After all, this small group of 5 is the social elite of the Chawa sect, known throughout both the inner and outer doors. As for the principles of time, my father has recently borrowed numerous ancient texts from the Buddhist sect, delving into the highest laws of time and space. Just a whisper of information could send the entire realm into chaos. He pointed to the sky. "You mentioned that there are swarms of flies outside. If this matter were to leak, it wouldn't be mere flies, but rather eagles descending upon us." Qing cursed inwardly, lamenting the so-called divine tree and youth. It was nothing more than a confinement. She understood clearly that what was happening to Hian and the others must remain undisclosed. Yet with so many witnesses, could they truly keep it a secret? Chan Ming cast a glance at her, and Qing comprehended. Conceal what they could for as long as possible. She dejectedly lowered her head, wishing she had not ventured to the Tianan continent. "But no, this is the children's destiny. You must attend to your own matters and not hinder them." From this, it was clear that their transformation was not merely a reduction in size. Could there be other gains? Chan Ming's gaze was laden with meaning. "Our children are exceptionally gifted." Qing replied, "Father, every family has a few children who have endured the heavenly punishment." Chan Ming asserted, "Our children are particularly remarkable. Indeed, the lens of intergenerational affection is exceptionally thick. Even she perceives her own child as exceptionally well-behaved." Qing was momentarily taken aback. "Do I not even possess the privilege to linger a little longer? Is the Buddhist realm unwelcoming towards me? This is rather excessive." Chan Ming interjected, "We have matters to attend to." The father and daughter exchanged glances, and ultimately, Chan Ming conceded, "Well, I shall visit that place." What was it called again? Yunjing Tian. His voice dwindled to a whisper. "Yunjing Tian?" Qing burst into laughter. Go ahead, but wait. Are you not going to prepare some gifts? Do you have any? I have some here. One cannot simply go empty-handed." Chan Ming abruptly stood up. "I have serious business to attend to." "Ah, as if that were truly the case. Do not be so flustered as to leave abruptly." Qing peered through the door for a moment. "TSK, that old man." Upon turning back, her expression darkened. I had not considered this aspect. If news of Hian and the others shrinking were to leak. Wanbu expressed her regret. "I had forgotten as well. One can only fear the deranged individuals who might abduct them to gain insights into the laws of time." Qing remarked, "Damn that divine tree. But what exactly is it?" Wanbu replied, "I have never witnessed it firsthand, so I cannot say. However, with sufficient cultivation, one can glean something about the laws of time and space. Slowing down or speeding up is relatively manageable, but reversing time. If Hian and the others truly reverse time, they would need to create a fade of having been poisoned or something similar." An epiphany struck Qing, and she exclaimed, "The 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, I alone am supreme technique." Wanbu responded, "What? Have you succumbed to madness?" Wanbu paused in surprise. "That seems feasible?" Qing lightly tapped her left wrist and exclaimed, Yes, that's it. Haven't you collected numerous martial arts techniques? Do you have any sinister arts? Without those, even legitimate techniques can lead to disastrous consequences, right? Hurry, bring them out. If we fabricate something, we can smooth over Hian's matters." Wanbu replied, "There are too many. I must search carefully." At that moment, Qing was puzzled and inquired, "I've long wanted to ask why you collect so many texts. They are numerous and diverse. Cultivation of spirit, body, and mind, involving humans, ghosts, demons, and monsters. This is merely a fraction of what you've shared with me. I strongly suspect that what Wanbu has presented is just a drop in the ocean." Wanbu helplessly responded, "It's not that I wish to collect, but the one ahead has an affinity for them. As long as I can store them. He continues to gather incessantly." Qing mused, "Well, at least it benefits me." Chapter 46. The thieving baldy. Given that Wanbu was almost certain to find such sinister arts, even if he failed, Qing could compose a fabricated technique of everlasting vitality herself. She confidently informed the group to maintain a unified narrative, that demonic possession resulted in physical diminishment and mental regression. The others exclaimed, "Ah, what a splendid idea." Hunwan's gaze wandered. "I will heed my master's words." Suddenly, Xiaoyu felt a chill at the nape of her neck. Truly, a devoted disciple, tirelessly pushing her master into the pit. If only these four possessed a mental age a year or two older. Alas, their regressed intellect rendered them fearless of anything. They had grown weary of it all. The outside world was far more entertaining. The senior sister spoke wisely. 1, 2, 3, 4, each tugging at their tender little throats, completely disregarding the adult's presence. Hu Qing flashed a grin, glancing towards Hu Huahua. As Hu Huahua tumbled, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, my foot hurts. I can hardly walk now." Hu Qing, with an expressionless face, turned to gaze at Hu Zhuzhu. When Hu Zhuzhu transformed into human form, he appeared as a youth, lamenting that he looked considerably older than the leader. Yet now, they were both merely 2 years old. The 2-year-old Hu Zhuzhu remained quite self-important, tugging at his silvery gray hair with blue highlights, declaring, "I follow the leader." Hu Qing scoffed. "Why not say you follow your father?" Others chimed in, questioning, "On what grounds should Tang Yuzi treat you gently?" Hu Qing replied, "Because he has always been obedient." A rosy hue blossomed on Tang Yuzi's delicate face as he pleaded, "Auntie, can we play a little longer?" Oh, how soft and sweet he was. Hu Qing's heart melted at the sight. All right then. Hunwan and Hu Huahua exchanged glances, remarking, "This little imp." As for Xian Yao, he was clinging to Hu Qing's thigh. "Boss, I'm with you. We shall never part again." Hu Qing yearned for that too. For Xian Yao was truly the reliable one who could assist her. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Hu Huahua, claiming her foot ached, dashed over, her small hands swiftly pulling him down. "You stay on standby at all times." The young master was so cold-hearted. His troublesome son was still bullying. Hu Qing grasped Hu Huahua by the nape of his neck and placed him beside Hunwan, glaring at Hunwan, "Take care of your brother." Then she squatted down to embrace Xian Yao, saying, "My dear Xian Yao is still so young. How could the boss bear to let you toil? Just stay and play with your siblings, learn well from the masters, and once the boss is done with his tasks, he will come to fetch you." Hunwan and Hu Huahua simultaneously thought, "He must be the biological one. Mother, doesn't he love me at all?" Turning to face Shui Xian, Hu Qing's demeanor shifted entirely. She shook her fist and declared, "If you keep looking at me like that, I will surely make you pay." Shui Xian gently pressed her fist down, reminding her, "Have you forgotten? I am walking this path with you." Hu Qing promptly moved in front of Shui Tsong, grasping his hands and shaking them vigorously, exclaiming, "Dear family. Senior brother, please keep a close watch on them." With a serious demeanor, Shui Tsong assured her, "You need not worry." Hu Qing chuckled inwardly. It was indeed strange for her to feel at ease. She went on to caution Xiaoyu, Shuanghua, Di Yuan, and Lining one by one. With a singular focus, stay vigilant. There must be no further mishaps. Shuanghua teased her, "You worry too much. Come on, let's go. The sect leader has urged us several times already." Hu Qing then turned to Chun Ming, saying, "Father, intermarriage between the two clans of the celestial realm is quite common." Chun Ming seized her arm and swiftly sent her 1,000 miles away, stating, "All right, you may go now." Bai Sun, Chun Ming's spiritual pet, had already taken on human form by the time Hu Qing encountered him. With so many around her, not a soul made an effort to keep her from leaving. Was her reputation good or bad? She released her spirit vessel, preparing to depart, when Chun Ming called out, "Let me know where you are headed in advance." Hu Qing nodded affirmatively, of course. Then Chun Ming struck the air with his palm, and the spirit vessel sped away at full throttle. After some time, Shui Xian finally caught up, asking, "Did you not wait for me?" Hu Qing scoffed, "Everyone wishes for me to vanish quickly." Shui Xian chuckled lightly, as an adult. "Why would you be jealous of a child?" Hu Qing moved ahead, choosing to ignore him. Shui Xian called after her, "Come learn Buddhist teachings with me." Hu Qingla laughed coldly. "You, a mere country monk, I am studying the Buddhist teachings from the celestial realm." Completely disregarding him, Hu Qingla was no longer vulnerable to malevolent spirits. With the blazing sun's intensity, any filthy entity seeking her out would be courting death. Observing her indifference, Shui Xian raised an eyebrow, her intuition validated, and couldn't help but chuckle, a fool indeed. Wanbu sighed and remarked to Hu Qingla, "He has likely deduced the nature of your fortune." Hu Qingla showed no surprise. "Cursed bald one, ignore him." Wanbu responded, "How unfair. Don't you wish to know about his fortune?" Qing replied, "He will undoubtedly come to flaunt it before me in due time." Indeed, these two understood each other well. Ignoring Shui Exine, who then sat atop the spirit vessel to cultivate, occasionally emitting sparks of electricity, the nature of his training remained a mystery. She herself retrieved the refining furnace, pondering how to elevate its quality to the level of celestial artifacts. The 4 furnaces had been gifted to her by other elders as a favor to Chan Ming, already of superior quality. However, this was not the ultimate limit of the furnace's material, but rather the pinnacle of the craftsman's skill. A superior refining furnace, crafted from the finest materials in the Little Li realm, would stand out even in the celestial realm. A true celestial craftsman would undoubtedly create celestial-grade artifacts. Such insights were rare, and one never knew when they might arise. She planned to utilize the blazing sun's intensity to forcibly enhance the quality first. Additionally, there were remnants of good materials left by the golden devouring beast, which could also be added if suitable. The 4 refining furnaces varied in color, one a vibrant yellow, one a deep green, one a rich crimson, and one a dark mahogany. Each was either exquisite, elegant, rustic, or grand, capable of accommodating several elephants at their maximum size, yet small enough to be strung into bracelets. Holding 4 delicate artifact refining furnaces in her left hand, Qing spun them gracefully, producing a melodious clinking sound that was quite enchanting. Her consciousness delved into the furnaces, meticulously analyzing the techniques employed by the 4 esteemed artifact craftsmen, absorbing their wisdom. The more she observed, the more she discerned subtle distinctions in their methods. These 4 craftsmen, undoubtedly of the highest caliber in the lower realm, each possessed unique skills in crafting artifacts, all of which differed from Qing's approach. Qing, who relied on fierce flames and relentless forging, had always believed her creations were commendable, and they sold remarkably well. However, upon comparing her work with that of her peers, she realized the coarseness of her own techniques. Internally, she mused to the silk cloth. In the past, I was overly arrogant. You bestowed upon me the techniques of artifact crafting from the immortal realm. Yet my superiority pales in comparison to those who utilize the methods from the lower realm to forge such exceptional pieces. I am merely standing on the shoulders of giants. A title that does not befit me. Chapter 47. The destitute immortal. The silk cloth replied, "It is commendable that you can reflect upon yourself. You have done quite well, considering how short a time you have been learning. By the way, have you grasped everything I provided you?" Qing, recalling the plethora of knowledge the silk cloth had bestowed upon her, could only sigh in awe at the vast ocean of knowledge, feeling a sense of helplessness. Just then, a subtle sense of impending danger washed over her. In an instant, Qing stowed away the refining furnaces and the spirit vessel, scattering talismans in all directions while simultaneously reaching for Shui Exine. At that very moment, Shui Exine's body erupted with immense, thunderous energy, reaching out towards Qing. Their hands clasped together, and in unison, their figures vanished from sight. Thunder and talismans exploded with a resounding roar, churning the empty sky into massive clouds. Within those clouds, a sinister hand emerged, its flesh charred and blackened. With a swift motion of his charred hand, the tempest scattered the clouds, revealing a figure cloaked in black. Anger contorted his features as he clenched his scorched fist, cursing the wretched ants. Damn them. If it weren't for the suppression of the heavenly laws in this realm, I would pursue them relentlessly. Yet, in the vastness of the universe, there was no trace to follow. Let me not encounter you again. The 2 who had fled distanced themselves significantly before emerging from the earth, still shaken by their narrow escape. Shui Exine gently lowered Qing from atop her head, and they each took a moment to restore their composure. The celestial beings exchanged glances, disdain evident in their expressions. How shameless. Can celestial beings truly resort to thievery? Qing spat onto the ground, expelling a mouthful of mud as she complained, "You ran too fast." It was only now that she realized Shui Exine's speed in fleeing was far superior to hers. Jealousy gnawed at her. Why was this bald thief forcing her to face forward? "Did you see clearly?" Shui Exine inquired. "No," Qing replied, her countenance darkening. "I fear he may have seen through us." Both possessed exceptional precognitive abilities, sensing the impending danger moments before it struck. They simultaneously opted for indiscriminate counterattacks, each attempting to thwart the other's escape. They also gauged their adversary's strength. Survival took precedence over concerns regarding their enemy's appearance or aura. How infuriating. If only he were not a celestial being, but rather a great ascension, we could join forces and fight back, Shui Exine lamented. I wonder which clan he belongs to. Qing responded, "The clan is of little importance. Does it make him a good person? A brief silence enveloped them before Shui Xian spoke again. Could it be from the Chaohua sect? Hu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. What if he is from the Buddhist sect? Impossible, Shui Xian asserted with certainty. If he were of the Buddhist order, I would have sensed it. Once again enveloped in silence, Shui Xian inquired, "Is your invisibility technique still effective?" Hu Qing replied, "I have tested it. It works even on immortals. However, I am uncertain how many major realms it can conceal me from." She hesitated, observing the skepticism and disbelief in Shui Xian's expression. "What is it?" Shui Xian urged her, exasperated by her half-finished thoughts. Hu Qing, still wavering, remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that he intends to seize my refining furnace." "What?" Hu Qing produced 4 refining furnaces, stating, "I was just contemplating them when I suddenly felt a chill at the back of my neck, and then they moved." "What do you think that signifies?" Shui Xian gazed incredulously at the 4 furnaces, each slightly larger than a fingertip. Could it be that these 4 furnaces are immortal grade? Immortal grade, my foot. My father coerced the ancestors of other families to provide these. These 4 have verifiable origins from a refining master of the Lesserly realm. They are certainly not immortal artifacts. I have examined them thoroughly, finding them entirely authentic, devoid of even a shard from the immortal realm. Then it becomes truly astonishing. An immortal attempting to pilfer artifacts from the mortal realm. No matter how exceptional these refining furnaces are, they have yet to reach the level of immortality. Shui Xian, still captivated by the allure of immortals, remarked, "Perhaps these refining furnaces could attain the status of immortal grade." However, Hu Qing's education emboldened her to speak candidly. "I suspect that immortal is nothing more than a pauper, perhaps having ascended merely to become a beggar." Shui Xian suddenly found Hu Qing's assertion to be more elucidating, akin to how mortals enter the realm of cultivation and are perceived as immortals by their peers. Yet how many immortals lead lives of abject poverty? For instance, there was someone who, upon arriving at Baoping Square, was so destitute that he resorted to stealing grass from others. With a teasing glint in her eyes, Shui Xian recalled the past, feeling a mix of embarrassment and a desperate need to uphold her dignity. "It's not like I covet that grass. Besides, I did not snatch it from anyone," she asserted. Shui Xian retorted, "At that time, who could you possibly outmaneuver?" Hu Qing, with a resentful expression, rubbed a patch of grass, exclaiming, "Stealing and snatching. How impoverished one must be. TSK, perhaps you speak of yourself." However, Shui Xian's thoughts were consumed by another matter. "We cannot harbor the illusion that he cannot recognize us. Let us instead deliberate on how to dispose of an immortal." Hu Qing felt a pang of anxiety at the notion of ending an immortal's life. "What level of cultivation have you attained now?" she queried. Momentarily taken aback, she then felt a surge of elation. "Have I surpassed you in cultivation?" Shui Xian replied, "I cannot discern your spiritual roots, your origins, nor can I tell if you have borne children." Hu Qing interjected, "Why do you concern yourself with whether I have had children? Yet, this cannot be right. In the immortal realm, everyone should be able to perceive my cultivation." Shui Xian, now irked, retorted, "Of course, those superficial aspects are evident to all. You are certainly not at the nascent soul stage, but I cannot ascertain what you are." Hu Qing pondered. Could it be due to her not having faced the heavenly tribulation? Or had someone concealed her true nature? Perhaps a golden beast or an egg? That fleeting reaction felt akin to an unconscious greeting, a mere acknowledgement. Hu Qing's heart raced. Indeed, it was so. Clearing her throat, she declared, "It is my grand opportunity." Shui Xian rolled her eyes. "I can't be bothered to inquire. There's no need to share with me." Hu Qing chuckled. "I have never asked about yours either." At this, Shui Xian's eyes sparkled mischievously, and Hu Qing's heart tightened. "Behold, you have encountered a tremendous opportunity, yet you seem unable to care for the Thunder Dragon, do you? Bah! Indulge in your whimsical fantasies. The Thunder Dragon is my beloved companion. You have already made your choice. 2 companions are preferable to solitude. Speaking of which, has your fateful artifact yet attained its spirit?" Shui Xian gazed intently at her, causing Hu Qing to feel quite uneasy. "What do you mean by that?" Shui Xian replied, "I would not have remembered had you not mentioned it. Could you assist me in refining a fateful artifact, something akin to the Thunder Dragon?" Hu Qing retorted, "That foolish monk thinks of nothing but trivial matters. Shui Xian once possessed a fateful artifact. Yet he became so engrossed in delivering retribution that he nearly met his demise on several occasions, thus he lost his artifact before it could serve him. At present, he truly lacks a fateful artifact." Persistently bothering Hu Qing, who was growing increasingly exasperated, he said, "You provide the materials. You envision the design, and once everything is prepared, I shall assist you in the refinement. Satisfied, Shui Xian responded, now, let us deliberate on how to slay an immortal. Chapter 48. Away out their imaginative and meticulous discussion continued, leading Qing to earnestly inquire of Yu Liuya when they met, brother, shall we engage in a game of slaying immortals? Yu Liuya nearly choked, instinctively glancing around, fearful of being overheard, despite Qing's use of sound transmission. He immediately activated the protective barrier of the sect's main hall, layering it several times for good measure. Yu Liuya was at a loss for words. Casting a skeptical glance at Shui Xian, who he suspected was the instigator of this scheme, Qing pouted, I never suggested we eliminate them all. On our way here, there was a thieving immortal who attempted to steal my belongings. She recounted the events on the road, and Yu Lui's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Could they truly be so desperate as to rob from a cultivator? Indeed, it was evident that as a sect leader who had witnessed the vast world, he did not embellish the situation simply because the opponent was an immortal. He cast a dismissive glance at Shui Xian, thinking her naive. Shui Xian touched her nose, pondering how one could foresee that a paragon who triumphed over countless foes and heavenly tribulations in the smally realm would struggle so in the immortal realm. Yu Lui, clearly more informed, wore a pensive expression. Elders have mentioned that ascending does not guarantee a smooth entry into the grand immortal sects, and even once admitted, one may not necessarily be held in high regard. There are those who have been deceived, bullied, or even lost their lives amidst the turbulent waters of the immortal realm. He looked at Qing with hope, directly voicing his concern. Do you believe our Chaohua sect can align with a powerful faction? Qing responded, so you seek to cling to a mighty benefactor. Indeed, she relished the notion of grasping the leg of the heavens, yet she recognized her own ignorance. She retorted, does my brother think that someone like me could gain access to the immortal sects and discern their true nature? She gestured to herself, her expression betraying her own lack of confidence. Yu Lui replied, it is challenging for my brother. Qing simply laughed in response. Shui Xian contemplated whether she should withdraw from the conversation. One option was to remain in the smally realm, relying on the protection of the heavenly Tao, leading a life of relative tranquility, not striving for advancement but living securely. The third option was to submit to the immortal sects, effectively becoming a branch of their lower realm. However, this would mean relinquishing their own identity. As Yu Lui spoke, he could scarcely catch his breath. There is one final point. One day, when the Little Li realm can no longer fend off intruders, the matters of life, death, and wealth will be determined by fate. Qing remained silent for a moment before letting out a soft laugh. It is not fate that determines these things. It is merely a matter of being divided by outsiders. Yu Lui found this hard to accept, even though it was the stark reality. Qing continued, is there not a powerful force that could foster the healthy development of the Little Li realm? Yu Lui's eyes lit up as he struck the armrest of his chair. That is precisely what I wanted to ask you. Qing paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, this was her homeland, where her family resided. She could not afford to remain idle. Gritting her teeth, she declared, perhaps I should make another trip to gather more information. Shui Xian immediately chimed in, I shall accompany you. Yu Lui regarded her for a moment, then sighed in resignation, forget it. It's difficult to gauge a person's true intentions, especially in unfamiliar territory. What can you possibly uncover? With that thought, he posed the question. Just a moment ago, Yu Lui had appeared lethargic, but suddenly, a spark of anger ignited within him. Observing his demeanor, Qing urged, Senior brother, if there is something troubling you, do not conceal it from me. My father sent me to assist you. We should at least discuss matters. Furthermore, anything concerning he knew in must not be kept from me. Truth be told, her concern stemmed from the possibility that it might involve he knew in. If it indeed related to her, despite being merely a participant, it would still weigh heavily on her. The Chaohua sect possessed an ancestor who had ascended 100,000 years ago, intending to take the inner disciples of the sect to his celestial realm. Qing's mind struggled to process this information. Was it a command rather than a consultation? How many people would he take? Yu Liuya wore a grimace, a smile that was far from pleasant. All the young disciples of the inner sect. All of them? How outrageous. Who does he think he is? Tell me. Who is that shameless wretch? I shall deal with him at once. Qing, hands on her hips, erupted in a tirade. Do not even speak of the opportunity for young disciples to enter the immortal sect. The entire generation taken from Chaohua sect has left the whole sect in disarray. Are inner sect disciples so easily recruited? Yes, they may appear plentiful, but this abundance has been gathered from countless places over many years. Do not suggest that Chaohua sect can simply recruit more after this batch departs. The entire Xiaoli realm is under scrutiny. If Chaohua sect cannot retain its disciples, can any other sect claim to do so? Everyone has severed their lineage and is expanding their recruitment, only to have their talents whisked away by immortals. Those despicable beings are uprooting the Xiaoli realm entirely. Qing sneered. He must have come with a recruitment mission, hoping to earn a handsome fee. What do the elders say about this? At this, Yulia found some solace. The other elders shared the same sentiment. He is merely trying to paint a rosy picture. In truth, the elder who wishes to sever his lineage had privately spoken with Yulia, promising him the advantages of inner sect disciples. Yulia is quite astute. He feigned compliance in front of others while discreetly revealing this information. Those who ascend from the Xiaoli realm typically emerge from the same ascension pool. Being from the same pool, the paths available are largely similar. It is worth noting that many immortal sects establish year-round recruitment points adjacent to the ascension pools. The relationships among these celestial sects can be likened to those of the 10 great sects of Chietian, united against external foes, yet fierce adversaries when it comes to the matter of life sources. The elder who sought to monopolize everything was met with scorn, and to this day, he has yet to receive a kind word from Yulia. Moreover, Yulia gleaned some insights from the exchanges of insults. There seemed to be something amiss with that elder's sect, as most others regarded him with disdain. Yulia cursed that elder internally. How could he, devoid of any moral compass, lead such promising youths into peril? Truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, blind to the true nature of those around him. Consequently, Yulia found himself unable to trust anyone's words, feeling anxious and trapped. Chapter 49. Weeping Willow. It was exceedingly difficult. Yulia found himself at an impasse when a sudden thought struck him. What if I accompany you outside? What? Qing was taken aback. At a time like this, how can the sect leader not remain at the sect? Aren't there numerous elders present? That's a valid point. Yulia conceded, though it sounded rather unappealing. However, the elders are all preoccupied. The great ascension elders have tilted the balance of the celestial laws toward the Xiaoli realm, and all have gone into seclusion to break through. Once they succeed, our sect will have celestial beings. Qing blinked. Oh. But why does the great ascension master from Baoxiang Mountain have the leisure to take a child out? It seemed to be mere amusement. It was also the opportune moment for the integration elders to break through to great ascension. Had it not been for our Yuan-Qing generation's lack of capability, they would have all entered seclusion as well. Yulia spoke solemnly, acknowledging the current predicament. The great vehicle must now retreat into seclusion, while the harmonization and integration stages are compelled to remain steadfast within the sect. The transformation stage serves as the primary guardian of the sect, while we merely run errands and convey messages. Qing, with a stoic expression, responded, Ah, so the great vehicle, harmonization, and transformation stages are all rendered immobile. What if they were not? Yulia's eyes widened in alarm. Were it not for the unforeseen circumstances involving Hinwan and the insistence of Master Chanming to forcibly recruit individuals, our Chaohua sect would now be too intimidated to take action. Anxiety and frustration bubbled within him, causing the corners of his mouth to crack. Let us not forget that the Tianan continent also requires vigilant guardianship. Firstly, to guard against threats and gather intelligence. Secondly, to seize the fortuitous opportunities and treasures that they themselves covet. In summary, the Xiaoli realm currently finds itself in a passive position. The misfortunes of the Chaohua sect are compounded by the treachery of its own members, rendering it even more vulnerable. What more is there to say? Qing exchanged a glance filled with murderous intent with Shui Xian. Upon witnessing this, Yulia panicked. What are you planning? We currently lack manpower. The ancestors cannot be mobilized. The return of the Xiaoli realm to the immortal realm coincides with a period of celestial upheaval, a propitious moment for breakthroughs. Regardless of the stage of advancement, success is nearly guaranteed. With the prospect of soon possessing their own immortal, with the harmonization stage reaching the great vehicle and the transformation stage attaining harmonization, such a rare opportunity must not be jeopardized. The slightest misstep could cause Yulia immense heartache. There exists a tinge of regret. For the powers of immortals are constrained by the heavenly Tao, yet with the assistance of several formidable beings, eliminating one or two adversaries would be trivial. However, in the present moment, without a single ally to call upon, she cannot afford to relinquish hope. The other party has already set their sights on Hunwan, and it does not bode well. She seizes the opportunity to turn his illness into a lethal weapon. Senior brother, who is that person? Where are they? Yului gasped in surprise. Are you serious? Shui Xian mocked without mercy. Why the astonished expression? Are you not intending to have Hu Qing resolve your troubles? Yu Lui immediately felt embarrassed. Hu Qing, irritated, jabbed Shui Xian lightly. We are all in the same boat. Shui Xian raised an eyebrow. A hint of mischief in her gaze. Then why not inquire how much your esteemed senior brother can contribute? Yu Lui thought to himself. After all, one cannot afford to be shameless with family. Besides, he initially intended to leverage this situation to dissuade the elder's ambitions. How could he dare to slay an immortal? Yet, if Hu Qing insisted, he found himself tempted to act. He beckoned to Hu Qing, shifting to a mental transmission. We possess some valuable items. Shui Xian turned her head. Should I tell him that I can actually hear you? Yu Lui replied, let us discuss it here and now. I shall step outside to guard. Shui Xian glanced at Hu Qing, who called out, why are you looking at me? Come over and discuss it. In truth, he felt utterly uncertain. He mumbled as he approached. Once outside the hall, Yu Lui stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing a scene that, though picturesque, appeared to him shrouded in gloom. He encouraged himself inwardly. Fear not, do not rush. Once the calamity of the Chaohua sect has passed, he shall surely leap over the dragon gate to become a true dragon, and on some future day, he will establish a renowned immortal sect. He selectively chose not to dwell on the fact that even the local celestial sects in the immortal realm could falter or ultimately fail. It is only by nurturing hope that one can strive for greatness. A gentle breeze wafted down from the mountaintop, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Today, the sky was high and filled with clouds. Right before Yu Lui, the clouds in the horizon appeared plump and abundant, layered and clustered together. Illuminated by the sun to a pearly white, adorned with golden and silver edges, resembling an ethereal paradise, a magnificent celestial sect bustling with life. Oh, those protruding formations resembled grand pillars, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, surrounded by celestial herbs. What auspicious signs! Once he elevated the Chaohua sect to prominence, he too would erect such imposing pillars, which would surely convey an air of grandeur. While Yu Lui was lost in these delightful thoughts, a figure materialized before him in the air. The man, clad in a purple and gold robe with a white jade belt, landed gracefully and cast a glance at Yu Lui, his meticulously groomed brows slightly furrowing. The current sect leader appeared rather foolish, indeed. The Chaohua sect seemed to be declining with each generation. At least, with a kind heart, he could guide the few promising disciples towards the celestial sect, thus honoring the cultivation bestowed upon them in the past. Yu Lui, Yu Lui, Yu Lui. The man called 3 times before finally rousing Yu Lui from his reverie. Startled, Yu Lui hurriedly bowed and greeted Zhelu Xianzuan. The barrier did not muffle their voices. Inside the hall, Qing and Shui Xian quickly crouched behind the window. The gauze covering the window prevented prying eyes from the outside, while allowing those within to see clearly. They both beheld the stranger. Noticing Yu Lui standing in utmost respect before him, an immortal, Qing thought to herself, this man, seemingly in his 20s, possessed a youthful beauty but was, in truth, an ancient monster. The splendid robe, adorned with an abundance of elaborate floral embroidery, resembled the clouds in the sky, numerous and dense, yet lacking the grace of a virtuous individual. Shui Xian could not help but click his tongue inwardly, noting that this man did not originally possess such an appearance. Only those dissatisfied with their own visage would smear their faces with powder and oil. His original countenance was indeed unpresentable. Unbeknownst to Shui Xian, his disparagement inadvertently struck true. This willow-wielding immortal, in truth, did not stand out in terms of looks. After ascending to immortality, he had once marred his appearance, subsequently going to great lengths to acquire a new face, which he now cherished and meticulously maintained. At that moment, both individuals pondered simultaneously, immortal sovereign? What level of power does that denote? It is merely an honorific title, devoid of any real measure of strength. They could not discern clearly. Yet the silk fabric was far more familiar with immortals than with cultivators, and with a mere glance, it comprehended spirit immortal. Qing was taken aback. Only a mere spirit immortal? The silk fabric chuckled to itself. I suspect that the constraints of the heavenly Tao are excessively formidable, preventing those above the spirit immortal level from entering. Many lower realms actively reject the incursion of powerful immortals. This individual is likely only of the upper tier of spirit immortals. Strangely, Qing felt a sense of relief. What else can you perceive? The silk fabric replied, that depends on his actions. In the 50th chapter, diverting attention, the immortal known as Zhelu inquired about Yu Luoyan's contemplations. Yu Luoyan, with utmost respect, stated that this was a matter of great importance for the sect, necessitating deliberation among the esteemed ancestors and elders, and they should discuss it once everyone had gathered. Instantly, the Zhou immortal's countenance darkened, ridiculing him for the short-sightedness and incompetence of a sect leader who obstructed the future of his disciples. Yu Luyan, maintaining his good-natured demeanor, simply acquiesced, acknowledging that a decision could not be reached at this moment. Yiliuya's face turned pale in an instant as he summoned all his spiritual energy to resist. With his back turned to the main hall, Qing and the others could not discern his expression, yet they clearly perceived the smugness, mockery, and superiority etched on the face of Zhou Xianren. Before Qing could utter a single curse, Yiliuya suddenly bent forward, spitting a mouthful of blood that arced through the air. "Master!" The voices of Yiliuya's 5 disciples rang out in unison as they rushed forward, drawing their swords and executing their stances in a concerted assault against Zhou. However, Zhou merely snorted dismissively, sending the 5 crashing back to the ground beside Yiliuya. Yiliuya, hoarse, admonished, "One must not be disrespectful towards the immortal lord." "Disrespectful, you say?" The doors of the hall exploded open, unleashing a torrent of golden-red lightning that surged forth with unstoppable force, a massive beast's head with a cavernous maw lunging towards the immortal's head. Simultaneously, a thunderous torrent of curses reverberated through the halls of Chaohua's sect, echoing for all to hear. "Damn that Zhou! That scoundrel has slain our sect leader. That rogue has butchered the entirety of Chaohua's sect. Let it be known, Zhou is a traitor, ungrateful and despicable, the old wretch." Yiliuya, standing on the ground, and Wen Chuan, lying nearby, gaped at the sky in disbelief. It was overwhelming, far too overwhelming. One eye was drawn to Qing, who was brandishing a loudspeaker and cursing vigorously, while the other focused on the white-clad monk battling the treacherous Zhou. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of onlookers gathered in the air. The beast's head, enveloped in golden fire and lightning, menaced Zhou for a mere 3 seconds, during which Zhou's facade was completely stripped away, exposing his true self. The murderous intent enveloping him intensified as his gaze fixed on the female cultivator holding the loudspeaker in the distant sky. Damnable insects! Even the direct confrontation with Shui Xin failed to draw his gaze. However, in the very moment when the beast's head could no longer hold on, Shui Xin had already leaped to Qing's side, and the two released their spiritual vessel, swiftly soaring into the distance. Yu Lui heard Qing's admonition whispering in his ear, "No one is to follow, absolutely no one." How could that be? Yu Lui's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. And upon seeing Zhou also darting toward that direction, he instinctively prepared to pursue, only to abruptly halt the next second. Qing possessed certain remarkable encounters and abilities. Who else could match her late start in cultivation with such rapid progress? Each of her experiences was unparalleled. What if she had stumbled upon some tremendous fortune? One so significant that it could render her capable of obliterating an immortal's existence without divulging it to the outside world? Yu Lui felt a sudden chill run down his spine, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. In the absence of the immortal's oppressive aura, the disciples sprang into action. "Master, are you all right?" Yu Lui could not articulate a response, while he himself was unharmed. "Should anything happen to your junior uncle, you should prepare to bury your master." Yi Ning, anxious, exclaimed, "Junior uncle." The wind howled, and from all directions surged countless individuals, elders and true immortals from various sects, as well as disciples, some flying, some riding swords, and others mounted on beasts. In unison, they wielded weapons. At the forefront, Qin Yang spotted Yu Lui and breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, those flying behind, obscured by the figures in front, erupted into chaotic shouts. "Is the sect master dead? Really dead? Where's that bastard? Old thief! Has the sect master truly perished?" The emotions that surged within him swiftly dissipated as Yu Luyan contemplated with a stoic expression. Not a single disciple of Chaohua sect uttered a kind word, such as inquiring, "Is the sect master still alive?" A flicker of joy ignited within Yu Luyan. Impossible. The old rascal is an immortal. His spirits plummeted once more. Never mind, with such disciples, what prospects could they possibly have? Better to remain within the Chaohua sect. Qin Yang pushed through the crowd, exclaiming, "You're not dead?" "Indeed, I regret to disappoint you," came the reply. "Then who? Who uttered such words? It sounds rather familiar." Yu Luyan responded, "Hu Qing. Where is she?" Qin Yang's voice rose in pitch. "Where has she gone? Why aren't you pursuing her? You could be in danger." Yulun silently surveyed the expressions of those around him. Hu Qi was well known, and Chanming adored showing off. Now, there was not a soul in Chaohua sect who didn't recognize her. Presently, the onlookers regarded him with a uniform gaze of regret, sympathy, even disdain. You are doomed. Qin Yang shrieked again. Hurry and search for her. Yu Luyan replied, Master Uncle, do you mind calculating? Qin Yang was already counting on his fingers, exclaiming, I can't figure it out. The other powerful beings, lacking the ability to calculate, could only release their divine senses. Yet the surrounding space remained utterly devoid of anything to find. They were at a loss for which direction to pursue. As they exchanged glances, they collectively pondered one thing, immortals. However, as they surveyed their surroundings, no other immortal figures were in sight. Perhaps they were concealed within the crevices of space, observing everything unfold, yet their refusal to reveal themselves indicated their stance. They were reluctant to offend Zhilu for the sake of Chaohua sect, a matter that bore no relevance to them. Deep down, they all understood that despite being constrained by the heavenly way, their abilities allowed them to navigate the Little Li realm with ease, devoid of peril. Moreover, returning to familiar grounds enabled them to explore places previously unreachable in search of treasures. In essence, they held a dismissive attitude. Human hearts are fickle, yet they were not to blame. Their prolonged absence and myriad experiences had forged a bond with the Little Li realm and Chaohua sect that was merely causal. They had come to resolve this causality, unwilling to entangle themselves further. A sigh arose within the hearts of the crowd. They were too weak, and Chaohua sect was too weak. Yu Liuya swallowed the blood rising in his throat, concealing the fierce light in his eyes. Very well. It's for the best if you do not intervene. Should you refrain from action, you will lack the standing to criticize afterwards. In that moment, he fervently prayed to the heavens, may Hu Qing successfully slay Zhilu. Yet, slaying an immortal was hardly a straightforward task. Hu Qing and Shui Xin raced ahead like madmen. To divert Zhilu's attention, the two dared not employ Hu Qing's concealment aura. They piloted their spiritual vessel, dangling before Zhilu like a piece of meat. Naturally, they perceived themselves as flesh, while Zhilu regarded them merely as filth, an imperfection that must be eradicated. Initially, the two were frantic and fearful, yet buoyed by the ambition to slay an immortal, they hastily propelled the vessel forward, oblivious to their direction. Upon steering the vessel straight out of the Chaohua sect's territory, they exchanged a knowing glance. Lijo, a land of great fortune. How fortuitous. For both relished the idea of summoning lightning strikes. Shui Xin remarked, let the retribution commence. If only that storm were still present. Dispatching an immortal would be a simple feat. Chapter 51. The slaying of immortals. The formation was, of course, no longer present. It had merely served as a seal to punish the colossal beast, and with its demise, the formation dissipated into nothingness. They could not possibly reach Lijo, for it lay far beyond their grasp. Their nascent soul cultivation was insufficient to tear through the fabric of space. In fact, their very escape from the domain of Chaohua sect was solely due to Zhilu's deliberate leniency. Zhilu yearned to capture the two individuals, and, in front of the entire Chaohua sect, both inner and outer disciples, as well as those who had accompanied him from the celestial realm, flay them alive, strip their bones, and extract their souls. However, such an act would irrevocably enmity him with the Chaohua sect. Of course, he had long ceased to regard the Chaohua sect with any reverence. Yet there were compelling reasons for his restraint. The second reason, indeed, was the insidious nature of karmic retribution. Once a disciple of the Chaohua sect, he had been nurtured and supported by them until his ascension to the great vehicle. Such benevolence was acknowledged by the heavens. And should he commit any act detrimental to the Chaohua sect, the repercussions of this karma would inevitably rebound upon him. Thus, no matter the circumstances, he could not afford to sever ties with the Chaohua sect, a minor cultivation sect from the lower realms, were it not for the entanglement of fate. He could easily extinguish with a mere flick of his hand. It was all the fault of the lower Li realm, which, without warning, connected to the celestial realm. Was this not an invitation to repay debts of gratitude? Zhilu's expression darkened. He found himself enviously admiring the natives of the celestial realm. Born amidst the immortals, they entered the celestial gates upon commencing their training, binding their fates to that sect for a lifetime, their fortunes intertwined. Free from the burdens of severing past ties. As for becoming a deity, that was an arduous endeavor, so daunting that most individuals willingly relinquished the pursuit. Ultimately, he merely wished to exploit the Chaohua sect to secure advantages for himself. The swiftly sailing spirit vessel suddenly collided with an unseen force, erupting in a violent explosion. Qing and Shui Xian managed to leap out just in time, fleeing with all their might. They ran as far as their legs could carry them, their forms flickering as they vanished into thin air, only to reappear 100 meters ahead. In a swift motion, the two pivoted and dashed in another direction. Zhou let out a cold laugh, disappearing and reappearing once more. The duo turned yet again, only to find Zhou had vanished again. The encirclement tightened, until they found themselves with no avenue of escape, confronting one another in midair. Junior, Zhou's harsh words lingered in the air when suddenly the surroundings transformed. The once empty sky now shrouded in a gloomy haze, thick with murderous intent. It was a killing formation. Those two insignificant insects had cunningly set up the array while feigning flight. Zhou smirked, believing that despite his cultivation being suppressed by the heavenly laws, he was still beyond the reach of these two trifling pests. With a mocking grin, he produced a celestial talisman, casting it towards his adversaries. The talisman, radiating golden light, detonated upon contact with the malevolent aura, causing a thunderous explosion that rocked the formation. However, Zhou's brow furrowed. Was even the power of the celestial talisman being suppressed? Meanwhile, concealed within the array, Qing muttered incessantly, "Daddy, daddy, daddy, my dear daddy." Shui Xian, perplexed, wondered if this was some sort of incantation. The two worked in tandem, utilizing Qing's invisibility skill. Shui Xian produced a string of Buddhist beads, scattering them as they flew. The beads swelling in the wind to the size of heads as they howled towards Zhou. Observing this, Qing swiftly directed the blood fiend pearl to mingle among them. After all, it was a celestial being, a delicacy of sorts. The blood fiend pearl, showing no pretense, silently nestled behind the Buddhist beads, seeking a flaw in Zhou's defenses. Yet, Zhou is indeed a celestial being, once his protective artifact is activated. Be it the Buddha beads or the blood fiend pearl, no vulnerabilities can be found. The delectable bounty lies before him, yet he is unable to seize it. The impatient blood fiend pearl accelerates and crashes forward, only to be repelled by the protective barrier, leaving it disoriented. The old fellow possesses some remarkable abilities. Zhou feels a sudden, intense pain in his back, as if his very blood vessels might rupture. How is this possible? This is the lower realm. He spins around abruptly, his eyes narrowing, exclaiming in astonishment, "Blood fiend pearl." The joy in his voice is unabashed. Qing curses under her breath. She never intended to conceal her intentions. With a flourish of her hands, the sound of clanking chains fills the air. Simultaneously, Shui Xian claps her hands, summoning golden Buddha seals that stretch out into long beams of light aimed at Zhou. Just as Zhou is momentarily taken aback, he is surprised once more. The soul-locking chains and the blood fiend pearl. These soul-locking chains are not singular. Rather, they are a class of artifacts. Yet the two before him clearly surpass mere mundane items. Indeed, he has come to the right place. At this moment, a Buddha seal expands dramatically, the benevolent figure towering over him, seemingly lifting its gaze, cold and merciless. Zhou thinks to himself, well, he doesn't require it, but exchanging it for currency would be acceptable. To his astonishment, the Lesserly realm indeed possesses some valuable items, and they have come to him unbidden. Even now, Zhou remains unimpressed by the two adversaries. In truth, the combined assault of the blood fiend pearl, the soul-locking chains, and the Buddha seal has yet to overwhelm him. Their relentless attacks merely cause his protective barrier to tremble and develop fissures. Not enough, still not enough. Qing grits her teeth. Thunder Dragon. A massive purple dragon rises, roaring as it charges toward Zhou. In truth, she did not wish for the Thunder Dragon to emerge, for it had not yet attained the divine level. Yet, at this moment, what else could she employ? The great thunder fell, and Shui Xian let out a roar. The sky abruptly darkened, and bolts of lightning descended unexpectedly, infusing the Thunder Dragon with their power. The creature's form swelled significantly, its violet-black eyes radiating an unapproachable intensity. This was their most formidable strike. Qing channeled all the spiritual energy from her dantian into the body of the Thunder Dragon, while Shui Xian's entire essence transformed into this celestial thunder. A full-force assault. If they succeeded, they would live. If they failed, they would perish together with Zhou. Zhou, calm yet disdainful, felt a change in his expression for the first time, fear flickering in his eyes. Though he was not afraid, his cultivation was suppressed, rendering him capable of unleashing only a fraction of his strength. Cursed be this heavenly path. He frantically cast a protective shield upon himself, activating talismans and defensive artifacts. If these two were constrained, it would be disastrous. The array crackled with incessant flashes of lightning as Qing and Shui Xian, in a race against time, stuffed their mouths with medicinal pills, their gazes fixed at the center, hoping for death. Would it be that easy? The sound of crunching echoed as over 100 prayer beads disintegrated into powder and Shui Xian's complexion paled. With a roar, the thunder dragon and the soul-locking chain crashed down upon Qing. As the thunder dissipated, Zhou reappeared, unscathed. Chapter 52, Divine Retribution. Flee. The two synchronized their retreat from the formation, and Shui Xian produced a spiritual vessel, once again fleeing for their lives. Zhou and the array did not pursue immediately. He observed, though outwardly intact, he had sustained internal injuries, his blood surged, and his countenance twisted with rage. He vowed to reduce the two insignificant insects to ashes. Taking a medicinal pill from a bottle, Zhou lifted his gaze. Though the thunder and lightning had ceased, the oppressive dark clouds loomed overhead, as if the very heavens were exerting pressure upon him, stirring a sense of agitation within. He resolved to act swiftly. With a sudden movement, he tore through the fabric of space in pursuit. Simultaneously, he reflected on the evident disorder of the mortal realm, which paled in comparison to the strict hierarchy of the celestial domain. In the celestial realm, such a rift in space would have been unimaginable. What shall we do? Qing inquired loudly of Shui Xian. A tempest of fury surged within Shui Xian's eyes. We cannot leave any survivors. Without a mere 2 pennies of retribution, would he dare to act so recklessly? Qing harbored an unspeakable secret. Did that mean he was no longer a celestial being? He could not outmatch them. Yet who was to say that the heavenly order would not lend him aid? Casting a glance backward, he noted the sun shining brightly above, while a vast expanse of dark clouds approached ominously from afar. A subtle, chilling smile curved at the corners of his lips as he turned to Qing and declared, "Let us split up." Where others might ponder the implications, Qing, without a moment's hesitation, retorted, "You shall not escape me." She continued resolutely, "Even if it costs me my life, I will not let you go." A surge of frustration coursed through Shui Xian, his teeth grinding in vexation, as he listened to her insistence. "If I perish, the Buddhist sect shall not spare you." Shui Xian felt an urge to laugh, saying, "You are hindering my performance." It was not an excuse. The secret technique he wielded blurred the lines between friend and foe, and he had no desire for Qing to perish by his hand. Upon hearing this, Qing became even more determined to remain by his side. Moreover, if they could not defeat Zhou together, what could Shui Xian accomplish alone? She hastily stuffed a medicinal pill into her mouth, urging him to replenish his spiritual energy as well. This enmity had reached a fatal peak. If Zhou remained alive, both of them would surely meet their doom. Yet, in Shui Xian's heart, a resolute decision had formed, and with a sudden surge, he collided fiercely with Qing. With a swift evasion, Qing so exclaimed, "Ha! I knew it." The monk's ploy was to feign an attempt to force her away. Yet he surreptitiously cast an invisible net in the very direction she leaped, ensnaring her effortlessly. The net, heavy as lead, accelerated her descent. He turned to face the approaching Zhou, soaring through the air while his palm danced, emitting tendrils of dark energy from his fingertips, gradually coalescing into an indistinct form. "Oh, you finally come to your senses," she thought. "This is bad. He is succumbing to darkness." Jianbu observed keenly and hastily informed Qing. Qing cursed under her breath. "Wakingsi, tear this wretched net apart." Yet, the material of the net remained a mystery, impervious to her brute force. Even Baikus failed to sever it. Nevertheless, she had Wakingsi to rely on. Hadn't Shui Xian claimed that she was now stronger? It was the perfect opportunity for Wakingsi to shine. A slender thread coiled around Qing, making contact with the invisible net, exclaiming joyfully, "Devour it! Devour it!" At such a critical moment, it sought to feast. Qing was exasperated. "Hurry and free me." Swish, swish, swish. More Wakingsi surged forth, perfectly enveloping the intangible net, sealing every seam, and opened wide to bite down. "Can't you at least create an opening to let me out?" She had unwittingly chosen an utterly uncooperative trinket. Qing was on the verge of despair. "Then just eat already." Wakingsi replied, "What a capricious woman you are." As she continued to plummet, the diminishing shadows above did not obscure her vision. She saw that Shui Xian had been completely consumed by darkness. The literal interpretation reveals a dense, inky darkness enveloping his form, complemented by the swiftly darkening clouds above, reminiscent of a demon's emergence. She observed as the rapidly approaching Zhou abruptly halted, maintaining a respectful distance. Then, she perceived Zhou uttering something, followed by the unsheathing of a gleaming silver sword. With a thud, Qing was cast to the ground, bouncing several times before rolling into a puddle of mud. It seemed that a prolonged downpour had just occurred, leaving the surroundings in a state of mire. Qing lifted her face from the muck, spitting repeatedly. The silk fabric failed to comprehend that this net merely restricted her mobility without impeding her spiritual energy. She could easily evade it or conjure a protective barrier. Speaking of which, where was her barrier? Qing spat once more. It was destroyed during Zhou's explosive outburst. As this thought crossed her mind, a rush of sound filled the air, and blue-violet dragon scales enveloped Qing's entire being. A large dragon head nestled beside hers. Chains of soul binding adorned her waist and arms. The sun was entirely obscured, and a terrifying pressure swept outward, accompanied by the faint cries of animals. Birds trembled and ascended, only to plummet in fear. In an instant, the world fell into an eerie silence, save for the rumble of thunder from above. Finally, the unrelenting threads took their last bite, and the invisible net restraining Qing vanished abruptly. With a swift motion, she sprang up, gazing skyward. With a splash, Qing knelt, arms outstretched toward the heavens. Heaven, my father. She then struck the ground forcefully. Earth, my mother. The silk fabric gasped in astonishment, questioning whether this was possession by a spirit or a charlatanesque trickery. Bang, 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 once again 3 heads. Lifting her gaze, her forehead was stained a deep crimson. Qing, with a fierce and ruthless glare directed at the heavens, inflicted harsh torment upon her forehead wound with her right palm, pressing it heavily into the earth as if to engrave a certain promise. Today, vengeance shall be enacted in the name of heaven. Vengeance. Vengeance. The silken fabric, startled by Qing's frenzied performance to the brink of losing its wits, shuddered at the utterance of these 2 words. Enacting vengeance in heaven? How could that be? She had never been taught this. Qing propped herself on her right arm, lifting her right knee, followed by the left, and then she slowly rose, leaving a deep, bloodied handprint on the ground before her. She raised her right hand and shouted, "Thunder, come forth." Qing gradually took to the air. Her dantian was in turmoil. Within it a small phantom of a thunder dragon spiraled. A diminutive primordial infant commanding the spiritual energy within the dantian to swirl in harmony with the dragon's image. As the dragon image rotated, torrents of golden fire spiritual energy surged into the vortex, while the thunderous energy surrounding Qing continued unabated. The silken fabric could not help but ponder, how is it that golden fire is transformed into thunderous energy? Has the thunder dragon resided in the dantian for too long? Chapter 53, Madness. Qing soared toward the direction of Waterheart, her speed not overly swift. She was gambling, employing her whimsical thoughts to counter the will of the Smalley realm. She wished to wager that if the heavenly laws could actively reveal the ancient palace city back then, it would not remain indifferent today. She vowed an oath to the heavens and the earth, binding herself and the Smalley realm together. If it were to succeed, a searing pain blossomed in the palm of her right hand, something slowly taking shape, immense agony radiating throughout her body, as if she were numb to it all. Too slow, far too slow, her body lacked resilience, and the thunderous energy was insufficient. Her eyes remained fixated above, gazing at the swirling dark mist. Waterheart and Silver Sword engaged in a fierce clash, their battle a chaotic dance. Waterheart had grown stronger, rendering Zhou unable to evade his relentless assaults. Leaving her with no choice but to entangle herself in combat, she cast her gaze upward, where myriad bolts of thunder twisted and struck both Waterheart and Zhou alike. Both fighters, oblivious to the tempest above, remained engrossed in their struggle. A smirk crept onto her lips as she let out a low growl, her speed surging dramatically. The silken fabric shrieked, "What are you doing?" Qing charged into the thick clouds, vanishing instantaneously amidst the electric storm. Preoccupied with battle, Waterheart remained unaware. He had invoked a forbidden technique, fixating solely on Zhou as his adversary. After vanquishing her, he would turn to eliminate any remaining life, unless the forbidden technique was lifted. Meanwhile, Zhou sensed a flicker of unease as she beheld Qing plunging into the storm. However, the maddened monk lunged at her once more, compelling her to focus on the immediate threat, and that fleeting anxiety dissipated. Surely, there could not be another wielder of forbidden arts. Within the cloud, Qing's every nerve was tormented by the lightning. She clenched her jaw, a low growl escaping her lips. "In the name of heaven, I shall execute judgment." Almost there. Halfway done, just 3 strokes remaining, 2, 1. Soul energy coalesced with the lightning in her palm, forming a rune. her consciousness half-drenched in the void. Suddenly, she flipped downward, her right fist aimed at Zhou. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhou caught sight of a figure wreathed in lightning charging towards him. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, but the dark figure split into three, simultaneously encircling him. Alarmed, he struck out with three swift palms. Yet, the three forms absorbed the blows without losing momentum, closing in relentlessly. Just as he prepared to retaliate, the three dark figures abruptly flashed and reappeared before him, locking him in place. Had he traversed through space? How could that be possible? Zhou was taken aback, yet the fist above him had already descended. He witnessed the iron-hard fist suddenly unfurling, transforming into a palm that gently rested upon his slightly raised forehead. Through the hand, his eyes narrowed as he beheld the female cultivator, her body adorned with dragon scales. She was drenched in blood, with her cheeks also bearing glistening, bloodied scales. The areas devoid of scales were charred and raw, with blood streaming from the corners of her eyes, nostrils, and the edges of her mouth, painting a gruesome picture. However, none of this could diminish the radiant smile gracing her face. What was she smiling about? Did she feel no pain from her injuries? Why was she smiling? Qing laughed silently, her heart brimming with satisfaction, tears of joy streaming down her face, washing away the blood at the corners of her eyes. Her lips moved, though no sound escaped, yet Zhou discerned the shape of her words. Was she uttering exterminate? Exterminate whom? Herself? How could that be? Zhou found it absurd. He was an immortal, a being of the upper echelons of the spiritual realm. How could he possibly be defeated by a mere cultivator? The reality should have been that two insignificant insects were crushed within his grasp. In his dreamlike state, Zhou departed this world with a smile, his soul scattering like sand along with his corporeal form. Thus, in his final moments, he was enveloped in the warmth of his delightful fantasies. There would be no reincarnation, no possession, and consequently, no opportunity to confront the harshness of reality. It could be deemed a fortunate end. Qing felt as though she had died. The notion of avenging the heavens sounded grand, yet the price was her own demise. Of course, she did not perish, but she was close enough. She wished to succumb to unconsciousness, yet the ordeal was not yet over. Beside her stood a mad, dying monk. At the moment she beheld the swirling black mist of Waterheart, a notion had already formed in her mind. As fate would have it, she possessed a means to resolve this dilemma. Thus, after successfully executing her plan, as Zhou transformed into sand sculptures and began to disperse from the head downward. Before Waterheart could cast her gaze in her direction, she extended her left hand and casually pressed it against the nearest dark visage. Indeed, these three entities appeared to be interconnected. Even if she pressed incorrectly, she could simply do so a couple more times. A delightful flicker of flame darted forth. The trio coalesced into one, clutching its head. Qing, still dazed, instinctively descended, her left hand outstretched, and a massive piece of thick cloth erupted, capturing every grain of sand, along with the other substances mingled therein. She held on, awaiting the outcome, as the ominous clouds above dissipated swiftly, sunlight once again cascading down. The fabric, laden with sand, began to rustle gently, while the nearby dark mist dissolved in the light, revealing a pale-skinned monk exclaiming in dismay. Suddenly, the world blackened, and she lost consciousness. Waterheart promptly caught her, tightening the fabric and releasing another spiritual vessel. The previous one had been hurled like a bomb when Zhou had approached. Assessing the injuries, she found both their physical strength and spiritual energy utterly depleted. Waterheart faced a similar plight, resorting to administering medicinal pills to both of them while they awaited the restoration of their bodies. Qing slumbered for several days and nights, awakening heavily to discover they remained in the same spot. Outside the spiritual vessel, Waterheart had his back turned to her, having kindled numerous pots on the ground, each containing a different variety of mushrooms, feeding one a rabbit-like mushroom. Qing's eyelid twitched in disbelief. This monk was testing poison on living creatures. "You're awake," Waterheart remarked, turning to her. Qing let out a piercing scream. "Ghost." Shui Xian pointed at his own face, which was obscured by blisters. "Can you guess who did this to me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qing replied, "It certainly wasn't me." Shui Xian retorted, "To have your face mangled like this and still deny it. How utterly deranged." Qing pondered for a moment and thought it might be best to let Zhou become a missing person. After all, how could she and Shui Xian possibly possess the ability to slay an immortal? She mused, "Do you think Zhou's sect will witness the final moments of his demise?" Qing had no idea, but she felt certain they would not, especially since she had harnessed the powers of heaven and earth. Ah, it is remarkable that such an event could come to fruition. One must commend her parents for their support. Of course, it also indicated her astute understanding of those in power. She declared, regardless, it matters not. As long as no one from the Shaoli realm can enter, we can simply choose not to leave. Chapter 54. Embracing despair, feeling utterly limp, her bones devoid of strength, and her spirit weary, Qing found herself yawning incessantly after exchanging only a few words. Covering her mouth, she lamented, I can't take it anymore. I fear I shall starve to death. Shui Xen leisurely approached with a bowl brimming with mushrooms, the ends of his chopsticks pointing toward her. Eat some. Qing gazed at the bluish hue of the contents in the bowl, remaining silent. The rabbit hasn't perished, she remarked. Do you have no conscience? Qing questioned. Shui Xen replied. Do you think I can't identify poisonous mushrooms? I merely used the rabbit to test the flavor. It relishes such delicacies. He extended the chopsticks toward her. Qing responded, So? Are you suggesting that my taste aligns with that of a rabbit? You eat it, she insisted. Shueishin cast a sideways glance at her, deftly turning her wrist to pick up a piece of food, which she chewed with fervor. Within mere seconds, her face, once marred by water blisters, transformed into a vivid green hue, extending down to her neck. Qing erupted into laughter, his mirth punctuated by gasps as he exclaimed, You fool! The rabbits you caught are naturally capable of consuming small amounts of toxins. They are inherently resistant to poison. Otherwise, why would the emperor task eunuchs with poison testing instead of rabbits? Shueishin rolled her eyes in exasperation, swallowing the mushroom. If rabbits can survive the poison, how could it possibly harm me? Qing was rendered speechless. Shueishin continued, You can choose for yourself. After all, the rabbits remain unharmed. If worst comes to worst, I have antidotes here. Otherwise, you may as well get up and cook. Reluctantly conceding, she found herself devoid of energy, her gaze landing on a pot of milky broth, which Shueishin had to feed her. You didn't add any salt? She queried. Shueishin replied, What do you expect me to bring those things for? He doesn't know how to cook. Qing silently consumed a bowl of the milky soup, only to hear his stomach gurgling for what felt like an eternity. Shueishin, selecting 2 items for herself, marveled, how can everything be poisonous? The blisters on his face had morphed into a colorful array, resembling an eerie palette. Qing surveyed their surroundings. This area receives ample rainfall, and its low topography makes it conducive to the proliferation of toxic gases. No sooner had he spoken than raindrops began to fall from the heavens. The 2 remained still, one in the boat and the other outside, neither making a move. A cultivator would not perish from a mere rainstorm, and there was little shelter to be found nearby. They decided to endure the downpour, waiting for it to subside. As they lingered in this state, the rain intensified as night fell, yet neither stirred. The silk cloth, growing increasingly frantic, exclaimed, What are you 2 competing over? Is it truly so difficult to gather stones and create a rain barrier? Qing languidly expressed her reluctance to move. Upon hearing her words, Wanbu found it difficult to become angry. After all, Qing's prowess in wielding the forces of heaven and earth was no trivial matter. Were the powers of the universe so easily harnessed? At that moment, her disinclination to act stemmed from her own need for restoration, her spirit weary and depleted. Wanbu remarked, You do not wish to move, and neither does he. It seems his injuries are no less severe than yours. Qing merely hummed in response. Shui Xen turned to her, inquiring, What are you humming about? Qing replied, The rain feels rather pleasant. Her body was exhausted, and she felt as if her skin was cracking, making the rain an ideal source of hydration. Shui Xen, catching rainwater to wash her face, lamented, When will my face be restored? Qing shrugged. How should I know? Unable to contain herself, Shui Xen revealed, I have tried various spirit elixirs and ointments, but none have worked. A moment of surprise crossed Qing's face before she speculated that perhaps the intense heat of the sun was to blame, saying, Well, perhaps it is not all bad. Shui Xen fell silent, recalling the first time he had been called a ghost. He touched his face, lamenting, It is all over my body. Qing inquired, Is it itchy? Noticing the white blisters all over his head, neck, and hands. It was no wonder he had been called a ghost. The essence of the sun was indeed formidable, igniting a fierce heat. Perhaps she should brew him a cooling tea? It is not itchy, but I fear for my appearance, he replied. Qing chose to ignore him, her gaze lost in the rhythmic patter of raindrops on the spirit vessel. Shui Xen, too, was lost in thought. He had employed forbidden techniques, and his spiritual energy had been drained even more than Qing's. The subsequent scorching from the sun left him feeling as though his mind had been singed. further diminishing his motivation. Neither of them asked the other any questions, content to remain in their shared silence. A night has passed, and the area where they reside is a continuous expanse of puddles, with the rain still unceasing. Qing playfully chides him, "At least take the pot away." The mushroom soup within the pot has overflowed, mingling with the rainwater. Waterheart replies, "There is no one to snatch it away." So be it. Another day and night of rain, and the two indolent souls remain utterly motionless. Zhuanbu can hardly restrain the urge to call Baiwen to whisk them aside. Yet she holds back, curious to see just how lazy they can be. Both are submerged in water, one inside a canoe and the other outside. One sitting and the other half reclining, their faces as still as if in death, occasionally stirring a leg to splash water, merely to affirm their existence. Zhuanbu senses they might be engaged in a contest of patience. Qing retorts, "No, we are competing in lethargy." Fortunately, the rain finally ceases, and the accumulated water on the ground gradually recedes, absorbed by the earth. As it dries, countless mushrooms emerge, vying for space. And one large cluster raises the canoe at one end. Qing, lying with her head at the foot of the canoe, does not bother to adjust her position. How lazy! So exceedingly lazy that she cannot even be bothered to remove the water from the canoe, relying solely on the sun's warmth. Qing declares, "As long as it doesn't submerge my nose, I absolutely refuse to move." This state of doing nothing is a sensation she hasn't experienced in quite some time. Her mind is blank, devoid of thoughts, and that feeling is profoundly soothing. She even contemplates digging a hole to bury herself. Another day passes, and the damp environment encourages the surrounding mushrooms to proliferate and grow larger. Footsteps echo from afar, and only as they draw near do the two languidly turn their heads to glance. Alas, before they can fully discern the visitor, the figure dashes away in a flash. Qing felt that something was amiss. She turned to Shui Xian and said, "You scared him away." Shui Xian scoffed, her gaze drifting across Qing's face, remaining silent. A sense of unease washed over Qing, prompting her to hastily retrieve a mirror and glance within. She nearly gasped for breath. "Why didn't you tell me?" she exclaimed in exasperation. The reflection revealed her visage, marred by a multitude of blood scabs, intricately arranged in tight clusters, rendering her countenance almost unrecognizable. Goodness! A creature of blisters and another of blood scabs. That poor child. One can only hope they are not left with psychological scars. Why flee? Does he not consider that we might be the venerable predecessors? Does he not yearn for fortune? After a brief moment of anger, Qing chose to embrace her current state. It was merely a mark of dragon scales. After all, no one was there to witness her plight. And even if they were, they would not recognize her. So be it. Once she decided to let go, life seemed to expand before her. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Were they calling for someone? Were they planning to capture them? A group approached, halting several meters away. "Auntie." A surprised voice rang out. Qing's skin prickled, the area of her blood scabs warming with embarrassment. Auntie, a title uniquely hers in the realm of cultivation. Which unfortunate little wretch uttered that? Shibai hurried over, pausing before the spirit vessel. "Uncle Shui Xian?" The uncertainty in his tone contrasted sharply with the previous confident address of Auntie. After all, Shui Xian's exquisite beauty had been completely concealed. Qing chuckled. He was far worse off. Chapter 55, A Gathering of Voices. Thus, the two were saved. Shibai was a scion of a wealthy family, accompanied by a multitude of attendants during his outings. Immediately, four men with soft cloths lifted the lavishly dressed individuals onto their small ornate boat. The fragrant aroma of food wafted through the intricately carved vessel, and upon boarding, both men's stomachs rumbled in unison. Unashamed, they reveled in the indulgence, showcasing their thick skins. Without needing any command from Shibai, his subordinates busied themselves with preparations. Qing, who held a particular fondness for Shibai, relished in his chatter, preferring to listen rather than speak herself. Shibai could effortlessly engage in conversation for an extended period. Lin Shu, being taciturn, provided a perfect counterbalance. Thus, she inquired, "How has Lin Shu been lately?" Shibai's expression soured as a laden round table was brought forth by his attendants. He had observed the fatigue etched on the faces of the two women and deemed it unnecessary to involve others in their care. He seated himself centrally, feeding one with his left hand and the other with his right. However, Shui Xian promptly intervened, saying, "No need, just attend to your aunt. Take your time and eat at your own pace." Recognizing he could manage on his own, Shibai focused on feeding Qing, who, unbothered by the situation, savored the meal. Once he had composed himself, he declared. Lin Shu is doing quite well. Upon uttering the words quite well, a bitter taste escaped his lips as he continued. She has been confined by her master, who insists she must break through to the spirit immortal realm. Hu Qing nearly choked at this revelation and asked, has Lin Shu achieved the golden core breakthrough? Shi Baijiu shook his head. Understanding dawned upon her. Lin Shu's master was evidently wary of Shi Baijiu's influence. Hu Qing could empathize with Junbo's feelings, yet she also acknowledged the young man's commendable qualities, which had once led her to consider him as a potential match for Hunwan. After a moment of contemplation, she mused, that makes sense. The present is vastly different from the past. The realm of Shaoli is transformed into a celestial domain. Judging by the achievements of the immortals, it is imperative for couples to attain the status of spiritual immortals before they can wed. Given your qualifications, discussing the prospects of becoming Earth immortals may not be too far-fetched. Auntie, Shibayazu's lamentations are both pitiable and exasperating. Earth immortals? That would be several millennia away. Hu Qing remarked that having children too early is detrimental for young women. Instantly, Shibayazu's face flushed crimson, his embarrassment palpable. Yet, he quickly retorted, but Andy, didn't you also have one at a young age? Hu Qing gazed at him gently and replied, indeed, but that man passed away quite early. Shibayazu shivered at her words, sighing deeply, yet he did not neglect to attend to Hu Qing's needs. Hu Qing reflected on the thoughtful and considerate young man, lamenting that he and Hunwan were not destined to be together. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired, your family, the Shi clan, must be a prominent lineage, correct? The culinary delights of the celestial realm all bear the name Shi, which suggests a connection. Yes, indeed. Our Shi clan has existed for a considerable time. Shibayazu tilted his head in contemplation. For a very long time, though I cannot specify how long. Our family tree is housed in a grand hall, though I have not examined it closely. Hu Qing continued. So, do you follow the path of culinary enlightenment? Shibayazu shook his head. It is said that our ancestors did, but the lineage has since been lost. Nevertheless, we still take pride in the culinary path and use it to aid our cultivation and understanding. Hu Qing pondered, sensing that the Shi clan must have existed in the realm of Shaoli, perhaps even in the celestial realm. One wonders if culinary delights were present at that time. Such reflections indeed render the Shi clan worthy of being called an ancient lineage. Auntie, could you possibly ask Master Jumbo to speak on my behalf? Lin Shu may be in seclusion, but once she emerges, she ought to be able to grant me an audience. The poor child, feeling utterly helpless, resorted to coaxing her. If I were to speak on your behalf, it would only bring you misfortune. Hu Qing stated solemnly, trust your aunt. You must endure the hardships bestowed by your father-in-law. If he offers you 10 parts, you must consume 12. Any assistance rendered would only serve to hinder you, when he himself feels embarrassed. Or if Lin Shu can no longer bear to watch, alas, what parent has ever triumphed over a child? The heart of a mother suddenly felt the weight of the world, especially as she witnessed the once young and vigorous Zhu Zhengchong stumbling upon the secret to harvesting cabbage. In that moment, she realized that perhaps it was not so bad for Hunwan to feel diminished. The days of separation in life seemed to recede further away. She patted Shi Baijiu's shoulder with great emphasis. If I were Junbo, you might not live to see another day. Shi Baijiu replied, Aunt, if in the future I have a daughter, I too would find it hard to part with her when the time comes for her to marry. His words resonated with an understanding that was tinged with a subtle heartache and envy, even drawing the attention of Shui Exin, who was engrossed in his meal. This lad is quite perceptive, though he may be thinking a bit too far ahead. After all, Shi Baijiu is still a youth, and he had not considered sending a message to the Chaohua clan. Yet, he was indeed in contact with his good friends. He turned to Jean Xin and the others to relay the news. I have encountered Aunt and Uncle Shui Xin. Uncle Shui Xin has been disfigured. This was monumental news. Who does not know that Uncle Shui Xin is the most beautiful person in the world, and he has always taken pride in his looks? To suddenly lose his beauty must be a great sorrow for him. Hunwan hurried to console him. You are the most beautiful uncle in my heart. The unexpected compliment left Shui Xin momentarily stunned, but he quickly understood and remarked to Hu Qing, a group of children has developed 2 groups of mouths. What methods does Hu Qing possess? Upon their first meeting, Shi Baijiu made it abundantly clear. Everyone is aware that those children are within the Buddhist realm. The notion of secrecy is utterly inconceivable to them. Hunwan stammered. We had previously arranged to pay a visit. It turns out they had scheduled numerous occasions. Yet each time they failed to articulate their intentions. Well, when Shi Baijiu comes to escort us, we shall venture to Changji Gate for some amusement. Shi Baijiu, being quite the rogue, sought to meet Lin Shu despite Junbo's prohibitions, even enlisting a group of friends for the purpose. When confronted, Junbo still forbade him from seeing her. Shui Xian interjected, "It is not permitted. You cannot meet anyone at this moment." Hunwan retorted, "The master has already achieved the ageless technique, which grants us the freedom to go wherever we desire." Shui Xian expressed astonishment. Has the deception been successful? Shui Xian contemplated that the monks genuinely hold affection for these children, even resorting to presenting incomplete skills to pacify them. He informed Qing, who inquired, "Why did she not come to me directly?" Shui Xian shrugged. "What do you think?" Qing, vexed, replied, "I might as well be a mother tiger." Chapter 56. Torment. In recent days, the hearts of those in the Chaohua sect, privy to the truth, felt as if they were lodged in their throats. Yu Luyan gritted his teeth, adamantly opposing the search for Qing. The primary reason being that there was no place to conduct the search, which left many bewildered and frustrated. Countless times, Qin Yang had rushed to him, eager to assert the necessity of finding either the living or the deceased, deeming it ill-fated, and simply glared at him. Even his 5 disciples were perplexed. When Chuan remarked, "I am well aware that my junior uncle possesses great abilities. Our search would be futile. However, it is better to seek than to remain anxious at home." Yingning questioned, "Why can't we inform Master Chanming?" Without revealing to Hunwan her understanding. Why then can't he tell the father of his junior disciple? Yu Liui's heart was also torn in a tumultuous manner, yet the more unsettled he felt internally, the more composed he appeared outwardly. He urged his disciples to continue their cultivation. The spiritual energy is becoming increasingly abundant. You are on the verge of breakthroughs. Do not squander your time here. If I cannot protect your junior disciple, what can you possibly achieve with your meager skills? I still hope you can safeguard the younger disciples below. With such a heavy burden weighing upon them, the 5 disciples fell silent, resigning themselves to diligent practice. Yu Liui communicated with his venerable ancestors. Qing will surely be fine. Huh, who believes you? Yu Liui sighed in resignation. Ahem, since that day, both Master Muyu and Master Wen Yuan have sought me out. Although they did not articulate anything, their attitude towards me has improved significantly. The ancestors were taken aback. Are you implying the direct reference to Zhe Lu indicated that, in Yu Liui's presence, the relationship between Chaohua sect and Zhe Lu had become irreconcilable? The ancestors did not voice any objections, evidently sharing this sentiment. On that day, Qing's shout had torn down the last veil between the 2 parties. Some of the other ancestors had severed ties by offering gifts, while others sought to promote the disciples of Chaohua sect. However, their stances were clear. On one hand, they wished to terminate any karmic connection with Chaohua sect, and on the other, they aspired to forge future benevolent ties. All were acting in their own interests. The group nodded in agreement. Yu Liui chuckled softly. Thus, they do not regard me, a mere nascent soul, at all. The expressions of the gathered individuals darkened. Regardless of his stature, he was still their sect leader. Shortly after that incident, within just a few days, the esteemed immortal Muyu and immortal Wen Yuan made their appearances in succession. Although their inquiries were merely about my future intentions, I could discern a hint of courtesy in their demeanor. Yu Liuya remarked, "Aside from the possibility of hitting a wall with Zhe Lu, I can think of no other explanation. It is only those of their kind, even the stronger among them, who would exhibit such humility after encountering setbacks." His words carried a certain weight of truth, leading the others to turn their gazes toward Qin Yang. "You have been divining daily. Have you gleaned nothing from your efforts?" Silence enveloped the group. The reality aligned closely with Yu Liuya's conjecture. Later, Qing and Shui Xian attracted Zhe Lu's attention, merely stirring a flicker of curiosity among the onlookers, who admired the audacity of these 2, daring enough to provoke an immortal. As for Zhe Lu's whereabouts, while others struggled to track him, they managed to do so. Yet, at that moment, they were convinced that, given Zhe Lu's temperament, he would likely resort to lethal measures once outside the confines of the Chaohua sect. This indeed proved to be the case, but contrary to their expectations, those 2 disciples dared to counterattack Zhe Lu and successfully escaped, seemingly leaving him at a disadvantage. This development piqued their interest. Consequently, the duo stealthily made their way in that direction, still not believing that the 2 had any chance of survival. It was only when their divine senses abruptly lost connection that they witnessed the male disciple confronting Zhe Lu alone. What transpired thereafter? They were eager to rush over, only to find themselves unable to tear through the fabric of space. In that moment, they abandoned their spatial teleportation and flew at the utmost speed, aware that, Even with their celestial powers, they would merely be delayed for a brief interval. Yet in that brief moment, they found themselves unable to approach, immobilized by an overwhelming force that instilled dread within them. They sensed an aura of intimidation. To venture closer meant death. The name Jalou was undoubtedly ill-fated. Why must he choose such a name? Jalou, Jalou. So be it, he is doomed. One might ponder what his original name was. Prior to ascension, they had been strangers, and after, their relationship had hardly flourished. Perhaps it was best to let it go, though a twinge of sorrow lingered within. The Xiaoli realm was certainly not a place for outsiders to act with impunity. This realm had yet to fully align with the celestial order, and its imposing presence was already manifest. Indeed, neither of them attributed Jalou's fate to Qing and Shui Xian. They merely believed it was Jalou's carelessness in transgressing the rules that had summoned the wrath of heaven. Alternatively, he might have fallen victim to a celestial being of greater strength. Regardless of the scenario, both came to understand that the Chaohua sect should not be taken lightly. Jalou's demise served as a stark warning, compelling them to reflect deeply. Thus, they greeted Yu Lui with warmth, exhausted yet relieved. The lethargy within him lingered, but his face bore a semblance of recovery. Qing, seated comfortably, smiled brightly. "Senior brother, senior sister, I nearly thought I would never see you again." Yu Lui replied, "Let us discuss matters inside." He then turned to Shi Boizhou with a congenial demeanor. "Young Master Shi, thank you. Please, everyone, come within." Shi Boizhou, anxious at heart, understood that he and Lin Shu were destined to become partners, and since Hinwan was Lin Shu's close friend, the Chaohua sect felt like family. With kinship comes familiarity, and he spoke candidly. Yu Lui paused, sensing the weight of Shi's words. "To Changji Gate? This appears to be a diplomatic engagement between two sects. Yet as the sect leader, I find myself in the dark. Oh, but it seems that Hunwan and the others are currently unfit to venture outside." Chapter 57. Pretending to be deaf and blind, Qing languidly waved her paw while reclining on a soft chair. "Senior brother, let them go." She then added with a hint of jealousy, "I was unaware of it in advance as well." Nevertheless, Xiao Yu and the others are accompanying them. Yu Luyan understood. It was yet again those young ones taking matters into their own hands. He could not help but glare at Qing, questioning her lack of concern in light of recent events. Qing feigned indifference, expressing that she could not intervene, having barely entered the gates of the Chaohua sect. Shi Boizhou hurriedly departed, needing to inform his esteemed father-in-law how delightful it is to grow up together. Two soft chairs were carried into the main hall by disciples, while Qing was surrounded by the chorus of auntie, 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 which both delighted and annoyed her. She rummaged through her belongings, searching for trinkets to distribute as gifts along the way. On the other hand, Shui Xian's side was notably quieter, as his disciples kept their lips tightly sealed, refraining from speech. Good heavens, so many white bubbles. This must be Hunwan's uncle. He cannot be mistaken. Shui Xian felt numb, perplexed as to why such simple bubbles took so long to heal. Now, with so many witnesses to her less than flattering appearance, she felt utterly overwhelmed. Upon entering the grand hall, Yu Luin began to usher people out, leaving behind a throng of reluctant disciples and Qing. "Andy, should anything occur, just call out loudly. Even if we cannot be of assistance, we can still lend our support." Qing felt a swell of emotion. "Auntie will remember that. If you all cultivate diligently, Auntie will await your backing." With spirits high, everyone exited, while Yu Luyan felt a sense of being overlooked. The remaining nascent soul masters exchanged knowing glances before stepping outside, leaving only Qing Shui, Xin Yu Lui, and the ancestors of the unified deity behind in the hall. Each individual promptly unleashed their powers, and brilliant flashes of light filled the air as they cast multiple layers of barriers around the grand chamber. Yulia also activated a grand formation. Despite the over 100 layers of barriers, their hearts remained uneasy. Who could say whether it would truly prevent celestial beings from eavesdropping? Qing remarked, "Shall we not cast a curse? Whoever dares to spy will be marked with needle eyes." Needle eyes, a strikingly evident characteristic, unmistakably revealing the identity of any intruder. Qin Yang interjected, "Enough with the trivialities. Let us hear your account." Xinyu raised a hand. "Wait, allow me to check for any intruders. We must ensure no one has slipped in." The others responded, "Surely, celestial beings would not stoop so low." After a thorough examination, they found no one. He had also set up a formation. Now they were secure. Outside, hidden within the spatial rifts, a voice murmured, "Is this truly a thief deterrent? Ah, indeed. I can no longer eavesdrop. Waterheart spoke up before Qing could interject. We were gravely injured by Julio midway and nearly lost our lives. We are unaware of what transpired afterward. We awoke lying in the wilderness. Qing fell silent, nodding slightly. Yulia queried, do you think I believe you? Whether I do or not is inconsequential. What matters is, junior sister, do you believe Julio still lives? Qing glanced at Waterheart. I know nothing at all. Waterheart nodded in agreement. How could we possibly know? The group murmured, very well. We shall accept your words as truth. One cannot help but acknowledge the tolerance exhibited by the elders of Chaohua sect towards their own, often leaning towards biased belief. However, Shui Xin produced a large bundle, made of ordinary cloth, a common material for treasure garments. He tossed it onto the ground, untied the knots, and spread out the corners. Shui Xin gestured to Qing, who cleared her throat and began. Well, it seems that Elder Zhilu still holds a fondness for the sect, having left behind some mementos. The onlookers silently observed the so-called mementos, and it was evident that mere hearsay and blind faith would not suffice. They would have to blind their eyes to deceive their own conscience. Was it not peculiar that someone as upright as Chan Ming would accept such a daughter? Perhaps due to their shared penchant for unruliness? Senior brother, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and see what's inside, urged the impatient Yuluyan, who reluctantly gazed at the mound of fine sand for a considerable time before seeking the approval of the elders. Is it appropriate for someone of my junior status to disturb the ashes? The elders responded, who among us is not a junior of Zhilu? You are the youngest, it is your turn. Yu Luyan, with a sense of resignation, conjured a small tree on the spot, twisting and folding it into 2 long chopsticks, which he then used to stir the sand. Qing widened her eyes in alarm, fearing that the wrath of heaven would leave Zhilu with nothing. Fortunately, while the person was gone, the garments had vanished, and the sword was lost. A few celestial artifacts remained. These few items were all storage devices, including a spirit pet ring. Having been rendered ownerless, Yuluyan examined them closely, his consciousness flowing and unobstructed. He then released all the contents, which spilled out and filled the entire great hall. One could not deny the richness of a celestial being's accumulation. While perhaps not valuable in the celestial realm, they were treasures to cultivators. Yet, the crowd found themselves speechless, fixated on the 2 enormous skeletons at the center. Thus, this is the spirit companion of Zhilu, a formidable beast and a fierce bird. With Zhilu's demise, they too have perished, leaving behind only bones in a mere span of time. The enormity of their skeletal remains suggests the grandeur they once possessed in life. Perhaps they had the potential to transform into human forms? The mere thought of this unsettles Qing slightly. Her aversion to the master-servant contract stems from a profound repulsion towards the notion of wielding complete dominion over another's life. Such power is an addictive poison, where one party's absolute authority is accompanied by the other's utter despair. She believes that this sensation could corrupt the virtuous and endanger the wicked. Well, perhaps she could consult Wan Bu and Xian Yao to see if the bond could be severed. After all, she wishes for their continued survival even in her absence. Yu Luya remarked, there are other shattered bones, likely less formidable than these 2. An elder spoke calmly. Let us see if they can be forged into weapons or formations. If not, they should be wholly destroyed. Alchemical pursuits are futile, as no vitality remains. Shui Xian was the first to delve into the remains, picking up items to inspect, discarding them, then examining again. What are you doing? Someone inquired. Shui Xian replied, I am searching for anything unorthodox to eliminate. In our previous confrontation, I sensed some traces akin to demonic cultivation. A chill ran through the crowd. Qing internally scoffed, noting that while others may resemble demonic practitioners, Shui Xian had genuinely transformed into one. Upon Shui Xian's declaration, the group immediately collaborated, meticulously categorizing the vast array of items, scrutinizing even the smallest trinkets, sparing not even the spirit crystals or spirit stones. Oh no, this is bad, Qing exclaimed as she rummaged through books and similar items, suddenly crying out. The crowd turned in alarm, their gazes fixed upon her. With a heart full of sorrow, Qing lamented, had I known. I should have searched for the soul first. She covered her mouth. Shui Xian, wearing a look of disdain, remarked, you, with your loose lips, can keep nothing secret. The crowd, dulled into apathy, pondered whether they should feign deafness as well. Silently, they buried themselves in arduous labor, choosing to act as if they were indeed deaf. Yu Liuya, equally bemused, suggested, perhaps you should read more books. Suddenly, Qing recalled something. Oh right. The script of the celestial realm differs from ours. We must ensure the disciples within the sect learn it promptly. Yuliya regarded her with curiosity. Isn't there a comparative translation of the celestial script recorded in the ancient palace city? Haven't you studied it? Qing replied, silk cloth. Huh, you a slacker. Chapter 58, Pre-sale. In the ancient graveyard where the ancient palace city emerged, the walls were inscribed with the records of celestial script. It took considerable effort for everyone to decipher it, ultimately relying on the legacy of the founding master of the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion, Lu Ying, to translate it. At that time, various sects endured the hardships of differing scripts, translating and recording as they went, likely intending to provide each disciple with a copy. Qing possessed one as well, yet she had forgotten to study it. Indeed, she had been too busy. Where would she find the time? At this moment, it was rather awkward, right? You have been too busy, Yuliya clarified for her. Qing licked her teeth. Indeed, she was overwhelmed with tasks. Yuliya then said, you have worked hard. Let us see if there is an elixir to heal your wounds. Never mind. Qing waved her hand dismissively. Who knows what issues might arise? Anything ingested must be approached with utmost caution. I shall merely take some spirit stones and spirit crystals. If you have quality materials for refining weapons, do share some with me. By the way, let me take a look at your finest celestial weapon. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in weapon crafting. Senior brother, will this sect come looking for trouble? Yului remarked nonchalantly. We'll deal with it if it happens. Shui Xian approached, gleefully presenting several pieces of thunder spirit crystals. Yului promptly declared, consider them a gift. After all, Zhalu had once been a member of the Chaohua sect, and it was essential for him to publicly express his stance. Qi inquired, aren't there any gold spirit crystals or fire spirit crystals? I am attuned to thunder spirits, Shui Xian replied. Qi began to seethe with frustration, clearly possessing enough energy to be angry. I'll find some for you. Yului quickly interjected, feeling that the monk was quite inept in social matters. He then asked, when will your skin be healed? Shui Xian responded, my beauty is in the process of upgrading. Qi could no longer contain herself. Is there any sinister technique involved? Of course there is, kept separately in a box, to be collectively supervised for destruction later, Shui Xian affirmed. Qin Yang approached, presenting her with a small handheld object. Qi examined it closely. It felt heavy in her grasp, featuring a delicate surface and an unusual shape resembling an abstract beast, its dark body adorned with reddish-brown veins. Bringing it closer to her nose, she took a deep whiff. It resembles materials like gold and stone. Such resources are absent in the Shaoli realm. She concluded with certainty, though uncertain of its exact nature. Qin Yang remarked, you might find it useful. Take it with you. He then turned to Yului. Some books and jade slips should be noted and duplicated. As for certain materials regarding the immortal realm, once duplicated, they can be made accessible to the disciples. Yului nodded in agreement. Very well. I'll call upon you once everything is organized. Is Shui Xian coming along as well? Shui Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Of course I am. Am I not familiar with you all? Yuliya imparted a piece of advice. Should a stranger arrive at the door, promptly send word to me. Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Shall I summon a few disciples to attend to you? Qing hurriedly declined, asserting that she was not an ancient relic of 10,000 years. She insisted that only the two of them would suffice, nevertheless. When Chuan led his disciples to accompany them to the market, considering their frail and delicate appearances, Hizhua was already at the entrance, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Qing, a broad smile illuminated his face as he rushed over, exclaiming, Sister, my dear, this water bubble monk. Could he possibly be the handsome elder brother of his family? Shui Xian cast a chilling glance, leaving Hizhua breathless. It was over. The world's most beautiful had transformed into the world's most grotesque. When Chuan reassured, very well, little martial uncle, contact us immediately if anything arises. Presently, Qing possessed numerous means of communication, having become quite the esteemed figure. Upon entering the house, Hizhua chattered incessantly, ensuring the two were comfortably seated. He offered refreshments while sharing gossip, even showcasing a newly crafted artifact to Qing. Qing took hold of the hefty 3-pound golden base adorned with a floral crown, her head spinning in disbelief. You made this for me? I would never wear such a gaudy piece. Shui Xian tapped on the small table, saying, come over here. I am injured, and you do not care for me? Hizhua flashed a reassuring smile at Shui Xian before turning back to Qing. This is currently the most fashionable item. It is said to be favored by the fairies of the celestial realm. Ah, Qing replied. The fairies surely do not favor this design. With its golden embellishments and gemstones, it seems to scream of poverty, as if trying to convey that your family has nothing left but this. Of course, she had seen many celestial maidens who adored adornments and wore floral crowns. But theirs were considered masterpieces, whereas this one resembled a mere trinket, akin to a $9.09 bargain. Melt it down and remake it. Qing decisively instructed him to take paper, pen, and paint. I shall illustrate some designs. You can create them in your leisure and sell them in the shop. Very well, Huzhua replied, but suddenly recalled something. Sister, Wantong came looking for you while you were away. Wantong? The golden salesman? The mere thought of that tireless promoter, who worked harder at selling than at cultivation, made Qing's flesh shake. She inhaled sharply. What is he trying to sell me now? Caves. Qing, incredulous, responded, caves? I am the daughter of a formidable figure in the inner sect of Chaohua sect. And he dares to sell me caves? Huzhua leaned slightly forward. It's the caves on Tianan continent. What? Qing was taken aback, with Shui Xin also casting a glance in her direction. Tianan continent was in utter chaos. Even the powerful dared not traverse freely. How could he be selling caves there? So it's a pre-sale, Huzhua stated earnestly. Wantong mentioned that Tianan continent will eventually be secured, and by the time it is accessible to everyone, the best locations will be claimed. He has insider connections and can secure a prime cave for you in the first batch. Huzhua looked at her with eager anticipation. But Qing felt disheartened by his enthusiasm, and even more so by the sales pitch. It was akin to a pile of refuse. Yet they could devise ways to incite a frenzy for it. And a pre-sale at that. Were they not concerned about a potential collapse? Shui Xin clutched her stomach, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how foolish." Qing said earnestly, where exactly is Wantong's source? As the daughter of a divine transformation master in Chaohua sect, my connections are surely more robust than his. Shui Xin chimed in, foolish, foolish, foolish. That may not necessarily be the case. Huzhua truly did not believe that Qing would surpass Jin Pai in excellence. Every creature has its own path. She found herself unable to refute this assertion. No matter how formidable Chanming might be, he was not engaged in real estate development. She declared, tell him there's no need to purchase anything. In the future, I'll simply seize any locations I fancy. This time, Huzhua had no counter-argument. He pondered for a moment and replied, all right. I shall inform him to keep an eye out for places you cannot snatch. Qing interjected, so you intend for me to incur expenses then? Shui Xin burst into laughter. Have you not realized? Your sister is currently impoverished. Huzhua protested, my sister is not poor. He produced an account book. Sister, look. Our family is prosperous. Qing, lacking hope, noted that her time in the celestial realm was not extensive. Given the past year, what could Huzhua, with his rudimentary crafting skills, possibly earn? She flipped to the final page, only to discover an issue. Where was the total? Flipping back, she noticed each page contained subtotals, leading her to conclude she was expected to sum them herself. No need. Sister, since the last account, we have accrued an additional 1 million low-grade spirit stones. 1 million low-grade spirit stones equate to a single high-grade spirit stone. While this may seem modest, the items sold at the general store are inexpensive, and often only yield a mere commission from consignments by the disciples of the Chaohua sect, making this sum quite substantial. It is noteworthy that during the last accounting, the surplus for the entire year was merely around 100,000. So where did this disparity arise from? Chapter 59, The Unofficial Husband. Upon witnessing Qing's astonishment, Huzhua began to beam with pride, eager to recount his arduous efforts, when suddenly, a loud bang echoed from outside. It seems that our front door has been smashed. The three of them found it hard to believe such a thing could happen. Who would dare to assault the door of the Hu family? Had the esteemed Huazong family fallen from grace? Thus, for a moment, none of them moved. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed again, confirming that the door had indeed been broken. Qing sprang to her feet, her earlier frailty vanishing in an instant. Shui Xin considered standing as well, but, upon touching her face, decided against it, opting to remain at her post. Huzhua had already dashed outside, regretting that in his excitement, he had forgotten to lower the protective barrier. Now, the door lay ajar, stained with blood. The magnificent and resplendent door stood wide open, revealing a woman half leaning, half reclining against it, her form marred by crimson stains. Huzhua's heart raced as he recognized her, though momentarily he could not recall her name. However, upon noticing the woman's abdomen, his expression drastically shifted, and instinctively he drew his sword, pointing the blade toward the approaching man outside. Hu Qing, still leisurely making her way, called out, "Who is it?" In an instant, she arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the woman leaning against the door, astonishment washed over her, and after a flurry of thoughts, she finally uttered the name. Sun Rutong? The second miss of the Sun family, one of the 10 prominent families of Beipingfang. What has happened to you? Hu Qing inquired from a distance of 3 steps, refraining from advancing. In these tumultuous times, even a lifeless body demanded caution against possible deceit. Sun Rutang's complexion was as pale as parchment, and as she opened her mouth, blood streamed forth. "Help! Save my child." Observing her weakened state, suffused with despair and resentment, Hu Qing frowned. "Hu Zhuo, do we have any Bixing pills? Administer a few to her." The condition of a pregnant woman is delicate. She cannot simply consume any elixir, but requires one with a gentle effect. Hu Zhuo hurried over at the call, sheathed her sword, and retrieved the Bixing Dan to assist Sun Rutang in consuming it. Hu cast a discreet glance at her abdomen. Indeed, she was with child, the curvature suggesting a gestation of approximately 8 months, teetering on the brink of life. One could only hope for no complications. Subsequently, she turned her attention to the group assembled outside. A young man accompanied by a dozen cultivators stood there. He was unfamiliar to her. The young man fixed his gaze on Hu Qing, hesitating before clasping his hands in greeting. "Are you the head of the Hu family?" Hu Qing nodded and inquired, "How did your conflict lead you to my family's residence?" "The Hu household is rather secluded," the young man faltered. "Indeed." The Hu family was isolated, not due to geographical remoteness, but rather a lack of social vibrancy. In the past, the residence of the Spring family was bustling with numerous nobles and servants, with carriages arriving and departing daily. After the name was changed to Hu, there were hardly more than a handful of inhabitants, and even the few lords counted on one hand were seldom home. Among the 10 prominent families, the number of guards at other families' gates often exceeded the residents of the Hu household. Their idiosyncratic lifestyle left little room for alliances with other families. When asked why they had come to the Hu family, it was evidently due to that wretched woman's frequent visits. Did she truly believe the head of the Hu family would stand up for her? A mere dream. With the Sun family's decline and the He family's rise, even the leader of the Chaohua sect would need to extend courtesy to the He family. As the young man pondered this, a sense of inflated pride surged within him, and he coolly remarked, "I apologize for disturbing you, Hu family head. I shall take my leave with my companions." Hu Zhuo reassured Sun Rutang, "The child is safe. I have given you the Bixing Dan, which is effective in stabilizing the pregnancy." Sun Rutang replied, "It is not that. It concerns my eldest son. He Qing decisively took out a chair and placed it sideways on the steps, ensuring it did not obstruct anyone's speech. She beckoned Hua to come over. She was not well acquainted with Sun Rutang and had no inclination to meddle in her affairs. This man, was he Sun Rutang's husband? Hua had no idea, as his social circle did not intersect with the 10 prominent families, and he could not even recognize the second miss of the Sun family. "Ah, right, you seem to recall that the head of the Sun family was a woman. Qing, that must be her. When I was keeping tabs on the Sun family, the head was her father. It has only been a few years, several decades. It was indeed her turn to take charge." The two conversed in a tone neither too loud nor too soft, appearing to onlookers as though they were disinclined to intervene in others' matters. The man smiled with satisfaction, reassured that the head of the He family was indeed perceptive. Sun Rutong, in a state of desperation, struggled to kneel before her. "Head of the He family, I implore you to help me. For the sake of my sister, please assist me." Sun Rumei. She truly held a fondness for the eldest miss of the Sun family. How joyful she had been when the eldest miss had uncovered evidence of her fiancé's infidelity prior to their wedding, a revelation that had nearly made her leap with delight. Later, when the Sun family sought to entangle themselves with her, Sun Rumei had intervened, even making a special visit to advise her to ignore such overtures. A rather splendid young woman. "Why not seek out your sister?" He Qing inquired, furrowing her brow at him. For reasons unknown, the man found himself inexplicably uneasy under her steady gaze, and he replied with a forced firmness, "I have heard that her soul tablet has shattered." "Sun Rumei is dead?" He Qing glanced at Sun Rutong, who clenched her teeth in anger. "Not a chance." The man chuckled ominously. "You should be aware of the current situation." "What situation?" Hu Qing asked, puzzled. Hu Zhu expressed his own ignorance. Observing the stubborn yet desolate expression of Sun Rutang, Hu Qing could not help but inquire, "By the way, I sent a congratulatory gift at your wedding. How did it come to this? It has only been a few decades. That is hardly a long time." Upon hearing this, Sun Rutang paused, while the man's expression darkened. He was on the verge of anger. But given that Hu Qing was present, though perhaps not universally known in Baoping-Fong, he could not afford to provoke her. Thus, he adopted a constrained demeanor and remarked, "The head of the Hu family must be referring to her wedding with Baiguan. As for me, I am He Jia He Jing." What does that mean? Noticing Hu Qing's confusion, He Jing's face turned an ashen hue. Yet, reflecting on the present day, where the He family had unequivocally become the foremost family in Baoping-Fong, with prospects of even migrating to the celestial realm, he considered the humiliations he had endured as mere trials set by fate to temper him, now serving as a badge of his resilience. I am the concubine of Sun Ru Tang. Chapter 60-61, read in order by title. I mistakenly published it at the wrong time. Chapter 60, Shaking People. What? Concubine? Hu Qing smiled, her heart desolate. Hu Zhu suddenly leaned closer to her ear. Sister, it seems he is saying that the Sun family has 2 husbands. Hu Qing shot him a glance, instructing him to stand properly. It's just 2 men. I am not impressed. In the realm of cultivation, the relationships between men and women are notably harmonious. Some individuals cherish enduring love, while others prefer fleeting romances. Some seek a life of simplicity and detachment, and naturally, there are those who desire abundance in all forms. As long as one possesses the capability, or if all parties are willing, it is achievable. She remarked to He Jing, "Is this not merely a family alliance? Have you truly developed feelings that have turned to resentment?" Purely gossip. He Jing felt an urge to protest vehemently, dismissing any notion of affection, as it was merely a binding of family interests. She forced herself to remain composed. Does the Hu family truly concern themselves with our affairs? Hu Qing had no intention of meddling, yet she was still piecing together the fragments of this situation. Was this a case of love turning to hate, or merely the machinations of noble families? She turned to observe Sun Ru Tang, who had bumped her head against the threshold, exclaiming, "I beseech the Hu family head to save my mother and me. I am willing to offer all the assets and resources of the Sun family in exchange." He Jing's expression shifted dramatically. Hu Qing's demeanor grew increasingly solemn as she furrowed her brow. "Offer everything? What calamity has befallen the Sun family?" Sun Ru Tang wept bitterly. "Since our elder from the Sun family perished in the ancient palace, the other families in Baopingfang have united against us. Now, the family seeks to eradicate the Sun family and threatens the lives of my mother and me. I am willing to sacrifice everything for a chance at survival." Knock. Knock, knock. Hu Qi was taken aback. "Your elder has fallen." She was momentarily rendered speechless. During the ancient palace incident, the divine punishment had wrought havoc, inflicting losses upon all 3 families. The Chaowa sect had fared the best, yet had still suffered considerable losses. So it was that the elder of the Sun family had perished during that event? Truly, one could only attribute it to fate. In the realm of cultivation, the strength of a family relies heavily upon the support of its senior practitioners. Without protective talismans, even the mightiest clans may find themselves vulnerable, ripe for division. This epitomizes the ruthless law of survival of the fittest that governs the cultivation world. Unlike the mortal realm, where one would hesitate to annihilate an entire family without justification, as even emperors require a rationale, the mortal domain is bound by law. In a fleeting moment, Hu Qing pondered the fragility of relying solely on such laws in the cultivation realm. The resources needed for one's growth are immense. To kill or to slaughter at whim is an extravagant waste. Thus, is it the unprotected Sun clan that is now being devoured? Yet, why not seek aid from the Chaowa sect? Those who perished in the ancient palace city would surely receive care from the sect. She held faith in Yu Luyang and the integrity of the Chaowa sect. Those who fell in the ancient palace city bore the burden of the entire Shaoli realm. Sun Rudong let out a bitter smile. The He family shares blood ties with the returning immortal. A realization dawned upon her. This was merely a case of foxes leveraging tigers and dogs wielding authority, explaining their audacity to disregard even the Chaowa sect. It turns out they had an immortal as their trump card. Were it not for this, Hu Qing would not have felt compelled to intervene in such affairs. She did not subscribe to the notion that men ought to behave in a certain way while women should conform to another. Whether one marries for love or for gain is a personal choice. However, Sun Rudong, being with child, found herself compelled to speak out, driven by a sense of empathy for her female identity. Now, with the discourse turning to immortals, having just dealt with one herself, who intended to scheme against her daughter, her disdain for such beings intensified, especially upon encountering those who would exploit their celestial connections. She contemplated, It would be best if the immortal recognized by the He family were Zhilu. She inquired of He Jing about the immortal's name and lineage. He Jing, with an air of pride, addressed the heavens with a salute. Our esteemed immortal, known as Lingda, is a being who ascended from the Yunyao Palace. The Cloud Palace? Is it not the Chaohua sect? Indeed, the family has established its prosperity and migrated, and with such a tenuous bloodline, one can scarcely ascertain which generation it may connect to. Perhaps there are untold stories of necessity within. She had come to a decision, nodding slightly. Go. Bring her eldest son here. Oh. Summon the External Affairs Hall of the Task Hall, and bring me the Su family's assets. He Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. Head of the He family? Are you intending to oppose my family and the immortals? Sun Rutang felt both relieved and anxious. Gripping the doorframe, the veins on her hands bulging. He Qing, with hands clasped behind her back, chuckled softly. What are you saying? How could I oppose the immortals? My Chaohua sect has several immortal beings. Would it be worth my while to bully your one? He Jing's eyes grew even wider. Is this a threat? He Qing continued, from the perspective of Beiping Fang. If your He family intends to consume the Su family, how could my He family not seek its own benefits? Since the inception of this grand estate, my family has been too low-key. Now that I find myself with idle time, it is merely a chance to greet everyone. He Jing couldn't help but curse inwardly at this woman's apparent insanity. Then He Qing added, from the standpoint of the sect, Chaohua sect has never feared anyone. Even the former Tycoon Palace did not cause Chaohua sect to suffer indignities. He Jing retorted, this has nothing to do with Chaohua sect. My He family is not subordinate to the Cloud Palace. We have always been under the protection of Chaohua sect. Even if we were to migrate to the immortal realm in the future, we cannot afford to fall out with Chaohua sect now. Taking a life is trivial. What is truly formidable is that the heavens keep a ledger. Some may kill indiscriminately without a trace of inner demons, while for others, the loss of a single life could sever their path to immortality. He Qing dared to assert that the immortals would not take such a risk for the He family. He Jing's expression shifted repeatedly, his gaze fixed on Sun Rutang, ultimately yielding to restraint. He stated, a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. I can let you go. However, the Sun family's assets have nearly been consumed, leaving behind little more than a few trifles. Sun Rutang's eyes narrowed in disdain, ready to assert her position as the head of the family. Yet she was interrupted by a thunderous shout beside her. Then spit it out. He Qing, incensed, could hardly believe her misfortune. After enduring such poverty, was someone truly attempting to snatch the fortune that had finally come her way? Did they think the He family was so easily bullied? He Zhuo raised a communication jade, declaring, Sister, I will summon reinforcements immediately. With swift taps on the jade, he called upon all their siblings. Let us go, support our little master uncle. Chapter 61. The Grand Seizure. He Jing was utterly bewildered. What had begun as a simple chase had resulted in the complete unraveling of the He family's plans, leaving him kneeling in the family ancestral hall. The members of the Chaohua sect descended upon them like wolves. A throng of people surged forward, indifferent to right or wrong. Had the world descended into such chaos? Did they not know that the He family had a celestial being among them? For the moment, He Qing could not concern herself with the celestial status. She merely grasped Wen Chuan's hands, shaking them with delight, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. Well done. You have no idea how impoverished your little master uncle is. Wen Chuan was speechless. Impoverished? The sole heir of the venerable Chuan Ming? Let us not forget that Hin Wan was set to inherit Saishio Peak alone and had even sought her master for inheritance. Little master uncle, do you think this grand display will attract trouble? Oh, what trouble could there possibly be? Hu Qing felt a sudden surge of vitality, as if her body had been rejuvenated, reassured by the presence of her master. Wen Chuan, however, was preoccupied with other thoughts. The soul tablet of Sun Ruame had developed cracks, and he pondered her current predicament. There was little room for personal reflection. The head of the Sun family, Sun Ruame's sister, had even relinquished the ancestral home to their junior master. Not only the ancestral residence, but she also surrendered the living quarters of the Sun family members, transferring the contracts to the junior master. Wen Chuan scoffed, remarking on the fickleness of human nature. When the walls crumble, everyone turns against one another. It was one thing for outsiders to bully the Sun family, a reflection of inherent human traits. Yet, it was disheartening to witness such discord within the Sun family, as they abandoned Sun Ruatang for the sake of profit or vendetta. One could hardly blame her for her ruthless demeanor. Yu Lui remarked, without a single loyal confidant, do you still feel pity for her? When Chuan had inquired about the circumstances, All those who supported Sun Ruotang had perished. He stated, Sun Ruotang has married 2 husbands. The second is He Jing, while the first hails from the Bai family. Following the demise of the Sun family's true practitioner, the Bai family has been clamoring for a divorce, severing a significant portion from the Sun family. It should be noted that without high-level practitioners, even Sun Ruotang's most devoted subordinates could not safeguard the Sun family. This was a realm where strength reigned supreme. Yu Lui sighed, I cannot falter. Should I fall, you will fare no better than Sun Ruotang. If that day truly arrives. While Sun Ruotang may find refuge in the junior master, who will you turn to? Upon hearing this, Wen Chuan hastily urged, Master, please enter seclusion to break through. Am I to enter seclusion at this moment? Yu Lui retorted, eyes wide. There are countless creditors at my door. Go and enter seclusion. And achieve your breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. What use is it to break through the golden core? Wen Chuan replied, I shall take my leave. In the grand hall of Beiping Fang, Hu Qing gazed at the numerous boxes filled with ledgers and contracts, her delight evident as she beamed broadly. She waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, it would be too tedious to settle accounts. We cannot truly resort to seizing their possessions. The public image of the Chaohua sect must be preserved. And these are already gains we have acquired without effort. She turned to glance at Sun Ruotang, who sat quietly in a daze, mechanically lifting her phone to capture moments with the child resting against her thigh. The child, merely 7 or 8 years of age, wore a solemn expression, silent and well-behaved, with dark eyes indicating rapid growth. Are you certain that all these possessions are merely to secure a foothold for the 3 of you within the Chaohua sect? Hu Qing inquired, well aware that they had the privilege to make such demands due to the protection of their predecessors. Sun Ruotang shook her head. This is quite sufficient. Relationships wane, and how long can the great favors of our predecessors endure? She forced a smile. I am merely banking on the reputation of the Hu family head. She understood clearly that only by Hu Qing's intervention could she ensure her safety, as evidenced by the predatory disciples of the Chaohua sect who were under her command. Hu Qing did not resent her cunning. The abundance they acquired warranted such calculations. She nodded. Very well. I shall arrange for your entry into the inner sanctum. The sect will take good care of you. As the orphan of a true immortal, she was entitled to some form of inheritance, was she not? As for the family assets, she could not safeguard them. As long as they did not benefit the enemy, it mattered not. Hu Qing looked at her abdomen and inquired, by the way, whose is this? Sun Ruotang paused, her face flushing with rarity as she softly replied, it's He Jing's. At that time, the Bai family had already separated. Hu Qing pointed at the child. What does his father signify? It is not from the Bai family, but rather the child as father. Sun Ruotang became indifferent. On the day he left, I insisted that the child sever all ties with him. Otherwise, how could my Sun family have given so much to the Bai family? And what of the bloodline of the He family? Sun Ruotang had evidently contemplated this, responding calmly. When the time comes, if the He family desires something, they may come and barter for it. If they do not wish for anything, then all ties are severed. He Qing listened and nodded. Very well. I will inform He Zhua, and you should let the task hall know as well. Should the He family refuse to part with both their possessions and the child, you may seek mediation from the task hall personnel. This method of mediation will evidently depend on the He family's attitude. The He family is willing to take further action, as their reputation for forceful acquisition has already been established. He Zhua immediately sent messages to several acquaintances, ensuring everyone would remember this matter without fail. Sun Ruotang felt immensely grateful. He Qing urged her to gather her belongings and summoned individuals from the Chaohua sect to escort her inside the gates. She informed Yu Lui in advance, who assured her that everything had been arranged and someone would be there to assist. Brother, He Qing emphasized. What a coincidence that the door to my home was forcibly broken open. I am paid to do my job. The lives of her and her child are secure. It is all very clear and straightforward, devoid of any personal sentiment. Sun Ruotang certainly harbored her own schemes. As the head of the family, she undoubtedly had her plans. She had no qualms about being compensated for her services, yet she feared that the Chaohua sect's excessive support for Sun Ruotang could lead to complications should anything go awry. Yu Lui understood. I have encountered all sorts of people, and I possess experience in such matters. You need not worry. He Qing then felt reassured. I mistakenly miscalculated the release date. It is actually scheduled for tomorrow. Coincidentally, today is a day of 4 updates. So I suppose I shall take a leave of absence tomorrow, as I will be preoccupied with the tasks of the fish vendor. Consider it a day off in recompense. Chapter 62. An unexpected visit. He Zhua was taken aback. Sister, Do you suspect that we have fallen victim to Sun Rutang's schemes? Qing responded with surprise. Have we not already been ensnared? Her eagerness to speak of relinquishing her family assets certainly indicates that she has been plotting for quite some time. However, I remain uncertain whether she acts merely in search of support or if her intentions are specifically directed at me. With a frown, she remarked, "Tell me, when has anyone from outside ever graced our household?" Hijua opened his mouth, realizing that it seemed as though their home was some sort of cursed place. "Do not linger idly. Attend to the affairs of the Sun family's estate. We shall take on what we can manage, and for that which we cannot, we shall transfer. Keep what is necessary and sell or dispose of what is extraneous." Hijua replied, "Sister, do you truly believe we have sufficient manpower? We have never possessed such resources." Qing sighed in resignation. "Sister, Qing Lian is hardly considered one of our own. He has his own elder sister." With a decisive wave of her hand, Qing declared, "Seek out the task hall. If you cannot manage it, simply hand everything over to the Zhaohua sect. It was never hers to begin with. Will giving the Yuluya to Zhaohua sect diminish her benefits? After all, she has no intention of recruiting others into our family. More people only complicate matters." Hijua found this resolution perplexing. If she wished to avoid trouble, why then take on such a troublesome affair? Yet, upon reflection, he realized his sister was compassionate, and it was only natural for her to not turn her back on an unfortunate expectant mother. Thus, accepting some benefits in return seemed quite reasonable. Otherwise, in the future, one or two individuals might press him to have his sister work for free. It must be said that Hijua's notion resonates with certain individual sentiments. Rumor has it that Qing has stepped up for Sun Rutang, igniting a flurry of ulterior motives among many. Initially, forming a connection with Qing was challenging. However, if one could merely feign weakness to seek assistance, it might suffice. Yet, Sun Rutang has essentially entrusted the entire Sun family to Qing, a price too steep for them to bear. Consequently, many clandestine ambitions were quietly extinguished. Hijua found himself alone in the vast and empty Sun family mansion. Scratching his head, he was ill-equipped to manage enterprises. In the next moment, he decisively summoned a professional, recognizing that specialized matters require specialized individuals. The adept Wantong arrived with a flourish, his eyes darting around uncontrollably. "Our master is truly formidable, having consumed both the Chun and Sun families. Now, the He surname has become a legend in Baopingfang." With a familiar camaraderie, he inquired, "So, what do you think? Should we stake a claim in the grand caverns of the Tianan continent?" At present, he had matured into a distinguished professional. No longer valuing the land of Baopingfang, the Tianan continent was the emerging hotspot. Hijua replied, "My sister has stated that any place she desires will be taken by force." Wantong was momentarily taken aback, silently surveying the mansion, which was nearly akin to being seized. He chuckled, pressing down on Hijua's upturned thumb. "Brother, let me impart a lesson to you. Let us not discuss the connections we hold. Rather, consider whether our sister even has the time for such matters." "What?" Wantong laughed. "I personally supervised the construction of the He residence. Has it changed even a little over the years?" Hijua remarked, "The trees have certainly grown taller." Wantong feigned disdain. What cultivator is incapable of seizing something? For someone as significant as our elder sister, resorting to theft is merely a waste of precious time. With talents like mine, a few spirit stones can alleviate countless woes. Would you prefer to expend spirit stones for convenience, thereby granting yourself more time for cultivation and enlightenment, or scurry about for trivial matters? Hijua stared blankly. "I would rather save money." "How disappointing." Wantong pounded his chest. "You'll understand once you reach that level. I've yet to witness a great power personally managing mundane affairs. Brother, trust me." He gestured towards the roof of the Sun family. "Why did you summon me? Our elder sister refuses to squander her invaluable cultivation time on trivialities." He patted him again. "Do you comprehend now? Are they selling houses or land?" "Incorrect. They are selling services. They are selling time." Hijua still seemed somewhat puzzled. "You just stated that cultivation time is more precious. Why don't you focus on your own cultivation?" "I cannot remain idle. I derive pleasure from this. With every business transaction I complete, my spiritual energy flows more smoothly. While others ascend through seclusion, I do so through successful dealings. After completing that business with the head of the Chun family, I genuinely rose a small step in my cultivation." Wantong grinned cheerfully. "It's akin to your forging. Let us set aside those topics. Come. Quickly show me what you've acquired. Our bond is profound, and I shall certainly offer you a good price." He lightly kicked his shoulder, half amused and half exasperated. "Get up. I'm going to prepare a meal. You disgraceful fool. Shui Xin remained seated, struggling to lift her head, only to fail and fall flat on her face. As Hu Qing's expression shifted dramatically, she swiftly bent down to grasp at him, a chillingly sharp sword tip unexpectedly positioned beside her carotid artery. She immediately froze, maintaining her posture of reaching out, and let out a short, mocking laugh. I am unaware of which esteemed senior has graced us with their presence. I apologize for my inadequate reception. Having just slain an immortal, and considering the reputation of the Chaohua sect, it was inevitable that her movements would attract attention, particularly given her connection to the frail Ming. The Grand Ascendant likely had no time, but could perhaps allocate one or two of the combined stage elders to protect her discreetly. The arrival was silent and stealthy, evading even the vigilance of the formidable Shui Xin. Was this individual specifically waiting for her? Had she closed the door or activated the barrier upon her departure? Hu Zui's awareness of safety was in dire need of enhancement. A melodious voice echoed from behind her. You are Hu Qing, are you not? Hu Qing stiffly replied with a forced smile. Indeed, I am the one you seek. May I turn around so you might see my appearance? What could this mean? Hu Qing pondered, attempting to pivot. The sword tip did not graze her neck. And as she cautiously turned to stand upright, her eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing the figure behind her. How could this be a demon? While both the demon and the fiend races could assume human forms, her extensive experience allowed her to discern the truth without needing any specific indicators. Despite their different customs and aesthetics, there remained an innate sensation that accompanied their presence. The woman before her, breathtakingly beautiful and adorned in a conventional manner, lacked additional eyes or tails, yet Hu Qing instinctively recognized her as a demon. Perhaps it was due to her previous encounters with the aura of the demon race in the celestial realm? How peculiar. Why would a demon immortal seek her out? Unfamiliar with the demon clans of the Little Li realm, she gazed with a hint of confusion that seemed to amuse the enchanting woman in red. With her delicate hand covering the corner of her mouth, she chuckled softly. Are you unaware of the reason I sought you? Chapter 63. Doubt I have heard that you raised a Hu beast. The beauty's eyes widened, round and bright, framed by naturally elongated black eyeliner, with silver lines tracing the tips. A Hu beast. How remarkable. She had momentarily forgotten his true identity. Did she still harbor the audacity to eliminate another celestial being? Then, it dawned on her that any celestial capable of entering must have originated from the Little Li realm. Thus, which demon clan did this creature belong to? Ah, you see, whispered the blade as it traced a line of crimson across Hu Qing's neck. The female celestial remarked, Oh, I too am a Hu beast. Ah, we are kin then. Please, do enter my humble abode, esteemed ancestor. Hu Qing forced a smile, believing that the other party bore no ill will. After all, they were both Hu beasts. Yet the female celestial remained unmoved. Being raised by the human race is an indelible stain upon his existence. Hu Qing paused momentarily, then replied with a gentle laugh. Whether it is a stain is uncertain, yet the reality remains unchanged, does it not? The female celestial raised her elegantly arched brow, its sharp tip revealing a hint of menace. You seem quite certain that I will not take your life. A heaviness settled in Hu Qing's heart as she maintained her smile and gaze. Indeed, you will not kill me. Why is that? Hu Qing held her gaze. Because my son will avenge me. Suddenly, the female celestial's demeanor shifted, fury etched across her features, and more crimson lines appeared upon Hu Qing's neck. When he ascends to the celestial realm, he will surely comprehend. Comprehend? Comprehend what? He lightly mocked. Your visit signifies your inability to forcibly take my son away. You are acutely aware of my son's character, and you understand the temperament of the Hu beast. As an auspicious creature, the Hu beast would never forget its gratitude nor betray those it cherishes. You fear my son's disdain for you, which is why you have come to me. You believe you can coerce me into coercing him. Your intention is not to kill me, but to instill fear within me, compelling me to relinquish my son willingly. I assure you, that is utterly impossible. Should you truly dare to harm her, a mere thought would bring about your end. Brandishing a sword at her throat, who are you attempting to intimidate? Your incessant prattle only reveals your lack of confidence. As for her assertions, they are merely conjectures. She knows nothing of the Hu beast's nature, yet she is aware of Hu Huahua. That boy is inherently domineering, willful, and even resentful, fueled by his mother's vendetta. He boldly confronts the demon race, daring to declare them his enemies at such a tender age. Even those demons unrelated to his mother's demise are not spared from his ire. Not even the dragon clan, once allied with his mother, is exempt from his disdain. His arrogance is innate. Thus, she is convinced that anyone who dares threaten Hu Huahua is merely courting suffering. Contemplating this, Hu Qing smirked, a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. Kill me? I invite you to try. The celestial maiden before her suddenly perceived her as a piece of unyielding meat. Here was a mere mortal cultivator, unafraid before her celestial presence, even daring to issue a counter-threat. One might say, she is indeed the nurturer of the Hu beast. In that moment, the celestial maiden found herself in a predicament, realizing this young cultivator offered her no opportunity for retreat. They stood in silence for 3 seconds, each seemingly grasping the other's intentions. Hu Qing swiftly transformed her demeanor into one of warmth. Why such formality among family? Ancestor? Please, step inside and take a seat. My humble abode is rather shabby. I hope you won't mind. She kicked Shui Xian's heel sharply, urging him to rise. Shui Xian, irritated, retorted, I wish I could. But I cannot. The celestial being waved her hand, retracting the long sword from Hu Qing's neck, elegantly adjusting her hair. He is immobilized. Encountering a monk at the door is ill-fated. His dantian is merely sealed. A few days of rest will suffice. Hu Qing exclaimed, Oh dear. Blocking the entrance and disturbing our relatives is entirely your fault. While blaming Shui Xian, she hurriedly scooped him up and dashed to the back. Ancestor, please make yourself comfortable. I shall prepare some tea. The celestial being watched from a distance, speculating if they might flee, but she smirked, knowing they would not dare. Meanwhile, Hu Qing lamented while cradling Shui Xian. Did you not manage to exchange even a single move with her? This is dire. She is formidable. Shui Xian retorted, silence. Adjust your demeanor and kindly see her off. Do not utter any disrespectful words. The celestial can hear. Hu Qing queried, where's the tea in the house? Shui Xian cautioned, do not mention the monk or the Buddhist sect. Hu Qing mused, I wonder if she partakes of our water. Shui Xian advised, speak more of your profound bond with Hu Huahua. Hu Qing inquired, she does not feast upon humans, does she? Shui Xian insisted, put me down. You should go. Hu Qing remarked, your expression is most inappropriate for the moment. Shui Xian rolled his eyes, dismissing the comment as unrelated to his visage. He should have donned a wig. How unfortunate it was that he had not even noticed anyone entering before his body went rigid with cold, collapsing face first onto the ground. Hu Qing gently placed him on the bed, adjusting his position before rubbing her arms, exclaiming softly, BRR, it's so cold. She retrieved several thick blankets, tucking in every corner meticulously. If I can't endure it, please come to my aid. Shui Xian replied, do you see me in a state to rescue anyone? Hu Qing darted ahead, entering the kitchen through the back door. Fortunately, the resourceful Hu Zhua had organized everything with precision, and the tea leaves were the freshest, brewed and brought forth. The celestial maiden moved gracefully between floors, her movements not of the ordinary sort. With every few steps, she would vanish and reappear several meters away, shifting seamlessly into another room. Such spatial teleportation, a remarkable high-level skill, was merely employed for room exploration. In such a confined space, couldn't she just scan the area with her divine consciousness? Hu Qing poured the tea, the steam wafting up, carrying the aroma. The celestial maiden seated herself elegantly, waiting for Hu Qing to finish her tasks, then remarked, I do not enjoy hot tea. Hu Qing, with a flattering smile, responded, then what type do you prefer? I shall prepare it for you at once. In the culinary realm, there was a dedicated tea service, and she was well acquainted with the nuances. The celestial maiden furrowed her brow and said, as a member of the Hu beast lineage, I reside in such a cramped space. Hu Qing promptly replied, we often travel. After all, home is merely a place for dining and resting. The celestial maiden retorted, resting here offers no room to turn. Her expression was one of disdain. Recalling the stature expected of adult Hu beasts, Hu Qing forced a smile and said, the child is small. We have other residences as well. Chaohua sect. Hu Qing pinched her fingers, realizing she must have come only after gathering sufficient information. She decisively transformed passivity into initiative. When did the ancestor ascend? As for Huahua's mother, I intend to take him away. Ascending to the celestial realm is undoubtedly his best choice. The female immortal gazed into He Qing's eyes, recognizing it as his only option. He Qing concealed her smile, positioning herself on the opposite side, devoid of her previous obsequious demeanor. The demon clan once expressed similar sentiments. Ah, so you are no longer pretending? How audacious of a mere mortal to disregard even the immortals. The female immortal's fingers brushed against the teacup, the scalding tea within instantaneously crystallizing into ice, the water patterns becoming distinct. Before avenging his mother, Huahua will certainly not depart. I trust the ancestor is aware of this. The female immortal continued. Is he to annihilate the entire demon clan of the Xiaoli realm? Qing suddenly felt a jolt in her heart. Just because she claims to be a Hu beast, does that make it so? Why does that sound like a concession to the demon clan? Indeed, Huahua also had a biological father, who knew what sort of being he was. Chapter 64. A method at this thought, Qing nearly broke out in a cold sweat. How had she allowed this female immortal to sway her judgment so easily? She was not one to trust strangers without due consideration. Was it possible that? She raised the teacup and discreetly took a sip. The warm water coursed through her, offering a measure of comfort. As you stated, I am merely a humble mortal cultivator. Huahua respects me, thus I may be considered his foster mother. Should he not regard me with respect, I am simply an ordinary practitioner. Our relationship is defined by his standing. Upon hearing these words, the female immortal could not help but feel a surge of joy. Indeed, that is more like it. How could their noble demon clan be subjugated by mere humans? The crux of the matter now lies in escorting Huahua, she remarked. The demon clan of the Xiaoli realm pales in comparison to the immortal realm. Upon reaching the immortal realm, we can awaken a purer bloodline within him, thereby acquiring a more formidable legacy. She paused, and Hu lightly nodded in acknowledgement of this truth. You, who have shown kindness to the Hu beast, may accompany us. And your child can join as well. Hu's smile blossomed, revealing a genuine yearning for the immortal realm. The celestial maiden observed her with satisfaction. Children are often devoid of reason. I have been away from the Xiaoli realm for quite some time, and I never anticipated that the demon clan would descend into such chaos. I shall grant you time to persuade him. Should you fail in your efforts? Her eyes momentarily darkened. Taking him away will not pose a challenge. It merely entails a few more casualties. Hu lowered her head, embodying a silent struggle. The aura of the celestial maiden vanished. Well, she has truly departed, said Zhuanbu, who felt a wave of despair wash over her. Why didn't you warn me earlier? Zhuanbu replied, who could have foreseen that demon would so rudely intrude. He too felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, one tends to lower their guard within their own abode. Had that female demon intended to slay Hu, a single stroke could have severed her throat, and by now, Hu's corpse would be cold. He revisited a previous topic. You should still cultivate the complete guide to ghost cultivation. In the event of an untimely demise, you could swiftly transition to ghost cultivation for survival. Hu began to contemplate this matter earnestly. Previously, it had not crossed her mind, but the sudden threat to her neck compelled her to consider the possibility. It is worth noting that one advantage of the complete guide to ghost cultivation is that the cultivation of a living person can be entirely transformed into ghostly power. And with additional effort, one might even achieve further enhancement. I shall cultivate, she resolved, recognizing it as a viable escape route. Silk, indeed. I do not wish for your demise, nor do I desire you to become a spirit. In the realm of immortals, the act of taking a life is a matter of causing the soul to scatter. While one may lose their corporeal form, it is imperative to safeguard the essence of one's spirit. Qing, you are right. The immortal realm is fraught with peril. I must ensure that everyone cultivates their prowess. Silk, you are free to do as you please. After all, once I have entrusted you with the items, they belong to you. We shall not concern ourselves with secrecy or dissemination. Suddenly, Qing had a flash of inspiration. Ah, if that is the case, I can indeed amass wealth by selling your stock. Pray tell, has the enemy of the individual ahead of you been entirely vanquished? Qing inquired cautiously. Their lineage is endless. Qing, what a splendid plan for acquiring wealth, yet it appears unfeasible. Later, as I observed Shui Xin, she was curled up beneath her blankets. Motionless, her complexion even paler than before, with wisps of white vapor emanating from her head. Qing reached out to touch her, frowning. Was she truly a Hu beast? Shui Xin assured her that she was fine. Once I dispel this chill, I shall benefit from it myself. She inquired about the situation of that female immortal. Qing expressed her suspicions. I doubt she is genuinely a Hu beast. There are two avenues of suspicion. One is that she may be connected to Huahua's paternal lineage, and the other is that she might be acting on behalf of the demon clan of the Little Li realm, fearing that Huahua may pose a threat to them in the future. Shui Xin pressed her nose against the thick blanket and inhaled deeply. Feeling a chill in her lungs, asked Huahua. Indeed, it would be prudent to inquire directly with her eldest child. Qing promptly relayed a message to Huahua, who responded in utter confusion. No one has sought me out. She then added, Mother, do not concern yourself with anyone. If someone dares to trouble you again, simply declare that anyone who causes you discomfort shall be cursed with the life of a Hu beast. The Hu beast is indeed a creature of auspiciousness. While it may not possess great strength, it is undoubtedly favored by the heavens. To be cursed by such a creature is akin to being inscribed in the celestial ledger of misfortune. Qing scolded lightly. You are being reckless. No one is worth invoking a curse upon with your very life. She is but a minor celestial spirit, after all. Huwawa swiftly grasped the implication to eliminate her. Of course, Qing added with a cough, exercise utmost caution. That female celestial possesses a certain craftiness. She can lead others to unwittingly believe her words. After much hesitation, she finally broached the subject. Could it possibly be someone from your father's side? A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the child's eyes as she mockingly gazed at the clear sky. Mother, even if she were a Hu beast, do not place your trust in her. Even Hu beasts can turn malevolent and be wielded by nefarious individuals. Qing felt a sense of assurance and caution once more. When you venture out to play, be obedient, especially your sister. If she continues her incessant jumping, you must break her legs. Huwawa burst into laughter. Mother, you have caused so much trouble yet deny us the chance to play. What splendid opportunities we could have. Besides, with me around, nothing bad will happen. Qing chuckled softly. Do you truly find it amusing? Do you understand the burdens that weigh upon an adult's heart? She tucked away her prayer beads and smoothed the blanket. Come, let us deliberate on how to vanquish the demon. Shui Xian instinctively shrank his neck. He felt the icy chill within him beginning to dissipate, yet as it melted away, he felt even colder. He questioned himself. It was not I who killed Julio. Qing lamented. The cost is far too great. There shall not be a second chance. Shui Xingdao remarked, I shall not return a second time. With a thought. A peculiar, charred object appeared beside his pillow. What could this be? A heart. Qing exclaimed. What a grotesque delicacy. A sorcerer had sealed his forbidden techniques within his heart. Understanding dawned upon Qing, and then he was struck down by lightning. Shui Xing chuckled softly. He chose to end his own life, believing he had triumphed over the heavenly order. A madman indeed. The price for this must be steep. Qing hesitated to touch it, lowering her gaze to inspect the heart, which had long since lost its original structure, having undergone a mutation. It matters not, she concluded, for it has been utterly depleted. Shui Xing gazed at her with a somber expression. It is of no use now. Qing pondered, who can be blamed for this? The scorching sun inherently restrains malevolent entities. She added, you have been spared the chance of falling into darkness. No need for gratitude. Shui Xing replied thus. I am left powerless against the immortal. I can only utilize this to challenge higher realms. Instead of trying again, it would be wiser to beseech the Buddha for intervention. Sigh. Both were at a loss. Yet, Yu Luyan was in high spirits, having discovered a method to vanquish the immortal. While they could not confront the celestial being, the immortal could certainly contend with them. Within the legacy of Julio, there were numerous ready-made treasures they could employ. Chapter 65. Sacrifice. Qing waved her hand dismissively. Is there an ancestral figure secretly watching over me? Yu Luyan's mind flickered. Have we been sought out? Wait a moment, let me inquire. There is no need for him to seek answers elsewhere. The two venerable ancestors are right here, potent beings of combined essence. You should proceed directly to the refining chamber for seclusion. Soon after, the sect leader summoned you to the inner door. Qing, unable to contain her laughter, remarked, Are these celestial beings mere illusions? Her expression darkened as she revealed, the demon immortal is targeting Huwawa. Her decision not to eliminate me immediately must stem from some hesitation. It seems that celestial beings possess the capability to directly employ illusions or even hypnosis against one's consciousness. The two combined essence ancestors promptly examined themselves but found nothing amiss, leaving them in a state of gloom. Qing hurriedly added, that demon immortal likely possesses an innate ability to bewitch. One of the ancestors stated, perhaps our cultivation is still lacking. Once the great ascension ancestors achieve their breakthroughs, we too should enter seclusion promptly. Only when they ascend can they safeguard our sect. Yu Lui offered Qing some medicinal ointment, but she declined, asserting, I must cultivate a sense of shame and strive for courage. Shaking her fists, she exclaimed, Come, allow me to show you something splendid. Yu Lui deftly redirected her attention. Since the items were procured by Qing, the ancestors of Chaowa sect had no intention of concealing anything from her. Thus, they categorized the items without taking any for themselves, leaving everything in the grand hall. At this moment, everyone was engrossed in replicating or researching, for time was their lifeline, and none were willing to squander a single moment. Behold these array plates and flags. All are completed products. Simply cast them, and they can be utilized, while their efficacy in the celestial realm remains unknown. They could undoubtedly slay an immortal suppressed by the heavenly path in the minorly realm. And these celestial talismans, Yu Lui's eyes sparkled. Hu Qing could not help but feel elated. Brother, they are merely spirit immortals. They cannot be considered high-ranking immortals. Yu Luiyan nodded repeatedly. We intend to use this to protect our sect, which is entirely justifiable. Hu Qing merely offered a word of caution. Use it. Use it. Perhaps it won't be long before we face more than just spiritual immortals. Yu Luiyan lamented. I was joyful for barely half a day, and you had to shatter that. She led into 4 tables, each adorned with a few jade slips or books, behind which sat an elder with a blank jade slip pressed against their forehead, diligently recording. Beside them lay a basket already filled with many inscriptions. The alchemical symbols and formations may not be of particularly high caliber, yet they are sufficient for us 4 peaks to study. Hu Qing, following Yu Luiyan, expressed regret. Zhelu is indeed a spiritual immortal, and the items in his collection are rarely of quality, yet they are currently worthwhile for our learning. Listen to how this is spoken, how humble it is. Yu Luiyan remarked, do not disdain with every mention of a spiritual immortal. You and I are merely in the nascent soul stage, far from even the lower tier of spiritual immortals. By the way, your cultivation seems increasingly inscrutable. Has there been an enhancement? Hu Qing replied, I am always on the move, with no time for secluded meditation. Then let us retreat into seclusion. Yu Luiyan decisively suggested, either at your mountain peak or your master's peak, or perhaps it could be at Saishou Peak. Anywhere among Shuanghua's places would suffice, as they all have your family as Hunwan's cave dwelling. This remark caused Hu Qing to blush. Otherwise, I could offer my place of quiet cultivation to you. Yu Luiyan was not at all stingy. With Hunwan and Chan Ming, Hu Qing is no less than a disciple of the Chaohua sect, bound to it for life as long as the sect stands. Thus, let us all strive to enhance our overall prowess and safeguard the Chaohua sect. Wait a moment. Yu Lui gently pulled her toward another area. Qing, feeling somewhat helpless, was not in a hurry to leave either. The table was laden with an abundance of jade slips and tomes, encompassing secret techniques, martial arts, swordsmanship, body techniques, whip techniques, and so forth. These were precisely what the Chaohua sect required at present. Upon inspection, they were deemed suitable for cultivation. Choose one that resonates with you. There were numerous items, easily totaling over 100, some of which were quite common, yet they were still treasures from the celestial realm, unattainable in the mortal world. The Chaohua sect had no intention of hoarding these resources. They aimed to replicate them en masse and subsequently offer them to the disciples. Among the myriad of treasures, the finest was a fragment of a terrestrial-grade technique, albeit incomplete. Fortunately, it was not the case that one could only cultivate one technique. You may select one from the Xian tier. Qing refrained from making a choice. I shall enter seclusion first. Otherwise, what if I become overly eager after witnessing the celestial techniques? Indeed, Yu Lui pondered, then guided her to examine the weapons. You have a better understanding of this than I do. Choose for yourself. Qing was unreserved, immediately stepping forward to inspect them. Zhelu seemed to have a particular fondness for weaponry, curating a collection of fine-quality arms, all of celestial grade, none of mortal quality. The assortment included common swords and blades that could adorn several large weapon racks, along with a plethora of rare arms, sufficient to establish a small exhibition hall. Truly, he sacrifices for the happiness of the entire sect, Qing mused. Qing, it is a form of dedication. Yu Lui nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is dedication. At last, Hu Qing's gaze settled upon a delicate lamp, roughly the size of a small watermelon. The outermost layer was adorned with swirling clouds and intricately carved dragons and phoenixes, while within, shadows danced as if there were numerous layers, showcasing an exceedingly sophisticated and complex structure. After scrutinizing it for quite some time, Hu Qing found herself perplexed. Yet, through the myriad of transparent gaps and holes, she could discern a small lampstand at its core, devoid of wick and oil. A desire for exploration ignited within her. Moreover, the silk cloth indicated that among all these celestial artifacts, this one was barely worth examining, prompting Hu Qing to take it. Yu Lui approached to take a closer look. A lamp? What purpose does it serve? Hu Qing shook her head. I do not know. Yu Lui pressed her hand firmly against the lamp, attempting to rub off the speckles that adorned it, but to no avail. It appears to have some age. She then suggested, why not peruse the texts on artifact refinement? Hu Qing replied, there is no rush. Let's first investigate within the sect. With these items, the members of Chaohua sect will have plenty to occupy themselves. Yu Lui thought of Hunwan. Select one for the child. Hu Qing's expression darkened. With that meager foundational cultivation? Yu Lui retorted, are you implying that I, as the sect leader, am remiss? Or that Chaohua sect lacks the capacity to nurture talent? Nonetheless, they should be progressing. Hu Qing candidly remarked, they simply lack the ambition. Yu Lui fell silent. This reasoning seemed to hold true. The elders had shouldered too much responsibility, allowing the younger generation to become complacent without concern for their own advancement. Chapter 66. Do not depart. Hu Qing harbored resentment towards Hun Wan's lack of ambition, unaware that Hun Wan and the others were on the cusp of forming their course, poised to ascend to the pinnacle of their cultivation. The Buddhist sect has concocted a fayade of eternal youth, and with the arrival of Shibazu, a group of young ones, unable to contain their excitement, set off for the Changji Gate without delay. Observing Lin Shu's eagerness, Shibazu, without needing any urging, commanded the diminutive spirit ship to traverse the skies at a meteoric pace, much to the dissatisfaction of the others. We want to descend and play, Jean Xian protested, infuriated. Jean Xian kicked him twice, earning a playful smile from Shibazu, who chided, be patient. Once we reach Changji Gate, you may frolic to your heart's content. I shall not hinder you. He lifted a foot to pat, exclaiming, oh, those little short legs. Longio remarked to Xiao, his heart is already soared away. He hasn't even inquired about our transformation. Lung Ruo coldly laughed. Lin Shu is in seclusion. We might as well join her. Locking ourselves away for 300 to 500 years before emerging. Shibazu chuckled. You could never remain hidden. Just then, he heard Hun Wan exclaim, I've made up my mind. I want Lin Shu to shrink with me. What? Shibazu's knees nearly buckled, and he squatted down, almost pleading, Hun Wan, dear sister, it's already difficult for your brother. Please don't add to his troubles. He contemplated whether he should kneel for her, but with so many eyes upon him, he sighed. His father-in-law loomed like a great mountain, and his sister-in-law was equally imposing. Upon arriving at Changji Gate, Junbo came to greet them, and upon unexpectedly encountering a row of little turnips, he was so astonished that he could not even engage in pleasantries. Once he regained his composure, he joyfully inquired, what has transpired? Let Lin Shu try as well. Junbo truly delighted in this. Lin Shu, being a blood relative, was cherished as a daughter. And now that the Little Li realm has ascended to the celestial realm, everyone has become an immortal. What difference does it make if a child grows for 1,000 years? It was only then that Shibazu, struck by lightning, recalled to ask, how did you all come to be like this? Is it that others are incapable? Jean Xian and the others, how amusing. Lin Shu has been in seclusion, and both she and I hope she can achieve a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Junbo, while guiding them towards his mountain peak, pondered aloud. Shouldn't they have already made their breakthroughs? Why is it that their cultivation seems diminished? Lin Yin remarked, the breakthrough is imminent. It is merely a matter of finding the right opportunity. Then let us wait a while longer. Relying on medicinal pills to hasten the process is ultimately unwise. Lin Shu has no close friends in the Changji sect, where the sword cultivator's truest companion is the sword itself, rendering social interactions less significant. Since childhood, Lin Shu has been accustomed to and found joy in her own company, until she met Hun Wan, whereupon the two introverted individuals felt an immediate kinship. Junbo contemplated asking Lin Shu, who was in seclusion, to take a brief respite and engage in some leisure before returning to focused cultivation, but of course, that bothersome man should not be encountered alone. Noticing the man's sidelong glances towards him, Shibazu mentally calculated how to counter his father-in-law's potential moves. Junbo's mountain peak is notably distinct from the others. While their peaks boast scenic views, his is not only picturesque, but also fragrant with fruits. Though cultivating such produce benefits those with spiritual roots, everyone grows spiritual herbs and crops, at the very least cultivating spiritual rice. He is the first to grow fruits and vegetables. At the mountainside, various herbs and woody plants were arranged in pleasing disarray, with red fruits, green melons, and hues of yellow, purple, blue, white, and black, glistening and heavy, adorning the branches and carpeting the ground. A gentle breeze weaves through the forest, ensuring the air remains fresh and unconfined, while a fragrant aroma envelopes every corner. Shibazu wishes to express that the Shi family is never at a loss for sustenance. He could cultivate these delights for Lin Shu now that she is his wife. However, upon catching a glimpse of the countenance of the esteemed Junbo, he refrains from voicing his thoughts. On their inaugural visit, the children, unrestrained, dashed forward without awaiting Junbo's invitation, eagerly plucking fruits and harvesting melons. This left Xiao Yu and the others in an awkward predicament. Yet, Junbo found great amusement in the scene, laughing heartily at their innocent and genuine exuberance. As he concluded his words, Hinwan lifted a vine to peer beneath, while Hihuahua boldly nestled herself into the foliage, her little body half hidden as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Junbo Sherbua, why are there no rabbits here? Hinwan inquired. Hihuahua emerged, her rear end prominently displayed, declaring, there is no meat here. Where is the meat? Where is the meat? With a smile, Junbo chuckled, ready to respond, but suddenly recalled something. Casting a cool gaze toward Sherbio felt a jolt of alarm. In his haste to embark on their journey, he had neglected to attend to his guests. Would his father-in-law deduct points for this oversight? No, he reassured himself, for his subordinates would not forget. Gaining confidence, he smiled at the children, asking, what kind of meat do you wish to eat? Is it that my chef's cooking does not suit your palate? Father-in-law, I assure you I have not mistreated the children. Sherbio added. Hihuahua could not suppress her desire, licking her lips as she exclaimed, I want to drink blood, fresh blood. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Hinwan quietly set down the vine, scanning the area before selecting a large watermelon. She deftly severed the stem and, with a swift motion, split it open, crimson juice splattering forth. Drink this, she offered. Hua gazed at the two halves of the watermelon, her large eyes blinking in wonder. Sister, is it appropriate to deceive a child like this? Hunwan replied, Mother said we cannot consume it raw, as it harbors parasites in the blood. Hua scrutinized the watermelon once more and inquired of her sister, isn't watermelon raw? Hunwan merely raised her fist in response. Quietly accepting a half of the watermelon, Hua obediently gnawed at it like a puppy. Juju grinned, had I known it would turn out this way. Why did you insist on arguing? Just then, he felt a weight in his hand. He was handed the other half of the watermelon. Though he had little fondness for vegetables, Hunwan wiped her hands and stated, Mother says children should not be picky with their food. Juju lowered his head, silently chewing away. Junbo could not help but glance at Xiaoyu, who was repeating, Mother says this, with every bite. As a mentor, you should know better. Junbo remarked. Xiaoyu replied calmly, I have grown accustomed to it. Junbo chuckled. Hunwan certainly embodies the essence of an elder sister, quite commendable. He glanced at Xin Yao and Tang Yuzi, asking, Did Hu Qing not join us? Xiaoyu answered, She is preoccupied. She recently communicated with Yu Liuya, and thus is aware of certain matters. She is entering seclusion. Junbo nodded. Indeed, once Lin Shu breaks through, I too shall enter seclusion. I presume you all harbor similar plans? The influx of spiritual energy and order from the celestial realm destined the Little Li realm to experience a wave of advancements. Just as this was mentioned, the group sensed something amiss, abruptly looking up to see ominous clouds gathering in the sky, unmistakably indicating that Lin Shu was about to break through. The stone door of the closed cave erupted, and Lin Shu darted out, spotting a group of people in the distance. Her gaze immediately landing on her master as she rushed towards him. Master, I desire to condense the elixir. Shanwan, how have you become so diminutive? In this critical moment, Lin Shu was taken aback, momentarily forgetting her intentions and standing there in a daze. Junbo exclaimed, Hey, Jiayun, do not depart. Chapter 67, Truly Engaging. Lin Shu's Jiayun was frightened away by her own mischievous child. In their panic, Xiaoyu, Linin, Diyuan, and Shuanghua wished they could soar into the heavens to intercept Jiayun. Jiayun, they cried in distress. Junbo sneered, finding it beneath him. Lin Shu remained in shock. Huanwan? Jin Xian? Long Rua? Xiaoyao? Lanjiao? Is that truly you? But wait, Shibayazu appears unchanged. Master, have I entered an illusion? Junbo pointed skyward, indicating she should look. Will you condense the elixir today? Without a second thought, Lin Shu replied, Of course, I will condense it. Once I finish, I shall venture out to play. The four of Qiaoyu responded, Very well, she remains childlike. Shibayazu added, Lin Shu, I will accompany you. We shall be with you. Huanwan gazed at the dispersing Jiayun above and turned to call her companions. It seems Lin Shu's Jiayun has been frightened away. Let us condense the elixir together. Upon hearing this, Qiaoyu and the others grew solemn. You wish to condense the elixir? No? Is that advisable? Isn't it too hasty? Jin Xian exclaimed, somewhat reluctantly, We are currently the foremost and foundation establishment. If we condense the elixir, we shall no longer be the leaders. Linin. The other three. So, this was their reason for not condensing the elixir all along? Merely to maintain their status as the foremost and foundation establishment within the Chaohua sect. Their tempers were beginning to flare. This reasoning holds true, Lanjiao affirmed. What senior sister said is correct. Xiao, I am indifferent. Hihuahua summoned He Zhu, Xianyao, and Tang Yuzi to his side, asserting that they were not human and thus could not partake. However, after some contemplation, he produced He Kai Kai and tossed her to Hinwan, saying, "Sister, bring her along." Hinwan balanced the colorful egg atop her head, securing it in place. The moment for tribulation was approaching. Junbo suggested, "Why don't we all go to my Changji Gate's tribulation site? Each sect possesses a designated place for undergoing tribulation, blessed by heaven's thunder." Lenin, with a grave expression, inquired of Jean Xin, "Is that feasible?" Jean Xin, appearing nonchalant, replied, "What could possibly go wrong?" He beckoned his companions, "Come on, come on." In an instant, the five of them released their cultivation, momentarily exuding an overwhelming aura. The clinking and clattering resonated as they struggled to secure a multitude of jade plaques to their waists. Upon closer inspection, the four masters nearly fainted, for they were all filled with spirit storage jade. It turned out they had not neglected their cultivation nor ceased to progress. Rather, they had suppressed their powers and extracted excess spiritual energy to store within the spirit storage jade. Just look at that. Each person must have at least 100 pieces. Junbo was considerably astonished, casting them admiring glances. "You truly know how to enjoy yourselves." Suddenly, Lin Shu exclaimed, revealing a plethora of spirit storage jade to hang upon herself. "I almost forgot about mine." Junbo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Lin Shu, how come I was unaware of your cultivation accumulation?" Lin Shu responded, "Because it's a secret among good friends." Junbo, feeling somewhat disheartened, lamented, "But why was I left in the dark?" As I choked on the food, my haste in refining the elixir was not solely to earn a glance of approval from your master. Alas, I too yearn to partake in similar endeavors. The clouds of tribulation gather overhead, more ominously than before. Junbo, no longer hesitating, seized Lin Shu and gestured for everyone to follow him. He explained to his peers that a genuine practitioner from the Chaohua sect had come to visit with disciples, and they were about to face their tribulation. Even those who had previously shown little interest in the Golden Core tribulation for Foundation establishment disciples began to gather. Upon hearing that the illustrious daughter of Hu Qing was present, even the sect leader made an appearance, along with other powerful figures observing discreetly. Though the thunder of the tribulation had yet to strike, the atmosphere on the ground was already formidable. The leader of the Changji sect inquired of Lin Yin, "What is your sect leader occupied with?" Lin Yin responded with a meaningful, bittersweet smile, "Whatever keeps my sect leader busy is what occupies me as well." The Changji sect leader was well aware that these sect leaders maintained regular communication. Just days prior, he had conversed with Yu Luyai, both troubled by similar concerns. With this in mind, the Changji sect leader probed further, "Is your disciple so young? What are your plans for him?" Lin Yin replied softly, "He knows nothing. If he ventures forth, he won't even comprehend how he might perish. There's no rush, having just established his foundation. Even attaining the Golden Core makes him merely a minor cultivator, insignificant in the eyes of the immortal sections." Lin Yin inquired, "Do you have any thoughts on this matter?" The Changji sect leader, being a swordsman, believed in resilience and was determined to safeguard the Changji sect. He communicated telepathically, "I will endeavor to persuade the immortals to regard this place as a sanctuary for quiet cultivation, allowing them to relax while offering guidance to the young disciples, which would serve to alleviate their ennui." Lin Yin serves as the deputy to Yu Lui, and now they find themselves on the same side. Eager to share ideas and strategize, Lin Yin felt a surge of energy, a splendid approach. "Do the immortals concur?" The leader of Changji sect replied, "We shall strive for it." Meanwhile, concerns about the sect's development and discussions on disciple education unfolded. "What do you think motivates them to exert such relentless pressure on cultivation?" Jumbo queried, genuinely perplexed. Internally, he raged, "How am I to know what they scheme in private?" Yet, on the surface, Xiao Yudi and Shuanghua maintained serene smiles, youthful exuberance. Indeed, they believe such tactics will stabilize them. "That makes sense, quite a bit of sense," Jumbo nodded repeatedly, contemplating the notion of employing similar methods with his own disciples in the future. As if you need to teach Lin Shu. She has long been in cahoots with them. Within the tribulation zone, the 6 individuals were equally industrious. Xiao O commanded them to form a formation. "Let us attempt to withstand the entirety of the thunder tribulation without external aid, and see how many layers we can endure." Eagerly, they formed the array, tilting their faces upward in anticipation of the lightning. Such audacity, such folly. With a crack, the first bolt of lightning descended, manifesting the shape of tree roots in the air as it struck the formation, dispersing and cascading onto the 6 individuals, leaving them unscathed. The group remained vigilant, aware that each subsequent layer of tribulation would be more formidable. Additionally, with all 6 embarking on the tribulation together, from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core, 3 layers of thunder comprised merely 9 strikes, which was not an overwhelming number. However, 6 raised to the power of 9 equated to a significant total. With another crack, a thicker bolt fell, again dispersed among the 6, and still, they emerged unscathed. Numerous disciples whispered among themselves, "Are they all set to advance? Which one was struck by lightning? Who could be considered the target?" Even the heavens seemed confused as the heads of those on the ground spin around, all appearing quite similar. It is hard to determine who has been struck more or less. The calamity of lightning is a grave matter that must not be taken lightly. Thus, they must be separated. Strike. Chapter 68. Refusal. With a resounding crack and a thunderous roar, a blinding light and deafening sound erupted, scattering the 6 individuals gathered at the side of the tribulation. They were violently thrown apart by the shockwave and dust, landing quite a distance away, dazed and disoriented. The onlookers gasped, realizing that cheating beneath the heavens was utterly impossible. The masters among them grew anxious, urging, "Quickly, rise and set up a barrier." After considerable effort to discern who was who, the calamity of lightning offered them no respite, fearing they might reunite. A sudden deluge of 9 bolts of lightning was unleashed upon them. Indeed, the previous counts were rendered void. They had to start anew. A series of thunderous strikes followed, leaving no time even for a breath. The spectators were left in disbelief. Was this a bid for murder? Wait, we came here to gain enlightenment. With such rapid strikes, what insight could we possibly glean? As the tribulation clouds dissipated, a gust of wind swept through, rendering the entire ordeal swift as a jest. In the end, 6 deep craters remained at the side of the tribulation. The masters hurried over to excavate the individuals. As spiritual rain began to fall, the practitioners shouted, "Foundation-building disciples, remain in place for enlightenment." Seizing the fleeting moment of the tribulation, any small insight gained would be invaluable. The 6 individuals, once freed from the earth, could not rest immediately. They needed to hastily recover and elevate their states. A spirit-gathering formation was arranged around them, and the ambient spiritual energy surged forth, thickening into a liquid form, merging with the gentle rain to pour down abundantly. The torrential rain persisted for an entire day, during which the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius was entirely absorbed by 6 individuals, resulting in their cultivation levels advancing to the late Golden Core stage. Indeed, it appears that this is a golden opportunity for cultivators to ascend. The members of the Qing sect were filled with fervor, eagerly contemplating the day they could enter seclusion for their own breakthroughs. The individuals who experienced this transformation were exceedingly pleased. Jean Exine leaped with joy, exclaiming that they were now the foremost among their peers, the first to reach the Golden Core stage. The late Golden Core practitioners of the Chaohua sect grumbled, urging each other to take action. The sect leader of Changji was magnanimous, declaring, "Excellent, excellent. All of you have broken through. You are all good children. Let us hold a feast to celebrate." What splendid news! The sect leader is the best. We adore you. Surrounded by a gaggle of children no taller than his waist, who clung and tugged at him playfully, the leader of Changji sect beamed with delight. "Oh dear, how charming these children are. Unlike my own, who either sport a cold demeanor or keep their distance, as if they fear I might devour them. Such ungrateful little ones." Meanwhile, the seemingly neglected disciples of Changji sect found themselves under scrutiny as Huahua examined Kai, turning her over in her hands repeatedly before concluding, "We need to split a few more times." She then inquired of her sister, "When will you guys advance to the nascent soul stage?" Hinwan, hands on her hips, retorted, "You should aspire to progress more swiftly on your own." Hijuju interjected, "Do not rely on them. We shall take the initiative." Kai, being a demon, noted that the lightning meant to strike humans would be ineffective. It is up to their demon kin to take charge. "Wait a moment, Tang Yuzi." He pulled at the 5-year-old Tang Yuzi, bending down to the 2-year-old Hijuju's level. "Would you like me to cleanse your bloodline? To wash away a person's bloodline?" Tang Yuzi sighed twice, feeling conflicted. He now perceived that being human or being a demon seemed to be quite similar, as neither his companions nor his master would reject him. "I should consult my master," he thought. Hijuju advised, "Make your inquiries soon. The younger you are, the higher your chances of success." Xiaoyu approached, saying, "Wenwan, share some good news with your mother." Wenwan, filled with joy, attempted to contact Qing using her prayer beads, but received no response. She muttered to herself, I knew it would be like this, and tried reaching Shui Xian. Yet there was still no answer. Alas, her beloved mother and cherished uncle had gone out to enjoy themselves again. Noticing her inability to get in touch with anyone, Xiaoyu decided to contact Yului. On the other end, Yului replied brusquely, I don't have time for you right now. Be cautious while you're out. Several individuals in the sect are preparing for tribulation. Just as he was about to hang up, Qing interrupted him. The call ended abruptly. Xiaoyu was astonished. Your mother is about to ascend as well. Wan's spirits lifted instantly as she ran to grasp the hand of the Longji sect's master. Master, we want to eat meat. With one hand holding her, the master of Longji sect exuberantly waved his other hand, exclaiming, meat? Someone, go to the back mountain and catch a mountain-splitting tiger to nourish the child. A mountain-splitting tiger? How ferocious. Typically, they were used for training disciples. Yet here it was being offered to a child. Master, wake up. Meanwhile, at Chaohua sect, the number of individuals preparing for tribulation exceeded a mere 6. That day, Qing heeded Yului's advice and secluded herself on her mountain. Before entering her retreat, she informed Shui Xian and Huozhua. Shui Xian mentioned that he had a vague feeling he was about to ascend as well. Once he dispelled the cold energy, he would go outside Beipingfang to face his tribulation. Huozhua assured her he would watch over the family and wished his sister a smooth ascension. With that, Qing felt reassured and proceeded to her retreat. Yului was quite generous, bestowing upon her all the spiritual crystals of the Weeping Willow. She accepted them without hesitation. For her circumstances were indeed dire. Having received the spiritual crystals, she immediately employed them to construct a spiritual array. Why should I not absorb the spiritual energy directly? Is it because of my unparalleled beauty that the entire world shuns me? Jianbu urged her, take a broader perspective. The more powerful you become, the greater the number of individuals you can rob. Are you truly fixated on these few spiritual crystals? How could you harbor such thoughts? Qing, in a state of distress, retorted, I am a good person. Jianbu chuckled. A good person like Qing sits atop other spiritual crystals, consuming. Yet, her sea of consciousness rejected the influx. It declared that it was no longer the sea of consciousness that had once subsisted on meager rations. It required a more refined sustenance. How refined? She pondered. Surely, you need not be picky at this juncture. Nevertheless, her sea of consciousness remained obstinate, refusing to yield. In a moment of inspiration, Qing resolved to draw the spiritual energy from her surroundings, yet even the space rejected her efforts. Jianbu remarked. It is connected to the devouring golden beast. It has long since outgrown such paltry spiritual energies. Qing then turned her attention to the heartless silk blood fiend Pearl and the Demon Emperor's order. Each of the three appeared to feign ignorance, seemingly unimpressed. Bai Wen, Thunder Dragon? With a sudden leap, Bai Wen and the Thunder Dragon began to circle around the little Yuan Ying in her dantian. With each rotation, they emitted a flash of light, subsequently siphoning away a wave of spiritual energy. Qing was moved to tears in her moment of need. It was indeed her own progeny that proved reliable. She glanced at the soul lock chain, quietly hanging from the Yuan Ying. The soul lock chain is ill-suited for consuming golden fire spiritual energy. I shall seek out something more suitable in the future. Then, her gaze fell upon her diminutive self. With a stern face and closed eyes, exuding an air of arrogance, Qing felt certain that she could not possibly come across as so unappealing. This Yuan Ying had indeed grown awry. With a pair of resonant howls, one clear and the other sharp, the colossal form of the Thunder Dragon burst forth, shattering the stone gate and soaring towards the heavens. Qing, startled, took flight in pursuit, exclaiming, do not run amok. We must proceed to the tribulation site. Chapter 69. Thunder of instruments. A dark line stretched across the horizon, and before reaching it, the once pristine azure sky suddenly erupted like ink, swirling with clouds. Purple and blue lightning twisted and exploded, each crack of thunder linking to the next. Countless individuals were stirred into flight. Was it the calamity clouds approaching from the horizon? Why were there additional calamity clouds forming overhead? Were they from the same individual? Who could be undergoing tribulation? I wonder if the ancestor has witnessed this. Chan Ming released his grip, extending his consciousness forward. His previously indifferent expression shifted upon realizing it was Qing. He immediately rushed to her side, offering protection. Qing was arranging formations at the tribulation site, occasionally glancing skyward, her face a mask of confusion. What is this? Do they believe that one thunder tribulation is insufficient to vanquish me, so they summon another? Do they hold me in such high esteem? As if I were their own flesh and blood? If so, ought they not to offer me a shortcut? Jianbu speculated. Could it be that she is directly ascending to the integration stage? Integration? Qing exclaimed, both astonished and exhilarated. If I exert myself further, could I not leap directly to the Great Ascension? Is the Great Ascension truly so formidable? Jianbu retorted. Qing replied, then I shall strive even harder and achieve immortality in one fell swoop. Jianbu scoffed, what nonsense. As the formation was established, the Thunder Dragon and the White Kiss continued to soar above, howling as if intoxicated by dragon's blood. Why do they seem to have grown larger? Qing wondered aloud. The formation cannot accommodate them. Let them take the lead for now, Jianbu suggested nonchalantly. As your innate weapon, it is only fitting that they share in the trials and face danger head-on. Qing gazed sorrowfully at the sky, where dark clouds had gathered, enveloping a radius of 1,000 miles. The edges of the ominous clouds were lined with a shimmering golden hue, and the flickering lightning within resembled embroidered threads, crafting a tapestry of floral beauty. To strike her down, the heavens had even conjured a garden of peonies. What a splendid banquet of opulent peonies, akin to all the ethereal spirits of the flowers, adorned with luminous blossoms, coming forth to witness her. I am not a villain of great malice. Crack, crack. Thunder rumbled within the clouds, brewing ominously. Above Qing, the storm clouds began to whirl, forming a profound vortex, something writhing within, poised to break free. Suddenly, the white-kissed thunder dragon let out a piercing roar, its tail swishing as it charged toward the cyclone of dark clouds. Do not, Qing shouted, her heart racing with anxiety. These reckless beings, just fly lower and wait for the lightning. Why do they rush in? The white-kissed thunder dragon seemed oblivious to her cries, soaring into the vast sky with unparalleled bravery. The onlookers instinctively held their breath. Charge! Charge! They urged. Just as White-Kissed and the Thunder Dragon were about to collide with the dark clouds, a bolt of lightning descended, illuminating half the sky in crimson. Red? Qing was taken aback. Silk cloth? What on earth? The crowd was bewildered. What kind of calamity was this? Why was it red? The bright, vivid light painted the faces of those gazing up from below in hues of crimson, their expressions frozen in astonishment, resembling the living dead. Silk cloth. This is a device lightning. How could he have forgotten? The kind of lightning that specifically targets devices. He had endured it more than once. So much time had passed that he found himself somewhat nostalgic. Device lightning. Qing mused that lightning was aimed at the White-Kissed Thunder Dragon and the Thunder Dragon. Yet they had not yet transcended to the mortal realm. How could they attract device lightning? She is unworthy of them. The silken fabric remarked. It seems their consciousness has taken form, which has attracted the thunder of the artifacts. Even demons and spirits, upon attaining human form, must face the wrath of lightning, let alone a mere artifact. Qing instinctively sensed something amiss, but time did not permit her to ponder. The tribulation thunder that belonged to her descended simultaneously from 3 different directions, hurtling towards her head. In a flurry, she activated the grand formation, White-Kissed Thunder Dragon. Hold your ground. Mind your own business. The 3 bolts of lightning converged into one, striking down with tremendous force. The grand formation caught it, causing the barrier to tremble. Wait. Does this count as 1 or 3? Chuan Ming, situated at the edge, exclaimed in exasperation. Surrounding him were figures of ancestral caliber, equally bewildered. They had undergone numerous tribulations, but it had always been counted as 1. How could they combine now? Qin Yang swiftly gestured towards the clouds, stating, Chuan Ming, I observe that even if 3 bolts merge into 1, it would still yield over 200 strikes. Chuan Ming, flustered, retorted, nonsense. The ascent to the great vehicle comprises 81 strikes, and the ascension to immortality encompasses 108. What significance does his daughter hold to surpass the combined total of the great vehicle and ascension tribulations? Qin Yang turned to survey the crowd, inquiring, is it possible that one of us is coincidentally undergoing tribulation? Could it be that we are all caught in this together? There was indeed a possibility. They began to tally the individuals present. After a series of calculations, Qing endured several more thunderbolts before clarity emerged regarding the number of participants. Those standing here, those elsewhere, and those who had ventured out, none were presently undergoing tribulation. Not a single great vehicle practitioner was emerging from their seclusion in the unnoticed crevices of space. An immortal quietly observed this scene. It was indeed the thunder of artifacts, and it was red lightning. This artifact possesses a connection. Both of these items exhibit remarkable quality. Quality is not synonymous with rank. Some artifacts attain a fixed rank upon refinement, while others possess the potential for continuous advancement. The pair before us, A dragon and a python evidently hold boundless potential. Such fine craftsmanship. It is astonishing that the realm of Little Li could attract the attention of artifact tribulation. In our time, we had none of this. The laws of the celestial realm have indeed been supplemented. A group of celestial beings, evading the gaze of the crowd below, concealed themselves within the crevices of space, engaging in idle conversation. Having observed the striking white python and purple dragon, their eyes inevitably fell upon the individual in the center, undergoing tribulation. Is this female cultivator the master of these two artifacts? This tribulation lightning has opened our eyes. The tribulation lightning of the celestial realm is not so ornate. The human and artifact tribulations occur simultaneously, illuminating the surroundings like a garden in bloom. What could be her transgressions? If her sins were indeed grievous, she should be struck by white or black lightning. This pure blue-purple hue, while grand in appearance, carries no malice or intent to kill. Could it be merely to facilitate her ascension? Ascending to a higher realm inevitably brings forth miracles. At this moment, a celestial being spoke leisurely. The one who was harshly reprimanded and pursued that day was her. What? The celestial beings who were not present at that time were taken aback. As fellow celestial beings, they had believed that Zhou was dead. Regardless of how Zhou met her end, it signifies that the female cultivator below is extraordinary. The speaking celestial being gazed skyward. This tribulation may perhaps be a form of blessing. A blessing? Qing felt otherwise. She sensed that the heavens regarded her as a discarded, oversized item, one that should have been discarded long ago. With so much lightning, will it strike her down? As another bolt of lightning finally rent the barrier apart, she questioned the heavens with defiance. A cacophony of thunder rumbled as a squadron of lightning descended from the heavens. Startled, Qing disregarded all caution and summoned the bloodshot pearl to confront the storm. As the summoned orb emerged, it was instantly enveloped in a cascade of blue-violet electric light. I shall endure this onslaught of thunder. Its crimson form was quickly transformed into a verdant hue by the jarring energy, prompting it to plunge downward, burrowing into the earth. Qing, wait. Are you abandoning me to wield the ruthless threads? That trinket can scarcely withstand a drizzle. Perhaps the Demon Emperor's edict? The Demon Emperor's edict, sensing impending peril, cautioned. Do not be reckless. Should I emerge, you shall find yourself pursued by the demonic horde. Qing found herself devoid of any viable options. Bai Wen and the Thunder Dragon were still being struck by lightning themselves. The frail Ming, in a state of panic, clapped and stomped his feet. At this juncture, he could neither approach nor intervene, not even offer her an array plate. During the tribulation, any external interference would exacerbate the tempest of thunder. What to do? Chapter 70. Together, how is it that you can transmute golden fire spiritual energy into thunder spiritual energy? At a critical moment, the silken cloth unexpectedly spoke. What? Qing's mind struggled to keep pace. During your battle with Zhou, your spiritual energy was transformed into the Thunder Dragon's thunder spiritual energy. Qing, astonished, replied. That was the Thunder Dragon's transformation. The Thunder Dragon is not a true Thunder Dragon. It is your vessel. The silken cloth nearly succumbed to exasperation. Your innate vessel allows your spiritual energy to transmute into thunder spiritual energy, but the crux lies in your presence. Did you think any individual could master a vessel? Would the Thunder Dragon be able to convert another spiritual energy into its own thunder spiritual energy? Ah, how should I know how to transmute it? I. Amidst the roaring thunder and blinding flashes, Qing was swallowed by the brilliance, her spiritual energy instinctively surging forth in resistance. The lightning sought to cleave through her spiritual energy, intent on annihilating her meridians. Qing instinctively channeled a bolt of thunderous energy into her meridians. After enduring numerous lightning strikes, she was adept at guiding this familiar force into her dantian. The thunderous energy was unruly. However, it was but a mere thread, ultimately enveloped by the overwhelming spiritual power and flowing into her dantian. That slender thread of lightning resembled a great fish leaping into the vast ocean, unable to break free regardless of its attempts to soar or plunge into the abyss. And soon it dissolved into nothingness. Silk cloth, unclear, yet utilizable. Indeed, she could harness it. Without hesitation, Qing sat cross-legged, embracing the impending calamity of thunder. As more lightning descended, she deftly drew all the bolts striking her, guiding them back to her dantian with her spiritual power. The silk cloth felt a twitch at the corner of its mouth. There was no need for such reckless abandon. The thunder roared and crackled, ultimately being directed into her dantian, akin to lightning plunging into water, creating a splash yet sinking deeper. as her triple cultivation technique commenced. Witnessing the Dantian's capacity to absorb the thunderous energy, Qing was elated and immediately began to temper her body with portions of the lightning. Muscles, bones, organs, she aspired to forge herself into a master craftsman. The pure and potent destructive force tore through flesh and forged bone. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted in the palm of her right hand. Qing hastily opened her palm, only to find it ablaze, the agony surpassing anything she had ever known. It was more excruciating than fire, more tormenting than lightning, as if both her spiritual and physical hands were set aflame. Ah, the pain! Qing gritted her teeth, refusing to utter a sound. Her muscles taut as she fixated on her palm, where a black pattern ignited, a mark of annihilation. The silk cloth was equally astonished. Could it be that Qing was prepared to pay a price to harness the power of heaven and earth? The searing pain in her right hand caused her to overlook the agony of the lightning strike. Qing lowered her head, her gaze fixated on the center of her palm, watching as the transparent flames consumed the character of extermination. Let it burn. She acknowledged the borrowing, harboring no regrets. Her small hand emerged from the miniature sun, grasping, shaking, and then devouring it in one gulp. Ah, this flavor is delightful. As she marveled, she felt a portion of her spiritual energy ascend within her, entering her sea of consciousness. What is this? Wasn't the sea of consciousness supposed to be indifferent? Sensing its stability and lack of disturbance, Qing redirected her focus to her right hand, which was ablaze with her very essence. If her soul were to burn away, would she, Qing, still exist? She had merely slain a weeping willow, a trivial celestial being, and was hardly a virtuous individual. Why then must she endure such punishment? To outsiders, Qing appeared seated on the ground, barehanded and confronting the lightning, surrounded by a pillar of electric light that obscured her very shadow. Astonishing. The esteemed observers were awestruck, the masters filled with admiration, while the disciples gazed upon her with adoration. Wow, truly deserving of her title as Aunt. This is the Thunder Tribulation, fearless, without a shred of trepidation, and is magnificent, and is formidable. May she remain evergreen for millennia. Just then, a white figure darted swiftly towards her. Yulua flashed, blocking the path, astonished. Shueishin? Shueishin, in a rush, replied, "Step aside. I need to cross the tribulation." Yuluya exclaimed, "What?" Shueishin, a mix of urgency and frustration, continued, "She has created too vast an area. I cannot escape. So I might as well join her in facing the tribulation." What could two individuals achieve together during a tribulation? Thus, they had previously agreed that when the time came for one to undergo the tribulation, they would retreat to a distance away from the Chawa sect, towards Baoping Square. Each soul traverses their own path, undisturbed by others, a notion so splendid. Yet, what is the reality? Behold the ominous storm clouds looming above. Does he truly possess the luxury to wander thousands of miles away? Even if he were to escape, he would likely find no other tempest to safeguard him. Thus, it seems prudent to journey together. Ah, Yu Luyin, mechanically stepping aside, Waterheart swiftly darted past him, exclaiming, "Must you do this at this moment?" Keeping his distance, Qing halted, casting a glance, ultimately deciding against a greeting as he produced the formation plate to arrange the array. As the plate emerged, the Buddha seal followed suit. Soaring into the sky, Waterheart attempted to grasp it but failed, only then noticing that White Kiss and Thunder Dragon were also being struck above. Why was the lightning red? It appeared that the red lightning resembled the thunder of instruments. Observing that the Buddha seal had already positioned itself amidst White Kiss and Thunder Dragon, evidently seeking to share in the thunder, Waterheart dismissed any concern and focused on arranging the formation. The crowd was astonished. Another had arrived. Thus, the sky was certainly not dominated by a single presence. Waterheart's formation differed from Qing's, while Qing's array deflected and consumed the heavenly thunder. Waterheart's aimed to gradually channel the thunder's energy into his own being for cultivation. Look, this individual also embodied the unification of the three thunders. At this moment, Qing had entered a state of selflessness. Otherwise, upon witnessing this scene, he would surely be delighted to share the burden with another. In the center of the swirling vortex, a sluggish red lightning bolt emerged after a considerable duration, and White Kiss, Thunder Dragon, and the Buddha seal took turns facing the strikes, enduring the onslaught without retreat. However, the Buddha seal, even at its maximum size, appeared pitifully smaller than White Kiss and Thunder Dragon. After enduring 3 strikes of red lightning, the Buddha positioned atop the seal was propelled toward Thunder Dragon, its outstretched, empty hand brushing against Thunder Dragon's tail. With a powerful swing of its tail, Thunder Dragon retorted, "Get away, I do not belong to you." Buddha-in, with a swift motion, struck towards Bai Wen, who retaliated with a flick of his tail, urging him to stay away, expressing his annoyance. Buddha-in was once again cast aside, only to confront a bolt of crimson lightning. The spectators, engrossed in the spectacle, failed to notice the subtle interplay among the three entities. The tumultuous convergence of 81 thundering tribulations was meticulously counted by the onlookers. Yet the anticipated storm seemed to have passed. Can it be that this tribulation is over? Chanming craned his neck for a better view. Suddenly, the dazzling light vanished, plunging the vicinity, particularly around Qing, into darkness, illuminated only by the remnants of the lightning. Chanming rubbed his eyes, struggling to discern the figures before him. Gradually, he made out the outlines of heads and bodies, suggesting they were still alive. Ordinarily, once a tribulation subsides, one would expect the manifestation of laws and spiritual reign. However, with those still undergoing their tribulation present, the future remained uncertain. What would follow? A resounding pair of explosions echoed from different directions, startling the elders of the Chaohua sect, their expressions shifting dramatically. In an instant, two figures materialized within the arena, exchanging astonished glances before scanning the surroundings both inside and out, their surprise palpable. They then hastily retreated to distant corners of the arena. Heavens! Yu Lui felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. A great ascension was about to occur. Chapter 71. It is time. The great ascension does not transpire within the confines of the sect. Historically, this has been the case. Firstly, the commotion is far too significant, risking the safety of the sect. Secondly, there is the fear of enemy interference. Upon successful ascension, a Taoist would typically take a brief moment in the intermediate realm to settle grievances and eliminate external threats for their sect. The strength of an immortal is unparalleled. Hence, once their enemies become aware, they would stop at nothing to thwart the ascension. Each great ascension practitioner would usually select a safe location for their tribulation well in advance, awaiting the divine signal before concentrating on withstanding the lightning. At this moment, the two great ascendants sensed the urgency of their situation. If they did not undergo tribulation immediately, they would miss the opportune moment. Thus, they resolved to face the tribulation within the confines of their sect. One ascendant proclaimed loudly for all to hear, urging everyone to retreat to avoid being inadvertently struck by the tribulation lightning. It dawned on the crowd that they had been so engrossed in watching the lightning that they had forgotten to safeguard themselves. In the rifts of space, the immortals wore solemn expressions. Could it be that two great ascendants were undergoing tribulation simultaneously? Would they ascend to the ascension pool or remain in this realm? Such a coincidence. The ominous clouds of tribulation showed no signs of dissipating. Was it possible that they had anticipated the arrival of multiple participants? Suddenly, someone approached, and a hush fell over the crowd. After a brief pause, a voice, laced with sarcasm, broke the silence. "What? Do you still wish to assist outsiders in extinguishing the hopes of the Chaohua sect?" Jiashan responded with an equally sardonic tone. "Oh, I thought you would prefer to let the Chaohua sect flounder without leadership, all while you dictate their fate." The crowd darkened in countenance. That was Zhelu. Though it was indeed Zhelu, he had not directly targeted the Chaohua sect. Jiashan snorted dismissively. "If you wish for the Chaohua sect to perish, I shall not allow it. You may merely observe. Not everyone in this world is ungrateful." Having been exposed, they had no choice but to reveal themselves in midair. The members of the Chaohua sect felt a chill run down their spines. So many immortals had gathered to observe the spectacle. Yu Luyan felt a surge of anxiety. Ancestor. However, many lethal weapons gifted by Zhelu had already been secretly concealed, poised to strike. It was at this very moment that Xiao Yu's message was received by Yu Luyan. He had no time for idle chatter and hastily ended the call. With a gaze filled with concern, she directed her attention towards Qing, pondering the unsettling stillness. Though Qing remained motionless, her spirit had transcended her physical form. To be precise, it was her senses that had detached. Guided by an imperceptible yet gentle force, she found herself floating through the air, witnessing the throngs of people below and the celestial beings emerging above, as well as the dense, ocean-like calamity clouds. Her emotions were a curious blend of enlightenment and serene detachment, neither joyful nor sorrowful. She could not fathom why she stood in this place. The wind caressed her. The distant roar lingered in her ears, yet her gaze traversed vast distances, reaching far beyond. She glimpsed the Morning Glory sect, the Baoping Alley. In places both familiar and foreign, majestic mountains and rivers, bustling cities, the expanse of earth and ocean, and the boundless sky. High winds swept over the seas. Where schools of fish shimmered beneath the surface, colossal sea monsters crashed against the waves, forming icy peaks, while enchanting mermaids frolicked and sang in the azure depths. The continent of Tianan lay enveloped in mist, leading her thoughts to the crystal cloud realm ahead. Awakening from her reverie, she found herself speechless, unable to utter a sound. Moments ago, Qing had encountered a significant opportunity, yet he had not seized it. Not only him, but she sensed that even those within her consciousness, such as the blazing sun and the golden devouring beast, had also been barred from participating. Only her pure self had ventured forth. This realm possessed a unique ability to suppress all existence without harming the essence. What was its intention? What thoughts occupied Qing's mind? She lamented the missed chance to glide among the celestial beings, pondering whether she might have discreetly acquired their treasures. Alas, yet another opportunity for great fortune slipped away. She glanced at her right hand, unscathed and devoid of anything of value. Struggling to rise, my legs felt entirely numb, a refreshing sensation cascading over my waist. After pinching myself for a considerable time, I finally managed to stand. Upon finding Shui Xian, I noticed his demeanor suggested that the tribulation had also passed for him. "Hey, get up and make some space," I urged. In midair, two elderly figures, previously unseen, were engaged in a lively tribulation, truly wielding swords in earnest. Shui Xian coldly opened his eyes, while Qing, feeling a twinge of uncertainty, inquired, "Did that interruption disturb your comprehension of the laws?" "Comprehend what nonsense?" Shui Xian retorted. "They're fighting above. The laws have yet to descend." Qing exclaimed softly, "It won't come down anytime soon. Let us go outside and take a breather." "I refuse to go," Shui Xian replied. "What? Are you still clinging to the Chawa sect?" Qing countered. Shui Xian responded. "Didn't you see that Bai Wan and Lei Long are still at it?" Qing sighed, smacking her forehead as she gazed skyward, where indeed, at the center, a tangle of white, purple, and a flash of gold continued their tumultuous dance. She decided to sit down, asking Shui Xian, "Why are we on the ground while they are in the sky?" "Because they are foolish," Shui Xian scoffed. "They fear the thunder will not strike them. Unlike us, who, when faced with danger, would burrow into the ground. I doubt the heavenly thunder can pierce the earth." Heavenly thunder seemed to respond. "Do you doubt I could prevent you from burrowing?" The two sat in a row, observing the scene. Gradually sensing something amiss, the tribulation lightning had surely concluded. What on earth are those three doing up there? What are they doing? After enduring the tribulation lightnings, the three had officially transformed into spiritual entities, now possessing intelligence. Fo-yin and Lei Long, being of the thunder attribute, naturally aligned with their master's temperament, relishing the abundance of thunderous energy nearby without any qualms. Bai Wan, however, was coerced into participating in their mischief. All three ventured into the tribulation clouds, mischievously attempting to touch the lightning within the clouds, sparking with crackling sounds of electricity. The might of heaven surpasses the ferocity of a tiger's whiskers. How can they act with such audacity? A resounding thunderclap struck them down, enveloping them in swirling black smoke. Waterheart and Qing remarked, "Indeed." In Chapter 72, titled Spiritual Body, Qing grasped a slender sword in one hand and the thunder dragon in the other. Remarkably, both had shrunk to a size scarcely longer than chopsticks, radiating an intense heat. Without hesitation, she performed the water cleansing technique to wash them. Beside her, the Buddha seal had also diminished in size. Waterheart took a damp cloth and meticulously wiped it. With each stroke, brilliance emanated, revealing its treasured nature. Qing exclaimed, "This is the luster of diamonds." She brought the slender sword closer to her eyes, marveling, "Wow, it even has facets polished." The thunder had stolen my thunderous prowess. The flames had vanished from Bai Wen's body, leaving it adorned with minute facets, almost imperceptible, resembling scales. Qing reached out to poke at them, yet they would not budge. Suddenly, Bai Wen twisted a few times as if tickled. Qing was taken aback. In the next instant, Bai Wen agilely leapt, diving into her dantian. Was this shyness? She could not help but lift the thunder dragon for a closer inspection. It sparkled as if polished, its head, tail, horns, and claws complete, resembling a small, intact dragon, its tiny eyes blinking rapidly. Qing gasped in astonishment. It was alive. Waterheart remained unmoving, lost in thought. Qing approached, cradling the thunder dragon, and laughed. What has become of Buddha Seal? Both Bai Wen and the Thunder Dragon had shrunk due to the lightning strike, while Buddha Seal had been transformed into a small monk. Where had the grand Buddha statue gone? Waterheart was equally puzzled. Yet he felt disheartened. I have no fondness for looking after children. Oh, how ironic. Who among them was constantly preoccupied with leading her child to the Buddhist path? A peculiar sensation unexpectedly coursed through her fingers, a feeling more subtle than touching water, yet undeniably real. Qing widened her eyes in disbelief, questioning if this was merely an illusion. Shui Xian, with a hint of disdain for her naivety, remarked, "This is a spiritual entity." She continued, Bai Wen and Lei Long can also manifest spiritual entities now. Haven't you noticed? Qing glanced down at Lei Long, inquiring, "Where is your spiritual entity?" Responding to her unspoken question, Lei Long's form suddenly twisted in her palm, transforming from a solid little dragon into a nimble, ethereal hatchling. Is this a spiritual entity? Qing pondered solemnly, internally addressing Wanbu. Why can't you achieve this? Though Wanbu remained silent, a thought echoed within. Why can't I? Because I require an abundance of energy. It's simply because you lack ambition. Then, a profound voice resonated. All disciples of the Chaohua sect, heed my command, remain in place and contemplate the loss. What? The two looked up, witnessing the abrupt cessation of thunder and the lingering storm clouds. As the two great ascension cultivators, who had been transcending in midair, now sat upright on the ground. Have they succeeded? Are all of us to contemplate? Qing furrowed her brow, concerned for the safety of the Chaohua sect. Shui Xian whispered, contemplation can be interrupted at any moment. Moreover, not everyone is capable of such understanding. Those who can will proceed to contemplate, while those who cannot must take on the responsibility of protection. Please, don't go. Neither of us has contemplated yet, and we were meant to share in the descending loss. It's not an urgent matter. Why step forward now? Qing remained still, stating, I think I see my father. Chan Ming waved at her, conveying through spiritual communication, don't move. Focus on your contemplation. Obediently, Qing sat upright, awaiting the descent of the loss. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, as she remained oblivious to the essence of the law. Everywhere one looked, individuals settled down, brimming with exhilaration. This spectacle caused some celestial beings above to feel a tinge of melancholy. Such a tier of descending laws held no utility for them, leaving them to merely observe the benefits reaped by those below. Some celestial beings, notably from the demon and beast clans, could not help but entertain restless thoughts. The realm of Xiaoli was rather limited, and with only these resources available to the three tribes, should one faction weaken, would it be prudent to intervene? To eliminate these two ethereal immortals in their infancy would inevitably lead to the decline of the prestigious Chaohua sect. However, while the demon and beast tribes pondered this, the human celestial beings harbored similar thoughts. At this juncture, aligning themselves by race, the human celestial beings subtly adjusted their stances, effectively locking down the movements of the demon and beast clans. The celestial beings of the three tribes contemplated. How I longed to silence his tongue. Some, filled with trepidation, considered the dire consequences of igniting a spark that could lead to a catastrophic downfall in Xiaoli, fearing the potential wrath of the celestial order. Who could foresee the machinations of the heavens? They held no fear of chaos elsewhere, but the prospect of faltering in their homeland was daunting. After all, it was a place where their roots lay deep and consequences were inevitable. At that moment, many resolved internally to sever all ties with Xiaoli, lest they find themselves bound by future constraints. Regardless, the celestial beings of the three tribes maintained a delicate balance, with none daring to act recklessly. Meanwhile, down below, the disciples of the Chaohua sect sat obediently, all engaged in the contemplation of the celestial laws. Was it that they believed they could not stir the waters? Or did they harbor an unwavering trust in their own celestial beings? Whatever the case may be, an unsettling feeling lingered. The disciples did not place their faith in celestial beings. Rather, they wholly believed in their ancestors, while the ancestors themselves wagered on a gamble. The voice that resonated earlier belonged to one of the two cultivators undergoing the tribulation of the Great Ascension. Both sensed the extraordinary opportunity before them and seized it. For the glory of the Chaohua sect. Should they fail to grasp it, they would bear the regret for countless years. Their thoughts turned to a gamble. After all, they were celestial beings, willing to relinquish the chance to comprehend the laws of the universe to protect those beneath them. Naturally, until absolutely necessary, they would absorb as much as they could. To their delight, once they assimilated the descending laws and integrated them, no unexpected occurrences transpired. The two felt an unparalleled surge of power coursing through their bodies, granting them a fresh and elevated perspective of the world. Unable to contain their exhilaration, they soared into the sky, releasing a resonant and stirring whistle. Was this the culmination of the great ascension tribulation? Qing swiftly darted to Ming's side, exclaiming, "Father, prepare yourself. Once we achieve integration, we will reach the stage of divine transformation." Ming replied, "Are you genuinely considering such a fortunate outcome? You must believe me. Look at those clouds. They are thicker than before, and the combined ancestors of our integration will have more than enough power to handle them." Fearing Ming might be indifferent, she pointed skyward, poking insistently. The onlookers, upon hearing her reasoning, were convinced. Such sound logic. However, Qing turned to caution Yu Luyin, senior brother. "You should also prepare yourself early." Yu Luyin was startled. "Are you implying that the nascent soul must also confront the divine transformation tribulation? Does that mean the golden core is the threshold for the nascent soul? And is the foundation establishment the equivalent of the golden core?" "Certainly not," Qing retorted sternly. Yu Luyin chuckled awkwardly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. "That is not the case." Chapter 73. The safety desired by the white egg. Shouldn't you, as the esteemed sect leader, be a bit bolder? Is it not possible to leap across 2 stages at once? 2 stages? Must we leap even further? Yu Lui gazed into her resolute eyes, falling into silence, as those around them shared the same stillness. Qing, in a fit of urgency, clapped her hands, urging, "Hurry up. Are the heavenly thunder a limitless resource? While we have the chance, let us harness as much as we can. Otherwise, if we delay, who knows if there will be any calamity left for us to utilize later." The crowd murmured in agreement. Is that truly the case? What a novel perspective. The accomplished beings had already gathered, ready to receive the thunder. Yu Lui, dismissing any further thoughts, directed others to prepare the necessary items for transcending tribulation according to their cultivation levels. Those who were unprepared were to share with those who had an abundance. As this was no time for negotiation, the sect would compensate everyone later. Despite their astonishment, they were accustomed to following orders and swiftly took action. Qing lamented, "If only we could wait for our turn to seize such an opportunity. Perhaps the ancestors could directly tear through space to send us there." This was indeed a viable option, albeit somewhat unappealing. Yu Lui's heart stirred. "Do you believe others might have similar opportunities?" Qing replied, perplexed, "Why else? What great deeds has our Chaohua sect performed to deserve such exceptional favor from the heavenly Tao?" Yu Lui was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing such candor was unnecessary. The celestial beings, observing the bustling activity below, likened the scene to ants scurrying about, overheard the discussions, and began to ponder. Was the Little Li realm forcibly enhancing the strength of the 3 clans? If that were the case, they must refrain from intervening. No one wished to see their lineage extinguished. Those quick-witted individuals began contemplating how to foster goodwill with the Little Li realm and their original sect and families. For from this perspective, the future of the Little Li realm appeared exceedingly bright. Everyone became busily engaged. As each peak and hall received the command from Yu Lui to gather essential materials for the tribulation, such as spirit stones, elixirs, and formation plates, with specific instructions issued. The masters and peak leaders generously opened their coffers, continually reminding their disciples to focus their minds and immerse themselves in comprehension. Shueixin quietly inquired of Qing, "What level have you reached in your cultivation?" Qing shook her head. "I am uncertain. We shall discuss it later. By the way, please fetch Yizhua for me while I inspect the Chaohua sect." He nodded, directly tearing through the fabric of space and stepping inside. Qing was momentarily taken aback. Could she also tear through space? A wave of joy washed over her. "Senior brother, I will oversee the sect. If there are disciples who have not yet arrived, please bring them along." At this moment, Yu Lui was preoccupied but quickly assented. "I appreciate your assistance." "Oh, I have already sent someone to summon the absent disciples. Just keep an eye on the mountain gate. If any visitors arrive, kindly inform them that we are not in a position to receive guests at this time." Qing replied with an "oh," and casually mentioned, "Have all the imprisoned disciples been brought in as well?" Yu Lui inhaled sharply, realizing he had forgotten this matter. After all, which family did not have a few wayward disciples? Over time, as long as they were not sentenced to death, many remained confined in various places. Furthermore, there were guards overseeing them. Yu Lui promptly made a decisive order, instructing Wen Chuan to bring those wayward disciples as well. After all, they were their own kin. It was best to allow them to encounter their fortunes first. If they did not repent, they could be confined again. He cleared his throat. If they still do not repent. Qing gave a thumbs up. Senior brother, you are magnanimous. Chuanming glanced at the sky and nodded to her. Qing moved forward, initially intending to test the rending of space, fearing that her aim might not be precise enough to avoid being torn too far away. She chose to fly outward instead. To her pleasant surprise, she discovered that her speed had significantly increased, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself at the summit. Hey, Wanbu, why don't you ask me how I am? She exclaimed. Wanbu tested her ability to speak and, with a mischievous grin, suggested, why don't you first check your sea of consciousness? Have there been any changes? Listening to her advice, Qing gazed into her sea of consciousness and was astonished by its beauty. Following her battle against Jilu, the waters within had previously dwindled to less than half, with spiritual energy easily replenished, while soul energy remained scarce, leaving it only partially filled. At this moment, although the water was still limited, a stunning ring of crystal caves had appeared along the edges of her sea of consciousness. These caves rose majestically, with their lower halves submerged in water and the upper halves resembling freely growing crystals, bending into exquisite shapes and shimmering with a crystalline glow. The semi-transparent crystals were interspersed with hues of gold, red, purple, and blue, evidently formed from her spiritual and lightning energies. The sea of consciousness actively consumed spiritual energy, seemingly for this purpose. But what was its utility? The answer revealed itself a moment later. Suddenly, a small sun descended from the sky, swirling joyfully within the crystalline cave, its vibrant flames igniting in a line. Qing observed intently as the little creature playfully nibbled on the crystal, chewing and swallowing it whole. So that was it. The blazing sun feasted on this. Wanbu, witnessing this, felt a twinge of envy. It appeared more at ease here than in its own domain. Turning to Qing, she remarked, it can find its own food. We should benefit from that. Indeed, Qing replied, I see that these spiritual energy crystals are not abundant. They won't sustain it for long. Qing glanced around, nodding in agreement. Previously, she had perceived her sea of consciousness as vast, but encircled by a crystalline barrier. It now appeared rather modest. In truth, she distinctly sensed that the realm of her consciousness had expanded significantly after the lightning strike. Perhaps it was the diminished sea water that made it seem smaller? She turned to locate the four companions, noting that the unfeeling Silk Demon Emperor's decree remained unchanged, while the Blood Fiend Pearl, having been dragged out to withstand a wave of thunder, was in a foul mood, bouncing about and creating pits in the water with its agitation. Qing mocked, aren't you the purest of blood fiends? What do you fear from the thunder? With a scoff, she added, do you truly believe the heavenly thunder would regard you as worthy? The Blood Fiend Pearl continued its frantic antics. Qing entered the space, which was eerily quiet. Previously unnoticed, the stillness now felt overwhelmingly profound. A touch of sound, perhaps the rustling of leaves in the wind, would be delightful. Given the opportunity, she vowed to restore the space, transforming it into a vibrant sanctuary teeming with life. Speaking of life, that white egg was indeed a living entity, yet it remained utterly motionless. Qing raised her right hand, paused, and instead placed her left hand upon the eggshell, her thoughts reaching out. When will you emerge? She countered, what constitutes safety? After a lengthy silence, and then an even longer one, the concept of safety echoed back. Ah, safety. Chapter 74. The courageous capitalist Qing inquired of the silken cloth, what defines safety? The silken cloth retorted, are you asking me, a nearly perished spirit tool? She internally surveyed her sea of consciousness and the space, while simultaneously observing the outer and inner gates of the Chaohua sect. The sect's premises were desolate, with only the disciples guarding the mountain gate remaining. They too had received messages, indicating that others would come to relieve them. Uncertain of the events transpiring behind them, they fidgeted anxiously. Upon seeing Qing, they called out and Qing fell into a relaxed demeanor. You all may proceed to the back. I have informed the sect leader that I shall guard the mountain gate. The two teams of disciples did not heed her immediately, but sought permission from their superiors, expressing their profound gratitude as they retreated, presenting her with an abundance of delectable treats. They even set up a table and reclining chair for her, ensuring tea and refreshments were at hand. Ah, truly, every other child seems to possess more discernment than one's own unruly offspring. Qing languidly reclined in the chair, plucking juicy purple grapes, devouring them one by one, heedlessly spitting out the skins. Shui Xian had already escorted Hu Zhuo away and returned to find her in such an amusing state. If someone were to seek apprenticeship and encountered you like this, They would surely turn away. Hu Qing spat out a grape skin, her palm ready to catch it. I am a practitioner of the great ascension. Whoever encounters me is indeed fortunate. Shui Xian chuckled softly. Then shifted the conversation. I plan to venture to the mortal realm. What? Shui Xian pointed towards the direction of the calamity clouds. I felt a stirring while comprehending the laws. The laws of the celestial realm do not intertwine with those of the mortal realm. Once the Shali realm ascends to the celestial domain, a barrier will automatically form at the juncture between the mortal and celestial realms, prohibiting immortals from entering. This is the heavenly Tao's protection over mortals. So, Shui Xian continued, doesn't that mean the opportunities for mortals with spiritual roots to enter the celestial gates have been severed? Indeed, Shui Xian affirmed. I shall construct a celestial path in the mortal realm. Hu Qing immediately responded. It also provides a lifeline. For those who cannot rise in the mortal realm, who struggle against fate, there will always be an additional glimmer of hope, she then pondered. What of the mortals who were originally in the cultivation world? Will they not be crushed by the rules? Shueishin, heaven possesses a benevolent nature towards life, yet after these individuals meet their end, it seems unlikely that any more mortals will be born. With the enhancement of the environment, it is anticipated that all newborns will possess a spiritual root. In truth, Hu Qing finds this notion quite agreeable. The mingling of immortals and mortals, allowing the latter to witness the unattainable, is a cruel fate. Perhaps after a few centuries, immortals will merely be legends in the mortal realm. Can you manage it? I shall accompany you, as I have ample time. Shueishin shook her head in refusal. With our current strengths, one of us suffices. It will not take long. Indeed, there is no need for haste. We can simply tear apart the fabric of space. Moreover, it involves merely setting up a mechanism to detect spiritual roots at the barrier between mortals and immortals and then spreading the word. It is not difficult. She advised, establish multiple setups, select the locations wisely, and ensure that the powerful do not monopolize everything. Shueishin replied, I understand. Rising, she tore through the space and departed. Hu Qing, now capable of sensing the fluctuations of space, felt a perplexing sensation that made her restless. Is there any technique related to spatial manipulation that I could learn? Jianbu disheartened her. I have already stated that without a spatial spiritual root, one can only awaken slight abilities through the enhancement of their cultivation. Hu Qing lamented. Why do I not possess a spatial spiritual root? Jianbu, beauty is not your fortune. Your aspirations are misguided. Observing a solitary figure stationed at the center of the Chaohua sect's mountain gate from a distance, the visage remained indistinct. Hesitating, ultimately no one dared to approach and inquire. But someone did summon the courage. A person descended at the intersection, sprinting towards the steps, not pausing for breath as they ascended rapidly. Upon nearing, the newcomer caught sight of the individual at the lofty mountain gate and waved enthusiastically. The young woman, Jiang Guanshi, hurriedly ascended the steps, her forehead glistening with perspiration, frantically attempting to wipe it away. Hu Qing extended a hand, inviting him to take a seat. Surely it cannot be so. These steps are hardly akin to the treacherous heart question path. With your prowess, you should not be so breathless. She teased. You have made progress. Jiang Guanshi, one hand still occupied with wiping away sweat, waved his other hand in a flustered manner. No, do not speak of me. I must inquire. Has Chaohua sect relocated? What of my son? Has he moved as well? Where has Chaohua sect gone? How could they suddenly uproot? Have they encountered some peril? My son, Hu Qing forcibly pressed him into a chair. Who informed you that Chaohua sect is moving? It is common knowledge. The news has spread throughout the market. The immortals are set to extinguish Chaohua sect, and they are occupied with fleeing for their lives. The task hall, the foreign affairs hall, all the members of Chaohua sect have vanished. Jiang Guanshi's anxiety escalated. You must tell me where my son is. Hu Qing, both amused and touched by his concern, teased. Did you not declare that you no longer wish to have this son? Sever ties of affection. Jiang Guanshi, in a state of distress, exclaimed, even so, I must know he is safe. Rest assured, Chaohua sect is perfectly well, and your son is safe as well. He is outside, playing with Hunwan and the others. Jiang Guanshi stared at her for a full 3 seconds, observing her unwavering calmness. Before finally exhaling and calming himself, you nearly frightened me to death. Noticing the slight purplish hue of his lips, Hu Qing sensed something was amiss and, feeling hesitant to probe further, asked, your lip color appears unusual. Jiang Guanshi sighed. Unusual? It is simply poison. Qing nodded gently, gesturing towards his lips. Manager Jiang wiped his face and remarked, "Isn't that precisely what our Baikatang is about? We have procured some unfamiliar spiritual herbs from the Tianan continent, and we must test each one individually. Only the rabbits that cannot die should be used for trials. One must taste them to understand their flavor and efficacy. It's a routine procedure." "Ah, I see. It seems Baikatang must indeed sample a variety of herbs," Qing mused. Manager Jiang chuckled. "It appears you are quite uninformed. Many major trading firms have already dispatched personnel. It's not just us. The demon and monster clans engaged in substantial commerce have also sent their representatives. I have been there myself. Before I went, I expected it would be perilous, yet it turned out to be uneventful. As long as we do not interfere with those formidable beings and keep our distance from the crowd, no one will trouble a small fry. At Baikatang, we merely gather herbs and fruits. Why would anyone bother with us? It would be a waste of their own time. No one pays us any mind." Qing's realization dawned upon her. Indeed, it was the capitalists who were the most audacious, for the Tianan continent had evidently become a smooth path. Chapter 75. Continuous breakthroughs. Oh dear. Manager Jiang stretched his muscles and exclaimed, "I, old Jiang, have also found myself in a fortunate era. My cultivation has become significantly smoother than before. I might even achieve immortality and live for many more years, watching my descendants call me their ancestor." Qing smiled. Recognizing that Manager Jiang was a dual spiritual root, with diligent cultivation, attaining immortality should not prove difficult for him. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she leaned in with a playful smile. "I suspect that Baikatang cannot merely be sending people to the Tianan continent in search of herbs. Sampling various herbs is certainly slower than purchasing ready-made pharmacopoeias. Shenong's quest to taste herbs was one without predecessors. In the celestial realm, there exists a more comprehensive and advanced compendium of medicinal knowledge. How could the capitalists of Baikatang possibly resort to the most time-consuming and clumsy methods? If it were I, not only would I procure the compendium, but I would also acquire the prescriptions and alchemical formulas, or even send someone to learn, steal, or seize them." Ahem. Steward Jiang cast her a knowing glance, suggesting that as a mere steward, she was unaware of matters from above. Qing realized the truth. Alas, at such times, the major sects are often less responsive than merchants. While Baikatang is already infiltrating the situation, Chaohua sect is still preoccupied with self-preservation. Once Yu Lui completes his tribulation, she would discuss this matter with him to explore potential collaboration with the merchants. At that moment, Steward Jiang's expression became hesitant. "I have heard that in the celestial realm, the human and demon races are not as opposed as we are here." Qing looked at him incredulously. "Don't tell me you wish to reconcile with Yuzi's mother. If she truly accepts you, neither your wife nor your concubines would survive." "No, I do not," he protested. "I merely..." Qing regarded him with skepticism, and Steward Jiang fell into despondency, mumbling, "I just want to provide Yuzi with a complete family." A scoundrel. Is he attempting to bind a woman with a child? Yet, no matter how many children there are, a heart as unyielding as iron will not be swayed by mere offspring. Furthermore, Tang Yuzi's demon mother is evidently even more resolute. Considering their good rapport, Qing sincerely advised, in matters of affection, one party's unwillingness should never be forced. Your wife has many children. You cannot afford such risks. The demon race does not abide by reason or compassion. They act on impulse, unflinchingly taking lives. Steward Jiang gazed intently into the distance, pondering what he still yearned for. Deeply resenting her own lack of ambition, Qing mused to herself, contemplating the person who had cast her aside. After a long sigh, she steeled herself, while Jiang, the steward, rose to glance towards the mountain gate. As for Yuzi, do not mention him to me. As long as he is well, my presence is unnecessary. Qing propped her arms on her knees, resting her chin on her hands as she watched Jiang descend the steps one by one, observing him as he reached the intersection and took flight towards the marketplace. Humans, indeed, are the most entangled beings. Perhaps the demon clan would never comprehend this paradox of longing to see, yet wishing to avoid, of being seemingly indifferent, yet possessing an emotional core. It is truly troublesome, yet also rather delightful. Thus, Qing stood guard at the mountain gate, awaiting the arrival of Chan Ming, who came to her transformed, followed by Yu Liuya, who also approached anew, and finally, when Chuan, rejuvenated in spirit, until at last, Hizhuo arrived. They all kept her company as she watched over the gate. Who could blame her for remaining perched on the highest step, motionless and gazing ahead? resembling a state of deep meditation, prompting none to dare interrupt her. Was it enlightenment? Having just ascended, to then experience such clarity, what fortuity! But in truth, Qing was not enlightened. She was merely lost in thought. She had anticipated their visits, yet since they remained silent, she felt no urge to stir. She had come to appreciate the beauty of daydreaming, granting her thoughts a respite. Ultimately, it was Chan Ming who, having discerned her distraction, roused her with a gentle nudge. What occupies your mind? Qing replied casually. I am pondering why humans possess emotions. Chan Ming paused. Why waste your thoughts on such trivialities? It was utterly perplexing. Questions like these, whether resolved or unresolved, could be perilous. It was perhaps best not to dwell on them. The silk cloth chimed in. Indeed, why dwell on such meaningless matters? Qing remarked. I am in the process of self-discovery. I must comprehend my origins, my purpose, and the reason for my existence, do I not? Yu Luyan furrowed his brow, pondering whether she had become delusional. When Chuan expressed his surprise, how profound. Hizhua appeared perplexed. Chan Ming let out a cold laugh. What of that monk? Such foolish and tedious inquiries are the realm of monks alone. Has his daughter been indoctrinated? Let us see how he deals with those bandit monks. Qing clicked her tongue in disdain. Philosophy, do you comprehend its essence? She then burst into laughter. To hell with philosophy. Is it not more delightful to live life? The others regarded her as though she were mentally unhinged. Chan Ming declared, monks must be deranged. Henceforth, do not associate with them. Qing felt somewhat embarrassed, you see. The connections between the Buddhist and Taoist sects are rather intricate. Why not express that in the presence of the monks? She mused, suddenly mindful of their cultivation levels. Consequently, Chan Ming coughed discreetly, gesturing for Yu Luyan to speak. Yu Luyan, grinning broadly, exchanged glances with Wen Chuan. Wen Chuan, buoyant with success yet wary of Qing's demeanor, acknowledged her as his junior master. Junior master, my ancestor has attained the great ascension level, and my master has reached the harmonization stage, he exclaimed excitedly. I have just made a breakthrough to the transformation stage. Qing's eyes sparkled with joy. How splendid. Chan Ming boasted. Our family has achieved breakthroughs in harmonization to the spirit immortal level. My transformation stage was on the verge of becoming immortal but ultimately reached the pinnacle of the great ascension. Alas, what a pity. Though he lamented the loss, his expression betrayed no trace of genuine regret. Yu Luyan cheerfully stated, I am at the peak of the late harmonization stage. When Chuan could not help but express his own disappointment, I have only progressed from the early to mid-transformation stage. Yu Lui expressed, how many individuals struggle to transcend from the nascent soul to the transformation stage. This time, we have all greatly benefited, indeed, immensely. He turned to Qing and remarked, every disciple in our sect has been elevated without exception. The least among us has at least advanced from Qi refinement to foundation establishment. Oh, I am so overwhelmed with excitement that I can hardly articulate my thoughts. Qing responded, it seems that other families will soon follow suit. With our little Li realm now possessing its own spiritual immortals, will the constraints of heaven and earth be relaxed? One wonders if outsiders will be allowed to enter. In an instant, Yu Lui's enthusiasm waned, as he recognized the hard battles that lay ahead. Qing then shared news regarding the 100 Herb Hall, prompting Yu Lui to ponder deeply before gesturing for Wen Chuan to accompany him in their endeavors. Chan Ming looked at her and inquired, what about you? Qing replied, I should be at the Great Ascension stage. Chan Ming remarked, Great Ascension is not particularly noteworthy in the realm of immortals. Qing urged, Father, exert yourself. The blessings from heaven and earth have not yet concluded. Strive to become an immortal. You are the pillar of our family. Chan Ming did not dismiss her as fanciful, nor did he exhibit false modesty. He nodded solemnly, acknowledging, indeed, the opportunity at hand will never come again. A breakthrough without any bottlenecks is something I had never dared to dream of. I shall retreat into seclusion immediately. While he spoke of entering seclusion to seize the final wave of benefits, his feet, however, shifted towards the mountain gate. Oh dear, men. Both Qing and Chan Ming immediately grasped the situation, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they shot her a sharp glance. They tore through the space, retreating in a fluster. Ah, how innocent my father is, whose was stifled a laugh. The disciples guarding the mountain gate approached, and Qing observed them. There were both nascent souls and golden cores, each brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. Qing smiled. You are all commendable. Chapter 76. The secret art. Huzhui advanced from the foundation establishment stage to the late golden core stage, a modest enhancement compared to others. Yet he found great contentment in his progress. He placed immense value on his identity as a craftsman, believing that the elevation of his cultivation was solely for the purpose of refining artifacts. He felt an urgent need to immerse himself in learning, as he had yet to begin studying the ample materials provided by the silk cloth. He communicated with Hunwan. Your dear mother has already attained the status of a great ascension cultivator. When will you catch up? Meanwhile, the news of the sect's joyous announcement had already reached Hunwan and others. The elders lamented the missed opportunity, while the younger generation remained unperturbed, taking their time. Hunwan replied, regardless of how formidable a cultivator or immortal my mother may be, I will always be her precious child. Hu Huahua interjected, Mother, did you not ascend directly to immortality? Hu Qing added, Keep going, Mother. I have a premonition that I am on the verge of awakening my bloodline powers. At that time, I shall possess the strength of an immortal. Hu Qing continued, When I awaken, I will undergo tribulation alongside my sister and the others. Mother, please continue to strive. This implied that they intended to ascend directly, prompting Hu Huahua to announce, Thus, I shall make a trip to Yunjing heaven. Hu Qing's heart raced. Is it safe? Hu Huahua reassured, No worries. Everyone will accompany me. Hu Qing retorted, So, you all conspired and merely informed me afterward? Hu Huahua quickly exclaimed, Not at all. Mother, have you forgotten? I have established a realm for you in Yunjing heaven. He swallowed the words that followed. With narrowed eyes, He Qing inquired, An old lady? He Huahua handed a string of prayer beads to He Zhuzhu, prompting her to respond. I can't hear you. Perhaps we should end this call. Frustrated, He Qing envisioned the mischievous antics of a group of children on the other end. Yet, Shuanghua reassured her, Do not worry. The children's plans remain unchanged. By the way, they have attained the golden course stage, didn't I mention? Shuanghua's tone grew colder as she replied. There is no need for your concern. The call was terminated. Excellent. Everyone has now mastered the art of hanging up. It seems she has contributed a touch to the local culture. He Qing proceeded to inspect He Zhu's forging chamber, providing him with some quality materials. Satisfied with his meditative state, she retreated to the Waterheart courtyard to enter seclusion. The underground fire beneath He residence no longer sufficed for her forging needs. She required a superior source of flame. Taking out paper and brush, she meticulously inscribed the characters, Burning Heaven, Severing Spirit. On another sheet, she wrote, Controlling Solitude, Transforming Nothingness. The two sheets were arranged side by side for comparison. This constituted the celestial realm versions of fire and gold secret techniques. Each was divided into volumes, adorned with such ostentatious and somewhat juvenile titles. Even the descriptions of their cultivation effects struck her as mere exaggeration. Only now does she realize that the foundational texts she studied previously were not unusable in the celestial realm. Rather, they served as the groundwork for the advanced volumes. In the realm of ordinary immortals, they were more than sufficient, provided she diligently practiced and refined her skills. Thus, she sought verification from the silk fabric. The secret techniques you bestowed upon me are indeed of the heavenly tier, correct? Of course, came the response. What I gave you is undoubtedly a valuable treasure. I have long asserted that I selected the finest technique suited to your capabilities. However, at that time, I was uncertain whether you could genuinely cultivate it. Who would have known you truly could? I must say I possess a discerning eye for talent. But what about others? Can they cultivate it? The fabric replied. I do not know. I am not human and do not comprehend human anatomy. I have observed many individuals, all of whom are human and possess identical spiritual roots. Yet some manage to succeed in cultivation while others cannot. This perplexes me. Are not all humans alike? Hu Qing mused. Perhaps it is due to differing constitutions. Even the quality of weapons forged from the same furnace varies. The fabric remained puzzled. You are capable, so simply refine it well. However, Hu Qing found the previous claims rather exaggerated. Has that esteemed individual achieved great mastery? He has not cultivated, the fabric stated matter-of-factly. What? He has not cultivated? Surely this cannot be true. He is a chaotic body, practicing the supreme technique of chaos. Hu Qing remarked, It sounds formidable. Is he not impressive? Like the technique claims. Can he slice through the stars? The fabric advised, Do not inquire too deeply. Just remember that the towering mountains you behold are merely hills. What you deem impossible is often easily accomplished by others. She thought to herself. Hu Qing has yet to witness the world and does not grasp the true might of celestial beings. Nevertheless, the terms such as burning heaven's absolute spirit and controlling unique transformation sound rather dubious. She merely wishes to lead a grounded life. The fabric quipped, Do you wish for me to find you a yellow tear technique? I have an abundance of discarded materials. No. No, I was merely jesting. I shall study, I shall study. The silk fabric let out a disdainful sound, embodying an air of haughty pride. Indeed. I lack appreciation for fine things. Observing her retreat, the silk fabric became even more self-satisfied. Allow me to enlighten you. There exists a distinction even among the celestial tiers. And what I provide you is the very finest. I am grateful to you. I shall commence my studies forthwith. Even a spectre cultivator must learn, she declared. Study, study, study. By the way, I had previously neglected to impart the 1,000 mechanisms technique to you. Here it is now. Additionally, I shall provide you with the techniques of corpse cultivation, puppetry, and goo insects. Hold on, hold on. Qing interjected urgently. I cannot possibly absorb all of this. It is truly beyond my capacity. Please allow me to first master these. The silk fabric scoffed. You truly lack ambition. Qing, brimming with curiosity, inquired. Is the individual ahead of you exceptionally intelligent? Can he learn anything with but a glance? Indeed, he possesses an extraordinary aptitude for comprehension, grasping any technique after merely one observation, while also offering insights for improvement. Qing lamented, it is indeed a great injustice to have you follow me. The disparity among individuals is vast. The silk fabric sighed, such exceptional beings are a rarity. I have encountered but one in my lifetime. Do not be overly critical of yourself. After all, the world is predominantly filled with fools, dullards, and mediocrities. Silently, Qing tied a knot in the silk fabric. Subsequently, she began to meticulously study the contents of the first volume of the Fire Element's Secret Arts, Burning Heaven. In contrast to the practice of storing spiritual energy in the body for subsequent release, as commonly done by cultivators in the realm of cultivation, the techniques of the celestial realm emphasize utilizing the body as a conduit to influence the spiritual energy of the universe. Of course, personal storage of spiritual energy remains significantly important, for it is only through a robust reservoir of personal energy that one can elicit reactions from the external spiritual forces. Moreover, the greater one's spiritual energy, the more one can suppress adversaries, thereby interrupting their communion with the cosmic forces. Contemplating the abundant spiritual energy of the celestial realm, Qing felt a profound sorrow yet again. Why could she not simply absorb the spiritual essence from the air? Alas, before her tribulation, she had depleted all the spiritual crystals she had acquired from Jilu. She was once again impoverished. In the present moment, the geothermal energy was insufficient for her needs. With a sense of resignation, Qing folded 2 sheets of paper and stored them in her spatial pouch, then sent a message to Yu Lui. Senior brother, I am out of spiritual stones. Kindly lend me some exquisite spiritual stones to set up a formation. My father or Hian can repay you. Yu Lui, upon receiving her message, could only express his bemusement. Either you rely on your parents or on your juniors. I will have Ning deliver them to you shortly. Qing strolled forward, and as she reached the entrance and opened the barrier, Ning arrived just in time. Little Marshal Uncle, here. He presented a beautiful storage ring, adorned with a rare gemstone at its center, encircled by a myriad of smaller gems. The large gemstone gleamed in a vibrant peach hue, shaped like a heart. Qing accepted it with a smile, casually remarking, he is a master craftsman, isn't he? No, it's not that, Ning replied, his face flushing bright red. Little Marshal Uncle. Oh dear, your tone is enough to soften anyone's resolve, Qing teased, stifling a laugh. A token of affection, perhaps? Ning stamped his foot in protest. It truly is not. He merely caused me to damage my storage ring, and this is his compensation. Qing scrutinized him from head to toe. Indeed, indeed. Not only did he ruin your storage ring, but he also damaged your hairpin, your earrings, your bracelet, and your waist pendant. Little Marshal Uncle, please stop, Ning exclaimed, pouncing to cover her mouth. Qing chuckled heartily, supporting the flustered Ning. All right. I shall refrain from further comments. I merely remind you that your master previously stated you should not marry before achieving the golden core stage. And now it is clear that marriage must wait until you attain immortality. You must be aware of this in your heart. Ning's cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening. Qing transferred the spirit stones into her ring, exclaiming, You've grown into a young lady. Ning, both shy and annoyed, replied, Little Master Uncle, I was already grown when we met, and I am older than you. Qing. Ning continued, Little Master Uncle, I have been on duty at the market these past few days. If you have any minor tasks, just call on me to handle them. For major matters, consult my master. Qing watched as she swiftly slipped away, her lively steps almost lifting her off the ground. Surely, there is a man waiting for her ahead? TSK. Should I sneak a glance? Stretching her neck in curiosity, she mused, learning. Qing settled down, for who could resist the presence of a strict instructor? Closing the barrier and the door, she turned and swiftly retrieved a communication jade. Senior brother, Yin Ning has a boyfriend. The fabric replied. It was evident that Yu Lui had already discovered this matter, responding with indifference. No immortality, no marriage. That lad won't easily marry the direct disciple of the sect leader. Who is he? What does he look like? How high is his cultivation? What is his background? Does he possess wealth? Please tell me quickly. Yu Lui replied. Aren't you supposed to enter seclusion? Do not allow trivial matters to distract you. There is not even a hint of anything yet. It is possible that one day an unexpected turn of events may occur. Qing was left speechless. Well, the poor young man better hope for the best. Yu Lui sighed again, pondering why no one seemed to favor Wen Chuan. Poor child, might he remain a bachelor for life? Observe the stark polarization in attitudes towards vegetables and pigs. Yawning, he decided to rest, planning to study upon awakening. He collapsed into slumber. As for the grand calamity at Chaohua sect, such a monumental upheaval could hardly be concealed, especially with a throng of celestial beings from the 3 clans present in the heavens. There exists no ironclad rule forbidding immortals from gossiping and indulging in speculation. Thus, the news of Chaohua sect's collective tribulation spread faster than the dissipating thunderclouds. Jealousy and envy brewed. Why did such fortuitous events not befall their own sects? It was infuriating. O heavens, earth as well, we beseech for equitable treatment. Their desire for fairness soon materialized. Within days of Chaohua sect's headline news, Huanhua sect also announced similarly explosive tidings of a collective thunder tribulation, perhaps due to the diligent cultivation of its members. The good news from Huanhua sect evoked both envy and a collective sigh of relief, as long as benefits were not exclusive to Chaohua sect. It indicated that they too had a chance. Indeed, Yun Jingtian and Huan Matian simultaneously revealed good tidings. This alleviated everyone's concerns, affirming that fairness prevailed in the celestial realm. In this atmosphere, Huahua set sail on his spirit vessel, leading his companions to the vast dominion he had conquered. A truly magnificent expanse of territory it was. Yun Jingtian was already larger than Chia Tian, and the great demons adored claiming territory. Huahua's realm was so vast that one could behold the horizon in any direction from its center. Hinwan exclaimed, Brother, I shall cease my efforts. You can sustain me for a lifetime. To which Huahua replied, Absolutely. Xiao Yuxing was filled with resentment. Why did his disciple lack ambition at all times? It was all due to the affluence of his family. Here, Huahua had only briefly visited once. He had no intention of taking up residence. For at such a tender age, 12 hours a day were insufficient for play, and he had no desire to languish in a cave. Indeed, Huahua's abode was a natural cave. It may sound simple, yet in truth, Huahua, your home surpasses all the palaces I have ever encountered in magnificence. Accompanying him were not only a group from the Chaohua sect, but also Junbo Linshu and Shibizu. At this moment, he gazed in awe at the several interconnected mountains that had been hollowed out to form a palace for the demon clan. The others shared in his astonishment. From the outside, the peaks appeared steep and beautiful, yet within, it was astonishingly spacious and radiant, exquisitely adorned. The mountain walls were smooth, displaying naturally occurring, beautiful, and strange patterns. The passageways were exceptionally grand, ample enough for colossal creatures like dragons to glide within. As they entered, they found themselves at a height level with the base of the stone columns. Countless luminous pearls, rare gemstones, and even spirit stones adorned the surroundings. In the open areas, waterfalls cascaded with crystal-clear waters, ancient trees intertwined with massive vines, while colorful butterflies and ethereal deer flitted about. In some places, wooden and stone structures had been erected, complete with furnishings that exuded an antique charm and unique style. As the group ventured deeper, their eyes were overwhelmed by the splendor before them. Huahua remarked, This was once my mother's cave. Later, it was occupied by others. I had them clear out everything that did not belong to her. I have yet to explore it all myself. However, the central grand hall is exquisite. Let me take you to see it. The group navigated through the maze-like, towering caverns and terraces, ultimately arriving at an exceptionally vast space. Surrounded by flawless spirit jade sculptures, towering crystal columns radiate a soft golden glow on either side. Above, sunlight filters down, casting a delicate mist upon the ground, where exotic flowers and plants vie for attention in perfect harmony. The most striking feature is a massive block of spirit jade, centrally positioned within the grand palace. This jade is pure and translucent, uniquely shaped, gradually widening and rising from front to back, resembling a sprawling creature. Its surface is smooth, with the smallest portion at the forefront. Yet even when fully occupied by the assembled individuals, they barely cover half its expanse. The final section is so vast that it could accommodate a giant beast rolling and tumbling within. Chapter 78. The secret realm of the Hu beast. Upon witnessing such a colossal object, the crowd gazes upward in wonder, pondering the true size of the Hu beast's form. They recall the diminutive appearance of Hu Huahua when it was still a young creature, and they cannot fathom how it could grow to such immense proportions. How much sustenance would it require? As admiration fills the air, Hu Huahua's expression suddenly darkens. Who has tampered with my belongings? The crowd falls silent, taken aback. Hu Juju asks, boss? Clenching his fists in a defensive posture, his hair subtly glimmering in readiness for battle. Hunwan inquires, is there anyone left here to guard this place? They exchange glances, questioning whether someone might have ventured in out of curiosity, but it seems unlikely. Hu Huahua asserts confidently, you do not understand the customs of the demon clan. I have made it clear, anyone who dares to enter is my enemy. The crowd responds with hesitation. Jean believes, scratching his head, you probably don't have any friends in the demon clan, do you? It's not surprising to have enemies. Hu Juju bristles, am I not one of them? Jean dismisses him, stating, you don't count as part of the demon clan. Xiao O continued, they wouldn't assist you, would they? After all, the relationship is quite strained. Moreover, they possess an uncanny ability to seize upon key points. During conversations among adults, they latch onto a single phrase. Are they not going to rob openly? They will. They are quite adept at this. The essence of this notion lies in a disregard for reason and propriety. With such exquisite treasures surrounding us, if they weren't from our own kin, they might even consider taking them for themselves. And with such vast spiritual jade, one could excavate several houses within. Their fondness for these items is evident, and surely others would desire to claim them as well. Hinwan pondered for a moment before exclaiming, Master, had this not been my brother's home, I would undoubtedly seize it to present to you. Xiao Yu replied, you truly possess a filial spirit. Despite the jest, there was a touch of genuine sentiment. Lim Yin, standing nearby, chuckled, regardless, your master's belongings will inevitably belong to you in due time. Hinwan nodded emphatically. Xiao Yu added, indeed, safeguarding wealth is preferable to squandering it. Long Ruo inquired of He Huahua, has something gone missing from your home? He Huahua called out Juju and leaped downward. Instinctively, everyone reached out to catch her, only to witness a deep azure-feathered bird soaring upward to catch He Huahua, spiraling gracefully before flying off in another direction. Wow, Hinwan gasped. Juju has transformed. How stunning. Previously, Juju had waddled like a penguin, her body adorned with disheveled sparrow feathers, never having been deemed beautiful. What could have caused such a sudden metamorphosis? Tang Yuzi shivered, as all eyes turned toward him. I have no idea what my demon form looks like. Don't look at me. I'm shy. Silently embracing herself, a soft chuckle escaped as Lung Ruo playfully tousled the little tuft of hair atop his head. Our Yuko must surely be an adorable little spirit. Lanjiao mused that he had no time to become a spirit himself, but he could certainly find his senior sister a silly and endearing spirit, preferably a female one that could never assume a human form. With this thought in mind, he glanced at Hinwan. Perhaps one was sufficient. If another were to appear, his senior sister might pay him even less attention. Hinwan looked over, puzzled, feeling as though Lanjiao was speaking ill of her. She sniffled slightly and asked Lin Shu, are you hungry? Without needing further prompting from Lin Shu, Shi Buozhou promptly sprang into action, ensuring that his sister-in-law would not go hungry. It was amusing to note that Hinwan, although a few days older than Lin Shu, was now significantly shorter than her. In the next moment, Lin Shu lifted Hinwan and carried her toward a cluster of special spiritual plants as they engaged in playful whispers, wrapped in each other's embrace. Shi Buozhou felt a twinge of jealousy. He could also shrink in size. Several masters cast their gazes around, soon retreating to the wall at the back, where faint lines and colors depicted illustrations that likely narrated tales of the spirit clan. As darkness enveloped the outside world, soft lights gradually illuminated the cave, growing brighter as the night deepened, until He Huahua and He Juju completed their inspection. The little face, resembling a steamed bun, scrunched up beneath a veil of clouds, Nothing seems to be missing. The others exchanged glances, and she declared, "This indicates that what he desires is not just one or two items. He covets my entire territory." With a stomp of her small feet and a determined fist, Hihuahua made her proclamation. The crowd responded, "Is this truly the logic?" Xianyao scratched his head and said, "Young master, why don't I stay here to guard? I promised the boss to take good care of the young lady and you, so watching over you can be considered part of that." Hihuahua immediately scoffed. "We have so many doors at home. Besides, what can a mere little spirit like you possibly defend against?" After a moment of contemplation, Xianyao replied, "Then we can seal all the doors and leave just one open. Even if I can't fight, I can still send a warning." Hihuahua pondered this and found the reasoning sound. The adults, however, could no longer remain silent. "Let us establish a barrier." Hihuahua appeared suddenly enlightened. "Right. I can set up a barrier. Once I do, I will know if anyone enters." The adults sighed in exasperation. "This is exhausting. Children are so unreliable." Shortly after, Hihuahua cast aside the matter and invited everyone. "Let us face the tribulation." The adults responded, "Is facing a tribulation something you can simply decide to do?" The children chimed in eagerly, "Yes, yes." Thus, Hihuahua led everyone through the cave, stopping near the summit. At the end of the passage, it seemed there was no way forward, but after a series of gestures from Hihuahua, the stone wall parted, revealing a pool of emerald water. Its spiritual mist thick enough to coalesce into droplets. Wow, a spiritual spring. It's even larger and better than the ones in our sect's secret grounds. The disciples rushed forward, while the masters hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to intrude upon such a sacred place, let alone utilize it. Suddenly, splashes echoed as they no longer hesitated. They had already plunged into the water. Even the 5 spirits ran out, scrambling on the water's surface, only to tumble down. With a flip of their bodies, they spread their wings, and lo and behold, they floated effortlessly. Inwan gently tapped the surface of the water and remarked, "Hua hua. Why didn't that thief take the spirit spring? Such a precious spring, and yet he left it behind. Does he not value it?" Hihuahua, brimming with pride, replied, "This place can only be accessed by the Hu beast. Not even an immortal can enter." Long Rua interjected, "Do you all feel the heat? It's sweltering." She flew over, grasping Lung Rua's wrist to probe, and upon extending her consciousness, she was taken aback. She then checked on the others nearby, exasperated yet amused, and informed those who had not descended, "A breakthrough is imminent." "Is it that soon? Just the other day, I achieved the golden core." Chapter 79. To be human or to be a demon? Hihuahua laughed heartily. "Of course. This is the sacred ground of our Hu beast. Rest assured. A soak in our sacred pool will ensure your ascension to immortality." A group of children chattered excitedly, discussing how this thunder tribulation would undoubtedly be the most magnificent in the annals of the Little Li realm. Each child eagerly speculated about the number of lightning strikes they would face. One claimed 81, another 108, while the third suggested 181. They even wagered on the colors of the lightning that would strike them. Red, white, and the like were deemed plausible, while yellow, green, and even multicolored with halos seemed excessive. Frustrated and concerned, several adults jumped down, only to feel their internal spiritual energy surging uncontrollably. They hastily began to circulate their techniques. As the spirit energy from the spring surged into them, it was clear that they would not relent until they were pushed to the immortal tier. Was this the exhilarating experience of collective tribulation within the sect? After hundreds of years of cultivation, this sensation of being propelled forward in such a distorted manner was unprecedented. The distant horizon rumbled with the faint sounds of thunder, gradually growing louder until it captured the attention of the boisterous children. Instantly, they ceased their clamor, lifting their gazes skyward, though the heavens remained obscured from view. Turning their eyes to the adults, they beheld Xiaoyu, Shuanghua, Linyin, Diyuan, and Junbo, seated serenely upon the water, their spiritual energy swirling beneath them in graceful formations. "Are the masters about to break through? Will they undergo tribulation here?" asked Shibai Zhou. Glancing at Hihuahua, with an air of youthful bravado, the diminutive Hihuahua declared, "Right here, just watch me." Her chubby little hands traced peculiar arcs through the air, delivering a series of resounding claps. The onlookers felt the space tremble slightly, and, under their awestruck stares, the mountain above them silently cracked open, unfurling like a blossoming flower. "Wow, this place is truly enchanting. I want to reside here for 100 years. Jean Xian exclaimed, his small eyes brimming with admiration. The mere sight of the automatically opening mountaintop was enough to entertain him for a century. Xiao sneered at him, "It's dark now. Shouldn't our masters be in the water, or should we send them outside? Above the peak, an ominous darkness enveloped the scene, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. Fear not. This place is remarkably sturdy. No amount of thunder can harm it, Huwawa reassured, brimming with confidence. In truth, not only could the heavenly thunder not damage this place, but due to its unique design, it could also fortify and replenish the energy of this small sanctuary. He flipped over in the water, beckoning everyone to move closer to the edges, lest the thunder mistakenly strike the wrong target. The group not only huddled near the water's edge, but also deliberately pushed the 5 masters to the center, ensuring that the thunder would have a clear target. The masters remarked, "Such filial piety. We thank you." Huwawa produced a colorful egg for Hunuanyuan to hold aloft. Huanwan gently tapped the eggshell, pondering whether it would finally hatch. After a moment's pause, she recalled hearing that boiled eggs were quite delicious, though she had yet to taste one. Huakaikai responded, "The baby is about to emerge." Sibaijo interjected eagerly, "Indeed, boiled eggs are particularly fragrant. I can prepare it." Lin Shu, reflecting on the past when he would affectionately call her Little Shu, now found himself constrained by his father-in-law's piercing gaze, and thus had to address her formally. Lin Shu contemplated for a moment, then replied, "Go ahead and make it. If it doesn't taste good, you can turn it into fertilizer. Who have I offended?" The boiled egg lamented. The conversation took a whimsical turn, as everyone listened to one another, yet spoke their own thoughts, until a thunderbolt struck. It was a perfectly normal shade of blue and purple, of typical thickness and size, as a group of individuals watched it descend upon them, collectively exclaiming in disappointment. Huanwan caressed Huakaikai's smooth eggshell, contemplating her mother's prowess as a transcendent being, and resolved to surpass her by breaking through to the celestial realm. Suddenly, Huahuawa felt a shiver run down her spine, an ominous premonition washing over her. From childhood to the present, indeed. From birth, she had yet to face a true tribulation of her own. Though she had encountered lightning before, she sensed that this time would bring immense pain. This agony stemmed not only from the multitude of lightning strikes above, but also from the very essence of her bloodline. As her tiny feet kicked against the water, a sharp ache began to throb within her bones. "Do you feel anything unusual?" she inquired telepathically to Huizhuju. "Xianyao, are you about to undergo a tribulation?" Given the differences in their species, and considering that Xianyao was a demon spirit looked down upon by even the demonic race, Huahuahua felt a strong uncertainty in her question. In his domain, his sister, lacking understanding, required him to take care of everyone. Xianyao nodded heavily, declaring, "Yes. The boss wants me to become a formidable demon." His lips twitched, and Huahua was at a loss for words, suggesting, "Then you should eat more to grow taller." Turning to Tang Yuzi, he inquired, "Why is your face so red?" Just a moment ago, everything seemed normal, yet suddenly, Tang Yuzi's face flushed crimson, as if it were about to bleed. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around, exclaiming, "Yuzi, you look so red. Your eyes have changed to a lighter hue." Both Tang Yuzi and Xianyao possessed blue eyes. Xianyao's appearance was crafted by Qing, and thus, the eyes envisioned by Qing were reminiscent of the deep azure described in fairy tales, a blue so pure and untarnished that it seemed untouched by dust, surrounded by crystal-clear whites. Had Xianyao encountered other magical beings, he would undoubtedly perceive the stark contrast between himself and them, particularly in the extraordinary clarity of his eyes. In contrast, Tang Yuzi's blue eyes were inherited from his mother of demon lineage, imbued with a more chilling essence than Xianyao's. At that moment, the blue in his eyes had faded significantly, the pupils constricted to a tiny dot, glimmering with a hint of green. His gaze resembled that of a beast. The crowd, rather undeterred, gasped in awe and inexplicable excitement. Such eyes were indeed remarkable. Could it be that Yuzi's mother possessed similar eyes? What kind of demon lineage did she belong to? The mere sight evoked a sense of power. Perhaps she was of a herbivorous nature. Amidst their chatter, they completely forgot about the masters who were currently enduring the wrath of lightning. Tang Yuzi felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if something was constricting him, his throat swelling with the sensation. I feel unwell." Within him resided both the bloodlines of the demon race and the human race. Due to his youth and limited cultivation, these two bloodlines had coexisted peacefully until now. However, with the awakening of the powerful bloodlines of two great demons nearby, his own demon bloodline began to stir, clashing with his human bloodline and causing him immense distress. There was no one present who could offer assistance. Even Huahua merely remarked, "I wish you luck." If you endure this tribulation, perhaps your bloodline issues will resolve themselves. Tang Yuzi was both pained and bewildered. Beads of sweat rolling down from his hair and face, yet his heart was engulfed in confusion. Should he embrace his humanity or his demon heritage? Last time, Hu Zhuzhu had raised this question, and he had sent messages to his master far away in the Tianan continent. While the sentiment was comforting, the question remained unanswered. He was even oblivious to the true identity of his mother. Chapter 80. The Dragon Clan takes action. Tang Yuzi found little time for contemplation, and the others had similarly brief moments of respite amidst the chaos. They were all submerged in the water. Although this was a designated area for the Hu beast to endure tribulations, blessed by fortune. The lightning striking a person and then plunging into the water would heat it to a scalding temperature. Hunwan was the first to cry out, instinctively covering her rear as the excruciating pain forced her to struggle towards the deeper waters. If Hu Qing were present, she would surely have pulled her to see if the mark left by the lightning from her childhood still remained. The crowd was momentarily stunned, with Lung Ruo still exclaiming, "Little Muan, you're that quick?" Immediately thereafter, her dantian convulsed, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy, and her limbs moved uncontrollably towards the center. Naturally, Lanjiu followed suit. Jin Xian, Xiao Lin Shu, and Shi Baizhou maneuvered through the waters, their bodies unresponsive to their commands. In discomfort, Tang Yuzi gritted his teeth, resigning to the whims of fate, pondering if the heavens would still allow him to exist. Ultimately, only Xian Yao and Wu Ling Man, floating on their backs in the water, exchanged bewildered glances. What should he do? He yearned to join, yet was paralyzed by the fear of thunder. As beings of magic, they inherently dreaded lightning. However, their leader had commanded them to stand firm. "You all stay here," Xian Yao declared with determination. Wu Ling Man swiftly flipped and crawled onto the shore, deciding they would observe from solid ground. The tribulation of thunder would not elevate their standing, only scorch them. They resolutely refused to grant anyone the opportunity to consume them. As everyone positioned themselves, a blinding flash of innumerable bolts of calamity struck simultaneously, illuminating the world and obscuring vision. No one could discern another. The pool transformed into a reservoir of energy, compelling all to instinctively seize the surrounding spiritual essence. No formations were laid out, nor were spiritual devices summoned. Drawing from the teachings of their sect, they resolved to endure the onslaught, believing that the thunder would refine their bodies and souls. This particular lightning was deemed fortuitous, with a high likelihood of sparing lives. Moreover, they lacked confidence that their life-bound artifacts could withstand the celestial wrath without sustaining damage. The tempest above, a daunting spectacle, cast an overwhelming brightness that rendered vision futile. Time slipped away, as all became engrossed in the fervent absorption of spiritual energy to counteract the thunder's force. Beneath the storm clouds, beside the peaks, a solitary figure concealed within the crevices of space gazed down with indifference. This was an opportune moment. He contemplated that the young wretch, in its defiance, might perish. After all, it was small and feeble, easily extinguished with a mere pinch. Thus, this calamity would be eradicated from the realm of Shaoli. A faint ripple in the fabric of space was abruptly halted as it approached the mountainous core. The figure emitted a dissatisfied grunt, slowly forcing herself to elevate her cultivation, which was suppressed by the heavenly laws. With a thunderous rumble, Hu Huahua remained motionless, witnessing the venomous hand descending upon her. Suddenly, a piercing force violently invaded the primordial spirit of the unseen assailant. With gritted teeth, she fled in a desperate retreat, swiftly escaping the mountainous depths to a distance of 100 miles, revealing herself to be the celestial maiden who had once sought Hu Qing. In this moment, she was no longer exalted. Her eyes were tightly shut, blood tears streaming down her face, her complexion as pale as parchment, and her primordial spirit severely damaged. Cursed be the beast! She had been grievously wounded by the curse of the beast. Cursed be it! Those vile wretches should be annihilated. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. She defied the constraints of the heavenly laws of the Shaoli realm, forcefully unleashing her cultivation to challenge the celestial might. The thunder of divine retribution had already pursued her, striking down with precision and ferocity, causing her to stumble. In her disarray and fury, she opened her bloodshot eyes to question the heavens. The Shaoli realm has already birthed a spirit immortal. Why am I not permitted to unleash my cultivation? I am also a great demon from the Shaoli realm. The thunder responded with another strike, sending her reeling. She spat out a mouthful of blood, more so from rage than injury. A total of 9 bolts of lightning struck her, reducing her cultivation to the nascent soul stage before relenting. A testament to the wrath of the heavenly thunder. Consumed by hatred, she found herself unable to even tear through the fabric of space. She needed to find a safe haven to heal and recuperate at the swiftest pace. Raising her hand to wipe the blood from her lips, she swore an oath. "One day I shall." A faint sound, akin to a bubble bursting, caused her to open her eyes wide in disbelief. Her beautiful gaze gradually tainted by the pallor of death. In the next instant, with a flick of his other hand, he summoned a surge of spiritual energy to restrain the celestial maiden who had lost her support. In the palm cradling the demon core, a blazing golden dragon flame erupted, mercilessly scorching the core, eliciting a series of piercing cries from the woman, which only ceased after an extended period. To venture into the sacred realm of the Hu beasts to slay them seemed to indicate that one had grown complacent in the celestial realm. Such acerbic remarks were wasted on the maiden, for she would never learn the identity of her slayer. Long Wanshui materialized. "Place this at his den." Long Wanshuan replied, "He will not appreciate our gesture." Long Wanshui chuckled. "Consider it a parting gift from us, as elders." In truth, she and Long Wanshuan were among the first to ascend to the celestial tier. However, due to the dragon clan's seclusion from the 3 clans, their accomplishments remained unknown. They had intended to explore the celestial realm when they sensed disturbances in this area, prompting them to investigate and intervene. Even without their interference, the celestial maiden posed no threat to the Hu beast, thus rendering this a mere trifling farewell gift. Long Wanshuan smiled. That Hu Huahua is exceptionally petty and vengeful. Once he comprehends this, it will undoubtedly linger in his mind for future retribution. The demon clan is in for quite a spectacle. His tone was not one of disdain. Rather, it was marked by admiration, as he too possessed a nature inclined towards grudges. Long Wanshui remarked, he was already destined to avenge his mother. She paused, contemplating the likelihood of future encounters. The Xiaoli realm was far too diminutive to confine the ambitious and unruly. The two then set down their burdens and departed. The oppressive calamity clouds, imbued with unmatched celestial might, sent the myriad demon beasts scattering in terror. A formidable demon sensed the commotion but merely lingered at a distance, refraining from approaching. They welcomed any additional support, and no one took the opportunity to create discord, despite their awareness of the unfavorable relationship with the current generation of the. Firstly, they were all part of the and would ultimately need to unite against external threats in the other 2 clans. Secondly, if they were to fail and not eliminate they would face an even more ruthless retaliation. Thirdly, even if they succeeded in killing it, what of it? This generation of the was not isolated. Its ties with the human race could provide the latter with an opportunity to strike against the. Weighing the pros and cons, it was wiser to maintain the status quo. Thus, the group of demons and monsters navigated the thunder tribulation without peril. Chapter 81. Smooth transition. The outcome of the tribulation was both unexpected and yet entirely predictable. Among the 5, Xiao Yu was the first to commence the conclusion, albeit the last to finish. The swiftest were Hun Wan, Jin Xian, Xiao Yi, Lung Ruo, and Lan Jiao. These 5 experienced no sense of bottleneck, soaring effortlessly to their pinnacle before halting steadily. The heavenly thunder seemed particularly indulgent towards them, as aside from singeing a layer of clothing, not a single hair was harmed. Following them was Lin Shu, who took a tad longer compared to the others, yet still emerged smoothly and steadily. Next was Shi Boizhou, who required even more time. Meanwhile, the anxious disciples waved their hands, urging, "Come up, quickly, hurry." Without much thought, the 5 channeled their spiritual energy and made their way to the shore. Upon turning to glance back, they realized that the vast pool of azure water had transformed into a crimson hue, stained with blood. The surface was devoid of any figures, but at the center, a massive shadow loomed beneath, from which tendrils of red emerged, swirling outward. The incessant thunderbolts cascaded upon the water's surface, weaving a shimmering net of silver light, beneath which blood and electricity mingled into a bizarre shade of silver red. Above the central position, Tang Yuzi hung suspended in midair, no longer entirely human. His head, face, arms, and legs had all sprouted monstrous features. Another bolt of lightning struck, and with a fierce cry, Tang Yuzi boldly met it head-on, his face directly confronting the strike. The onlookers were shaken, collectively pondering, what a fierce individual. Yet, why would one confront lightning with their face? This question was tenderly addressed by the perceptive Jin Xian, Hu explained. Ah, just moments ago. A long fong had sprouted from Yuzi's mouth, piercing through his own cheek. Hence he directed the lightning toward his tooth. The adults murmured, a monster with fangs sprouting from its mouth? Many exist. Yet, the chaos of blood and torn flesh upon his body obscured the nature of his demonic lineage. Above Tang Yuzi, at a higher diagonal position, a colorful egg spun rapidly, each strike of lightning igniting a plume of white smoke. It appeared as though the eggshell was too thick, preventing the vibrant hues within from escaping, thus calling upon the heavenly thunder as a drill. Higher still, a thunderbird, with a long tail and flapping wings, actively engaged the lightning. Undeterred even when struck to the bone, the entire scene could be summarized in a single phrase. The demon race's tribulation was indeed fiercer than that of the human race, and their corporeal forms were undeniably more resilient against the onslaught of lightning. The crowd continued to gaze upward and downward until, following a final thunderclap, a crisp pop resonated, accompanied by a couple of chirps as the vibrant creature burst forth, its elegant form diving down, the remnants of its shell disappearing from its back in an instant. Inwan opened her arms, and a small, colorful bird, measuring over half a foot, fluttered into her embrace, its indistinguishable, high-pitched voice whimpering. I'm exhausted. You actually thought I wanted to eat a feathered egg. Hinwan quickly patted the bird with one hand, reassuringly saying, all right, no eating. Her little companion, Kai, suddenly began to speak, declaring, I'm hungry. Hinwan promptly retrieved a piece of jerky and held it to its beak. Kai opened its tiny, pointed mouth and gulped it down, inadvertently biting Hinwan's finger in the process. Hinwan was taken aback, puzzled by the meaning behind this. Xiaoyu observed keenly, wondering if her disciple was draining her blood. After a considerable pause, Kai released its grip, and Hinwan withdrew her finger. Discovering it bore no marks save for a ring of saliva, Kai stated, I want it cooked and warm. Xiaoyu instinctively sensed that this creature would not be easy to care for. Then Hinwan spoke. Oh, we don't have any right now, so please wait. Excellent. Her disciple was equally unmanageable. An inexplicable phrase crossed her mind. Evil people have their own kind to contend with. Xiaoyu suddenly felt she had overlooked something significant. Pondering for a while before recalling, where's Xianyao? Several others shared her concern, exclaiming inwardly at the oversight. Hinwan replied, oh, he seems to be different from us. Before the calamity could strike, he transformed into black smoke and dispersed. I'm not certain where he has gone. I'll ask Huahua later. No one present truly understood the nature of the demon spirit. It was rumored that their method of transcending tribulations involved evading lightning. And once struck, they would disintegrate. What if Xianyao had already? Xiaoyu felt a wave of anxiety. If something happens to Xianyao? Your mother? Hinwan paused momentarily, then said, Master, let us not dwell on grim possibilities. You must consider that Xianyao has ascended to immortality. Does this not bring you a sense of relief? Xiaoyu replied, I think of how your mother has never felt at ease. Hunwan had an instinctual belief that Xianyao would be unharmed. If anything were amiss, her beloved mother would undoubtedly send her a message. The little one made a graceful gesture, declaring, I have succeeded. Everyone gathered around, all eager to observe Tang Yuzi. Is he human or demon? To the eye, he appears human. Has he lost the bloodline of the demon clan? Let us take a closer look. Do not act recklessly. What if you ruin it? They waited for the crowd to shower praises upon him. Hu Zhu, feeling neglected, lamented, look at me. The onlookers offered only cursory glances before returning their focus to Tang Yuzi. Upon further inspection, you are merely a thunderbird, devoid of any surprise. Our greater curiosity lies in discerning what exactly Yuzi is. Hu Zhu, feeling disheartened, stated, stop looking. He is a demon. A demon? Which kind? Speak quickly. Yet Hu Zhu fell silent again. Let him reveal it himself. Tang Yuzi had succumbed to slumber, and Hu Zhu remarked that he was merely acclimating to his demonic form, which was quite normal. He glanced at Hu Kai and cheekily proclaimed, I am more handsome than you. Hu Kai, nestled in Hunwan's warm embrace, ignored him. She had no interest in boys. Humph. Oh, I am utterly exhausted. He gasped, sprawled on the ground, still in the physique of a 2-year-old. He had not grown at all. Clearly, Hu Huahua did not wish to rise. Is everyone all right? Shall we go have a meal? A little movement instantly sparked hunger. Indeed. He was still a child. Jean Xin, rendered speechless, reminded him, have you not noticed that Xianyao is missing? Be cautious. You may find it difficult to explain to your aunt. Xianyao. How could I have forgotten him again? This fellow always slips my mind. Hua glanced around, her small hands grasping at the air, gradually conjuring up a human figure. Xin Yao leaped down, blinking his eyes. Is it over? What are you doing? Hua. With her round little waist akimbo, inquired. Xin Yao feigned innocence. I was afraid of being struck by lightning. When the thunder boomed, I thought of running away. And after that, I lost track of everything. Hua was momentarily at a loss for words, pointing a finger at him. Look at you, in such a pitiful state. How can you stand tall? The crowd murmured. It's inappropriate to scold demons with the term monsters. Chapter 82. The charming Yuzai everyone had gathered, comparing their cultivation levels. One by one, they reported their standings, and lo and behold, the highest cultivators were all disciples. Huan, Jin Xian, Xiao Lung Ruo, Lan Jiao. All of them were celestial beings. Lin Shu had attained the great ascension stage. Xiao Yu, Lin Yin, Shuang Hua, Di Yuan, and Jun Bo were only at the integration stage. Is there truly such a disparity? How could they still have the face to act as masters? Shi Buozhou exuded an aura of deep resentment. He was merely at the early stage of transformation and had become a target of disdain. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu and the others speculated that Huan and their group's direct ascension to celestial status must be related to the miraculous tree that manipulates time. Just observing Lin Shu was enough to draw conclusions. Despite being of the same age, possessing equally exceptional spiritual roots and cultivation aptitude, Lin Shu stood out only in the great ascension stage. Even this great ascension stage made the four of them suspect that they had benefited from Huan's influence. Along with Hua's stroke of good fortune, the crowd winced at the revelation, and Lin Yin playfully slapped the back of his head. Who do you think you are? Ancestor? Jin Xian, utterly unrestrained, rubbed his head with a flourish, exclaiming, Master, from now on, I shall protect you. His laughter echoed, as he reminisced about those two unscrupulous senior brothers, merely at the stage of transformation. Humph. When we meet again, I shall teach them a lesson. Lin Yin, feeling a pang of discomfort, remarked on the pettiness of such triumphs. Just because your two senior brothers are less skilled than you, does that mean their wits are inferior as well? From childhood, you have never bested either of them. Now, do you intend to offend them both? Very well. Let this be a lesson that even celestial beings can be utterly foolish. Enjoy your fleeting pride for a couple of days, he continued. However, Xiao, with a sense of camaraderie, kindly reminded him, your eldest and second senior brothers have entered seclusion again after their breakthroughs. They may be preparing for another ascent. Lin Yin's primary disciple, Bai Qingyan, and his second disciple, Yu Wenjiao, had been in seclusion for quite some time. During the collective tribulation of the Chaohua sect, they were directly carried over by the disciples of the Yu Yuya sect. After overcoming their tribulation, the two had ascended several levels, bringing good news to Lin Yin. Expressing their newfound insights into their cultivation, and promptly returning to their extended seclusion. It was anticipated that upon their return, they would surely have made further advancements. At that moment, Lin Yin praised his two outstanding disciples profusely. Jin Xian, in his arrogance, seemed to have forgotten that his two senior brothers were no ordinary figures. Did he truly wish to flaunt his prowess? Lin Yin could not help but deliver a playful kick, saying, Consolidate your cultivation. Jin Xian dodged, declaring, I am already a celestial being. Lin Yin chuckled and retorted, Is being a celestial being truly valuable? Half of those standing here are celestial beings. Instantly, those who were not celestial beings felt an inexplicable sense of discontent. Why am I not a celestial being? Jin Xian's eyes twinkled mischievously. Hua, what rank are you? Hua replied, Probably about the same as you. Who is superior and who is inferior? A duel will reveal the truth. Hu Zhizhu proactively stated, I am nearly the same. Shall we engage? If so, let it be now while the blood still runs warm. With a small yawn, the gaze of the group shifted. Discovering Tang Yuzi rubbing his eyes, his face flushed with embarrassment as he realized everyone was watching him. I am weak. No, what exactly are you? Perhaps the youngest among them. Tang Yuzi felt it was only natural to be weak, yet the curiosity surrounding his identity only deepened. Growing increasingly flustered. He was aware of his true nature but was too bashful to articulate it. This only heightened their intrigue. Unable to bear the sight of a group of older children teasing the younger one, Lin Yin interjected, Perhaps we should first inform your master. Jin Xian shouted. We need to know now. Frustrated, Lin Yin unleashed his full strength, sending Jin Xian tumbling into the water. Jin Xian soared into the air, exclaiming, Master, you have just kicked a celestial being. Resolute, Tang Yuzi bit his lip and murmured, You mustn't laugh at me. We won't laugh, the others assured him. The adults, too, were curious, pondering what kind of demon would render him so bashful. After all, any being capable of transformation must be a formidable demon. With his face flushed, Tang Yuzi urged everyone, "Turn around, let us all turn away." The group complied, averting their eyes from Tang Yuzi. After a considerable pause, he timidly declared, "All right, it's fine now." His voice trembled, as if fearing abandonment. As everyone turned around, an exclamation of delight erupted. "Wow, Tang Yuzi. You are truly stunning," Hunwan exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace her. "So adorable, so delightful." Cold Ruo, disregarding her usual restraint, joined in the enthusiastic cheer. "I love you so much." Lan Jiao fell silent, pondering if she could ever achieve such a level of disguise through her own efforts. Jin Xin and Xiao O gaped in astonishment, taking a considerable time to close their mouths, swallowing hard. "This is simply enchanting," they remarked. Lin Shu yearned to join in the embrace, but was pulled back by the envious Shibuozhou, arriving a moment too late to claim her place. Tang Yuzi, so small, so cute, so charming. Lin Shu wiped her mouth, as even the adults couldn't help but feel a surge of affection. The reason was simple. Tang Yuzi's ethereal form was irresistibly delightful. A petite deer with soft, pale golden fur adorned with silvery stripes, possessing gentle sapphire blue eyes, long, fluttering lashes, and elegantly lined inky black contours around its nose, cheeks, and mouth. And atop its head were two adorable pink antlers. Even its tiny hooves were a charming shade of creamy white. Captivated, utterly enchanted, Lin Shu pushed aside Shibuozhou to squeeze in. Clutching the delicate hind leg of the adorable little deer, her cheek pressed against its back. So smooth, so comforting. Shibuozhou pondered. Is it possible to transform into a deer in time? Shuanghua extended a hand, but ultimately refrained from stepping forward, instead weaving her spiritual energy into an intricate floral wreath, measuring it against the little deer's neck, yet still feeling unsatisfied. It should be crafted from real flowers. Other masters, the enchanting form of Tang Yuzi captivated everyone's hearts, except for Hu Zhuju and Hu Huahua. Hu Huahua remarked, "You look inexperienced." "I am the most adorable," Hu Zhuju added. "Isn't it just a golden deer? What makes it superior to us?" Observing her sister tenderly kissing the little deer's face, Hu Huahua scoffed, "Sister, be careful not to let its teeth scratch your face." Inside, Shuanghua sighed, contemplating whether it was feasible to snatch the person away from Elder Tang Air. Tang Yuzi quietly inquired, "Are my teeth unattractive?" The great demon was not to be underestimated. Even a golden deer's teeth were sharp. "Not unattractive at all," came the chorus of 3 girls, eagerly chiming in. "Small, white, and curved, incredibly cute and lovely. A pair of exposed little fangs, adorably fierce, are all plus points." Lan Jiao and Shibuozhou regarded Tang Yuzi with a cool demeanor. After a while, the commotion caused by Tang Yuzi's charm subsided. Then it was Xian Yao's turn to be in the spotlight. Xian Yao, Chapter 83, The Fox Demon. Xian Yao himself was uncertain whether he had undergone tribulation or if his strength had improved. Should he ask the boss? If he had advanced, she would sense it. Nevertheless, he felt nothing. "Never mind, you are already quite endearing," consoled Hunwan, the elder sister. The true form of a demon spirit was a mass of demonic energy. No matter how much it evolved, perhaps it could only shift from a gaseous to a liquid state? Xian Yao felt embarrassed, saying, "I have disappointed everyone." Hunwan reassured him, "In any case, my mother adores you." The bitterness in her tone was unmistakable. At that moment, Hu Huahua suggested, "All right, let's find another place to close off for a bit and consolidate our cultivation. Sister, toss a yuan into the pool, while I still have my residual influence. Let it bask in some celestial energy." Not to mention a yuan, Hunwan had nearly forgotten about the little creature, as it had spent most of its time sleeping since joining Hunwan. "Oh dear." With a flicker of thought, Hunwan gently held the tiny turtle in her hands and placed it in the water. With a splash, it sank, its little claws stretching out as it paddled into the depths. How lazy it was, not even poking its head above the surface. Everyone sighed in unison, exchanging glances at Hunwan, so similar. They proceeded in that direction, with Hu Huahua leading the way. Hu Zhuju pursed her lips. "Doesn't anyone want to admire the beautiful feathers of the thunderbird?" Upon reaching the spirit pool, Hu Huahua halted, her expression turning serious. Suddenly, she vanished in a flash, prompting the others to follow suit, their faces now grave. Outside, at the entrance, lay the lifeless body of a woman, long deceased, beside a vividly red demon core. What is this? A group of mischievous children rushed over, each giving it a kick, while the adults were unable to intervene in time. Regardless of whether the woman was alive or dead, they kicked without a second thought. Such a lack of manners. Huwawa picked up the demon core and sniffed it a few times. The scent of dragon flame. The others looked over in astonishment. You can discern that? This female demon attempted to ambush me but was repelled by the sacred pool and fled. By the looks of it, she encountered the dragon clan. Who must have killed her and sent her here? I suspect it was the dragons Wang Xuan and Wang Shui, whom my mother knows. The dragons intervened to assist you? Why? Hun Wan inquired. Why should I be the one to help them deal with their refuse? Hu Huahua retorted. A profound silence enveloped the group. Sister, come and touch it. Hu Huahua crouched down and swiftly stripped the jewelry from the head of the female immortal, then proceeded to tug at the pearls adorning her ears. Certain they held significant value. Indeed, he was a fine son raised by Hu Qing. Hun Wan squatted beside him, reaching for the jade clasp at her waist, exclaiming, Hurry, hurry, I sense she possesses many treasures. Jean Xian leaped forward, suggesting they search for storage devices. Lung Ruo interjected, Examine the demon pills first. A group of individuals surrounded the scene, bustling about, while 5 adults stood silently in the background, resembling a flock of chattering crows. Ultimately, they unearthed a considerable number of valuable items. It appeared the female immortal was an avid collector, particularly of items favored by women. They gathered everything together, preparing to sort through the spoils leisurely. Hu Huahua grasped the feet of the female immortal, dragging her corpse towards the cave abode. As he pulled, the body underwent a metamorphosis. The fabric disintegrated, revealing a large, slender white demon beast. What kind of demon clan was this? None among them recognized it. The creature was cloaked in fine, snow-white fur, its body elongated like a fox, with arms and legs resembling those of an ape, a long, bushy tail, and a humanoid face. It was a hybrid of demon bloodlines, exhibiting features from multiple clans. This was unusual. Typically, demons born from interclan unions manifest traits of the dominant lineage. Those displaying multiple traits often lacked bloodline superiority, rendering them incapable of inheriting their lineage's legacy, which generally signified their demise. Yet, the demon immortal before them certainly did not belong to this category. She was a Mei Hu, a variant of the spirit fox lineage, adept at influencing the emotions of others. At this point, Hu Huahua recalled what Hu Qing had mentioned about the female immortal who had approached the Hu family. It seemed she was indeed the one. Death comes swiftly, too soon, leaving one unable to exact their own vengeance. Hu Huahua scoffed coldly, Is it to kill me? Hinwan retorted, Is it solely for that purpose? Hu Huahua replied, Sister, your brother is worth it. He produced an exceptionally large box, placing the fox within, instructing Hinwan to encase it in ice, solidifying it completely for their mother's use in crafting. He then turned to the others and inquired, Will you partake? The crowd hastily shook their heads. How could one consume such a creature? Had they not witnessed her as a person, perhaps they might have dared to sample something novel. But in this instance, it was best to abstain. Psychological barriers prevailed. Hijuju tugged at Tang Yunzi. We shall eat. It is entirely normal for demons to consume their own kind. Tang Yunzi pondered silently. I prefer to dine on spiritual herbs. The sustenance of the golden deer consists of spiritual fruits, which it is quite discerning about, refusing anything subpar. For this reason, the golden deer is exceptionally adept at locating spiritual plants. Perhaps it is due to this intrinsic nature that even before its potential was revealed, it found itself inexplicably drawn to the spiritual flora, ultimately becoming a disciple of Elder Tang Er. Hijuju expressed disdain. What demon abstains from consuming others? Do you think those elongated fangs serve no purpose? This statement held truth. Enjoying spiritual fruits may be a preference, yet consuming flesh is an essential survival skill. In a frenzy, any demon could inflict harm upon another, draining blood and devouring flesh. Yet, Tang Yunzi resolutely shook his head. Not for me. Hijuju shrugged. One day, when it lands on your plate, you will find it delectable. Jean Xian chuckled. Yunzi thinks you refer to raw consumption, which he finds distasteful. How often has he refrained from those meatballs? Tang Yunzi stiffened, internally asserting that it was not the same. Those meatballs, well, he only indulged in the cooked variety. Hijuju scoffed, finding him overly pretentious. The crowd fell silent as they gazed at his 2-year-old stature. Only Hinwan wore a cold expression, her small hand pinching and lifting, unleashing a miniature blizzard that encased Huahua in a layer of frost. Let that be a lesson. May you freeze for your arrogance. He Hua, undeterred by such minor injuries and satisfied that his sister had vented her frustration, emerged from his icy prison, shaking off the frost. Let us engage in a brief retreat, and thereafter, I shall lead you to excavate spirit stones. There are abundant spirit stone mines near my home. Oh, what a wealthy prospect. Within Baoping Square, Hijua emerged from the refining chamber, a contented smile gracing his lips. He had achieved a breakthrough. His skills in refining had transcended their previous limitations. He believed that within the ranks of alchemists in the Shaoli realm, he could now be considered a rising star. Radiating brilliance. Do not become complacent, he admonished himself. While you have advanced, so too will others. If everyone progresses, your own achievements will not appear as remarkable. Thus, he resolved to strive harder, to persist in his endeavors. Chapter 84. Hijua's creation, he repeated to himself the virtues of humility and open-mindedness. Yet the smile at the corner of his mouth proved impossible to suppress, growing ever wider. After a prolonged moment of mirth, Hijua found his spirits lifted, his mind and body invigorated, only to be interrupted by the rumbling of his stomach. He hurriedly retraced his steps, passing by the house, the small lake, and the refining chamber, all devoid of company. In the rear courtyard, the barrier shimmered, securely in place. His sister was in seclusion within. He lingered for a moment, his eagerness to share his joy tempered by a sense of calm. Feeling somewhat drained, he ambled towards the kitchen ahead. The kitchen had remained in use for quite some time, lacking fresh ingredients. Just as he contemplated plucking some vegetables from the garden, the cold storage unit against the wall slid open, revealing an abundance of preserved meals. Hijua beamed broadly, retrieving the dishes to heat them up. His elder sister is truly wonderful. Although she spends much time away from home, she always keeps him in her thoughts when she is present. Even during significant events such as collective tribulations, she allows her non-disciple brother to partake in the benefits. Having an elder sister is a great blessing, and thus he prepared a gift for her. Since arriving at the Hu family, Hijua's appetite has grown immensely, influenced by the surrounding environment. During Hu Qing's last cooking session, all the dishes were prepared in double portions. She consumed one entirely. And now Hijua has devoured the remaining plate with great satisfaction. He never once contemplated whether, as a cultivator, he should practice fasting. After finishing his meal, he patted his stomach contentedly and let out a long belch, glancing at the empty kitchen. It seems he must venture out to procure some ingredients. However, a visit to the task hall comes first. Exiting, Hijua locked the door securely, verified the protective barrier, and circled the Hu residence, finding no issues. He signaled for a carriage and, once seated, produced a paper crane. Senior Brother Wan, how is the matter with the Sun family being handled? The paper crane flapped its wings and took flight. This concern is not trivial. The ability of cultivators in the Little Li realm to transcend to the immortal stage signifies a greater potential for advancement. As the saying goes, shared joy is greater than solitary joy. The collective happiness of all brings even more delight. Hijua felt elated, foolishly smiling throughout the journey, completely unaware that someone was following him. After a moment of reflection, he promptly sent a message via a communication talisman. No rush, take your time. Just ensure you do not incur losses. Brushing off his attire, Hijua stepped into the task hall, seeking a familiar manager. Unfortunately, the individual was currently in seclusion within the sect, but another familiar face approached him, smiling as they inquired, Hijua, are you here to issue a task or to sell equipment? Hijua typically crafted his artifacts for sale in his own general store or announced them within his circle, allowing for internal consumption among acquaintances. However, Hu Qing had a contract with the mission hall of the Chaohua sect, wherein Hu Qing sold his creations directly to the hall, while Hijua was responsible for delivery and payment collection. The steward, also from the Qi Peak, had previously engaged in discussions about the art of crafting artifacts with Hijua, who smiled and remarked, I have crafted a piece myself. Would you kindly take a look? Splendid. Let us proceed. It appears to be quite a significant item. Come, we shall go to the back, Hijua promptly replied. The mission hall was flanked by a row of buildings, with a courtyard and garden behind, all suitable for receiving guests. The two did not shy away from the presence of others. If fellow practitioners were around, their suggestions and exchanges would be a delightful addition. The steward even called over a few of his own disciples in a somewhat loud voice, come here to appreciate the newly forged artifact. Naturally, those who heard and were intrigued came to take a look. The steward was well aware of Hijua's skill in crafting. While the quality might not always be excellent, it would undoubtedly be commendable, making it an opportune moment to raise the price. Hu Zhuo chose a vacant space, conveniently separated by winding waters, railings, and flower clusters, offering a semi-hidden view. He turned his hand to retrieve an item from his ring, and the 3 or 4 individuals who had followed him focused intently, revealing a pair of hairpins. Laughter erupted among them. Hu Zhuo, have you perhaps found a beloved? These hairpins are perfect for gifting, one teased. Indeed, a peach blossom, oh, and little peaches as well. Are you seeking both a bride and a child? Another chimed in. Ha ha ha, the lad has fallen for someone. Hu Zhuo allowed them to jest at his expense, waiting until their laughter subsided before lifting the hairpin in his hand. This hairpin is not merely a charming trinket with auspicious connotations, he asserted. The onlookers scrutinized the pin. Indeed, it was truly exquisite. Even we, gentlemen, found it appealing. It possessed a rustic charm intertwined with elegance. Judging solely by its appearance, it could fetch a handsome price in the hands of a female artisan. However, an object such as this must surely possess more than superficial allure. It certainly bore the most fundamental defensive formations and exhibited a modicum of offensive capability. Nothing extraordinary there. Observe, Hu Zhuo continued, positioning the hairpin upright. To their astonishment, the peach branch stirred inexplicably, transforming into a simplistic version of a peach tree adorned with blossoms, leaves, and fruit. The group exchanged glances. Remarkable, a mere rearrangement of flowers and fruit transforms an ornament into a decorative piece? Yet, it was not so simple. Hu Zhuo unleashed a delicate stream of energy, and with a swift whoosh, the peach leaves shot forth, moving with remarkable speed, yet he deftly intercepted each one. A collective realization dawned upon them. This was indeed a concealed weapon. Well, that is somewhat intriguing, they conceded, though it was merely a flicker of interest. But Hu Zhuo was not finished. Channeling his spiritual energy, he sent forth the peach blossoms, which soared into the air. Just as the crowd began to comprehend this as yet another concealed weapon, the petals multiplied, and the surrounding scenery transformed into a lush peach blossom grove. Is this an illusion formation? As Hu Zhuo retracted the peach petals, the illusion dissipated. This time, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was indeed fascinating. But the spectacle was not yet concluded. He unleashed his spiritual energy upon the clustered peaches, causing them to burst open, revealing a juicy interior. To their astonishment, the juices mingled and coalesced into a noxious gas. Chapter 85. Farewell to Lu Yong. Hu Zhuo gently gathered the modest wisp of gas and blew it away, apologizing. It's merely a simple narcotic, effective against demonic beasts. The steward patted his shoulder. But you could use it for other purposes, couldn't you? Hu Zhuo smiled silently. This was merely a demonstration, and he would not employ anything too potent, allowing everyone to recognize its efficacy. As for the peach branch, surely it possesses other uses. This time, Hu Zhuo refrained from showcasing it, simply stating, indeed, the peach branch can transform into a slender binding rope for immortals. It is quite delicate, yet the quality of the materials I utilized makes it easy to ensnare a golden core cultivator. Noticing the excellent materials left to him by his sister, he hesitated to use them on a mere hairpin. If the materials were of even higher quality, capturing a nascent soul would be effortless. Very well. This hairpin is quite remarkable. Are you willing to sell it? I'll make an offer. The steward pondered for a moment, contemplating a generous price. I shall purchase it for 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. A woman's voice interjected smoothly from nearby, exuding confidence. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones? That is indeed a lofty sum. After all, it was merely a hairpin. However, the others found the unexpected voice somewhat peculiar. They turned to locate the source, spotting a young female cultivator, flanked by a retinue of guards, observing them with keen interest from behind a railing that separated them from the flowing water. The woman was exceptionally beautiful, her eyes sparkling with ambition while exuding a certain vivacity. To display such ambition openly suggests either foolishness or great self-assurance, given the composed demeanor of her entourage. She was undoubtedly the latter. The woman, accompanied by a group, gracefully circumvented the railing and strolled into the open space. Her gaze fixed upon Hu Zhuo with a subtle smile. This scrutiny felt somewhat invasive to Hu Zhuo, who, maintaining his amiable demeanor, responded with a gentle smile, "My friend, I never claimed I wanted to sell." The woman arched an eyebrow, her expression unfazed, her smile deepening as she declared, "I have specifically come to seek you out." Hu Zhuo, what? The steward and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes alight with intrigue. Having just refined a peach blossom hairpin, the girl who desires it appears. Could it be that this hairpin attracts romantic fortunes? Oh, it certainly cannot be priced at merely 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Hijua, taken aback, inquired. You are Lu Yang from the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion? Lu Yang? From the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion? Hijua momentarily felt disoriented. Years ago, when the ancient palace city emerged and the characters of the celestial realm were foreign to many, it was the first-generation successor of the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion who deciphered the celestial script at a pivotal moment. The celestial script translations employed by the cultivators of the Lesserly realm today are derived from the records of that time. That successor was indeed Lu Yang, whom he had encountered before. Yet, her appearance had undergone considerable transformation. Otherwise, his not-so-diminished memory should not have failed to recognize her. Ah, of course, cultivators can alter their appearances when advancing in rank. It is only natural for one to pursue such changes. Nevertheless, he recalled that she was never unattractive, and her current visage did not possess the allure of unrivaled beauty. It could only be said that Hijua had yet to awaken to that particular insight. Lu Yang must have felt that her present appearance was indeed quite splendid, beautiful, yet full of character, while those unable to appreciate it merely demonstrated their lack of discernment. Moreover, what significant changes had occurred? It seemed merely a subtle refinement. In summary, Lu Yang did not observe the expression she had hoped to see on Hijua's face. Yet, she remained indifferent. This individual was not of great significance to her. The reason she specifically sought him out and called his name was merely to facilitate matters. I come to invite you to join the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. The steward's gaze suddenly became laden with meaning. It was not a matter of romantic interest, but rather an attempt to recruit someone. TSK, this young woman, capable of addressing Hijua directly, surely must be aware of his affiliations, and she should not be ignorant of Qing's connection to the Chaohua sect. Here she was, attempting to poach someone from the Chaohua sect right before their eyes. What gave her such audacity and confidence? Had she never been turned down before? Thank you, but I have no intention of joining the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion, Hijua replied. Then reconsidered, not wanting to put the other party in an awkward position. I have no desire to affiliate with any sect. The steward chuckled. Do you even need to join? The He family and the Chaohua sect have a long-standing relationship, unbreakable as iron. TSK, young lady, prepare to return empty-handed. Lu Yang was not surprised. In fact, she had anticipated this response. With a faint smile, she remarked, do not be so hasty in your refusal. I know you are intrigued by the art of thousand mechanisms. Follow me, and I can teach you the pinnacle of thousand mechanisms in the Lesserly realm. Her voice took on a seductive tone. Alternatively, you may join my team. What I can impart to you, no one else in the Lesserly realm can offer. Not the Chaohua sect, nor Qing. Hijua's expression turned frosty, as her words displayed a lack of respect towards his sister, reminiscent of her earlier disrespect in the ancient palace city. He firmly declined, I am not interested. A rejection that was decidedly rude. Lu Yang, oblivious to her own discourteousness towards others, found herself quite displeased by their lack of civility towards her. She quickly suppressed her smile and remarked coolly, if you are unwilling, I shall not compel you. However, to ponder this carefully, after all, the inheritance of celestial-grade treasures is not something that everyone can attain. Hijua promptly turned to the steward and said, let us converse over there. The steward, smiling, accompanied him to another area, not deigning to cast even a glance at Lu Yang. TSK, the young lady is quite proud, isn't she? Just because she possesses a celestial inheritance? How amusing. For the Chaohua sect has one as well. Regardless of how it came to be, he was well aware of its existence. Yet, isn't the Qingji pavilion known for its keen intelligence? This girl seems utterly uninformed. The steward led Hijua to his office, gesturing for him to take a seat while he sent a message to the sect that Lu Yang from the Qingji pavilion has arrived at Baoping Square. From her words, she possesses a celestial inheritance. Who knows how she acquired it? It seems she has a certain distance from the Qingji pavilion. They surely haven't divulged all their secrets to her. How audacious of her, especially given the internal strife within her own team. After sending the message, he turned to Hijua with a cheerful smile. Now, do tell, how did she fix her gaze upon you? Hijua hastily waved his hands. I cannot contend with someone of her caliber. This was indeed true. The steward concurred, recognizing that the young lady was no ordinary adversary, for she had several handsome companions at her back. Hijua scoffed, continuing to shake his head. I am not capable. I am not capable. Oh, but a man must never declare his own inadequacy. Returning to the matter at hand, the steward examined the peach blossom hairpin, turning it over repeatedly, a remarkable piece. The appearance is commendable, with all the instruments and mechanisms perfectly assembled. If one were to embed a spatial stone, it could even carry items. The crux lies in this mechanism, possessing dual instruments, which explains why that Lu Yang has set her sights on you. The items may not be of superior quality, yet their true value lies in the ingenuity and the potential for growth they possess. Hujua furrowed his brow in confusion. As an inconspicuous individual, why would she be interested in me? I am aware that she previously considered targeting Chun Lai Go. The steward, having witnessed numerous events and interactions, discerned immediately that young woman is in the process of establishing her own faction. Did you not perceive it? Her ambition is to ascend to the celestial realm. Hujua dared not entertain such thoughts. She is remarkably audacious. Even the venerable ancestors of the Great Ascension would hesitate to tread lightly in that domain. The steward was unfazed. Youth is characterized by daring and a willingness to take risks, often disregarding the consequences. Chapter 86. Receiving items. The peach blossom hairpin was entrusted to the task hall. The steward suggested attempting to auction it. Not only rare and unique items are sold at auctions, but sometimes ingeniously crafted items fetch high prices, particularly those favored by female cultivators. Hujua inquired about materials for refining tools, to which the steward replied that currently, there were no new materials available, but there might be in the future, contingent upon improving relations with Yunjing Tian and Huan Mo Tian, or possibly from Tian Incontinent. As the two discussed matters of tool refinement, Hujua exited the task hall, only to be obstructed by a male cultivator, one of Lu Yang's associates. The male cultivator remarked, "Seize the opportunity before you." Hujua regarded the individual with indifference, sword in hand, head bowed, and a cold, expressionless demeanor, attempting to feign nonchalance. He curtly replied, "We are not of the same ilk. Rather than wait for Qing and hope for the charity of the Chaohua sect, it would be wiser to join us. I acknowledge that Lu Yang is not an ideal companion. However, she possesses the abilities you desire. The art of thousand mechanisms?" The male cultivator nodded, stating, "Her words hold truth. There is no one in the Little Li realm with superior skills in the art of thousand mechanisms. While the celestial realm does possess such talents, how could you possibly gain access?" He asked, "Are you aligning with her solely for the art of thousand mechanisms?" The male cultivator replied candidly, "Not entirely. While I do have an interest in the art, my primary goal is to carve out a path for myself." He continued, "I am not valued within my sect." The male cultivator understood. He himself had once been overlooked and bullied, aware that in such circumstances, securing adequate resources for cultivation is exceedingly challenging. Now that the Little Li realm is ascending, the path to immortality is within reach. And everyone wishes to become the dragon that soars. Thus, no opportunity can be squandered. The male cultivator spoke frankly to him, and in turn, he reciprocated with honesty. "The person I wish to follow is not like her. I seek someone I genuinely wish to follow." "Is it Qing?" the male cultivator inquired. Hujua smiled. "She is my family, my kin." The male cultivator scoffed, dismissing the notion of family and kin among cultivators, thinking him too youthful. He said, "You're welcome to join us at any time." Hujua firmly shook his head. That will not be the case. He bypassed him to call for a carriage, as he still needed to procure some groceries. Watching him depart in the carriage, the male cultivator paused for a moment before heading in another direction. "What did he say?" Lu Yang asked. The male cultivator recounted their conversation without emotion. "How foolish," Lu Yang remarked, her eyes filled with disdain, burdened by useless emotions. "I have inquired, and that Qing has not imparted any knowledge to him. If Qing were present, she would certainly demand to know from whom he had gathered such information." The male cultivator inquired, "Shall we remain here?" He perceived that Hujua would never align himself with them, sensing the latter's unwavering resolve. Moreover, he harbored differing thoughts. Despite learning that Hujua had neither a reputable master nor a sect, his cultivation and refining prowess indicated he had not been hindered. His allegiance to Lu Yang served a personal agenda rather than blind adulation, and he was disinclined to elaborate on matters unrelated to him. The male cultivator surveyed the assembly, noting that they were all similarly motivated, gathered for nearly the same purpose. Lu Yang pondered momentarily before stating, "I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for a while. You are free to do as you wish." The reactions among the crowd varied. Some followed her with curiosity, others remained indifferent, while a few scoffed openly, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Lu Yang's demeanor suggested she was unconcerned with their loyalty, as long as they could serve her interests. One among them remarked, "The Chaohua sect is the earliest to have broken through in Xietian. It is indeed a place of great fortune." "Aye, too, shall venture out. Perhaps I may encounter some fortuitous opportunities. This statement stirred the thoughts of the others. Cultivators are inherently driven to seize resources and opportunities. They gathered around Lu Yang to bolster their strength in hopes of striving for success in the immortal realm. The immortal realm boasts richer spiritual energy and superior techniques. Even as lowly practitioners, the absorption of spiritual energy there would be more expedient than cultivation in the lesserly realm. Compared to resources, opportunities ignite even greater envy among cultivators. Countless legends and real-life instances abound of individuals who attain success overnight due to fortuitous encounters. Why should they not aspire to the same? The Chaohua sect's initial ascent heralded a thriving fortune in this locale, suggesting the possibility of stumbling upon treasures drawn by such auspicious energy. Unable to restrain their excitement any longer, each member of the team dispersed in search of opportunities and treasures, a testament to their collective spirit. Days later, Lu Yang and his companions departed from Beipingfang, with an additional cultivator joining their ranks, one whom Lu Yang had personally selected. Like the others, this individual was young and ambitious, yet found himself in a position of disadvantage. Unlike the rest, however, he harbored genuine gratitude and affection towards Lu Yang, for it was Lu Yang who had come to his aid during his most desperate times, confronting his oppressive kin on his behalf. Since he could not remain tethered to the grocery store every day, he decided to recruit 2 disciples from the Chaohua sect to manage the shop. The duo was free to arrange their schedules as they pleased, even if both were unavailable. They could find substitutes without any objection from Huzhua. As long as the store's business remained steady, the arrangement was entirely up to them. He was disinclined to offer explanations. Furthermore, he made it known to others that despite the modest size of the shop, it was backed by formidable connections. Customers were encouraged to shop without causing disturbances. Qing also owned a tavern, having signed a century-long contract from the outset. Rumor had it that the business thrived, prompting Huzhua to visit infrequently. On one particular day, feeling weary from his weapon forging, Huzhua made his usual rounds at the grocery store, bringing along a few newly crafted items to sell. Just as he was about to step inside, the disciple on duty spotted him. "Senior brother, you're here. Someone has sent you a package, and it has been delivered directly to the store." A package? It was a sizable, perfectly square box, presumably containing items unsuitable for storage in a spatial device. The disciple remarked, "Senior brother, why don't you open it and check? If anything is damaged inside, we shall approach the escort agency for compensation." As he spoke, curiosity gleamed in his eyes. Huzhua, intrigued, simply wished to discover the contents within. "Let me confirm once more. This is indeed meant for me, correct?" The disciple said, "Indeed, it is inscribed on the top." There was a row of numbers written on the box, alongside the name of Huzhua. Since it belonged to him, Huzhua felt at ease to unseal it. Chapter 87. Receiving Guests. The outer layer of the box was wooden, primarily serving a protective function during transport. He tore off the seal and pushed open the lid, revealing yet another layer, this time made of iron. The iron and wood were tightly interlocked, prompting Huzhua to decisively remove the outer wooden panel after several attempts. The diligent shop disciple promptly gathered the wooden planks and stacked them against the wall. "Brother, this iron box appears quite heavy, and there isn't even the slightest seam. What could this be?" Huzhua circled around it, smiling. "This is a mechanism box." The shop disciple nodded repeatedly, intrigued by the concept of a mechanism box, which was not prevalent in the Shaoli realm. Even large sects like their Chaohua sect had not delved into such studies. The only place known for researching mechanisms was the Qing J Pavilion. "Brother, how does one open this box? What could possibly be contained within it?" Huzhua chuckled. "This box itself is a gift. It is precisely what he desired. Chenggu has been exceedingly kind to me." Huzhua crouched down, meticulously examining the structure, beginning to unravel the mystery. At that moment, the shop was devoid of customers, and the disciple mirrored Huzhua's movements from across the box, pondering how such a seamless object could possibly open. After observing for a while, Huzhua tentatively tapped rhythmically on various parts of the box's surface, pressing here and there. The shop disciple was utterly perplexed and could not comprehend his actions. After striking all 5 sides without success, Huzhua, deep in thought, gazed at the ground. "Step back a bit, I shall turn it over." With a swift motion, he attempted to lift it, but to his surprise, it was far heavier than anticipated. "Senior brother, allow me to assist you," he offered, recalling that it had taken 4 burly men to bring it in. The 2 exerted all their strength, ultimately managing to tip the box upright, revealing a side covered entirely in seams. "Had I known, I would have flipped it over first, the shopkeeper's disciple mused. Suspecting the sender of playing a prank, Hujua furrowed his brow, puzzled. This shouldn't be. Why is this side the only one adorned with seams? He wondered. What kind of mechanism is this? It resembles a pleated dumpling, doesn't it? He crouched down to inspect the seams, while the shopkeeper's disciple, bracing his knees, exclaimed, It looks solid. Let me fetch a chisel. He then strode towards the cluttered shelves filled with an assortment of second-hand goods, discarded by the disciples of the Morning Blossom sect. The young disciples' collections were eclectic, filled with items seldom used, mere products of impulsive buying. At that moment, Hujua's fingers brushed against a deeper seam, one end curving like a crescent, resembling a button. Without a second thought, he pressed down on it. The disciple, now armed with the chisel, turned around just in time to witness the black box suddenly spring open, lunging towards Hujua with alarming speed. He had no time to react and was engulfed in an instant. The once solid exterior transformed into a leathery cocoon, constricting around him as he struggled on the ground. With a clatter, the chisel fell to the floor, and the shopkeeper's disciple, his mind paralyzed, instinctively drew his sword, only to have the tip shatter upon impact with the floor. The disciple guarding the shop shouted, Help! Someone please! A monster is devouring people. Then he realized something was amiss and thought it necessary to contact the sect. Hurry! Someone! Brother Hujua has been ambushed at the grocery store. Clutching the communication jade, he paced anxiously. No, I must reach my aunt. Yes, aunt, yet I can't seem to contact her. How could he possibly have Hu Qing's contact information? He decided to send a group message. Brother Hujua has been consumed by a monster at the grocery store. Who can inform my aunt? I am at my wit's end. As he dispatched a flurry of messages, a crowd had gathered outside the shop. Thankfully, he retained enough composure to hold them back, glaring fiercely. No one from the Chaohua sect is allowed inside. The Hu family's grocery store was quite renowned and people were wary of the Chaohua sect. The onlookers lingered at the threshold, whispering and pointing inside. The disciple continued to pace. Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Then, finally, help arrived. The patrol team was the first to arrive. What on earth is this? They were initially poised to inquire about the situation, but upon seeing the scene inside, they were left speechless. The original black square box had transformed after consuming Hujua. It now resembled a long, flat object with an inexplicable bulge in the center. It remained utterly still. Could it be that Brother Hujua was trapped inside? Before the disciple guarding the shop could elucidate further, members from the task hall arrived, led by Yi Ning. What is this? The disciple opened his mouth to respond, but the air shifted, and Wen Chuan emerged. Brother? Wen Chuan gazed at the peculiar sight on the ground. What is this? Allow me to explain. The disciple raised his hand, requesting to be allowed to finish his explanation uninterrupted. After he finished speaking, the question arose. Who sent this? I don't know, the shop attendant said, perplexed. Observing the expression of senior brother Hujua, he seemed to possess some knowledge. When Chuan inquired, Did you not ask him? The shop attendant, feeling somewhat at a loss, replied, I am merely a hired hand here, and besides, it is rather impolite to pry into someone else's private matters. Yi Ning was already inspecting the peculiar object, reaching out to touch it. Do not touch it. Both the shop attendant and Wen Chuan exclaimed in unison. Senior brother Hujua was suddenly devoured at the moment he was engaging with the seams of the object. The shop attendant sought Wen Chuan's guidance. Should we inform Auntie? Wen Chuan's nerves tightened as he promptly contacted his master for advice. Soon, Yu Lui emerged from the air, frowning as he examined the strange item, which was unfamiliar to him. The shop attendant, visibly excited upon seeing the sect leader, remarked, that is, senior brother Hujua referred to it as a mechanism box. A mechanism? Yi Ning immediately recalled something. Did Shenji Pavilion's Lu Yong not seek him out previously? The shop attendant, bewildered, replied, I am unaware. Yu Lui's expression darkened. Lu Yong came? It must have been her doing, he asserted with certainty. Wen Chuan said, While I too suspect this, do you not think you are being a tad hasty? He continued, Master, should we inform Junior Marshal Uncle? Your Junior Marshal Uncle is currently in seclusion. Our priority is to rescue Hujua. He sensed that Hujua was still alive within, albeit in a precarious situation. He could not identify the nature of the threat. Drawing his sword, he struck the edge of the object. With a clang, the sword remained unharmed, and the peculiar item showed no signs of damage. He paused for a moment, enveloping the object with his spiritual energy, only to be astonished by its considerable weight. The grocery store had closed its doors, and within a day, rumors of a man-eating monster spread throughout Beipingfang. reaching even the mortal districts. Many families locked their children indoors, forbidding them from venturing outside, as fear gripped the hearts of the populace. Meanwhile, the esteemed members of Chaohua sect found themselves at a loss when confronted by the strange entity. Chapter 88. Entangled in one's own web, they had exhausted every conceivable method. Even the powers of celestial beings failed to breach it. Several venerable ancestors personally engaged with the creature, inching closer, probing, pressing, and pulling, yet it remained utterly unresponsive. It could only be said that this object was exceedingly sturdy. Without the correct approach, it was impossible to open. Was it a mechanism? Could it only be activated from within? The assembly also attempted to establish contact with Huzhua inside, hoping to guide him to break free from within. However, Huzhua showed no reaction, leaving them only with the assurance that he was still alive. Yu Luin was beside himself with anxiety. This was his territory, and he had promised to protect Hu Qing and her family. Now, calamity had struck. Cursed be Lu Yang. Cursed be the Qinji Pavilion. He was well acquainted with the head of the Qinji Pavilion and promptly sent a message to you, expressing his outrage. You, Lu Yang of the Qinji Pavilion, have endangered the disciples of Chaohua sect. Hurry and bring her here to unlock this wretched contraption. After much contemplation, Wu Yu spoke. It bears a resemblance to the self-entangling mechanism from the celestial realm. The crowd perked up. Wu Yu was a female celestial being, and within her sect resided a senior adept in the arts of Qinji, of whom she had been fortunate enough to witness. When the mechanism was inactive, it could take the form of a box, cabinet, table, or chair. However, once triggered, it would ensnare or bind the individual within. The material in question is unlike anything found in the realm of Shaoli. It appears to originate from the celestial realm, composed of a myriad of fused substances. Wu Yu is not entirely certain. In comparison to what I have encountered, this seems exceedingly coarse. Yu Lui eagerly inquires, how can it be unraveled? Wu Yu shakes her head. The solution can only be derived from within. Attempting to breach it from the outside would be futile unless one is the owner. Otherwise, we, who are not adept in the art of Qinji, would have no means to proceed. The intricacies elude our understanding, and the method of unraveling it is undoubtedly complex. Chance alone cannot suffice. Yu Lui, suppressing his frustration, thanks Wu Yu and steps aside to shout into the communication jade. Wu Huang, you must come here at once to rescue her. Otherwise, the Morning Hua sect shall stand against your Qinji Pavilion. Wu Huang, the true name of the master of Qinji Pavilion, reveals the depth of Yu Lui's ire. After a moment, the communication jade responds, and Master Wu requests a video call. Yu Lui directs the spiritual mirror toward the strange object lying on the ground and peers into the mirror, startled to see Master Wu. His brow furrowed and his eyes narrowed, struggling to contain his anger. What has transpired? Surely he cannot be vexed by my words. Master Wu leans closer into the mirror, seemingly attempting to breach its surface. Bring it closer. Yu Lui commands the spiritual mirror to hover nearer, slowly circling the peculiar object. Master Wu exhales heavily, wiping his face. I apologize, but I cannot decipher it. You cannot unravel it either? Yu Lui nearly cries out in disbelief. Master Wu wipes his face once more, his anger barely contained, ultimately erupting in expletives. Blast it all. That wretched girl has colluded with those from the celestial realm, luring away numerous key members of the Qinji Pavilion. The legacy of the founding master has been utterly squandered. Swearing an oath to leave a mark on the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion, she fled after committing treachery. May the heavens strike down that deceitful girl with divine retribution for daring to betray her vows. Her fate in the celestial realm would undoubtedly be one of betrayal and demise. Yu Lui numbly endured the tirade from the foul-mouthed figure, devoid of any semblance of a cultivator's dignity. Once the vitriol subsided, he inquired, so, you are powerless? Is the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion unable to capture even one person? The girl is indeed slippery, replied the pavilion master with a scoff, and she even dares to invoke the might of celestial beings against me. Mark my words, I shall flay her skin one day. Yu Lui pondered if he should be grateful that he had not encountered such a duplicitous character. But how could he save Huzhua? Who would Hu Qing flay? You truly have no way? None at all, the pavilion master replied with a bitter laugh, his voice hoarse and weary. That creature is clearly a product of the celestial realm. We once possessed a legacy equivalent to the celestial tier, but it has been severed by that wretched girl. Another round of curses followed, his throat growing hoarse without alleviating his frustration. Unless we capture Lu Yang, where is she? Yu Lui pressed. I refuse to believe that even celestial beings cannot find her. The pavilion master sighed once more. We cannot locate her. She must be cloaked in a celestial-grade concealment. I dispatched individuals to capture her 3 months ago. Oh, she is prominently featured on all bounty lists, wanted posters, and kill orders. We even declared to the 3 clans that Lu Yang is a traitor to the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion, and a reward would be offered for her capture. Did you not see it? Yu Luya replied. I have been too preoccupied with my own affairs to concern myself with the gossip of others. The pavilion master's face turned a shade of dark green, for often, the most cutting remarks were the harshest truths. After ending the call, Yu Luya let out a sigh. When Chuan whispered softly, Master, should we inform Junior Uncle? Junior Uncle, Junior Uncle, Junior Uncle. Yu Lui, infuriated, repeatedly struck When Chuan on the head. How old is your junior uncle? And how old are you, huh? You useless old fool. When Chuan, resigned to the blows, pondered that his master was so flustered that he felt the last remark was a subtle insult directed at himself. Despite being of considerable age, he was still reprimanded publicly. The elders, unable to bear the sight, interjected, Louis, that's enough. Please, cease your actions. Upon receiving the command, Yu Lui halted, while Wen Chuan gently touched his head and addressed, Master. His face bore only concern. The onlookers could not help but wonder how this disciple could be so exceedingly obedient, lacking even a hint of rebellion, to the point of excess. With a twinge of sadness, Yu Lui waved his hand to dismiss the younger generation. Allowing his vulnerability to surface, it has only been a few days of joy, believing our clan was magnificent with the presence of an immortal. Yet, a mere mechanism has rendered us utterly powerless. Does this young man think so little of our capabilities? Yu Lui felt truly disheartened. Was the disparity between the celestial realm and the world of cultivation truly so vast? How long would it take for them to catch up? Did they possess sufficient time for such endeavors? Mu Yu consoled, it is not as dire as you perceive. We are merely unversed in this particular path. In the future, our sect can establish expertise in this area, and gradually, things will improve. When Yuan concurred, indeed, the art of mechanisms is not a grand doctrine. It is inherently niche. Were it not for the constraints here, we could force our way through. However, Yu Lui did not consider this a prudent suggestion, force our way through? Could the individuals within possibly survive? Jieshan, unimpressed by his despondent demeanor, bellowed, What good does your lamentation do? While there is still life within, devise a plan. We shall address future matters in due course. Otherwise, I shall take you to the celestial realm and cleave you open. Yuliya replied, What I desire is the living soul within. A living one. Jieshan grimaced. It was a daunting task, one he could not guarantee success in. At this juncture, Qin Yang interjected, Go inform Hu Qing. She ought to be aware. Yuliya yearned to resolve this matter on his own, hoping to earn Hu Qing's esteem. Unfortunately, he thought, Master Uncle, would you accompany me? Yuliya lamented that the other ancestors and Hu Qing were unfamiliar with him, rendering them unable to advocate on his behalf. Ultimately, he bore the weight of Hu Zhuo to the market alone. Alas, the prohibition of living beings within storage devices proved inconvenient. How unseemly it was for one in his position to be seen in such a state, wasting a concealment talisman. The barrier was persistently disturbed, repeatedly triggered. Hu Qing, vexed, opened her eyes, questioning the source of the incessant buzzing. Let there be a reason for this, otherwise, she mused, soaring ahead, vaulting over the wall, and through the barrier. Ah, is my senior brother here to present me with a gift? She rubbed her hands together, eager to unveil a surprise. Yuliya hesitantly spoke. Inside is Hu Zhuo. With a resounding clap, the thrill of the surprise dissipated. Hu Qing chuckled softly. What games are you playing? Yuliya suggested. Shall we discuss this inside? Hu Qing scrutinized him for a moment, her expression shifting to one of seriousness as she stepped forward to take the burden. Come in. This is rather heavy. Yet, she managed to bear it steadily, soaring over the wall with curiosity, inquiring, What material is this? I've never seen it before. Where did it come from? This must be a mechanism, right? Did Hu Zhuo lock herself inside? Perhaps her curiosity got the best of her. If only Hu Zhuo could hear. She would undoubtedly weep and assure her that she would never act impulsively again. Upon entering the reception hall, Hu Qing glanced at the long table, fearing it might be damaged, and opted to place her belongings directly on the floor. She tapped her fingers to investigate. The spiritual energy and consciousness did not penetrate. The materials were indeed peculiar, heavy, resilient, and capable of blocking spiritual energy and awareness. This was a fine item, safe for storage and suitable for crafting heavy tools. Whose possession is this? Is it for sale? At this point, she thought it was merely a trivial matter, At most, someone trapped inside. Lu Yong's. Yu Liuya coughed lightly. Who? Hu Qing spun around abruptly, raising her head to regard him, questioning the inexplicably mentioned name. That of the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion? Yu Liuya coughed dryly. She is a traitor from the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. Hu Qing furrowed her brow, instantly realizing something was amiss. Regarding that girl, Lu Yang, Hu Qing felt an innate aversion. They were not kindred spirits, destined to collide, as if their destinies were at odds. Xixiang, please recount from the beginning. Her tone was calm, yet her gaze turned perilous. There were not many details to recount. One incident involved Lu Yang appearing at Beipingfang to recruit individuals, which who were rejected. Another was the mysterious package received by Hu Zhua, resulting in this predicament. That was all. The immortal could do nothing. Nor could the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. Their suspicion towards Lu Yang was merely conjecture, lacking concrete evidence. A death-blind box, indeed. Hu Qing remained composed. Evidence is unnecessary. It was Lu Yang's doing. She struck me in the face using Hu Zhua. Clever and ambitious. These are virtues. Hu Qing's gaze was profound, revealing a sense of discontent. It was merely a desire to draw attention, an ailment that compelled her to seek adoration from others. The moment she felt ignored, she resorted to provocation, her actions so malicious that she presumed no one could unravel this intricate trap. It was an intentional attempt to use Hu Zhua's life to strike a blow at me, a blatant disregard for life itself. Yulia felt a jolt of alarm, but soon recognized that such a bizarre enmity should indeed be eradicated. Even with the capabilities of the Qingji Pavilion, they could not locate her. Nevertheless, she could not escape. Even if she fled to the celestial realm, we were not incapable of pursuing her. Yulia asserted this confidently. With the presence of immortals in the Xiali realm, they would not remain stagnant. As more individuals ventured forth, where could she possibly hide? After all, it was Hu Qing who had offended Hu Zhua, the very first newcomer from Xiali to have journeyed to the celestial realm. Perhaps Lu Yang was still unaware of the formidable adversary she had provoked. There was no rush to settle scores. The question remained, what about Hu Zhua? What should be done? Of course, the solution lay in unlocking this enigmatic box. Hu Qing mentally summoned the silken cloth. I have understood your message. I have imparted knowledge for you to learn. You see, it has proven useful, hasn't it? You can only rely on me now, can't you? There is never a wrong time to learn. Hasten to master the Qianji technique. Hu Qing pondered. During her days of seclusion, had she ceased her studies? Had she not delved into the advanced chapters of the Golden Fire secret art, the Spring God formula, and the body refinement technique? Had she not also studied the pill and talisman arrays? Moreover, she was even learning ghostly techniques. Why, then, did it seem that in his eyes, she had learned nothing? Did he believe that a poor student was unworthy of existence? She settled into meditation, focusing her mind. Senior brother, please protect me. Although Yulia did not fully comprehend the situation, he remained steadfastly by her side. Meanwhile, Hu Qing rapidly perused the Qianji techniques in her mind. Locked away, He Zhua finds himself in a rather unfavorable predicament. Although the environment is deficient in oxygen, his spiritual energy can sustain him. Yet, what if this very energy were to be restrained? The pages of text flutter incessantly, entangling him in a web of complexities, mechanisms, restraints, triggers, and paradoxical confinement. He cannot help but lament to the silk cloth. If you had perused all of this, you would immediately know what I require. The silk cloth retorts without hesitation. Do not relinquish your intellect. I shall assume that role for you. He Qing responds, that is not entirely unfeasible. The silk cloth exclaims, shameless, truly invincible. After an extensive search, it finally discovers the solution. However, it bears the name living coffin technique, a title less apt than self-entanglement. The living coffin technique, while not an exceptionally formidable technique among the myriad of mechanisms, possesses a structure that is both intricate and seemingly complex. Yet, with an understanding of its principles, one can easily unravel it. He Zhua meticulously studies the intricacies, simulating within his consciousness, directly coalescing his spiritual awareness into components, assembling them into a finished product, and triggering the mechanisms to unlock both from within and without. He diligently practices until he has mastered the various forms and methods of unraveling described above. The emotionless silk weaves in and out, occasionally poking this and binding that, imitating He Qing's actions in assembling. Alas, it lacks comprehension, and the haphazardly bound components scatter apart. The commotion is minimal, and He Qing allows it to continue. Once she completes her practice, She observes the emotionless silk enveloping the components her spiritual awareness had manifested. Is it intent on keeping them for play? Qing chuckles. Are you intrigued by this? When you transform into human form, I shall teach you. Crafting is such delightful amusement. The merciless thread was acutely aware that these toys belonged to it, and it felt a surge of joy. A single filament entwined around one, lifting it all with a clatter reminiscent of a tinkling wind chime. Outside, Qing opened her eyes slightly, gazing at the objects on the ground with an air of confidence. Upon observing this, Yu realized the situation. TSK, the craftsmanship is rather crude. It appears that Liu Yang's inheritance is not particularly remarkable. Yu remarked, let us not speak of this to outsiders, lest it attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. It would be rather embarrassing for our own kin to hear. Chapter 90. Demonic Energy. Senior brother, keep a close watch. I shall unravel this in a moment. This contraption has its tricks. Qing produced a paintable hard pen and began to draw lines on the living coffin. These patterns are intricate, faint, and numerous. They serve to confuse the observer. Observe this particular one. Does its trajectory not differ from that of the majority? She marked them all, exclaiming, look, do they not resemble this larger object? Yu examined the lines she had drawn, connecting them, and was struck with realization. Indeed, they did. The lines drawn from the farthest points converged at a single pivotal point in the middle. Qing continued, in such mechanisms, whether they are round, square, flat, or irregularly shaped, one must identify the two most distant points and connect them to find the midpoint. Even if this midpoint does not appear within the diagram, it remains valid. Having concluded her explanation, Qing pressed her fingers firmly down upon that point. Strength is all that is required. With a crack and a boom, Yu swiftly pulled Qing back by her collar, retreating rapidly while simultaneously conjuring a protective barrier of spiritual energy to encase the noxious black gas that surged toward them. Qing's expression darkened ominously. Is this demonic energy or tainted demonic energy? Yu released her, intertwining her hands in a series of intricate gestures, dividing the surging demonic energy into clusters, firmly sealing them with spiritual power. Qing's gaze was frigid. Ultimately, demonic energy is merely a volatile form of energy, more chaotic than spiritual energy. What is there to deem filthy or foul about energy? It is merely the presence of impurities, much like how resentment, bloodlust, and malevolence can taint spiritual energy, leading to the designation of impure spiritual energy, which is detrimental to a cultivator's progress. At their core, the demon race and the human race are simply two ordinary classifications among myriad beings, differing only in the type of energy they assimilate. Humans prefer spiritual energy, while demons gravitate towards demonic energy. Both favor consuming the purest forms available. Within the demon race, there exists a hierarchy. The demon spirits, to which Xin Yao belongs, are the lowest rank, born from impure demonic energy and thus looked down upon. Confined within a mechanism filled with demonic energy, Huzhua was evidently being coerced into succumbing to darkness. Given the deep-seated animosity that cultivators from the Shaoli realm hold towards demons, Huzhua's descent into darkness would undoubtedly strike a severe blow to Qing. However, a cultivator who falls into darkness becomes a demon cultivator, still retaining their humanity. Yet, she was utilizing tainted demonic energy. Contaminated by such foul energy, Huzhua would inevitably transform into a mindless demonic entity. To the demon race, such entities are regarded as nothing more than swine or dogs. Huzhua lay within, appearing intact, yet his complexion had turned ashen. In his unconscious state, his brows were furrowed in agony, his expression twisted in torment, clearly grappling with a harrowing struggle. Qing cradled him, feeling his body as frigid as ice. Yu cautiously gathered the residual demonic energy, nearly bursting into expletives. How malicious. At that moment, he oddly comprehended the sentiments of Master Will. Heaven forbid someone like this emerges from the Chaohua sect. Huzhua's body was tainted by demonic energy, and Qing hesitated to use the blazing sun as flames. Unlike Shui Xin, whose tough skin and robust physique granted her high resilience, Huzhua lacked such strength. If the radiant flames were employed to expel the demonic energy, she feared Huzhua would be reduced to ashes. Even Shui Xin had suffered from persistent burns that left her covered in unsightly welts. Brother, what should we do? Qing pondered. The resources available in the Little Li realm are typically reserved for the mighty. In the future, I suspect they will be more widely utilized. She recalled a critical point. The celestial beings in the immortal realm were incapable of using spatial teleportation. Upon hearing this, Luya began to comprehend. Then how can we use it? The Little Li realm has yet to fully evolve into a complete immortal realm. As they appeared in the Great Hall, Luya summoned several peers, arranging them in a formation around Huzhua. Together, the four of them initiated a cleansing spell, their spiritual energy enveloping Huzhua. With years of experience battling the demon clan, the process of dispelling demonic energy was second nature to them. Had it not been for Qing's intervention, such a trivial matter could have easily been resolved by disciples like Wen Chuan, who had fought on the demon battlefield. As Huzhua's complexion gradually normalized and his expression softened, Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her, her resolve strengthening. Enough, she instructed as the four ceased their efforts. Qing stepped forward to support Huzhua, who appeared dazed. Sister? He mumbled. Qing smiled reassuringly. It's all right now. Huzhua, still in a daze, asked, what happened to the mechanism box that Brother Chun gave me? I haven't examined it closely yet. His recollection of the mechanism box caused Qing to frown. Chunlai gave that to you. Huzhua replied. Who else would send me gifts besides Brother Chun? Qing pondered. How could her social circle be so desolate, yet still receive a deathly delivery? Was her brother Huzhu truly that foolish? Considering he had just survived a calamity, she refrained from reprimanding him for the moment and turned to Luyar. Is there not a single clue regarding Lu Yang's whereabouts? Luyar shook his head. Qing fell silent, examining Huzhu's wrist. Fortunately, there was nothing amiss apart from his exhaustion. Luyar remarked. Fortunately, the duration was brief, and his spiritual energy instinctively resisted. Had it lasted longer, he would have surely transformed into a demonic being. Huzhu remained perplexed. What happened? He only recalled the mechanism box suddenly springing to life, and the events that followed eluded him. Qing informed him about Lu Yang. Huzhu gasped in astonishment. I haven't offended her, have I? She hasn't come looking for me either. With such a cunning and vengeful mind, why did she not seek me out more often? He mused. Women's thoughts are truly enigmatic. It would be wise to maintain a distance in the future. Qing reassured him. She is a source of vexation for me. It is I who have implicated you. She patted Huzhu's shoulder. Huzhu replied, she must be insane. The term insane was one he had learned from Qing, and it aptly described certain inexplicable individuals. That Lu Yang, indeed, was a lunatic. Luyar suggested, stay in the inner sect and recuperate properly. After all, having been injured in your essence, the repercussions of demonic energy should not be underestimated. Huzhu immediately responded, Sister, I shall go to your peak. Who would not fear provoking a lunatic? Qing nodded, Senior brother. I will first take him to settle in. Leading Huzhu to her abode, the dwelling was constructed according to her preferences, a single story with towering walls, spacious rooms, and large windows, devoid of courtyard walls, offering an expansive view. Huzhu said, Sister, I have been exceedingly careless. He reflected belatedly. Realizing that he had not ascertained the sender of the package, he had naively assumed it was from Chunlai. Qing allowed him to choose a room to tidy up, saying, I will adjust the settings. If you need anything, just call the disciples below. Each peak had its designated steward and disciples. Both the mountain and its surroundings required management due to numerous tasks and outputs that needed attention. Qing declined to take on the role of steward, instead entrusting the nearby steward to oversee the disciples in this area. Chapter 91. Discovery. Qing arrived at the summit, where a magnificent ancient tree stood, its crown expansive and its gnarled branches reaching outwards. She gazed at it for a moment longer, contemplating that when the day came for it to be struck by lightning, she would use it to forge her tools. The ancient tree. She leaped into the tree's crown, where the sky was vast and clouds were sparse, and the earth lay flat beneath her. From the valley below, one might believe the mountain touched the heavens, but standing atop it, she realized that the mountain was merely a mountain, with the true sky existing beyond. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled the essence carried by the wind. Closing her eyes, she extended her consciousness, flowing with the breeze. The last time, her perception drifted like the wind across the three realms. Remarkably, she found it hard to believe that she felt she had traversed every corner of the Shaoli realm. It was as if another world had opened its gates to her, and now she yearned to return once more. Time and space contracted infinitely, while perception expanded without bounds. In that ethereal moment, she felt transformed into countless specks of dust, swirling through every corner of the grand stage of the Shaoli realm. Her eyes simultaneously beheld diverse scenes, while her ears absorbed a multitude of sounds. Every minuscule movement and fluctuation was perceived by her intangible form. She sought to uncover a tiny symbol within, a symbol known as Lu Yang. In the midst of the ethereal whispers, a voice beckoned, "Lu Yang, where shall we go?" He Qing's ears twitched at the sound. A feminine voice replied, "Across the Tianan continent." In an instant, He Qing opened her eyes, fixating on a singular direction. With a swift motion, she tore through the air before her, creating a rift and stepping through. This marked her inaugural attempt at spatial traversal. Yet she felt neither exhilaration nor joy, only a thrilling anticipation for the violence to come. How audacious it was to feel stirred by Lu Yang. The silken cloth wholeheartedly endorsed her decision. Such repugnant individuals were best eliminated to avert future troubles. He Qing too found Lu Yang's malevolence laughably grotesque. Was it merely because others did not elevate her? Did she possess noble lineage or exceptional prowess? Truly, it validated the adage, without the fortune of a princess, one succumbs to the maladies of a princess. Yet she was no longer afflicted by such trivialities. She was inherently wicked. How could the legacy of the inaugural leader of the Thousand Machines Pavilion choose such a wretched soul? As she tore open the rift and emerged, the scene before her unfolded, tempestuous winds and surging waves. "Where's this?" inquired the silken cloth. He Qing silently tore through, delving in and out, questioning the nature of her surroundings. The vast desert and long rivers, she mused. Again, she ripped through, perplexed by her disorientation. Was she the only novice to wander astray? The silken cloth suggested, perhaps they discreetly conceal their inexperience. He Qing felt a flicker of understanding ignite within her. After familiarizing herself with the terrain for half a day, she inadvertently tore straight into the grand hall of Yulia's, where the master was vociferously reprimanding his 5 disciples, who stood with heads bowed in trepidation at her sudden appearance. "Continue," she commanded. Yulian believed that she had specifically come to find him. When she remained silent and turned to leave, he assumed she was not in haste and continued to scold his disciple. At long last, having arrived at the Tianan continent, the subtle sensation of breathing in harmony with the universe had consistently directed him towards Lu Yang, albeit growing increasingly faint as Lu Yang traversed the terrain. Hu Qing, in her heart, realized that such a connection with the heavens and earth was likely limited to the Shaoli realm. To avoid losing track, she mentally calculated the distance and direction, ultimately tearing open the fabric of space one last time. Lu Yang, accompanied by a throng of followers, embarked upon a spiritual vessel heading towards the canyon realm. Just as she envisioned displaying her grand ambitions, an unsettling chill surged through her, prompting an instinctive leap into the air. With a thud, an attack struck the bow of the vessel from a diagonal angle, causing it to jolt slightly and inflicting minor damage to some inconsequential adornments. Both the onlookers inside and outside the vessel were startled, rushing over in alarm as the defensive barrier was swiftly activated. However, it was too late. After unleashing that attack, Hu Qing had already teleported onto the deck of the vessel. Observing the crowd of individuals converging upon her, Hu Qing felt a sense of amusement. All of them were of lesser cultivation than herself. Today, she could also relish the experience of overwhelming her opponents. Not a single one of them was at the great ascension stage. To be candid, she was somewhat astonished. Did this motley crew truly intend to venture into the realm of immortals? Such audacity. Yet, glancing around at Lu Yang, Hu Qing began to comprehend the rationale behind it. Lu Yang, with her lofty self-regard, expected others to worship her while refusing to deign to honor anyone else. Her cultivation, well, it should be at the transformation stage, not even at the fusion stage. If she were to encounter a true immortal, would she not have to venerate them? That was simply intolerable. Meanwhile, Lu Yang recognized Hu Qing, realizing that her cultivation was inscrutable, and her eyes narrowed sharply. It is said that years ago in the ancient palace city, Hu Qing had dismissed Lu Yang's remarks with a mere smile. To Hu Qing, it was neither worth engaging with such a young girl nor forming any acquaintance. She believed her attitude was entirely justified. However, in Lu Yang's eyes, Hu Qing's pretended ignorance was far more intolerable than any outright confrontation. Reproach, ridicule, anger, and even provocation all indicated that the other party had been stirred by her. "You feign ignorance? Does that not imply that I am utterly insignificant in your eyes?" Such profound humiliation compelled Lu Yang to take action against Hu Zhuo. Now she pondered, perhaps Hu Zhuo was indeed dead? Calculating the time in her mind, she considered that perhaps he was still alive, yet no one could unlock that mechanism box. Therefore, was Hu Qing intent on pursuing her to open the mechanism box herself? That would be futile, unless she sought her assistance. Suddenly, her expression shifted as another thought struck her. How did Qing manage to find her? She had employed a celestial-grade concealment talisman, which should have rendered her undetectable. Nevertheless, celestial-grade items were not exceedingly rare, and given Qing's connections with the Chaohua sect, acquiring a treasure for locating individuals from an immortal was not beyond possibility. Alternatively, it could be that an immortal had intervened on her behalf. Her mind raced with possibilities, and the shock was evident on her face. Qing kindly urged her to calm down, producing a stack of talismans to fling in various directions across the spiritual vessel. Unfortunately, Lu Yang's vessel was not of celestial quality, and it promptly activated a barrier, trapping both her and the ship in place. With a protective spiritual shield in place, the incessant sounds of explosions and human roars filled the air. In that moment, Qing felt like a deity descending upon the world as a villain. To bully others with sheer strength was exhilarating and utterly satisfying. Chapter 92. Puppet with a disdainful gaze. Qing nonchalantly waved her sleeve at the talismans soaring towards her, effortlessly redirecting them to crash upon the spirit ship, where they detonated. A pang of anguish pierced Lu Yang's heart. These were spirit stones, and a single spirit ship was akin to a mobile spirit stone mine. The effort she had expended to acquire her vessel had been in vain, now reduced to ruin. In that moment, she recognized Qing's formidable strength, a force beyond her reckoning. Even among those she had gathered, those of superior cultivation were likely no match for Qing's prowess. It was infuriating. She, the destined one, was eclipsed by this woman who seemed to ascend in power at an alarming rate. Lu Yang's eyes brimmed with resentment and envy as she cast a glance at her followers, only to find their faces etched with panic, confusion, hesitation, and fear. They were no match for her. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Yang coldly inquired, "What are you doing, Taoist Hu?" A question posed with full knowledge. Qing replied with a lazy smile, extending her hand languidly to unleash a palm strike. A palm imprint, composed of spiritual energy, appeared to drift slowly towards Lu Yang. Her expression shifted dramatically as she sprang into action. In an instant, she activated the spirit ship's barrier, shouting, "Everyone, gather at the opposite end of Tianan continent." With a resounding thud, the palm imprint struck the spirit ship, producing an unpleasant creak. Lu Yang's face turned ashen as she hastily commanded the ship to shrink swiftly, prompting her followers to leap into the air. Upon hearing Lu Yang's command, some darted directly towards the far end of Tianan continent, while others hesitated, remaining rooted in place. And still others took flight towards the ground, uncertain of their destination. Qing had no intention of making things difficult for them. Her gaze was fixed solely on Lu Yang. As the spiritual vessel diminished to a toy-like size for Lu Yang to retrieve it, a powerful consciousness surged forth. With a cough, Lu Yang spat blood, her head throbbing in agony. Qing reached out, seizing the spiritual vessel, which was battered and tattered from the torment of celestial talismans. She clicked her tongue in disdain and casually tucked it into her sleeve. Lu Yang watched her actions with a heart full of sorrow, but knew that escaping was of paramount importance. Gritting her teeth, she tore open a rift and twisted her body to slip through. Seeing Lu Yang struggle, Qing followed suit, tearing open a rift of her own, instantly feeling the oppressive weight of the world around them. The further they strayed from the Shaoli realm, the more imposing the order became, making it increasingly difficult to tear apart the fabric of space even with significant cultivation. This was for the best. Lu Yang would not be able to flee. Such was the disparity in their power. If only she had reached the celestial tier by now, Lu Yang would still believe she bore no fault. If there was blame, it lay in her insufficient cultivation. One day, she would rise above all, trampling everyone beneath her feet. At that time, not just one Qing, but 100 or 1,000 would be mere ants to be extinguished with a mere gesture. Her mind was filled with lofty ambitions, yet her heart was bleeding. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, she was compelled to bring forth her most treasured possession. With one last effort, she tore open the space again and hurled an object behind her. As Qing emerged from the rift, she once more locked onto Lu Yang's spatial fluctuations, only to be met with a small figure charging towards her at great speed. It was a puppet, a towering mechanical puppet, over 3 meters high, robust and imposing, clad in armor and wielding a weapon. More crucially, the aura emanating from the puppet surged as it approached Qing, reaching the pinnacle of cultivation. Damn! Qing internally cursed, recognizing that the puppet before her was clearly derived from the central palace of the ancient royal city. The Chaohua sect possessed such constructs as well, yet she had chosen only a swarm of bees. She had barely begun her research when she observed that the puppet had evidently been mastered by Lu Yang, who had discovered the means to control and utilize it. At that moment, Wanbu could not help but chime in. You should have learned the art of puppetry by now. Just look, just look. Suppressing her frustration, Qing summoned Bai Wan, transforming it into a reverse blade spear to block the puppet's descending lance. A sharp pain shot through her palm. Indeed, the puppet possessed remarkable strength. Grasping Bai Wan, she forcefully twisted it, locking the spear's reverse blade against the puppet's lance, then propelled herself forward with a powerful kick. A dull thud echoed as her feet landed solidly on the puppet's chest, but she felt a sharp ache in her ankles. Astonishingly, the puppet had only staggered back a single step. How on earth could it maintain such stability in midair? A tremendous force surged from across, compelling the puppet to retract its lance. Qing glanced at the puppet's weapon, noting it bore no marks of impact. Turning her gaze to Bai Wan, she found it unscathed as well. They were evenly matched. Fortunately, Bai Wan had recently been enhanced. Otherwise, it might have been severed in two at this very moment. With a chilling resolve in her eyes, she regarded the puppet's lance with fervent intensity, contemplating the possibility of refining it to nourish Bai Wan. The puppet thrust its spear forward with unadorned strength, lacking any finesse. It appeared mundane, yet its speed was such that Qing had no time to evade. Clang! Bai Wan met the attack once more, the reverse blade locking onto the lance. Qing prepared to deliver another kick, all the while her mind raced to devise a strategy to counter the foe. It was evident that Bai Wan and Lei Long could not contend with it. The threads of emotion were useless, mechanisms and puppets were devoid of sentiment. The blood fiend pearl also proved ineffective, for the puppet was no flesh and blood. The Demon Emperor's decree, that useless artifact, has never been utilized. If so, it would be better discarded. The soul lock chain is evidently even less suitable. As for myself, I clearly cannot contend with it. A direct assault is futile. Thus, I must resort to cunning. Bai Wan stands before me, and Qing braves the blow. The immense force sends her internal energy into turmoil, causing the little figure in her dantian to tumble several times, while the soul lock chain clatters in her grasp. The Thunder Dragon requests to engage in battle. Outside, Qing falters, receiving a kick to her abdomen from the puppet, sending her flying backward. She bites her tongue to suppress the urge to spew blood. Damn, what strength! It feels as though my insides are ruptured. In a flash of thought, dragon scale armor envelopes her. As the puppet approaches, she clenches her left fist and strikes, unleashing a surge of thunderous energy. The puppet, struck by the lightning force, hesitates for half a second. Run, tear through space, and escape. The silk cloth urges her, knowing she cannot overpower it. Yet it cannot rend space. You can, so flee. Qing's throat is hoarse, her vocal cords seemingly ruptured. I will not flee. To escape is to succumb to my inner demons. To retreat in battle destabilizes the heart of the Tao. Although she possesses no Tao heart, she is fueled by her unwillingness to submit. She refuses to believe that having reached such heights, she cannot even defeat a mere mechanical puppet. The silk cloth is helplessly anxious. This stubborn creature is resolute once more. A direct assault is unfeasible. Cunning must prevail. To outsmart it requires halting the puppet, which necessitates destroying its core. But the core is surely safeguarded within. Protected by impenetrable material, how can one hope to dismantle it? Qing feels a mix of envy and jealousy. The beauty of mechanisms and puppets lies in their independence from human control. As long as the structure remains intact and energy is supplied, once triggered, they will automatically activate and respond. They do not drain one's spiritual energy or mental focus, making them the ideal minions and enforcers. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited. The puppet responded to the stimulus of an attack, contingent upon being triggered and activated. However, this condition itself was dependent on further criteria, typically requiring the target to make contact or to enter its attack range. This particular puppet had been commanded by Lu Yang to assault her. Yet Lu Yang had long since fled. After such a delay, it was reasonable to believe she had escaped to a considerable distance. Thus, this puppet now remained without control. The most significant drawback of an uncontrolled puppet is its inherent lifelessness, lacking initiative. If a target moves beyond its attack range, sufficiently far away, it would fail to sense the target and would consequently cease movement. Alternatively, it may stop when its energy is depleted. This puppet originated from the ancient palace. On that day, the puppets of the main hall would cease to function once they left the confines of the hall, indicating that they indeed possess a sensory range. I had meticulously examined the puppets of the Chaohua sect, noting that they lacked any energy source. It seems there must have been something within the main hall that supplied them with energy. Alas, the ancient palace has since crumbled into the dust of history, leaving no traces to investigate. Thus, the energy within this puppet must have been installed by Lu Yang later on. How much could she possibly afford? This was a puppet of celestial quality, requiring at least a spirit crystal to activate. Furthermore, the puppet's grandiose attacks would consume a substantial amount of spiritual power. Lu Yang undoubtedly possessed spirit crystals, albeit in limited quantity. It is improbable that she could have afforded to equip the puppet with much. Perhaps merely a single crystal. As it expended its energy, the spear lunged forth with remarkable swiftness, darting past the puppet with agility. In response, the puppet's spear was deftly pulled back, using its tail as a lever to thrust towards the agile assailant. How astonishingly nimble. In the future, I shall assemble a legion of puppets. Qing executed a reverse dragon claw maneuver, her sharp nails scraping against the gun's muzzle, producing a jarring sound that grated on the nerves yet left no mark. Cursing under her breath, she began to flee into the distance. In her heart, Qing mused, "It is easy for you to say. I have pursued relentlessly, sustaining grievous injuries, and now I lack the strength to tear through space." The puppet's power was formidable. She needed to concentrate fully, unable to divert any attention towards rending the fabric of reality. The silken voice remarked, "Your strength remains insufficiently honed since your ascension." Desperately, Qing attempted to escape, yet the puppet's speed surpassed her own, preventing her from gaining any significant distance. Ultimately resigned, she braced herself to endure a shot to her shoulder, tearing open a rift in space to slip through. Thankfully, the puppet could not follow. Inside the fissure,